was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty like? Did you smoke first?
No, oh God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high.
It makes it really.
When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I just laughed.
It's a different world.
Is it?
Oh,
could you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times. I almost had heart
Oh, damn.
because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy. I was having a hard time.
Yeah, yeah.
So if I would have done an edible, the edible takes your mind away. And all of a sudden the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just from listening to your mind.
Oh, that's not even true.
Sometimes just here I'll start having a little bit of a panic attack.
Really? Yeah, the edibles. Let me tell you something. Edibles don't copacetic for everybody. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, I like smoking pot, but for me it gives me anxiety.
Yeah,
that's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get that uncomfortable feeling, next time we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible. It's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high.
Do you really?
Yeah. Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking.
When did you start coming?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around LA for like 10 years.
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were in LA, you were really young, like 2005, you were doing something.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat.
Yeah.
I miss, I didn't care.
Like, how much did you eat? Did you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I worked nice. Man.
I worked.
Really?
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh, it's
fucking
great.
put it in your mouth.
It's like, even football, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. I used to watch football all day. I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. And not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking piece of crust or something like you were just eating like a fucking monster?
Not normally. Like, we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. And I would work nights. Yeah, we did it for like a year at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'd just pass out
from eating it.
Well, no, just from all these things. But then I'd pass out, but the wrapper would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. Because you never hear people's fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear when you was just fucking hiding chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese
sticks? Yeah, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have them. But those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have them. And I would tell myself I would have I'd have 2 of each the next day, but it would never happen. So I miss them all, huh? I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle. And it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread. Yeah, when you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far from you? A suburb?
About 40 miles. Yeah, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters.
Yeah, our family's we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I mean, I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And 1 outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. It's a very food culture. People love to eat foodie culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys.
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot Grudge Match, we shot that in New Orleans. But, I was low man on totem pole. They put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, I'm not gonna fucking eat no fucking hotel. Oh my God.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was all like a 7 course. Start to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So, you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, kind of. I
you eat what you want. You have a great metabolism.
No,
you work out a lot.
Not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I wish I actually ate more. And just like you would do, like you did, just some of that I just want to honestly just fucking
It's
fill
fun.
myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So
really?
Yeah, man, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, so your life's fucking feeling a little bit different on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me. Then I just thought like, man, this guy like he's got kind of a unique shape, but he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then if you feel fat, that's a problem.
I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. Well, I'm surprised you're not fat. Like beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp beignets, I've never even had one, but I just see it and it just looks.
There used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually, on there.
Baby formula.
Yeah,
You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French port.
In a bottle? What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No, just a can, buddy. It's just canning up. It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning up.
It's, it's weird you're talking about it. Because I think that, like, my best eating period, you start off skinny. You work out in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast and then it was cake. How the fuck there's a gallon of milk? Where the fuck the milk is with the cereal?
Was he driving truck? That's
No, he was in high school. He would lift weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado and they took away the night eating. There's no more drinking from going to eat what I was used to eating. Right. It was an open steak sandwich at 2 a.m. with a full cream of turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit. Just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Yes, that's how I do it.
Fuck up.
So that's where I'm from. I don't play if you could go with dirty teeth.
Dirty teeth. And you don't, I don't eat yet at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooks, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not like 20 chicken cutlets. There's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. Don't be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I'll eat a chicken cutlet and an apple. You know what I'm saying? It's
crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom's been here for almost a week.
No way.
And I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
She's making breakfast?
She hasn't made. We've been sleeping a little late. She had a couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and I just
I like all of that.
Stacked all my entire fridge is full now. For
I like peach cobbler.
Oh, she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers, and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham crackers. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it.
Mm-hmm.
Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
We used to we used to have this game where you would fill like people's 2 dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all in. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know. Like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, 7, 8, 11, and 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. Since she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It's just so the whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that from about 11. And then somebody's like, that's the girl, man. She just goes shirtless.
And don't be told to put a shirt on in school or something?
Oh, I don't know about school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. But I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that.
Who puts fucking sugar in them, bro?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar, and then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. We had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD. They didn't have autism. You were just retarded.
Yeah.
Well, you had the cheeky eyes.
Yeah, you just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture.
Yeah, we call them God's favorites.
Yeah, they used to make them drink piss. Like they'd piss in a beer bottle and close it and put it in the last bottle, and he would take it. Have a beer, and you fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know,
Yeah.
he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? I mean actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. Then they had this other kid, the guy who they just fired from the Miami Hurricanes, defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys' neighbors used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack him and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an All-American tackle.
I would have died in your town.
There were certain people
I was too nerdy for that. I was one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own. I booked up a music club, the Village.
Right.
And I went there. The guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. And when we were kids, when you were in grammar school, he already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls and fucking that glue shit and tape it, and they would call it a table.
Oh,
And they would give you a table, and they'd lay you down and wrap you up in a table, and pull the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff, for spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big-time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on in life. People, and I remember that night, I was like, I could take this fucking
Damn.
And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize, and I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I could kick him in the fucking knee. You can see he got like 300-something pounds.
Right.
I had stopped eating.
So, but you felt like, so it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude, like and back in the day.
He was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully.
Kid, you know, he was, bro, when I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school torturizing people. They said, if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice that you hit him hard or something, he'd get his friends to give you the table. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah.
Like that, you know?
Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
It was what it fucking was. I mean,
We had one Mexican kid that showed up when I told we didn't have any Spanish people. And we had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And actually, in science class, they had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to put them in the cage, and everybody could then would do learning, you know. And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in there. He fell asleep in the little pocket, where you put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw my book bag. I'm running. Next thing you know, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch. He fucking punched it. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'm not even joking, bro. I have dreams, but I feel like I had an abortion.
For Superman, I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
Would you take the fucking hamster out of class and put it in your fucking pocket for anyway?
No, because you was sitting in class, you just nothing to do, and it was nice to kind of have something.
Where'd you go to high school?
Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Mandeville.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
Really? Mm-hmm. Did you graduate from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So I made it through.
You went to LSU, they still talk about Pistol Pete Brown.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but and once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their private testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out, and they let us out of YMCA summer camp. Up the police looked for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp and they basically took
the kids to look for.
Let me get that pen real quick.
Not kids, dude, the tallest boys. they took the tallest boys right out and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, off of Highway 190. That's a true story, dude. Huh?
I was surrounded some chimps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, the shit got racial. Like people go around telling them, they yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People be like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. You literally have, like, you know, people riding around with guns, fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got. It was weird. Like people were like, these fucking monkeys. Like they planned it. Like it was crazy. Like it was.
I just threw that name out because today, in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing a Pistol Pete Maravich.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I'm sitting there going, you know, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know. That movie should have been done 20 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, you know. Do you know much about Pistol Pete?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, you know, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, you know, it was a small town. Like it was
legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in
history. If he lost his father, wouldn't let him sleep in the house and shit. We'll make him sleep in the fucking yard. This is Southern basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in their upstairs of their house above the
look
in the attic. They had a basketball.
They didn't fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude,
he had like that's why he drank himself to death, Mr. Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him walk into wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
He made up for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball. Fucking phenomenal. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie J.
White kid or black kid?
White kid. And he played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do to the ball. And unless you see that, right, it's really hard to explain. Right? When you see Kobe Bryant pass, or whether Stephen Marbury pass, he was nothing for dribbling or the control that Pistol Pete had for the white guys. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he won a championship. I know, like, I think he still has like the highest average per game for
right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would do that. His father would say, "Fuck those poor guys."
Yep, literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those poor motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to. Sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they didn't play in a team, and he'd show up in a total different jersey. Like, I'm gonna play both you guys. And he'd be like, "You out of your fucking mind." It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that I got out of that joint, you know. You can still look for it online. They got some old stories.
You know, it's crazy because
they had a lot of, I was going.
So. No, I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans, the other would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know y'all.
New Orleans,
I don't know y'all.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like, I'm proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans and I'm driving around, I always go, how would I have turned down if I would have grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love this South. I love it. Everyone's nice. Yeah. It has nice weather. Like, I feel like I got a bad rap where I was there.
People are fucking, I don't know, people are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same, like you hear that, you definitely notice a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there, like people, you know, concepts are slow, you know.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read something last week. One of those guys, the terrorists, shot those people. That the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah.
Because he was politically correct. You understand? We got to point out lives that were too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
I don't know.
Ben Carson?
Oh, I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Oh, you can't even vote.
No, I got felonies. I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you got to be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
You can't.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what they, that's the punishment they give you. Like, really? So I can't vote. I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun. But what vote got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote, you voted for them, take 50 people out of each neighborhood and throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Drown people. Drown them.
I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Pa when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like when I grew up in Mass, there's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote isn't the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You feel like sometimes I think about that, like, would I fucking totally change the game and wear like, like a white beater or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. And that's had nothing to do with the price tags. What you're gonna do. The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the 8 years. How it's going to pan out. What are you going to do the first year? What are you going to take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah.
Do I give a fuck about the homeless problems? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems we got to take in before we worry about the minute little things. Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting changed, and they walk over to their fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking 2 planes a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making 40 grand a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about. I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step by step by step. How it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell real people.
Yeah.
And now you're talking about the South. You got this slower. You got all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands. It's half of them and say, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, we got to stop this somewhere.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to shut it down, bro. I would say if they had walls, you could press a button right now, I would put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, look at the fucking, the people, the white people, it's people who shot up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking
show. 100%. We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who our neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving in and out. They just say that these people have a fucking passport duplication. You don't think they're here? You don't think they're
making billions on oil? They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they going to do? They're going to go around now, knocking on your neighbor's doors, like, hey, we're going to check all the Muslims out.
Well, you can't. It's not even Muslims, but even just regular people,
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's crazy what people say, and then if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days of court Guantanamo. And that was like the first thing he said. and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little high, though. You guys still?
I'm very high.
Okay. I'm just making sure every time.
Why was it important to you that they were closing on time? Why is that such a... I'm not arguing with
right.
I'm just
personally, I have no thoughts on that. But that was just the only thing I could think of right now.
Right.
That was, he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure.
Now, do people want them to close on time?
Yeah.
Why?
Because like they're not giving them fair trials and just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah. For the troops there, not for prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's chilling there. The chicks only have like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seem friendly and.
Yeah.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. So what happened last night? You went to Lemmy's.
Yeah, Lemmy's 70th birthday at the Whiskey.
And was it fucking nuts?
Oh, man.
Invitation only? Or
yep.
Paid to
no, invitation only.
Okay.
Now, they'd done it 20 years ago on his 50th, and Metallica played that one, where each guy in Metallica dressed as Lemmy, and they were called the Lemmys. And that was pretty fucking epic, man. You can Google it and look at it or YouTube it. But this time, they put together an all-star, tons of guys. It was like Steve Jones, Sex Pistols, Billy Idol, Sebastian Bach, Slash, Scott Ian from Anthrax. We had Dave Lombardo, Slayer, another Cuban. It was on and on, all these guys, and they played all kinds of songs. They opened with some Zeppelin. They did some Just Got Paid by ZZ Top. They did then they learned some 50s songs that Lemmy loved, and they just rotated jammers. Duff McKagan, Billy Duffy from The Cult. It wasn't like no C-League. This was like the hitters were out there, man.
But Rudy Sarzo wasn't there.
Yeah, well,
I was invited, but I got a call. I was on my way to a family holiday reunion, and it's like it's not that you pick people up and then you gotta bring them back. And by the time, I was home, it was like, the tryptophan hit, and I would pass that.
Before we go any further, you were saying something very interesting. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, thank you.
65 years old.
Right.
And you just get started.
Young. 65 years young.
You just get started. When we were growing up and you heard the number 65, you were like, Jesus Christ, I'm fucking dead. You're going on tour next year. It's just amazing what the things you can do if you take care of yourself.
I'm doing senior homes next year.
Whatever.
He looks better than me.
Yes, he does. Whatever pays the mortgage. And to me, it's just a beautiful thing that you're still out there. Did you think that you'd still be out there at 37?
You know what?
I was confused.
I love watching Crossroads, which is the events that Eric Clapton puts on just about every year.
Right.
And I would say every time I watch the show, most of the people are way older than I am, and they're still like killing it. They're playing the blues and they're rocking out, and it's like, oh my God, you look at Buddy Guy, he owns the stage every time he gets up there,
He's a killer.
Eric Clapton, everybody across the board, and I go like, yeah, I want to do that, man. I want to be, when I'm that old, I want to be like Miles Davis, guy on the road, playing, being a musician. That's why I am.
How old is Clapton now?
I don't know. Lee, can you look that up? Because Lemmy is 70 last night,
Look at Lemmy.
Yeah. Was he there last night drinking and shit?
He was there.
Was he drinking?
Yeah, he drinks.
Was he smoking cigarettes?
I'm sure. He's never changed. He's not like, I'm getting at this age, I better slow down. No, he's exact Lemmy from like 69 Lemmy. That guy was a roadie for Hendrix.
First tour I did with Ozzy, Motorhead was the opening band.
Right.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, Lemmy wore on stage and off stage the same clothes. It wasn't like, we have our, on stage outfits, and then we're gonna have like, this is what I'm wearing, in the bus or whatever. No, it was like these guys, the whole crew on band was the same thing. Just like blue jeans, jackets, and jeans, and that's it. Except I think he put on the bullet belt. Yeah, put the belt when he went on stage, and then he took it off when he got off the stage. That's about it.
They had a 10-minute video of like a 15-minute video of his life, which is far too short. But as it went through, it started from like early on when he was like 14 to now, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Who he had played with, who he hung with.
He was Keith Emerson's roadie back in the 60s when he had the band The Nice.
Yeah.
And he's the one who gave Keith Emerson the daggers to stab the keyboard with. So Emerson used to be like
Right. Emerson Lake and Palm.
Yeah. Well, this is before that.
Before that, absolutely.
The Nice, they had that song America, on the organ. And part of the shtick was that he would take these daggers and just like make chords. Like keep chords, and then he would solo on top of that and throw the organ on, around the stage and stuff. But it was Lemmy who gave him they were actually German Nazi daggers.
He worked for Hendrix too, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because Hendrix is right.
Yeah.
Insane. And then he starts, he plays in Hawkwind, which is the first early, they see what the Grateful Dead's doing, and they go, we want to do that, but in a 60s kind of London acidy way. And Hawkwind's like the psychedelic, crazy, huge band, huge underground band.
And a lot of musicians get their start being roadies because it seems like it'd be a great learning experience.
Yeah, like an open micer, I mean, you learn from hanging out at bands rehearsals and stuff, right? When you're a kid, you're at a band. I was like a young kid at an older band, Vicious Rumors. That band. They're like a metal band. Like hang at their rehearsals and learn shit.
Well, I know, like, if you're a guitar tech, right? You're a guitar tech. You're a badass guitar player. Right or wrong?
No.
Not really. Not
some guys learn
because you have to tune in the chords for the guy, whatever the hell it is. So you have to be learning something along the way. I mean, there's people in this town that come in as comedians, and that's what they do. And there's other guys that end up writing and doing a little bit of television, and you just learn along the way. You become sort of like a master of everything. Prince could play everything. You can play a bunch of fucking instruments, can't you?
I play the radio.
Right. Okay, you play the fucking radio. But it's Lemmy was just one of those guys that learned it A to fucking Z. You can't go to Lemmy right. You go to Lemmy right now and go, Lemmy going on tour. Can you come and look at the stage set? He'll go there and just point little things. Make the curtains blue. Make this red. Just things that you learn from fucking doing it that somebody can't tell you.
Yeah, but the problem is you want to understand what he's saying.
What he's saying, right?
Yeah. I love how it tells you. He's the sweet, he's a good one. That's really good.
All right, so here you are, whatever the fuck, the first band, and then you move on to Ozzy. Quiet Riot. And then you go on this tour that lasts God knows how long. You guys didn't even expect that type of success.
They used to last for a year and a half. Yeah.
And here's with Lemmy and Bowie and everything.
Well, yeah, the Ozzy. Well, actually, it was the first leg of the Blizzard of Oz tour. And the end of the tour, we went over to England to a place called a festival called Port Vale, and this is 1981. And Motorhead headlining. Black Sabbath with Bonnie was supposed to be the band that was going to play before Motorhead, like special guests. And they pulled out for some reason. So Motorhead asked Ozzy, hey, you guys want to be the one? So we took the Concorde because we had like one day to do it, to go back and play and come back, right? And we did the gig, and then we got back in the Concorde and got to New York before we left London. We left like 8 o'clock in the morning. We got to New York at like at 7 or 6. Something ridiculous.
The Concorde.
Yeah.
That's rock star shit right there.
No, rock star shit is watching Ozzy peeing outside the bathroom because he couldn't get in the bathroom in the Concorde.
No.
Yeah.
No fucking way. Yeah. Oh, he pissed on the wall at the Concorde?
Yeah. Well, on the door of the bathroom. Yeah, there were like 3 or 4 bathrooms on one side, and you couldn't get in because there's Ozzy pissing.
Oh my God! Did anyone see him?
I did. Did I say anything? No.
fucking Motorhead as our opening band.
It was sick.
Because I remember going to see at the Palladium show. It was Motorhead.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are these savages?
Yeah.
These guys are
Yeah,
savages.
listen, let's put it this way. Our bus was very clean because, Sharon was trying to keep Ozzy out of trouble, best she could. So we had nothing in our bus. Then you go to Motorhead's bus, and there's like hookers and strippers and blow and vodka and pizza and whatever, piles of people and all over the bus. Oh, yeah.
Man. It's funny. That's what I think green rooms are going to be. And then anytime I go to a comedy green room, it's probably more laid back than your bus with Sharon. It's like just people like just sitting like in a waiting room.
That's different scene though. Different scene. I think now you got to look pretty professional because you don't want the club owners to come back and go, these guys are just doing blow and they're all fucked up. I don't want them back.
I was telling somebody the other day that I don't know anybody who's a comic right now that's causing any problem.
Yeah.
Nobody. There's no, beside Cat Williams. A couple of years ago, God rest his soul, there was a story about Mitch Hedberg every other weekend. There's always, in restaurant comedy, there's a couple guys that were still getting fucking hammered. Yeah. George Lopez still had both kidneys. That motherfucker was getting fucked up in 99 and 2000. Yeah. Then what's her name saw him and got him on the show. But there was a time I was being in Miami with George Lopez and going, where the fuck is George? On the floor. He was on the floor. I'm not making a joke. On the floor. Wow. I had to do radio for him as a feature act. He wouldn't get up the next day. George was the real deal. Yeah. Mitch, every 2 weeks. Before that, you had Kennison. That was causing havoc. Yep. And last night, you took pictures with Duff. Yep. Red Band. And I read Duff's book. Yeah. And I suppose Duff is clean now.
Yep, absolutely.
And you're clean. Yep. And you're clean.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody in this room is clean from, I smoke pot. I love smoking pot since I was a kid. I do it just as, it's not like, look, I want to smoke the whole joint of shit that kills most Americans. I do it now just out of fucking habit, just out of stupidity. Any day now I'm going to wake up and I'm not smoking this no more because it don't do nothing. It don't do nothing no more. But it's amazing how your life changes. How one time, it was everywhere. It was fucking everywhere, Rudy. Anywhere you turn. You on the road with Ozzy and Savages.
He played with Sam.
Yeah,
he played with Sam.
Yeah. That whole fucking scene there.
He made Ozzy look like a beginner.
And I remember that I used to, until 8 years ago, I would go on the road and I'd get high afterwards. And from time to time you pick up a victim at the club and they suck your dick and you gotta throw them out the next morning or whatever. But I couldn't even, like right now, even if I wanted to, sobriety for me from drugs has been easy because even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it. It's like I don't see and you look at all, I still remember Slash and Guns N' Roses on the American Music or whatever the fuck they were on that time. On television, national television, they were fucking gone. Yeah. They would just rip the Grammys, whatever the fuck it was, that show that one year.
Yeah. American Music Awards.
And now people just move on, I just saw the final hours of Michael Jackson. Maybe that's that.
Yeah.
That documentary.
Yeah, it was great.
He was fucking getting down.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson said, fuck it, I'm wearing a wig, Jack. I need to get he was fucking putting shit in his body we wouldn't dream about. But besides that, as musicians, I don't know anybody who's really drugging it up anymore. Comics? What do we? My green room has nothing. It's waters. Yeah. Waters. I don't have blow.
I brought bananas today.
Bananas to a fucking thing. It's amazing how you evolve. You never thought of that. When you were on the Blizzard of Oz and a couple bands after that, and Sam, you would be like, when does this shit end? I was talking about that the other day. Would Sam still be getting high?
You just brought up something really interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
And I got to tell you a bit of it. It's and this is, I'm not saying this is the way it is, but this is an observation. I think that what happens is, you start getting successful, you become untouchable, you become unbreakable, bulletproof, and then shit happens, and it brings you right back down to earth. Like in my case, it was Randy and the plane crash. That was like brought me back to reality. But I think today and I'd love to hear your opinion on this, because of social media, I am in direct contact with the fans. We have lost that putting musicians in a pedestal.
Mystique.
Mystique. It's all like we're, we're all at the same level here. So that becoming unbreakable, untouchable doesn't really exist anymore, because you become really transparent to these people. They really know. I mean, they know what my wife looks like, my little dog. They see pictures of my house, a picture of me hanging out, stuff like that.
The walls are down.
The walls are down. So that gives you a little bit more of a center. You're more planted, rather than to be like feeling like you're untouchable, like above anybody. And I think that's what happens when people start thinking you're above everybody. That's when you say, I can take more drugs than anybody else because I'm above everybody else. Look at me. I'm successful doing all the stuff. So
I mean, I'm sure Andy's great as a person, but most people don't pee on plain doors when they have to wait for a bathroom.
He's from England. Have you ever been to a pub in England on Saturday night? There's more piss on the ground than there is beer on the bar. I'm telling you, it has to go somewhere, and everybody misses it. Usually they're troughs. You walk into the men's bathroom, it's a trough. It's not like these little toilets like we have here.
Yeah, at the festivals they actually have piss walls. I've never seen anything like it in Europe. So you're at a big festival, say the size of Coachella, and you'll just walk up and go, what is that? And it's like 100-foot wall. Dudes are just pissing right there in front of everyone on a wall.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And that's the way he was brought up. So if he sees a wall, you piss in the Alamo. Come on.
Yeah.
You got arrested for that.
Yeah. It was from Birmingham, which is an absolute ghetto. Just like, the bottom of Europe.
It's actually pretty nice now.
Now it is. Yeah. Like I went to Sheffield, and it's nice.
Did you ever watch his documentary?
Awesome.
When he was born, it had been like maybe 10 years since the war ended. This place was dilapidated. It had been bombed by the Nazis. So you're being brought up next to rubble, buildings all destroyed and everything.
Absolutely.
So you grew up in an environment like that, and you have certain, ethics.
Also, I think the pressure of being the rock star gets you to get crazy too.
Well, that's that pressure that I was telling you about.
Yeah.
It's not even pressure. It's like this whole sense of being. You're successful, and people like yelling at you and chasing you, and you create this full sense of like, wow, I'm like really cool or untouchable or unbreakable, nothing, and then you start doing stupid things, But now I think everybody's a little bit more
grounded.
Yeah.
It's just. Yeah. In the 70s, Jesus, you heard about a band every fucking week. There was no internet. There was no internet. You heard, different rumblings. And then, I went to Union City, Nashville music. Mm-hmm. And everybody plays the God, plays the Nashville music. That's just the way it is. You see them, the time I saw Dwayne Allman and fucking Cher there, I was like, what the fuck is this? And I went in there and I started taking bass lessons. Mm-hmm. And the guy was telling me, every time these people come into New York, they come over here. They do the Garden, they come over to Pastoral Music. We've been there for 50 fucking years.
Yeah.
And you just heard rumblings of this and that. You don't even hear that anymore. Drake, these black rappers, they don't do nothing. They drink champagne out of a fucking thing with a straw. They got a bottle of that shit. Then they drink that cough medicine. That's big now.
Yeah.
Chris, whatever.
Codeine, they don't. I went to the doctor. They don't have it anymore at the doctor because of that.
The codeine stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I've never had it like what they do with poured into soda, but it's
crazy dreams on that. I drank it. You have psychedelic, radical dreams on it. I couldn't believe it. You're like, whoa. You wake up like, whatever's in there makes you see monsters. When you're sleeping?
I was never a codeine guy.
Oh,
my friends that were into that shit. It's not, I couldn't imagine doing what I did 15 years ago and going on the road now. I couldn't fucking imagine.
Well, here's a good example. This is how clean the slate is. We lost Scott Weiland last week. But over the last 2 or 3 or 5 years or whatever, you would hear rumblings like that he was still, like he got a DUI on his birthday, hit some cars and stuff. He was like the last, really, of the radical rock star, the one that was still carrying the flag, so to speak, of like hearing stuff, right? I mean,
I don't know. You know, that's, you know, growing up, I worked with a lot of musicians who had mental issues. And I got to tell you, rock stars, you know, anybody who's labeled a rock star can get away with anything. Get away with anything. Things that actors, athletes, politicians, nobody else can get away with. Just because you're a rock star, or, you know, you're a rock star, of course you can do that. You know.
What baffles me about the rock star is that they'll never give up. Like, that's the rock star I love. Like, you're a rock star, really, Sarge. I hate to tell you, you're a rock star. You have everything, your aura, your persona, you know, whatever that word is, a rock star. You did it. But there's people who are fake rock stars. But the rock stars today, from that era, have not changed. The other day I was scrolling through and I watched the heavy metal thing. And I saw poor Michael Shank. I think I called him. Poor guy didn't even know what planet he was on. But he's still a rock star. He don't give a fuck. He's still got the blonde hair, with a fucking chain, and
leather jacket.
He's a fucking rock star. And he'll be, you know, some people one day go, you know what, I don't do this no more as much. I do this part-time. I'm changing my wardrobe. You know, these guys have held on, and you gotta love it. Kurt Hammett, you know, these guys are just, and I respect that. You know, just because you're not in the war, you're still in uniform, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You can't be in union. It goes both ways.
I got a question for you guys, because for me, as soon as I get off the stage, I'm already thinking the next time I'm going on stage, because to me, that's home.
Yeah.
It's weird. I feel more comfortable on stage than I do crossing the street. As long as I know what songs I'm playing, you know, if okay, I got it. Okay, so I just get up there and do it, you know, and I get lost, you know. I'm a different musician with every band that I play. You know, with Ozzy, I was different from Quiet Riot and Whitesnake and so on, you know, because I just get caught in the spice that everybody else brings in, you know, the flavors, you know, everything, because every band is different, you know. Let's say if I would be doing Black Sabbath songs with Ozzy, I did a whole record, you know, Speak of the Devil. Then I did Black Sabbath songs with Ronnie. It's a whole different Black Sabbath experience. Really, oh God, yeah, completely different. It's a different element that each individual brings in the band. You know, so you have to feel that. You have to be aware of what everybody's communicating and putting out energy-wise, you know. And I don't have that in my life. You know, I have a very normal existence. You know, I got my wife for over 31 years, and my little dog, and I have a home. I got a brother. You know, my folks, and all of that. But it's when I get on stage, that's the person that you probably connect with. The guy that you remember. I remember watching you on a show or a video or whatever. You know, that's even more real me, because there's no you know, nothing, no parameters really. It's pretty, you know,
Complete freedom.
Yeah, complete freedom of expression and being myself within the parameters of what I'm doing. Again, you know, I'm a different player in every band, because there's certain parameters in every band. You know, like I remember when I joined Whitesnake, you know, being aware of that, I told David, you know, hey, so what do you want me to do? And he said, be yourself. Okay. And I think of all the bands I've ever been in, that was the one that I really went fucking out of my mind. On stage.
Yeah.
Because he said, just be yourself and say, that's it. Yeah.
When you play now, do you get like brought back to when you were like 25 or however old you were when you started playing? Like, do you feel like you are playing now, or is it like you're just like zoomed back?
You know, that is a really good question, and it's multi-layered. My answer to that, I don't know about you guys, but I find that if I do songs that includes past band members that are not longer with us, there's an element of pain when I play this song. So when we do the Randy Rhoads,
yeah, when we did that, you told me that. You said that it was it's hard.
It's hard because you're on stage and you're like, in my mind, I'm there, man. I'm there, like, you know, I'm there at whatever gig. Pick it, you know. You know, I'm at the Garden, you know, Well, Randy wasn't there at the Garden, but what we're doing, like any gig. I do San Francisco Day on the Green, whatever. I'm there. I'm there with Randy playing those songs.
I never forget that kid.
If I do a Quiet Riot, recently I've been sitting in, just doing one song with Quiet Riot with Frankie, Gunzo and Quiet Riot will be doing some shows together this year, and one show I got into the Come and Feel the Noise, it was like, I'm playing with Frankie, Come and Feel the Noise, so of course it's all gonna come back, and there's an element of pain that I think every band that is a legacy band today that's been around for over 30 years, they bring that element on stage, which is different from watching a tribute band. Like if you watch an AC/DC tribute band, it's not the same experience as watching AC/DC because, first of all, Bon Scott.
Right. Yeah.
Brian Johnson, great, incredible singer, but I'm sure when they do Highway to Hell or TNT, any of those songs, there's got to be Bon Scott on stage with the guys that were there with him years ago. He comes up. He's got to be in their brain saying, shit, he's not here. Somebody else is singing the songs. So you have that element of joy, of celebration with music. You also have the pain that your buddy, that you have this amazing journey with, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, that's got to be interesting, right?
It's beautiful.
Like we're playing that Randy Rhoads thing, and you're playing this tribute to a guy. Like, to me, I'm jamming with you at the thing, and I loved Randy, but you played with him, and he was a brother. So it's like
he's responsible for my career.
Exactly. So it's got to be really weird. I'm up there like giving a tribute, and to you, it's a lost brother.
Yeah, the same thing with when Ronnie passed away. Wendy actually masterminded this. It's called Deal Disciples, and I did it for about 6 weeks. And it was exactly Ronnie's band. You got Scott Warren on keyboards and Goldie on guitar and Simon on drums and me. The band, Ronnie's band, but we have two singers, Tim Pepper Owens and another singer from England. And as good as the band sounded, it was painful, man. Because no matter how great the band sounded, even the better the band sounded, the more I miss Ronnie not being there. Because it's
this is one of the best conversations I've had on a podcast in my life.
Yeah, man.
You just opened up my mouth. You know what made me call you? The other day, about 3 weeks ago, I'm driving and I hear Diary of a Memory. Fuck.
I heard it on the way over.
It was on today. Yeah, it was on today.
Is that crazy? Yeah.
As I was pulling in.
Boneyard, exactly.
This is unfucking believable.
I couldn't believe it either.
And I was in my house and I was thinking about how different it would have. Like, listen, in my world, one day I had Sabotage, War Pigs, and the first Black Sabbath album. That's all I had. Yeah. And my friends called me and they go, we got an extra ticket to see Sabbath and some band, I don't fucking know, at the Garden. You come, it was a cold night. I was a freshman in high school and I went over there. And I was blown away, but my friends were like, they suck. And all of a sudden, Ozzy and Black Sabbath break up. And it was February 19th. It was the day Bon Scott died, in 1980. And I'll never forget that I picked up Cream magazine. In those days, that's it.
That's your Bible.
That was it.
Circus
that was it. Circus and Cream.
Yep.
And Cream had just stated that Black Sabbath had just replaced Ozzy Osbourne with Walker first. Before it was Ronnie James Dio. And if you go online, they replaced Ozzy Osbourne with the singer from Savoy Brown.
Really?
As a matter of fact, go on YouTube and look for the Black Sabbath even did tracks with them. It's fucking painful to listen to.
Really? I never even heard that.
Yes. Wow. And you knew Wyoming quit Sabbath and went to Jethro Tull for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then came back. He was like fucking guy with a flute. I'm from fucking Birmingham. I'm missing a finger. And you want to insult me with the flute.
Flute rock, no.
Flute rock, which, you know what? Say what you want to say. That motherfucker has some good songs. You hear locomotive breath, you want to run over a homeless dude. Yeah, you do. You hear, sometimes you hear love. When you hear and Martin, and listen, bro, Martin Barre is no fucking joke.
Yeah.
That dude is no fucking joke.
Yeah.
He's got like 2 or 3 jams that Martin Barre goes off. So you got to look for it. It's like Black Sabbath. The name of the band was Savoy Brown. So his name was like Matt something. Heaven and Hell. Put Heaven and Hell early recordings. You guys are going to die.
That's crazy.
So this was the question about why he's looking for this. I'm sitting there going, what if all this shit went down? When, look at that. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell live in 1980. No. This is Black Sabbath put with Savoy Brown. Black Sabbath is... I saw it on there and I couldn't believe it. They had early recordings of, they did a fucking, Savoy Brown was, I guess, a band.
Yeah, Savoy Brown, yeah.
There it is. Dave Walker interview, Black Sabbath. See, only number 4. He played with Sabbath.
Wow. Is that Photoshop these days? You know, we've seen the Dave Walker band. How's that going?
All right, so find Black Sabbath with Dave Walker.
Yeah.
Dave, nobody even knew about that.
I never knew that. And I watched that Sabbath 2-part documentary, you know?
They had him for 2 songs. Wow. It was so fucking painful to listen to. They said, forget about it. Dave Walker, I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen a photo of a Judas Priest with the original singer?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Not Rob
Which one do you think it is?
All right, put on Dave
There it
Walker.
is right there.
There it is. What did I tell you?
Black Sabbath Junior's Eyes. Listen, 77.
Told you they were going to do it with him. This is the end again.
Let's hear this.
Oh, shit!
Sounds like some 80s rock, right? You got the looks that kill!
Well, that's where they got it from, because this is 77.
I know, right?
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Is that Tony Iommi playing a wall?
Yeah.
Crazy. I don't mind it.
Told you. Bit wild, though.
I like it.
A lot of people don't know this shit.
It's heavy 70s, right? You know,
Okay,
it's kind of Cactus.
So we got nothing. And all of a sudden, I see this EP at fucking in the village after the big whatever it was, and it was the Blizzard of Oz. But he had tried to film the Blizzard years earlier, like in '75.
Somebody gave him a shirt.
Right, somebody gave him a shirt or something.
The
Blizzard of Oz. Something happened early on that he had thought about that. My question was, like, I seen you guys at the Palladium, and there was 2 shows that night. Think of this, if this all went down with the internet, then people would have known. People didn't know. Like I said, there was cream and fucking circus. That's it. You know, and in those days, you had to mail in for tickets. Yeah. I think I paid for your tickets at the Palladium. But the shows at the Garden before that, like Yes, and all the Who, all those shows that came to the Garden, you had to mail in a money order for 4 tickets. And then they would send you 4 tickets back in the mail. You knew that, right?
It's so sketchy, man.
No, that was how they worked.
No, but I'm saying, like, what if your tickets got lost, man?
No, it
Like,
worked perfectly, because you got 4 of your buddies. Yeah. You bought 4, I bought 4, and I bought 4. In those days, let's say the Yes came. They came for 5 nights. So if you got 4 tickets for Monday, you got 4 tickets for Wednesday, you got 4 for Thursday, we got to see Yes 4 nights. Yeah. So we went to see him Monday night, and then we go back Friday and go, wow, they were a complete different fucking band.
You go every night, you wouldn't like try to sell the tickets?
No.
Fuck no.
I go every night.
No, for $8, $10, we don't sell tickets.
I thought they were expensive.
No, there was no idiot standing in line. $8.50, $12.50,
Yeah.
$15.50 was like fucking orchestra seats. Yeah. Like $19.50 were at the Garden were like all red seats.
Like
you know.
that. I go straight to the floor.
Yeah, straight to the floor. I always went straight to the
That's
fucking
me, a
floor.
good shit, right? Van Halen, straight to the
Straight to the
floor.
fucking floor. It's just amazing how different it would have been for that band that was so revolutionary at that time, right there. Boom, they just came at the Blizzard of Oz struck perfect. That's why they blew up like they did at that time. But it was, if they would have had the internet, it would have been a fucking world arena tour because everybody was waiting for this. Yeah. People were waiting for fucking Oz to pull the trigger. I guess those last three sabotages, people just didn't really like it. I liked them.
I loved it.
I love Never Say Die and Technical Ecstasy.
People not technical ecstasy. You know?
If you put Technical Ecstasy on Twitter,
yeah,
people will hit you back. Rule number one is Black Sabbath. What's the thing from Fight Club?
Oh, don't talk about technical ecstasy.
You don't know how many times I've played Don't You Won't Change Me.
Yeah.
And people come back and say, rule number one is Black Sabbath. Don't talk about technical ecstasy. And I giggled in the morning going, Jesus fucking Christ.
You know what's funny is I saw Rudy. I was I was a sophomore in high school. Their first super big gig, Dan the Green. They play Oakland. So it's like Hart headlining. And this is 65,000 people at the Oakland A's Stadium. And I was only going to see, Ozzy.
Yeah, we went on like 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, if, you're talking about the internet and all that, not blowing up, I think that really helped us to keep our shit together. You just think about the gig. Don't think about what everybody else thinks about the band. Which is what would happen with the internet. You start getting messages, good or bad or whatever, and then that gets in the way. You spend too much time, online, social media. No, just think about the gig. Those 3 hours you're gonna spend on the internet, you're gonna have your guitar on.
Yeah, that's true.
That makes sense.
Also, and also your head doesn't get filled with shit like, oh my God, they heard me play there and they saw this mistake that I made in Milwaukee on the third song.
Right.
It's like, it's like we're doing anything like that. We used to go to the mall just about every day. Randy and I, we used to go to bookstores to see magazines if they. To see if an interview that Ozzy gave 3 months ago was finally printed. Because that's how long it took. When Ozzy, actually one of his first Circus magazine interviews, that was like 3 months before, when we were on the road, 3 months into the tour, that's when the actual, magazine came out. It was printed. Nowadays, it's like, it's overnight. Somebody does an interview or something, just
before the stage is packed up, it's already on.
Yeah, exactly. All of that, and you're so caught up in what he said this, he said that, or people are thinking about what we're doing. No, you just back in the day, 1981, we didn't know. We just kept moving. We did a show today, and tomorrow we got another show. We're gonna get up there and kick ass again. That's all we were concerned with.
Well, that gave me time to grow too, and organically to become this killer fucking band. Because if you were reading stuff, you might start second guessing things.
Yeah, you must have believing your own hype. Yeah. Hendrix has one of my favorite quotes. It's I don't like compliments. They get in the way of my playing.
I fucking hate it.
Hendrix.
I fucking hate it. No, I love Hendrix.
Compliments. Compliments. Oh yeah.
After a fucking show, they drive me crazy. All that shit drives me fucking crazy.
Because only you know how good you were. It's your expectation.
Yes,
we know.
Yeah.
When we walk up, and they go, "That was the greatest." And they're like, "No, that was pretty."
I call Lee all the time. Lee said, "I just do my hate shit." Really? I figured that out. Yeah, and I know Lee was there. Lee goes, "You can eat shit." In my mind, I ate shit. I stumbled through this. I stumbled through that. It's
Does it affect you when you make a mistake? Like anyone
could be one mistake that is so small that if you hear back the playback of that show, you cannot even hear it. That sticks in your mind for the rest of the evening. And every other note is correct. Just that one note that you maybe it might be like a little flub that it's within what you play like 10,000 notes in a show, and it's that one. Yeah, there you go. Oh shit,
It's like that with jokes when you do the joke just a hair wrong. You did the punchline first by accident or something. You're like, oh, I'm fucked here. I just ruined the joke.
And I'll tell them. I'll stop and tell them. Listen, I just fucked up that joke. And they'll get a laugh, and we laugh, and we all know we all make mistakes. That makes you human. That makes you learn. You know what I'm saying? Now you're even doing better because all right, I made a mistake.
Okay, you guys as comedians, what you do you sometimes stretch it out? Because we do that as musicians. We don't play exactly the same thing every night. Sometimes you go like, oh, let me try this other, pentatonic riff or whatever, maybe in a different position or something. You guys do variations like that?
Absolutely.
Oh, every night it's different.
Absolutely. I can't go on stage and do the exact fucking night after night. No way. I gotta switch it up. And if one night I get rid of a bit, so fucking be it. If some night somebody gets hit with a glass and I riff on it, it's funny for 20 minutes. Fuck it. They got their money's worth a different way. We still laughed about something. I like to be in the moment. I love for something to happen. I don't have to tell jokes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, like Bill Hicks would say, the act is last. You know what I mean?
What would be your equivalent of jamming? Because, in a band,
Crowd work.
Crowd
work's jamming. It's riffing. Crowd. This guy's killer at it.
I used to be really, really good at it.
Yeah.
But it didn't get you nowhere.
It doesn't
cause too much emotion. And comics that follow you, now you leave them open to talk to them.
Yeah.
So you have to be really careful with it. If you develop in New York for some reason, you do it a lot more to kill material. And I was doing it for a long time. And then I had to stop. Sometimes if I'm rocking and rolling and I got them already, then you fuck around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You just go.
Not every show though. You do it like maybe once every 10 shows I see.
Yeah, no, it's terrible because I don't want to. It was such a bad habit.
Yeah.
The worst thing you could do is anything. A musician is pick up a bad habit. When I was a basketball player, I used to take the rebound. I used to be a great rebounder. I'd get the rebound and put it on the floor. Why the fuck are you bouncing the fucking ball? It took years to break that habit. And I saw it how, as a comic, you get into a fucking habit, and boom, for a long time I had this habit of wanting silence. What comic wants silence? Because I was testing them. I would try to we just go through so many phases, and you try so many fucking different things. And you have to. The stage, you have to try different fucking things.
Yeah.
I'm more conscious of them now because people pay for it. You understand? I'm more conscious now. When I go to college, it used to be that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you went to the comedy store. I didn't even think about it. But on the road, because I wanted that organic joke. There's nothing like 40 people, which is 80% of eyes looking at you. Pressure. It's like I stated something when I watched the Ronda Rousey fight. You could tell that she was touching the face. Nobody hit it. That's equivalent to a comic doing material in front of a mirror. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you. You guys do great every time. It's like when you beat up a punching bag. Who loses?
Yeah.
Who loses to a punching bag?
Yeah.
You gotta get out there. You gotta get out there. I can't imagine how a band like everybody in the note every night. I'm sure that the tour starts a little fucked up. But after a year, Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ,
Yeah.
And then how do you, because when it's Joey or Dean, you can make a decision to change your joke, don't tell anybody. You guys, do you give a signal? Or how do you let them know during a show when there's 50,000 people cheering? How do you say, I'm going to go a little bit longer? Or you can't?
That's a really good question. I gotta tell you, if you're in a band, you're playing in front of 50,000 people, every show is gonna be the same every night. And I'll tell you why, because of production. And once the production got huge and automated, technology came in, and all the lighting directors, there's actually guys, the LDs, who actually come in and they not only program, but they create a stage show. Very rarely does the guy who actually creates the production goes on tour with a band. I know a few, but mostly there's guys who make a living at it. They get a phone call from band A, and he goes there and designs all the lighting work, everything. He'll program it, and it's the guy who goes on the road. His job is to push buttons and make. He might start the lighting sequence between songs. But usually it's all rigged, which means that you, as a musician, you have to know where to stand a spot on stage, every song, every section of the song, because otherwise you're going to be dark.
Yeah, bombs and fire too.
Yeah, yeah,
Fire, bombs,
absolutely,
smoke,
absolutely. So there's no room for jamming, because everything is. The bigger the band, the bigger the production, the more constraints you have as a musician to do everything exactly the same night. And a lot of bands have backing tracks. So that's even more restrictions there, because you got to start the song and end the song exactly on the same bar every night.
They played it on metronome, and these background vocals trigger right on the spot.
Yeah.
It's called radar. It runs perfectly with the song. So if you're off a little, the backgrounds will come on later.
Exactly.
You're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. So, things started changing back around the middle of the 80s when bands started getting automated production. Before that, like when I was working with Ozzy, even Blizzard of Oz, it was just a bunch of guys get up there and you start the song. Sometimes Ozzy would walk off the stage and disappear.
Yeah, and a couple of dudes with those spotlights. Remember, they'd climb up before the show. That's how you knew the show was starting. Remember, the guys would go up those scary ass rope ladders and be up there with their fucking spots, and that was the lighting.
So I saw you in April of '81, and then Randy died in May of '82.
March
of
1982.
And then the tour came back to my hometown with Brad.
Yeah.
Willis.
Which show was that?
Diary of a Madman. They played the Meadowlands.
Meadowlands, Brad.
And it was fucking a different stage.
Yeah.
Because I remember at the Palladium, there's not much you could fucking do. It was a picture of Ozzy, some dragons and whatever. But once you got to the Meadowlands that October, the fucking castle opened up and the castle and now that you can't stress. You watch VH1 every other Friday. They got the song and those. Oh yeah, and they edit it down and they cut it. And they put tracks in and the whole thing. But you could see they were just up there, but there was no production. There was 2 explosions during. No quarter. And there was the fucking wah-wah thing with the hand. Besides that, they would just look at each other and just fucking go. Right? Yeah. Bonham would just control the show.
Those guys would jam.
They just jammed, Yeah. That's not going to happen today where, you're going to come up. We're talking about curfews.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or union curfew. It's triple time. The green coat in the garden.
I remember going to the garden and seeing the New Barbarians, and they went on to fucking 12. Fuck the union, but that cost. You don't realize it. But then you go years later to see Don Henley at Fiddler's Green, and you got to be off by 9:45. Those white people will fucking call the cops on you, dog.
Yeah.
They pull the plug right in the middle of the fucking song.
Yeah.
Red Rocks is very nice. They got a fucking curfew too up there. Yeah. It's so weird how you figure somebody goes up and goes, listen, we're pulling a Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
We're doing every fucking song we ever wrote, okay? Backwards.
Yeah.
We're here till 2 in the morning. Call 6 right now.
They played every song they ever wrote one concert. Every song. It was like 8 records or something. They did it.
Every house of blues that I played at, there's a clock on the side of the stage.
Right, yeah. Everywhere. That's everywhere.
Yeah, and if you go over 1 minute, you start ducking like $1,000.
Triple time. It's amazing.
That's the house of blues.
Yeah. There's something really weird going on lately with music that I've been not reading about. I just heard things about what's going on with the Eagles. Something's fucked up. They're receiving an award, but I guess they told the poor long-haired guy he can't show up.
Yeah.
And the guy wrote Hotel California.
Something happened to Glenn Fry, though. He's getting surgery, and he said from years of partying or whatever, he had to go in and get a surgery, and they're going to get the award next time. They pushed it a year. So he went into surgery. Google that, Glenn Fry surgery recently. Something happened to him. But yeah, the other guy, Don Feldman's out.
Like he's fucking like he's like I don't know what I did,
But you watch that documentary, you see him fucking up throughout the thing. He wants to sing. I'm a singer. Like when they get to the long run record, and everybody.
Well, the thing was, they promised him they were going to sing.
Yeah,
they always promised him a song.
Yep.
And I guess they pulled him out of the studio for lunch, and they had what's his name,
Don Henley
sing.
And then they said, "Why would we have you sing when we have Don Henley?"
Yeah, he said that. but they also said that would come back to haunt them.
Yeah.
And then when they got back, when they got back or something they went out as, they weren't really a band anymore. It was something like employees.
Oh, yeah.
Like 4 of them were the band, and Don Felder became the employee.
That was when Hell Freezes Over tour,
And that's what
96.
I told him. He goes, this is the deal you do. I mean, they don't like him at all. You can see, and I figured he's like the guy that's still doing drugs. Like they showed up to rehearsal like, with the bottle, and they're like, we got short hair.
We
got our money suits on. You brought Budweiser?
I came in a Lamborghini.
Yeah, you know. He showed up in a fucking Z28 and a 12-pack, like, go back.
Z28.
Go back. And the Eagles are like, we'll get you $250 a ticket.
You find it?
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. Just due to all this partying, he needed to push it back a year.
Yeah, a whole year. So something's wrong with him. He said he was going in to get a surgery,
Well, they only award those things.
Yeah, once a year, the Kennedy honors.
Yeah, so that's what it was. They think that they feel that everybody should show. Randy Meisner, everybody should show, but the Eagles are like, nah.
I feel that too. I feel that anybody that was there to keep you going through the eras should be up there, even with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You can, I mean, when it came down to Kiss guys, you got Peter and Ace definitely should be there, and they should play together. Don't you think so?
I don't know. I think Kiss is really an anomaly.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like it's kind of like a team. And a team, by that I mean is uniforms.
Right.
There's a Kiss uniform, which is their costumes and the makeup. And it's even, there's a copyright to those things, right? And, well, look at Kiss without the makeup, business-wise.
Yeah.
Wasn't as big as Kiss with the makeup when they got back together again with the makeup. And I mean, we're talking different between. In fact, Kiss supported Whitesnake in 1990 without the makeup. They come back with the makeup, and they're headlining Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
So that's really an anomaly in the business.
I'm just talking about Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or awards where guys were on records and wrote songs and stuff.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. From that point, as far as musical contribution, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I would have to imagine that since the love is so big for those people you're talking about, that the hate would probably be just if you hated somebody, you're probably not going to want to.
But you know what? When you, as a band, get into a room and decide, listen, guys, we're going to be completely different from everybody else, rewrite some of the rules of rock and roll and the music industry, and we're going to put these outfits on. That's really going to separate you from everybody. And that, to me, that becomes a corporation. That's a business decision to do that. They say, listen, we can't really compete with Led Zeppelin or whoever because we might not be as good as they are. But what we can do is create this. And they created this mega, corporation, Kiss.
It's a show.
It's a show. It's what it is, And it's, to me, they're really good players. I think Gene is a really good bass player. I think he's really underrated. But business-wise, that was genius. That's where the genius of Kiss really lies, in creating Kiss. The whole Kiss is a Kiss work, Kiss empire.
Incredible, right? Even the manager, Bill O'Coin.
Genius.
That guy's just fucking,
The whole thing is totally genius.
Never done again. I mean, tried to, but never
Never.
I mean, you couldn't do it now because of TMZ and shit. You never saw those guys' faces for like 10 years.
That's right.
It was just bandanas.
I tell you, when I moved to LA in the mid-'70s, I got a job at a place called McNaturals, right across from Tower Records on Sunset. And on my first day, I'm learning the register, and I look up and there's Paul Stanley.
You knew it was him?
I look like Paul Stanley without the makeup. And I'm like, oh my God, like, oh my God. And so he orders the same thing at every time that he came in. It was a Wonder of the Orient, which was a Brussels sprout and salad with a scoop of tuna and a small carrot juice. You had that every single time.
Wow.
Your memory is incredible. I love it. Like when I had you on the podcast, you can drop dates and you know.
Whoa, how many times that post time come into your?
I know. I mean, you got a great memory, man. Because sometimes I start getting foggy with like years. That you know what I mean? It's like I saw Sabbath and Ozzy or whatever, but then I only know like maybe 1 or 2 years because of when Blizzard and Diary came out. After that, you're like, I don't know. It was in the 80s or 90s, you know what I mean?
You know, I was thinking about the other night when I was in New York last week. I was driving and Heaven and Hell came on. And I thought about how much I wanted to hate that fucking album. Like, as a true Ozzy fan, like when they split, I was going with Ozzy. Fuck Black Sabbath. I don't need this shit in my life. And Heaven and Hell came out the album. And then like Tabasco, the Tabasco family was still and then I listened to that. No, I'm not listening to this shit. There was no more when
I said that we made
such
a pretty
Theo bothered me.
that you would
First time I saw Theo
never
was in Philadelphia perspective.
so you gave away the things you love.
Oh,
And one of
Same
them was
Shaker
me. I had some flavor clouds in my coffee.
was it Gamma?
Yo,
The band Gamma, Monsters of
day.
I saw him again open up Crazy DC.
You're so bad, so bad. I'll take you to the song is about.
They couldn't spit long range. So they would spit on their fingers and flick it. And you would see Sammy Hagar singing and the spit flying over. And then Dio came out and they opened up a real place and I was insulted. Yeah. Like, I'm like, what is he doing there? What the fuck is going on here? And they had 6 row tickets and my friend did purple. He thought it was acid. We fell asleep at the show. So for years, we ended up saying, oh, every time we were purple roots, they weren't fucking roots. They were acid, asshole. I was tired. He's like, General Gavin. Just I'm like, yo, we gotta go. We gotta go. This guy's out there fucking butchering on me. I was furious with that. Dressed in black.
We're told spring in your
That was it. This guy a shot.
and you stole my heart. You're a new jack in Nova Scotia. You see us holding clips on the phone. Where you're where you can be all good.
Well, we got lucky we broke up because we got 4 masterpiece records. We got the Blizzard, Diary, Mob Rules, and Heaven and Hell.
So see, Mob Rules out already.
Oh, no, that's fucking record. That's your list. Also, Dehumanizer. We did 5 fucking records. It's right after Mob Rules. He got that from there. They got Ian Gillian, and then he comes back and they do Dehumanizer. Yeah. Which, by the way, is it really good? Oh, yeah. And I'll tell you what.
I was what year was that?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, late 80s.
Okay, because I remember still. It's good eyes or whatever the fuck.
Oh, well, that's a song.
That's a song. That was 83.
Yeah, you got Holy
Yeah,
Diary.
whatever was in 83. I was Last in Line, all that shit.
You listen to it for the first time. What's a good song from the beginning?
Play Dehumanizer, the actual song. It's unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah, check it out.
When you were 89, I was doing something different.
Yeah. Also, I talk about this record over and over and over and over. Born Again, which everyone hated, and I saw the tour. It was Ian Gillan in Sabbath. Hands down, one of my favorite records ever made. And I saw the tour. It was empty at the Cow Palace. It was really weird and a weird vibe, but I loved it, man.
Yeah, we were on the bill. We were sold out.
Unbelievable. Yeah, right. How great was that record? Here we go. Here's the Dehumanizer. Show them what the cover looks like.
This is savage.
Oh yeah.
Listen.
Let's go high. Yeah. You can play that with Ronnie. Yeah.
Yeah, this is too much. I'll be smoking some vodka tonight. Listen to this
How
shit.
great is that? Yeah, we used to do that song with Ronnie on tour. So
It's a
I
crowd.
wouldn't even dare even try, to sing, It's so funny. We would be, touring with Dio, and we used to do a lot of Scandinavian, country, Finland, and so on, And Finland, they're very, in Norway, are very well known for like black metal, the bands that go on and burn churches down, and like, if they have a chick singer, she sings like,
Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster chick singer, and so they would always, come in and pay respect, to Ronnie, after their show, they would come in and into a dressing room and say, "Oh, Ronnie, you're the reason why I sing."
Oh, that's
And
hilarious.
Ronnie would like, "Well, shake your hand, be polite," and then they would leave and go, "Do I sound like that?"
I tell you what, Mob Rules has Dio's best song ever. Sign of the Southern Cross. It's his best song ever. And if you don't know it,
No, I remember the album.
the actual song, Sign of the Southern Cross, is the most epic Dio song ever. Check it out.
Falling Off the Edge of the World. That's another one.
Oh, yeah.
So they have to see, oh my,
These ones where they're really kind of ballady and you can get into it.
when Ronnie joined Heaven and Hell, the band Heaven and Hell, which is Black Sabbath by another name, we stopped playing Black Sabbath songs, so we actually went deeper into the Dio catalog and Rainbow catalog. Well, that's another incredible Ronnie James Dio era.
Terror Woman.
Oh my God! We opened up with that, yeah.
He only did 2 albums with Rainbow.
Three.
Three.
Stargazer. That would be the first one.
That's the first one.
The original, well, actually, with Elf. The Elf band without the original guitar player. Yeah. And then Rainbow Rising, and Long Live Rock and Roll.
That's it, Long Live Rock and Roll. It's a huge one.
Yeah.
Huge one. But Terror Woman. I remember one day I was going down the road in my car with satellite radio, and I go, "What Dio song is this?" I've had all the Dio. And I was like, "Oh shit, Rainbow." And it's only like $4.99 on iTunes right now, that record. It's got Terror Woman, and it's like 6 songs, and it's an incredible Rainbow record.
Yeah. And the genius of Richard Blackmore. What an underrated guitar player. Because everybody talks about Jeff Beck and Eric Clapton and Jimmy Page. Check out Richie Blackmore.
Were you friends with
With
Richie?
No, I never met him.
What did you hear about him personally?
From Ronnie, they had the greatest sense of humor ever. Wow. Yeah. He said he was the funniest guy ever to be around. Yeah.
Why didn't he ever keep a singer?
Yeah, that's great.
That's right. I never had Tony Bennett. Why the fuck didn't he ever keep a singer? I always heard little rumblings of him. Is he alive still?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's coming out this summer. He got a new singer, and they're doing Rainbow. Here you go. Oh, Tony Bennett.
I wanna be
I was on his side of the Southern Cross.
No, I just, I let go of music. Like once I went out to the world, it was over for me. I had to dive in. I had no more time to sit there. The shit I was doing, I had to dive in.
I hear you. Down the streets.
I had lost that whole music thing in my life. I was lost. I didn't get back into music till Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. That woke me up out of my music coma. And I still didn't go see him enough. It was just something I listened to. I bought that and stuff. I was lost.
Good record to bring you back. Yeah. Man, I talked to, what's amazing about Rudy is what people don't know is, and I had him on the podcast, is they were the first band, Quiet Riot. They opened the door for Motley Crue and everything after it.
Well, they say that one of the best documentaries.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Even one of my friends said it is phenomenal. It is just, it really breaks down. I guess they had the #1 single of all time, or the heaviest metal album.
First band, man.
The first metal, what was because metal today is very different from what was considered metal 30 years ago. You know, it has evolved. So we were considered metal, and we were the first debut record to reach #1. See, I always thought that Led Zeppelin and everybody else had done that.
Thriller. They knocked Thriller on the charts.
Yeah, we had to knock Thriller off the #1 spot to get to #1. Yeah. We were selling 1 million a week.
Yeah. He said they were, remember those masks?
Yeah.
They were selling 1 million of those masks on tour. The Kevin DeBro mask.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
$1 million. This is
Well,
83.
okay, check this out. Back in the day, the average was about $750 a head merchandise. You know, so you have 10,000 people in the arena. The average out to 75 grand a night in merchandise without credit cards. We're talking cash.
And would the band get that?
Well, it was our money, and then we would pay whatever to the merchandising company. They would take a percentage. And this is before the time when now you have like Live Nation. They own a lot of the venues, and they take about 30 to 40% of their merchandising money.
Back then they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't.
You just set up your shirts and walk with your cash.
They take 40% of your shirts?
Oh yeah. Now, merchandising.
Oh, you guys should just give them a card to your website, though. That's too much to give up.
Well, here's the thing. Now, also, record deals are done on 360 deals because there's no record sales. So when you sign a record deal now, you give the label part of your merch, your touring, and your record sales.
Yeah. Or if you, like for example, Live Nation and all these other companies that have a deal where they actually buy your record. You make a record, and then they buy your record. They give you a set amount of money for your tour and the merchandise. So they own everything. You just have to show up and do your gig.
An all-in deal. A lot of times you'll tell the guy, "Hey, put me on the list," like a huge band, like say Madonna, and they go, "Yeah, I got to pay for your ticket."
Exactly.
Because they've been paid one lump sum for the tour.
Yeah. Well, the Stones were one of the first ones to do that.
Exactly. That's how I know about it so much.
Yeah, you used to have auctions, and whoever the promoter won the auction, he owned every seat. So if you were Keith Richards and you wanted your uncle to come to the show, you had to buy that ticket.
Because you were paid a lump sum up front. Yeah. It's pretty wild. Like people would be like, "What do you mean got no guest list?" You go, "Yeah, you really want that guy to come if he's in your seat." You know what I mean?
Huh. It's crazy how the music industry has just changed completely. It still fucks you guys. It's still out to fuck you guys.
Well, it always has.
It's never been music. It's never been a fucking paradise like that. Right?
Yeah.
You hear the stories and you go, "What? What are you talking about?"
These guys sold more records than anybody. What was the label? Quiet Riot, the first one?
The Pasha?
Yeah.
And I still, in order for me to get my money, I have to call my lawyer, which costs me money to get my money. So yeah, they give me my money eventually at some point, but I got to pay my lawyer for that. Yeah, a lot of money.
For like years, he didn't get paid. He had to battle to get it.
Oh God, yeah. For about 7 years, we were, we had to go to court.
Okay, so it's 1983. Yeah. Quiet Riot gets the sound ready. You break it down. Break it down from A to fucking Z.
Break down what?
You don't have to tell me figures.
Which process?
Just break down how it happens. You guys have your 8 songs. Who was the album? Who was the label?
It was Pasha Records.
Who else did they have?
We had Billy
Squire?
No, Billy
Ocean?
No, something Children of the Sun. Billy. Yes, Children of the Sun.
Yeah, I know that too. Yeah.
All right, so they had Pasha. Who was the distributor?
Interesting, because Pasha, as a production company, had distribution through different labels. One of them was Capitol.
Okay.
Ours happened to be with CBS at the time.
So now, you get the album. You sit down. We're gonna do the album. How much do you get paid for the album? There's 5 guys per day. 4.
Randy Rhodes.
No, Randy was.
Oh yeah, I mean, but original. Oh yeah, Carlos Cavaza.
Frankie, Carlos, Kevin, and me.
Yeah, there's 4 guys. They pay you to tape the album.
No, it was all done in demo time. Demo is Pasha owned the studio, and let's say you cancel a session. The engineer will call, one of the guys and say, "Hey, listen, we got time open for you guys to come in." Because we didn't have a deal yet; it was all done on spec.
Spec time, it's
Spec
called.
time, yeah. So, which after you get signed, that's when you pay for the studio time.
It's in good faith. They're thinking you're going to get a deal. You get a little heat, and they go, "Look, this band has heat. We want to use your studio in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. We'll pay if they get a deal."
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Speculation.
Yeah. Okay. Speculation.
Okay.
Now you and the boys got a call and you went in. How long was the lady out?
Well, you know what? While the guys were laying down basic tracks, I was still in Aussie. So the first time that I walked in the studio to record on the album was to do one song called Thunderbird that I used to play with Kevin in his band Do Grow. And then when Randy passed away, he asked me to come in to do that as a tribute to Randy on the record. And so that was the first song I recorded. Then we had Extra Time. And the guy said, "Listen, do you remember Slick Black Cadillac, Let's Get Crazy?" Songs that Slick Black I used to play with Randy in Quiet Riot. And then we did that in the Grow. And then Let's Get Crazy and the other songs was already from the Grow. So by the time I left, I laid down like 4 or 5 songs from the album. But I was still Ozzy's bass player, And again, getting back to the thing about playing from pain, it was very painful for me after Randy died, to keep playing with Ozzy. So here I am with the guys from Quiet Riot, Kevin and Frankie and Carlos, and I said, "God, this feels good. I feel like, this is like a joy. I was enjoying my playing again, which is what I wanted in my life, So here I am. I leave one of the biggest bands in the world, Ozzy, for like total unknown, Quiet Riot. That's how much pain I had.
Which, by the way, what he's not saying is no one wanted Quiet Riot.
Well, yeah.
For years, so it's a gamble.
Well, not only Quiet Riot, but the whole music scene.
Yeah, the heavy metal.
Yeah, 1982, LA, it was all, new wave and punk. That was it. If you were not in the new wave or punk band, record companies didn't want to know anything about you. When you said that Quiet Riot opened the door, what happened was Quiet Riot created created some sort of within the industry or opened the eyes of the executives that there is a market for rock bands. And so, just like it happened with Nirvana in Seattle, they record companies locally in Los Angeles say, "Hey, these guys came from the Strip. Who else is on the Strip?" Oh, you have Motley Crue who's been around. You got Raven, you got Dokken and Great White and so on. They're okay, well, these guys are ready to go. Let's sign them up too and promote them and make MTV videos and so on. So basically, that's what happened. It's not like we invented anything. We were there, but so were the other guys ready to go. So that opened the door as far as like creating an awareness that that type of music that we were all doing, there was a market for. And something that I got a glimpse of it because it was already happening in England and Europe. With bands like Saxon. Ozzy opened up for Saxon in 1981. That was part of our Diary of an Madman tour. In October of 1981, October, November. We had Motorhead, we had Def Leppard, so I was aware of Maiden. Maiden was another good band, all those guys that later became MTV staples. That's another thing, MTV was responsible for creating all of that.
Lightning in a bottle, right place at the right time.
All right, so now you put this album down. They do the cover with the fucking mask and just come on, feel the noise.
Yep.
Well, that was the second single, second video. First one was Metal Health. Yeah.
Bang your
When did you
head.
see $1? When was your first dollar come this time.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the guys were getting gas money during the making of the record. There was no advances, no nothing. It was a production deal. It was like you record your record, and we're gonna try to put this out with a major label as a distributor, marketing, promotion, all of that. So there was no advances, nothing, which meant that we recouped immediately. I think the cost of the album was like 32 grand. Yeah.
The tape.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, including electricity and tape and everything. Yeah, 32, which means that we recouped really fast. But also, you have to take into consideration when you sign a production deal, it's the difference between a cake and a muffin. The cake being the big pot where everything comes out of, and then a production deal is a percentage of the production deal, not a percentage of the deal, because you have the major label being the big pot, the big piece, the big slice. So our slice was smaller because it was predicated from the production deal.
Side man. It's like a middleman deal.
A middleman deal.
So now, part of the contract is they give you money and then album sale money, correct? For the band,
Yeah.
Or just the writers of the song.
Oh no. Yeah, record sales. Yeah.
For life, you guys.
Well, we still do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I met people in Boulder who were radio cops.
Yeah.
There's two guys in Boulder. That's what they did for a living. They made sure you guys got your money.
Like ASCAP guys.
Well, ASCAP and BMI,
Yeah.
And now it's done. It's different. Everything, old songs are coded, and yeah. It's a different world. I mean, now I make money from airplay, and we didn't before. Musicians never used to make money from airplay. Now, anything being what they call non-terrestrial broadcast, we'll make money from airplay. Yeah, it could be computer, XM, Sirius XM, whatever, satellite. Yeah.
I met somebody in Hollywood 15 years ago. Nice kid. One day I asked him, don't you work? And he goes, yeah, I'm not cool with the band. They used to jump up and down. Not the fucking guys from Orange County. I saw in the end. It doesn't matter. Not those guys.
Oh,
But before
Lincoln Park.
before them, there was the guy in the guitar
Three Doors
player,
Down.
and he was big, and they jumped around, and they were gonna make a comeback, and they were huge. I don't know.
Sugar Ray?
Like the Sugar Ray.
Right.
He was a good-looking guy. He was kind of bald. He was in a band. He was dating strippers. He was.
Oh, the guys.
And now
Crazy Town?
No, and now they do something else.
Lincoln Park.
No, it's not Lincoln Park. It was,
Do you remember?
yeah, no, that was
before
Lincoln
that,
Park.
they said.
It was around that area. Anyway, to make a long story short, they wanted to. They were big, and he's producing them. They kept threatening to come back with a new guitarist for a long time.
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, what's the guy's name?
Bless our king.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
Bless
Monkey. They have Monkey.
No, that's Korn. Wes Borland.
No,
Fred
what
Durst.
was his name? Fred Durst.
Yeah.
What was the guy with the mask?
Wes Borland.
Yeah.
So this
He
guy,
left for a
this
while.
kid was in a band that was opening on the road. They had a song on the radio. He told me, "Let me put my songs on the radio." This kid was broke.
Right.
And I go, "How do you make money?" He goes, "We're going on the road to pay the advance to do the song." I go, "What are you talking about?" I didn't know how. I mean, this kid was living off of me, and I had no money. Like if I went and got a burrito, I'd buy him a burrito or something like that, like a breakfast fucking bacon.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "How the fuck are you on tour?" And he was telling me, breaking it down. And he lived around the corner with his girlfriend. His girlfriend, I guess, maintained. But this kid was fucking opening up for Limp Bizkit on the road, tour. Like he was home for 2 weeks. Bro. Wow. And he was telling me how this is 2000. This is when they, Napster and all this shit, 98, whatever, all this shit. How is there no money and you're on tour? Don't they give you nothing? So you're just on tour paying back the record label? The videos or something like that?
No, that's separate. I mean, the way that it used to be back in the day, the label did not touch anything of your live performance. That was back then. Yeah.
Now it's a 360 deal.
Yeah. Now it's completely different. But back then, there was a separation between label and touring. They were not tied in. Yeah.
So your money was yours from touring.
Yeah, from touring. But then again, that's. But they would give you tour support.
Which meant,
and it went into the promotion of the album cost.
but you paid for everything: buses, sound man, lights.
And it was no recoupable, of course. Pure support.
Like you look at this guy like Ozzy, who did 9 albums, and came out of there with nothing.
Well,
right. There's 2 different sides.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is what happened. Ozzy was signed through management as manager. Don Arden, Jet Management, and Jet Records. He was signed to the label again, another production deal. They were on Epic through Jet Records. So if you look at an Ozzy record, it's a Jet Records label, right? And so again, it was one of those situations. And Sharon was part of the management team.
And her dad was
But I got to tell you, they invested. Jet Records invested money in Ozzy. They believed in him. That's all. That first tour, Blizzard of Oz, that was financed, advanced by Jet Records, who was also the manager, Ozzy's manager. Yeah. So they really believed in him. Yeah, it was a huge risk.
A couple of weeks ago, we had somebody on here, and we were talking about the abuse that the Beatles did to this country. Like, these kids are too fucking young. Because if you were around in 66, 67, the Beatles were claiming that Paul was dead. He's walking around barefoot, and Sgt. Pepper's, and all this shit's going on. Beatle fans had it the hardest. Beatle fans are like Catholics. They took a fucking beating. Then when they broke up, they kept threatening they were going to come back. Anytime anybody got popular, I went to see this band, ZZ Top. They're fucking great. Some jerk off in the room will go, yeah. Wait till the Beatles come back. They ain't better. And you lose the argument. You know what I'm saying? But then John Lennon got shot, and a little piece of you thank God he got shot. Because now the Beatles ain't getting back together. I win my argument. You know what I'm saying? Led Zeppelin is fucking better than the Beatles, But it's so weird how, all that shit went down with the Beatles and all that time. That music is so important to bring the country back. Like in the 70s, I was watching that CNN show in the 70s.
They told me that.
And they had 1973, it was $2 billion in music ticket sales. That's how they toured. 73. Who wasn't touring?
Not only that, tickets were like $10 or $5. That's a lot of touring to come out with that much money.
That fucking dollars.
That's right.
But if you look and you go, because you know me, I'm a fucking nutcase. I'm in a hotel in some shit town.
Jump down the rabbit hole.
As soon as I saw that, I went online. You gotta see. It's like, who wasn't on tour in 1973? Who wasn't? Yeah.
Stones, Zeppelin,
Deep Purple,
Alice Cooper,
Black Sabbath, Elton John,
David Bowie,
Elton John was killing them. 73, he was just starting to fucking get rocked up.
Rod Stewart, and
Well, that's great.
Faces.
If you think about it, each ticket averaged out to $10. That's 200 million seats.
Yeah.
That they sold.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Easy. You watch that special? They're doing the 80s, comes out in April.
I couldn't find it, man. I searched
who
YouTube.
steals the show.
Hard, incredible.
They show them, Orencita. The chubby one was fucking skinny. And that blonde came out and started doing the bolero type thing. Like the light was just on her. And all of a sudden she just and that fucking Fleetwood Mac. It was just a different fucking time, So it said there was so much fucking money. Where'd this fucking money go?
Eagles.
And you hear all these stories. You hear CCR, another guy that didn't get fucking a dime. He didn't sign something or something, not a dime. And yeah, that's the other thing. That's how you wrote that good music. You sit here and you say to yourself, you know what, I could come for 20 years. I didn't get nothing good out of it. Something had to come good because all those motherfuckers wrote all those songs. And they were fucking writing all those movies. The Exorcist, they didn't write that on mocha lattes from Starbucks. I'll tell you that.
It just was something up,
Yeah.
that just happened, lately. It's I grew up with 60s music, and every single band that mattered to me had a political statement. Politics and rock and roll have never been divided. They've been united. As a matter of fact, I think that the best music came out of the 60s just because of that. People have something to say, something to stand for. Nowadays, I go online and I don't even make a commentary. I just post something that somebody else posted. I get flamed. People telling me, "Oh, listen, no, we don't want to hear your political views because we just want to enjoy your music." Fuck you. First of all, it's my freedom of speech. My right to express myself. Second of all, this is the problem with music today. It's like most bands, most artists don't have a political point of view just because they're afraid of like I'm gonna offend somebody. The best music. You go back to the '60s, CCR. What is it? The
Fortunate Son.
Fortunate Son. What better political statement than that? Nowadays it's like, oh, you're gonna offend somebody if you write a song like that. Look at the Doors. Apocalypse Now soundtrack. It's a freaking Doors music. That's what they were in the jungle. That's what they were listening to. They were listening to the Doors, man. John Lennon doing a sit-in at a hotel room. Give peace a chance. All of this. Different political views, whatever. But people had something to say, and it was the musicians. Well, most of the time, Bob Dylan, another one, will actually give you something to hold on to, something to believe in, to stand by and say, yes, I agree with you. Thank you for putting it together into a song that I could actually, feel it, get it in my heart, in my soul.
It was very interesting on that special. They spoke about how Marvin Gaye went to Motown. He said, look,
That's another one.
He said, look, I like what you're doing, but I ain't doing that shit with 5 black guys dancing. You think I'm kidding? That's what he told him. Watch the fucking special. He goes, I ain't no cookie cutter. I'm not doing that. I want to write a song about what's going on. Yeah. And he wrote what's going on. Yeah. It was brilliant. And Stevie Wonder went in his office and said, I want to do what he's doing. Yeah. I ain't doing it. He put out 4 albums in a row that only match Pink Floyd's run. That Dark Side, Metal, War, Animals, like Stevie Wonder, because they had something to say. I mean, it ended with Songs in the Key of Life, which I was a little fucking kid. My mom, I left the bar, my head fucking blew up. You're right, they did have something to do. That's what changed the music. That's what made the change.
For the devil. Listen to those lyrics. Those are not social political statements. You're not reading it right.
Absolutely. And their whole battle against the taxes and going into exile and writing Exile on Main Street. Yeah. Like, fuck you ain't taking our money anymore, Back then, 50%, they blazed. Lived in a house and lived in exile. Keep all their money. Rad.
You brought a good point up last time you were on the show, and I'm doing it this year. I'm going to like 3 or 4 shows this year. I plan to go to 3 or 4 shows. My mind shut down. Black Sabbath being one of them. I don't care what the ticket price is.
Yeah, Hollywood Bowl?
Well, everybody's complaining the ticket prices are too high. They're doing the Bowl or the Forum?
They're doing both.
Okay, I think I'll do Hollywood Bowl. I'm going to see David Gilmour.
I'm going to that.
Okay.
At the Bowl.
At the Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay. There was somebody else I wanted to see this year because that's it. You're right. You're never going to get a chance to see this again. For years, I didn't want to go see somebody sing with a lip machine or whatever the fuck it is. But you know what? I don't give a fuck. I want to go. Everybody said that for years. We had a guy behind the curtain that sang for him and shit, like the Wizard of Oz or something like that. You know what? I'm going to fucking go.
It's inspiring.
Well, the only way to be creative is to get entertained. So sometimes you have to go get entertained. One thing about Rudy is you see all those old Kenneth things. Rudy was a fan of stand-up. Rudy likes stand-up.
That's how we met. He saw me at the Nokia, and he came backstage. He said, "Man, you were great."
Where was this at?
I was opening for Artie Lang.
Yeah, we were opening for Artie.
Yeah,
when they were rich.
And he came back, and I was like, "Oh, Rudy, sorry." So I was all over him like a fucking maniac kid, and he said, "You were great, man." And then he came to some other shows and stuff, and did the podcast, and we became great friends, But he was a comedy guy, and then I forgot about the Wild thing and all that, and I was like, "Oh my God, he was with Sam at the store, and Wild thing, and all that."
I gotta tell you, most musicians that I know, they think that they're fucking funny. They think they're comedians. Right? That's all we do. In the bus, we take our music serious, and then we get up and we're just like fucking around all the time.
And I think 40% of comedians musicians that didn't have the balls to go through it. Like I still have doubts about going and picking up the song because I know I'm scared. I know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but how much scary can it be then? Just stand there with the mic in your hand and
You
touch
understand?
up, man.
No. I'm scared of how it's gonna take over my life. I could see me at 56 doing a fucking Rudy Sarzo cover band. You follow me?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see myself doing it. I could see it. I could see myself playing, getting enthralled with it. I'm telling my wife, fuck you. I'm gonna go on the road every week and do comedy. Meanwhile, all I really want to do is get the whole comedy and play my fucking guitar instead of snorting coke. In the old days, it was snorting coke. Sure, I'm on the road. Christmas Eve, fuck yeah. Alaska, I'm there. Because all I wanted to do was snort coke. That's the only way I could do it. I'm getting away from my girlfriend. Yeah. So I could see me doing the same thing. I love the guitar that much.
You think you would travel with it?
Oh, fuck yeah. Listen, fuck these punk ass bitches who travel with skateboards. Listen, I travel every week, and every fucking week I sit there and look at some dumb fuck bring something on a plane. And I gotta ask myself, isn't that important to bring a skateboard, you dumb motherfucker? So it's time for me to bring my motherfucking ukulele. You think I'm kidding you? I'll get like a little ukulele with a little info with a pink nose.
Yeah.
In the old days, I'll fucking blast that fucking hotel room from 6 to 6. I know it. I have a perfect personality, and it's something I've always wanted to do. Once I got the head to do it, it's gonna scare me. I'm gonna get involved with it. And next thing you know, I'm gonna be calling dude how you start a band and asking stupid musician questions. And people are gonna say Joey actually thinks he's a fucking musician. Somebody better tell him he's fucking 60, fat, and he ain't gonna be able to jump up and down. You know, fuck you. I ain't. What is that? Fuck you.
I ain't doing what you tell me.
Fuck
you, I ain't
That's
doing
me
what
at
you
60.
tell me.
I'll be up there. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Let me give some shout outs. Everything all right?
Yeah.
Tasha Howe, I got the cancer bracelet. I'm going to put it on over the 12 days of Christmas. Bob and Becky and Olivia Lingus. I love you motherfuckers. Thank you for the Bruce Lee book. Thank you for the present for my daughter. Thank you for leaving presents.
Yeah, they gave me the Red Sox. Oh my God, those are amazing. Thank you.
John and Aaron Coker, you know how much I love you motherfuckers. I just met John for coffee, Robert Woolridge, Armando Salgado, my main man JT always got my back, Chris Cordwell, Dante Gazzini, and Podcast Close. I love you motherfuckers. What's up, Lisa? How you feeling today?
I don't know what you gave me, but it's strong.
I don't know what you gave me, but it's strong as fuck. You know what I gave you? I gave you the same shit they gave Aldo the other night. They closed that motherfucker.
That was just a good fight.
Those are great fights. Those are great fights, man.
Damian Maya blew my mind.
Oh, please.
I don't think he wanted to submit him. I was just
wanted
watching.
to fuck with him a little bit.
Oh my God.
So I was telling, did I tell on the podcast what I did the other night, my creepy, addictive personality?
Yeah.
I was telling you before the fight, I went with Jim Norton after the Rogan show in
Oh,
Vegas.
yeah, but yeah. Bet on the
Let's
fight.
go to the casino real quick. Let me go see what the lines are on the fights. And between you and me, I told Joe Rogan, I'm betting 1,000 on Aldo, 1,000 on Weidman, 1,000 on the Cuban Romero.
Oh, you were wrong.
Oh, I would have lost everything. Romero barely won. The Cuban barely fucking won. That little cheap motherfucker. You see him holding the fence?
No defense. I love it.
I walked over and I looked at everything. And again, like the rest of the things of my life, I became a pussy. I was like, I'm not betting on it. I'm like, well, fuck yeah. Why do you come to Vegas, Joe? You don't drink, you don't get your dick sucked. You don't play Wheel of Fortune. You do nothing. You come, you perform, and you eat something, and you leave. Go do something with your life. Go at least have some fun. So I went over and I put $100 on Aldo. When I'm standing on the board, I go, oh shit. There's a bet for under 3 rounds, and I put $50 on it, $60. Who the fuck I have in my pocket? $50. I went back to my room, and I'm like, wait a second. That's the bet of the year. I don't even fucking game. I can't lose. I can't lose. This fight's gonna end under 3 rounds. I called my wife. I woke her up out of a deep sleep, and I do me a favor. Put $100 on my books. She's like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? I go, I'm gonna bet. Fuck, I got a bet. She's like, Joey, what the fuck?
You did not call your lawyer.
Put 800 on my books.
Yes, I did. I had like 300 on there. I put 800 on my fucking books. And I got up at 5. When I called to get the wake-up call with the Mandarin Hotel, these motherfuckers said, do you want a pot of coffee? I said, yeah. I said, you know what? Bring the pot and leave in the valet box at 4:45. I said, you guys got breakfast too? Yeah, we do. Listen, why fuck around? Let's put the order in right now. Let me get 2 eggs, little fruit, some wheat toast, butter, some juice, and no fucking potatoes. Give me fruit, because I don't know. The only wheat toast, whatever. Bro, I got up before the alarm went off. I ate it. I was already packed. All I had to pack was my sleep packing machine. I went downstairs and I got a cab for the MGM Grand, and I bet the rest of the fucking $950. So I bet Aldo for 100. I never tell this shit. Even Lee, I didn't tell him what I bet. I bet $1,000 on the fight went under the third round. And I went home. And I knew it was gonna win. I was more, I sat there going, geez, I could have. And I had a great time. And I told my wife, she goes, what'd you do? How'd you end up making us? I gave her the ticket. I said, mail it in, bitch. Mail that fucking Merry Christmas, motherfucker. She just looked at me like, Joey, you fucked up. It's yours. I don't give a fuck. I don't want the money. I was just proving a fucking point. I never gambled, though. I go to Vegas, ask Lee for 3 days. I don't do nothing really sorry. Really sorry. The only thing I do is smoke e-cigarettes. Because you don't do nothing no more. How long can we stand there, Rudy? It used to be in the old days, we got at least put a Coca-Cola, a Diet Coke, put a cherry in it, or a lime, and lie to people. Tell them we got to run the Coke. Yeah, no, we don't even do that.
It was Pepsi and condensed milk.
Yeah. Pepsi, no, you really weren't. Condensed milk. Oh, yeah, we were talking about Cuban eating habits. And how Cubans could be 400 pounds if you let them. Because when you're a kid, you dip. Cubans get bread, and they put butter on it, and then they put it in the toaster this way, and they slam. But before you slam the bread down, you take the paintbrush filled with butter, and you put it on top of the bread. You watch this, Lee? So you take the bread, you cut it, Lee. Then you Italian bread, like Cuban Italian bread, you put the butter in the middle, you close it, and you put it on the thing. You put butter on the thing, butter on top of the bread, you slam it. Then you get
a press at your house?
If you don't have a press and you're Cuban, you're slipping. Okay? That's like a Jew without a yarmulke and a secret bank account. Every Jew has a secret bank account. What do you got in the bank? Look, let's go to the ATM machine. I'm telling you, I only got $90. Come on, show me the real fucking account here. Show me the real one. Under your grandmother's maiden name. You gotta have a press. Then your mother makes you a big bowl of coffee. It's not a cup like these fucking Americans. Let's go drink a cup of. Oh, give me a venti. What fucking venti? Cubans drink a bowl of coffee. That shit that'll kill a mule.
Top ramen.
And they put fucking whole milk in that motherfucker with a tub of sugar. Then they wait for the toast to come out. You take the toast out, Lee, and you cut it across the middle. So instead of 2 pieces, you have 4 pieces now. And you take that motherfucker, you dip it in the milk and coffee. That's Cuban. That's Cuban savagery. Oh. That's Cuban savagery. That's after the egg with the fucking egg on. That's after the steak with the egg on top of it over the white rice. And you slice the egg yolk, and the egg yolk covers the egg and the white rice. It's called Huevo Caballo. You understand me? If anybody's skinny here and they really want to get fat, contact me. I'll give you what's called the Cuban diet. And then before you go to sleep, Cubans do something for the late night. Like when I first came from Cuba, I was always under the impression, this is how stupid your Uncle Joe is, that chocolate was only to be eaten at night. Because the way I look at this is chocolate late. You know how late? So in my Cuban mind, late meant you ate chocolate at night. Chocolate. It's a chocolate, but chocolate light. You have to eat that at night. What the fuck? Cubans think, oh, we don't eat chocolate, but we got something better for you. Go get a can of a turba. The turba is made from what root? Mate. It's delicious. It's sweet. You take 3 inches of condensed milk. You put aluminum foil to cover it. That's the old Cuban way. That's before the lid. You just get aluminum foil and you pour that. This is what you do. You put the condensed milk in the glass and walk away. And it would just drip little by little. It's like when you fuck 18 times, that last nut, it just drips out of your nut and just falls on your foot. It was just like that, lady. And you take 3 fingers and you put the turba in there, you stir that motherfucker up. If you're real Cuban, get Cuban crackers and you put butter on it. And you eat the fucking Cuban crackers with the butter.
Or a medianoche, which is named after midnight. Midnight sandwich, because you had that at midnight, because if you went to sleep without food, you could starve to death in your sleep because you're not eating for 8 hours.
I should have been Cuban.
Now, the medianoche and the Cuban sandwich are different. What is the difference?
It's the pork and the pickle.
And the pickle.
The pickle. Yeah.
That's the medianoche, because the pickle might give you nightmares and dragons and Cuban people chasing you down the street.
Yeah. I mean, what's on it? You got ham and pork.
And pork.
Double hard.
That's right.
Yeah, if you really, really want to get fat, like if you're a skinny guy and you want to lift weights seriously and get 30 pounds, I got the recipe for you.
Yeah.
You know, I
How
got
about
the.
the steak one?
Which
Do you
one?
have that for breakfast?
Bro, when I was really dingy and skinny at one time, my mom would sit there. What's the emulsified cod before? Because I was raised on emulsified cod. My mother thought that emulsified cod was the cure all. You know what emulsified cod is?
Nope.
Emulsion de pork.
Bacalao.
Bacalao. Which
Oh,
is just
yeah.
another word for bacalao.
I know
It's
what that is.
bacalao milk.
I love that.
It's like a hot dog for fish. The fins, the eyeballs, the guts, the stomach. They blend that up with milk, and then you take it a teaspoon or more. Let me explain something to you. If every man over 50 takes a emulsified cod, there'll be more fucking people being born than ever before.
Just boner city.
Bro, emulsified cod when you're 6 gives you hard on. You can't even fucking rest and watch Popeye. You just sit there with your mouth open. Like you're doing 2 pounds of heroin and cough medicine.
Cuban Viagra.
Emulsified cod, my mom would sit there and fucking stare at me and go, you're not going to school. You have this. And I'll beat you, and you had to fucking take it and drink orange juice. It got to the point where my mom would just pour it into the orange juice like Dr. Stare and give it to me. But then after that, you got to eat a steak over. You know, you put a scoop of white rice. Get scoop. Mete un cucharón ahí, compadre. They give you a fucking spoon flat over a thing. And then they put a fucking steak, a thin alamilla. That means they butterfly it.
Yeah.
And you get like an 8-ounce steak, and then they put a fried egg over that. It's not fried in granola oil. Coconut oil, it's fried in fucking butter, Jack.
And lard.
And lard.
Manteca de puerco.
Manteca de puerco. It sits by the window. It's pig fat. It gets hard as fucking concrete. And they cut into it. They throw a chunk on the frying pan, and it fucking sizzles up again. And you take that egg when it sizzles on the steak, and that's when you cut the yolk, and you make the yolk go on the white rice. Has anybody ever eaten egg and white rice? Okay. I know, we have it. And in the back of your mind, it's fucking disgusting. I've eaten it, don't get me wrong.
Sounds amazing.
Would you fucking stop, Lee? But if you're skinny, if you lift weights, and you eat one of those every day, 2 yolks over a fucking steak and white rice, the possibilities are endless.
What's that one you like? It's like meat with a sausage in the middle?
Boliche. And you tie Cuban pot roast with chorizo in the middle. And you tie that fucking steak up around the chorizo. And the chorizo bleeds into the steak. And then you cut it and it falls over. Jesus Christ. You see the chorizo looking at you just there. And you take the white rice and you put it to the side. And you put some black beans and rice. You get a few fried bananas. You cut those up. That's a breakfast champion. It says positive for everything on that shit.
And don't forget Noche Buena having the whole pig on the table, the head and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't need any of that stuff, right?
No, so really, you don't know Rudy's done.
Man, I'm done with pork.
Listen, bro, man. There's Cubans that after 40, they substitute turkey meat because the meat becomes too much. The amount of food they eat, I miss my mother. It's been 30-some years. And if Rudy knows a Cuban mother, I miss my mother. But I got to tell you, it's a confession I never said before. I don't want to fall. My mother took her fucking pork so seriously. But they were snorting. In my house in the 23rd, you stayed up all night just marinating the pork. Your family would come over, and like the grandma and grandpa would go to sleep. The 40-year-olds would get them water and flour, and they pull up the tank and have coconuts in it. And they'd sit there all night, do a little bumps, drinking dewies on the rocks. My mother and her little crazy old girlfriend. And they have a pig, and they marinate that pig all night. Orange juice, and garlic, and you had to rub it around. It was like a ceremony. It's like a ceremony. It's a family thing. We're gonna get together, drink, but at the same time we're cooking. And you wake up at 8 in the house with smile. And you wake up at a Cuban house on the 24th of December. It's heaven. That fucking pork. I just took my wife back to Cuban food. My wife's from the fucking farm in Tennessee. She bit into the Latona's house. The first thing she said to me, she goes, I get it. She was thinking, hey, fucking, this is love.
Oh, it's the mojo.
Mojo is the whole thing.
Garlic, naranja agria, which is, I don't think you can get those oranges here, which is a sour orange. It's like a mandarin orange or something. And it's a whole different flavor. It's like in between a grapefruit and an orange, it's like sour. Naranja agria, and garlic and everything that goes into it. Mojo.
Yeah, they would stay up all night preparing it. And then at 8 in the morning, that's when they throw it in the oven. So they would do it all night.
Is it baked or roasted?
It's in the oven.
Ours was in a spit.
In a spit.
Oh, I got it. Like the broiler.
Yeah.
Like a broiler.
Yeah. December 24th, early in the morning, you hear the pig squealing. Because it's getting killed.
Yeah, bro, amazing.
But as a kid growing up like that, in my culture, that was like, we're going to eat pig tonight. And, which now to me is a horrific, thought. But, and then you just start pulling up pieces of the skin.
The ears.
The chicharrón.
You have no idea the chicharrón. And those ears are going, the potato chip, you have no fucking idea, Lee. Oh my God! And the skin comes next to the fucking.
Did you ever roast a pig in your house in Jersey?
All the time. My mother, listen. December in a Cuban house is 20 pounds. And it starts December 3rd. There's a Cuban holiday. Then Wednesday, Chango is Thursday night, and then San Lázaro is the 16th. That's another big one. And then the 24th, dog. Shit.
Bigger than Christmas.
It is Christmas. It's Cuban Christmas. Then they celebrate the 7th of January.
What is that?
That's when the wise kings show up with a grandma blow.
El día de los Reyes Magos.
Reyes Magos. They give you an envelope. You get cash on that day.
It's actually the 12th day of Christmas. That's what it is.
Pretty, you don't eat meat anymore, right?
I eat meat by my pork.
What kind of diet do you have? Because you look fantastic.
Vitamins, and work out, exercise.
Yeah. Is it light weights or do you just walk and jog?
No. I do some weights. I try not to injure myself now because of my age. And the one great thing about Medicare, it's the plan that I have now is what things we're talking about. It's called Silver Fit, which is like Medicare Plus. For like $20 a year, you just join like a regular gym instead of like paying, $500. Which in my case, because I spend so much time on the road, I would just like buy like a month here and a month there. But now I just pay $20 a year, and that's it. I go to like a 24 fitness place.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then
something to look forward to.
Yeah, the government pays the other half.
Well, you've already been paying the other half all these years. It's been coming out of your salary. Yeah.
Social Security.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
Really, God bless you.
God bless you too. Feliz Navidad.
It's hard to believe that I was watching you at the Palladium 30-something years ago, and here we are in North Hollywood.
It's so weird, right?
It's like a dream come true. You're the sweetest guy in the world. You are 65, looking beautiful, living your life. Who the fucking thought we would have still been talking about Ozzy at a table? He's still fucking alive.
I don't look any different than when I was 64.
No, you look beautiful.
You look great, man. I mean, I played with him last year, and this guy destroys on stage, man. Like, here's a funny thing. This is when I knew that I was never. Sometimes you wonder as a musician, like, I never got to that next level, And then when I jammed with him, Brian Tishy, and Tracy guys, when they kicked in, I was like, this is why. These guys are next level dudes,
It's just like you guys. You guys put a lot of time into your art. It just don't happen by accident. You got to take some time and develop your act and your material. Your relationship with the audience. And it's the same thing for us. Just put time into it.
The way you played the bass I could feel it over there, you know, just the attack and he was so into it.
Well, it's the same way when I saw your performance, you know, I got it. Yeah, and I became an instant fan. Yeah. Because, you know, you have that connection with the audience. Same thing, you have a very rock and roll connection, you know, with the audience. It's like a rock musician. You know, and Coco here, he's just freaking amazing. Every time I watch anything with you on YouTube, you're relentless and fearless.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's fearless.
I know. It's like you're on. It's unbelievable.
I've learned so much watching at the store.
Yeah, he's like an Ingrid Malmsteen level of comedy. It's shredding. It's a shredder.
Whenever I tell a Cuban story about horror films, I always think of you. I always think in the back of my mind, I think of everybody who's Cuban that I know. Because we grew up different ways, and everybody there's still one basis, like the faith part, you know. And I did this last artist which will be out this year. I talked about when I did Circle, you know, as a real kid. I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I'm a Catholic, right? I'm a Catholic. Just, I don't know, we come from a Catholic country. We live in a Catholic country. I was raised a Catholic. I still have my beliefs in different ways, but I had a godmother growing up who I loved dearly. You know, she was a Cuban, and I always talk about Cuban revolutionary Cubans. They're the toughest people you don't want to fuck with them at any level. Pre-revolutionary Cubans, they're the ones that built Miami. They're the ones that had to deal with those Jews the first time. They're smooth. They're fucking they're strong with it. Pre-revolutionary Cubans put ideas in your head. They dealt with shit. You know, everybody talks about Fidel, but Teespring don't walk in the fucking park either. But there's something about pre-revolutionary Cubans that she was everything to me. And she used to always tell me, "Go put a box away and put your trophies on it." And she made me put my lock of hair in there. And she made me put my brass shoes in there. She made me put newspaper clippings. And she'd go once a week, I'm like, you go sit with that fucking box. It was brilliant. And I go, why do you fucking make me sit with this box? Because no matter what happens in your life, I want you to remember that. Who the fuck you are and where you came from. And I would put shit there. When my mother died, she would make sure you take that box. You always look at that fucking box once a week. Because I want this experience. And she like knew my mother was gonna die. That's why she'd make me fucking get that box every day and look at the box. And I fucking put the box at my friend's house, and I ended up robbing him years later. He was a coach dealer, and I left the box. And when I left New York in '85, I walked up and she was, "Where's the box?" And I didn't want to tell her that. I said, "Mom, it's fine. My finger, money goes." That was his name. And I go, "The box is at his house." And she goes, "I'll fucking get it back." Whatever. I didn't tell her I rocked hard. And I lost my box. You know, through all those years, I lost that box. And pictures of my mother, pictures of my real father. It was just little things in there. My son, I had a bunch of shit in there. And I made a fucking interview for some religious company, and they put the video on. And, you know, I got my box back. Somebody called me from Miami in 2014. No. We have your box. My godmother's grandson has the box. What? I flew to Miami, I booked the gig, I got the fucking box. 34 years later, I got my fucking soul back.
Somebody had that box still?
And my life changed. And she brought the box from New York City, 148th Street, to Miami on a fucking bus. Because, and she kept saying, even when I die, I know that kid, he's going to come back here for the fucking box. She goes, leave that. The kid, all his life, grew up. He's a man now. He works at Miami International Airport. Yeah. She goes, since I was a kid, I go, Grandma, whose box is that? That's Coco's. One day he's coming back to that box. Even after I'm dead, I know that kid, he's going to come back to that box. Wow. Fucking 2015, I got the box next to my fucking bed. I told that story and I thought about it. Because we lose ourselves in our lives, man. I lost myself for a fucking long time. And you know what? Some people sell their soul. They never get it back. I sold my soul. I got it back. Yeah. A lot of people don't get their fucking soul back. And I know some people will listen to that story. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I know Rudy would think of that story as like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because it's a certain faith you grew up as Cuban. I've always had that faith. I've always had that belief. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I'm happy you came on. I'm sorry we only got you a couple potatoes. Fucking Portos, they got smarter. They did. You know. They're fucking communists.
When you say Papa Rellena, I figure
Yeah, the big ones and shit.
Yeah, these bowling balls. You know?
These motherfuckers, they don't do it like that no more. Listen, you know what frustration is? When you want to read about the topics that interest you most and you have to mentally search for the content on the internet. You know, for those of us who want premium content, don't have time to waste on finding it, there's a new company called Texture. The best way to read all your favorite magazines anytime, anywhere. Texture is the app that gives you an all-access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse hundreds of magazines and cherry-pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics. Do me a favor, sign up for Texture right now. In mere seconds, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads, plus exclusive content. With full access to the top magazines across the board of every interest. I mean, from Lulu to In Style to Hot Rod to Oprah to 17 to National Geographic, Rolling Stone, The New Yorker, U.S. Weekly, Us Weekly, whatever, I'm sorry, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. They got everything. Here's the best part. Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, get Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about that. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. Order this fantastic gift for you or loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Again, Texture app is the easiest way to remain culturally curious with the top stories and new and noteworthy sections updated throughout the day. Plus, you can share your subscription with the whole family. You can download articles and whole issues for online reading. Go to texture.com right now/Joe. What do you think about that?
I actually like it.
I like that. Texture's not bad.
I still love magazines.
You download the articles before you go on a plane. You can read the certain ones. And Rolling Stone, I mean, how many fucking magazines you really read? 3 or 4? Yeah. Rolling Stone, Us Weekly, whatever the fuck. I was always on it. My main people. You know, I think that you're on this stuff because you look beautiful. On it. The number one product is Alpha Brain. It's a complete earth-grown nootropic. Onnit is like it's hooked up to this. Onnit is a company that makes supplements for you. And what they do is they have Shroom Tag, Sport, and Immune. Like if I fly a lot, like I flew, I took Shroom Tag Immune. I didn't get sick. My wife got sick. Okay? Shroom Tag Sport gives you more endurance. It has quadricep mushrooms in it, and they just give you more oxygen.
Is it a multivitamin?
And not really. They have multivitamins, other things. They have tea oil. They have testosterone boosters. Anyway, go to honest.com right now/Joey and get 10% off your first order. Church. What is it?
Honest.com, use code word church.
Honest.com with the code word church and get 10% off your first order. Also, you can get on the Stay On It program and deliver it right to your house. Honest's got some great stuff. When I fly, I take the turnaround 160, which is this with a bunch of other stuff. 180. I'm sorry, that's the same 360.
Yeah.
And Hitty Cigs, the best in hit vapor cigarettes, okay? They're tremendous. 0, 8, 16, and 24 milligrams and a cigar. That's what they got. Usually they go for $20 a piece. Because you're friends with me, you get them for $10 a piece. They got a special 5 for $50 offer. Go to hitty6.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
Boom! And get 5 for $50, and that's it, all right?
Oh, I want to pump my punchline.
Hold on 1 second. Texture.com right now. So what is it?
/Joey.
Texture.com/Joey. On it. .com/Joey. What is it?
It's on it. Code word church.
All right. Hitty Cigs. Now, I need a big favor from you guys. I don't need no fucking favor. September 28, 29, my buddy's Dean Delray is going to be at the San Francisco Punchline or Tops.
Yeah, Punchline.
At the Punchline downtown. Listen, if you don't go to this show, shoot yourself right fucking now, okay? You know when we go to San Francisco how we do it. Please go over and see if tickets are available where?
At punchline.com.
/Joey, nothing?
No, it's
okay, fuck it. Punchline.com, Dean Delray. And when do you start your little thing again, my brother?
It starts at the beginning of the year with NAM show, and then it goes through. I'm doing a Axos and Anchors cruise. It's a rock and roll cruise.
And who's on that?
I'm doing some shows with Tracy, Gonzo or band, and then Randy Rose Remember and all of that. So a bunch of guys, Zach Wild and Ingve and just a Bumblefoot, a bunch of.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's on a boat.
And where's the cruise go to?
Key West and the Bahamas, the Caribbean.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, for 4 days.
So I'm sending Lee and the girlfriend with you.
Yeah,
Give me live reports. Look at
we should. Yeah, so
I'll definitely go.
total rock and roll cruise, and then after that, I'm off to Europe and Russia.
With Gonzo?
No, with something else.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
good to have you here. I love you.
Love you too. Love you, Felicidades,
We can do a little something with my man Dean Delray.
Oh, I love both you guys. Rudy has just been an unbelievable friend, and so have you. So it's just amazing. I would podcast with you every day.
And what about Lee? Lee?
Yeah, I love Lee. I love Lee. Lee just doesn't text me late at night like you. You know, he didn't check up on me.
Lee's got to start checking up on people. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank Rudy Sarzo, also my man Dean Delray and the Flying Jew for coming on. We'll be back tomorrow. But San Diego Thursday night, second show got added. So go do your fucking thing. See you Thursday. I love you guys. Stay black.
What Adam Sandler song did that open? What Adam Sandler movie did that open with?
I'm not sure what that Born on the Bible.
Maybe it was Waterboy.
That's a bad fucking jam. That's one of my all-time favorites. That makes me feel like a fucking American, that jam.
Really?
Yeah, that song fires me up in the morning.
Do you ever do, like, I know you must, but like something with that, I immediately thought of Waterboy. Like when you hear that, do you ever think of a movie it was in, or like when you hear songs, does that, where do you go?
A movie is a soundtrack. Music is a soundtrack of your life. The songs that really thwart you, or throw you for a loop, and make you catch your breath and go, wow, I was there that day, or this is what happened that made me like this song, or this is what made me relate to this song. That's always that. Like this, but this particular song was in one war movie I had seen.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what war movie. It could have been Apocalypse Now. I don't know. Maybe it was something else. I could be wrong. But I've always liked this song since I was a kid. Like the first time I heard, I'm not a big fan of CCR, but I like this fucking jam a lot. This jam just means something to me. I don't know why.
It's a great song.
Yeah, it just reminds me of being a kid. Hearing this in the Bronx, like hearing this
In the Bronx, really?
Yeah, my mom had the dry cleaner, and I would go to the Bronx, and I was allowed to play in front of it on Tremont Avenue. And I remember this playing. Like that's what this song reminds me of. If you ask me, that's what you asked me. And
Yeah.
It was another situation where it was in a movie. But this is what this song reminds me of, being in the Bronx. Like this song, War by Edwin Starr. Those type of songs take me back to. I barely spoke English. I spoke maybe 70% English. And this is how I learned my English, by listening to these songs. Then like Michael Jackson came with ABC and I Want You Back. And that album really helped me out a little bit. So that's what I still remember walking down Broadway. I can't remember with who. Could have been my mom, could have been my godfather. I still remember walking down Broadway with the money in my pocket that I had saved from working at the bars, like a 5-year-old, like whatever job they would make me do, going to buy ABC.
Really?
The album ABC. Like I still physically remember that. I still physically remember walking from 88th Street to like 100th Street with like some fucking ratty kids to buy James Brown hot pants. When it was just a 45 single, when they cost like $1 and 75 cents or some shit. Like that's what, I think about the 70s. Like that was that music for me, the early 70s. But music has always been a part of my life. My mom always fucking had music,
Or was it playing at the dry cleaner, or were people playing it on boom boxes and
boom boxes?
Really?
Like I still
just on the street in the Bronx.
I still remember that particular CCR song. Me, like just breathing and hearing that song and just liking the beat. Like somebody had it on playing in a car or something like that, and just me being, it was a hot day, and me being like in front of there playing like a rock or fucking whatever I played with in those days. And it wasn't a great day, but It wasn't a great neighborhood, but I remember the sun was shining that day. And on the corners, the reason why I really liked going to my mom's dry cleaner at that time was because on the corner there was an Italian ice pizza joint. Oh, the pizza's out on the racks and the Italian ice. And I would go in there and he'd give me a sherbet Italian ice with Sprite or 7-Up, and you shake it up really good, like you stir it.
Like lemon lime Italian ice?
Yeah, no, it was a sherbet. Oh, and they called them something like something up there. But that's why I went to the Bronx. And they give you a long spoon and you had to beat the ice cream around with the fucking soda. That's what I remember. And that was the only place ever at that dry cleaner where I really had an altercation where kids chasing to take my money.
No.
Yeah, like a block and a half one time. Because the dry cleaner was on like Tremont, and if you went to the corner, it became like a really popular street. Or maybe I have my streets confused. It was like Tremont and something else, and this, like when you walk down shoe stores and Woolworth. You remember what Woolworth was? Yeah. Woolworth was a national chain.
Oh, like a Macy's or something?
Yeah, but a lot smaller, and it was like the original. It was like a little higher than a dollar store. You went to Woolworths to get notebooks and maybe a pair of socks and an eraser. Everything was like a fucking $5 bill at Woolworths. And I remember going to Woolworths or something. It was around the corner. It was like a blind. It was a toy store. And I remember like having like shorts on, nice sneakers, a T-shirt, and like a gold chain. My mom would always give me like a gold chain. These 3 kids spotted me. But just the way they were looking at me, I fucking started running. And I looked back and they were chasing me, and I made it to the dry cleaner before they came in.
How old were you, do you think?
5.
And you could just tell like this.
Yeah, they were maybe 7. I could just tell the way they were looking at me.
And you were allowed to walk around that area.
I had a permission to walk to the corner. But I would go, hey, I'm going to go into the store, and then I would come out the side door. Like places on the corner have 2 doors. They have like one door going in and one going out. Yeah. So I would go out the side door, walk up the street, and walk back in that door, and walk out the side door.
So you were like the rule?
Yeah, what took you so long? I was in there. There was a big line. Gino was talking to whoever. I don't remember if that's the guy's name or what. But I remember those memories in the Bronx and the dry cleaners. I remember the guy upstairs. There was a black chef. The black chef doubled as the ironing guy. Okay, and his name was Mike. And I really liked Mike. I talked to Mike a lot. He had just come back from Vietnam. And Mike was the guy that took the clothes off like these pseudo hangers and then put them on a thing and he would press them.
Yeah.
That's what Mike did.
My grandfather was a dry cleaner for his entire life.
Yeah, that's what he did.
You never really talked about the dry cleaner. Like, how long did you have it for?
Maybe 2 years of my youth. It had come along. What happened was it was a partner's, it was somebody else's, and then when they became partners in the numbers operation, it was a co-pseudo office for my mother. It was her little pit stop in the Bronx. She'd go upstairs, check out the numbers. But that guy, Mike, we used to call him Black Mike. We used to call him Mike Black because there was 2 Mikes. Okay. So it was a NATO Mike, Mike NATO. Mike NATO and Mike Blanco. Mike Blanco had something on the corner, he did something, and Mike NATO was the dude who ironed the clothes. But at 3 o'clock, Mike El Negro, no, I'm lying to you guys. At about 11, Mike El Negro would go upstairs and cook for the bookies upstairs. So upstairs on top of the dry cleaner, it wasn't a small bookie office. It was a central office with all their bookies called in their action. So
like a main bookie?
It was like a main bookie. So my mom split the details with the dude named Nelson. Nelson was a good friend of my father's. So it was maybe on the 3rd floor. And Nelson would have a blackboard. And he would have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 9. And under that, they would yell numbers at him. 604, $10. And he would look for 604 and put $10 on it. And if you called back and said 604, $20, then that board had $30, $10 on it already. If you called $30 on it, it became 40. And they watched that number until money was too high on that number, then they call off half the number.
Oh, so they
wouldn't take a beating. So if somebody called you, if you got $8,000, if somebody put $8,000 on 604, and 604 come out, you're gonna take a beating that day. So at a certain amount of number, you cut that off and you call that to a different booking bank. and go, hey, I got action for you. Take $30 on 604.
Oh, okay. So
because you only want it up to a certain amount, so you don't get your ass busted.
So if let's say I called you your book, I want 604, but it's too much. You say,
let's say you call me,
right?
And every day you bet $10 on 604,
right?
But today $10 wins you 5,000. Okay, cash. At the end of the day, I'll come to the bar where you drink it.
So it's 500 to 1.
Right. Wow. Whatever it is, right? So it's $10 is 5,000. So you call me up and you say, Joey, I want to bet $25 on fucking whatever. That's 12.5. That'll bust my ass if I'm a small independent guy on the corner. So I'll call $20 of that to Lisa. Lisa, take this.
So do you say no to the person calling, or you just say yeah,
no,
and then
you say yeah, and then you move on. You don't want to tell that person. No, you take everybody's action. You don't want the word around that Lee called Joey Diaz and he wouldn't take his action because it was too high. I'll tell you. Let me make a call first. Let me get the right line. I'll tell you some line. Let me get the right line. Hold on. Let me get the fucking information from the track and see how the horses are running. Let me call you right back. With numbers, it doesn't really work like that. I got to take that number. It's like when somebody goes into a picket store, into a gas station, and says, hey, I want to play. Like yesterday, I went to Egypt, and then I went to get water at the gas station. There was a guy in front of me playing fucking tickets and getting 6 tickets with a lizard on it and 4 tickets. You got to take their action. The state has to take their action.
Okay.
But with the same with gambling. If you call me up, okay, right, and you go, Joey, what's your line? You're in Boston, okay? You call your bookie in Boston, and you go, Joey, what's your line? I'm Boston today. I'm New England. I'm sorry. And I go 11.5. Let me call you right back. My mother's got on the other line. You're gonna call your buddy Joey, who's your buddy, who got a buddy in Vegas, and you're gonna go, Joey, what's the line out there? 9.5. It's 2 more points because it's in Boston. You're local. They gotta raise the line. Everybody's gonna bet New England, right?
Right.
Everybody's gonna call against New England, so this guy's gonna take a beat. So then you call me, and let's say the guy wants to bet. You want to bet 50,000 on New England.
Okay.
I take your action, right?
Right.
I gotta get some. That's who's New England playing this week.
The Titans.
The Titans. So I gotta get somebody to bet 50,000 on the Titans, so it's even.
So you don't lose either way.
So I don't lose either way. I still just. I can just take the juice. I could just take the fucking vig, which is if you call me and bet 50,000 and you lose, you gotta bet me 55,000. Because it's 50,000 to bet. 5,500. It's a $500 commission.
Oh.
So that's how I make my money on the fucking action.
So wait, who pays you the 500?
You do when you lose.
You have to pay an extra 500?
Yeah. So you call me and you go, I want to bet 50,000 on the Jets.
Right.
And they lose, you gotta pay me 5,500. There's a 10-point big on that $5,000.
Jesus Christ.
But the guy that just bet me 50,000, he wins 50. So I get 5,000 for my action.
That's amazing. So you don't lose either way.
I don't lose either way. That's why I created Utopia. A Utopia is an equal balance on both sides. I don't lose a dime. I make 5,000 just exchanging a motherfucking phone call.
How do you find another person to balance your bet?
They're in Cleveland. They got a bigger bank. I've been doing business with them for 7 years. See, the money in this country, the people that tell you they went to Vegas and bet 20,000, they're fucking just regular Joes. The people who make a living gambling, they don't want the government to know what they're doing.
No.
So the biggest gambling cities are like Mississippi, Cleveland, Akron, all that Ohio, they gamble a lot. And they control a lot of banks. And yes, there's banks in New York and there's big banks in Florida. Gangsters who have banks and are willing to take a $250,000 fucking gamble. There's people you call up. There's people who are millionaires that want to gamble, but they don't want to on their tax returns. And yeah, you could, Lisa, come here for a second. Do me a favor, call Vegas and put $500,000 down. You win, you got to pay taxes on that.
So the 10% that you're paying as a VIG is worth it.
It's worth it.
Okay.
Nobody knows your business. We call your buddy, see if they take 50,000 on the fucking New England Patriots this week. And that's how you make money. So you try to create a fucking utopia. And Vegas does the same. Vegas is part of a casino next door. That's why they have a few casinos. That's why they just don't own one property.
Oh, okay.
You own a couple different properties so you can move that fucking gambling money around. It's a very interesting way how that gambling is if, like I've told you, if I couldn't do comedy and I didn't want to be legit right now in my situation with my daughter, I could become a small-time bookie and still pump out $1,000 a week and be safe.
Wow.
Maybe 1,500, maybe $2,000, build it up to maybe 20 grand a month. My heavier months are fucking basketball, college. You know, I got 7 months and I walk out. If I can make 150,000 a year in 7 months work, not to fucking carry a broom. I didn't do too bad for myself.
No. Did you ever experience, because you worked at those sports betting services, was anyone there a bookie undercover just to get the people calling you?
No.
That wouldn't work?
No. The guy, he hired his friends. The guy worked for hired friends and people that were, there was no booking. You couldn't call somebody and go, take this action and then call me back. There are services that'll say to you, we can provide somebody. You know, there's people who do that. I guarantee they do. In my world, I think that's entrapment.
Yeah, that seems
I could sell you information. I can't find you a fucking broker. But I don't know how it works, but I never did.
It just seems like the perfect, like they're already calling for betting information, then you could do it. Now they probably record it and you'd be fired. But back then you could probably be like, hey, I'll take the action for you.
No. You would have to give them a number to call and somebody else would take the action. But you'd still be connected to it. You still get a little piece of that fucking action. Do you know what I'm saying?
Like they would give you whatever you said, a portion of whatever you sent them.
Let's say they lose $7,000 fucking dollars. That bookie's gonna kick back $200 to me or something.
How big do you think is like? I'm gonna call it the underground, like the underground economy, like the black market economy. Like there's betting, there's drugs. Like how much money do you think is spent on that?
Yesterday there was a show on Las Vegas last night before I went to sleep on that Geo.
Okay.
And they were talking about how much money that goes through Las Vegas. They had 2 professional gamblers, 2 professional thieves, like people go into clubs and play card sharks.
Oh, okay.
They had some fucking black guy driving around with a shotgun looking to rob bookies and stuff like that, little bookies and stuff like that. And they said at one point, I don't know what the exact number was. Let's pretend there's $15.9 billion going through Vegas every year, whatever they reported last year. I don't know exactly what the numbers were. Don't quote me on that. I just saw a number they put up last night. I don't know. But there's a lot of people that you think when I don't know, you think when Michael Jordan was putting in all those bets, he was betting in Vegas?
No.
You know, if I was somebody, I wouldn't want my degenerate gambling skills to be fucking out there. But you take a guy, I tell you, who's a degenerate gambler, and he'll be betting $250,000. I know 2 people who are degenerate gamblers. I don't know them personally. I'm not saying this, but I know one guy for sure that was a degenerate gambler, and I heard the stories of the other guy. And one guy was the Sheen that has the AIDS.
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen, 15 years ago, was putting $250,000 across the board every weekend. $250,000. Now, in gambling terms, if somebody's listening to this and they're a bookie, I don't know how big this is, but as far as somebody, $250,000 minimum on Sunday and
That's
Saturday.
$1 million a month.
In college basketball. Not what he was losing,
but just betting.
What he was betting. Right. Okay. John Gotti, well known, degenerate. You know, $12 million a year, making, netting, and probably gambling $6 million that way.
What about? I don't know him at all, but Ben Affleck has been kicked out of like almost like a ton of casinos. Like that's what you're saying. You don't want it on display, and he's on TMZ getting kicked out of casinos for playing too much blackjack.
Is that true?
Yeah, he got kicked out. I think it was the Hard Rock last year. He wins too much money.
Well, he's not a degenerate gambler. If he wins, obviously he's doing something. Maybe he gets accused of counting or something, whatever. But my point being that you don't want people to know you have that habit,
right?
You know, or you don't want your, you can't back if I put a bet in tomorrow, $75,000 in Vegas, I don't know if they look at my tax returns. I'm not sure. Well, let's say I win and I win $75,000 in Vegas. I'm sure the IRS fucking guys will call me up and go, hey, so you make $100,000 a year, but you have the balls to bet $75,000 on a fucking football game?
I think over $500. I think you have to sign something.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. 600. Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, and I used to go to the track with Mr. Bender, I would be that kid. I would use their winnings to my Social Security card.
And it never came back on you?
Yeah, I was 13. How much could I make in a year? 6,000, 5,000. It never bit me in the ass again. Like 13, and the age is like 12 to 14. I must have made thousands just going out to the track, and when people would win, the government tax liens or whatever, I would fucking do that.
That's unbelievable. And it never, like now, it would come back on you. That's amazing. It just never came back on you.
Well, we don't live. I didn't grow up in an age of computers, so I put a 6-year break. I had to get my police record, and I was looking at it a couple weeks ago. I'm like, first of all, there was a lot of shit that's missing from there, but there was a lot of shit on there that I didn't do.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a possession of cocaine. I never got arrested for possession of cocaine. There was a lot of shit that was added and a lot of shit that was taken off.
Like another Jose Diaz?
Oh, yeah, but Jose Diaz, I told you, it's like John Smith.
Right, that's what they put another Jose Diaz thing on your report. So did you have to get it fixed?
I'm going to have to get it fixed. I'm going to have to call Cliffside Park and say that wasn't me. That wasn't me that got arrested for blood and got arrested for fucking blood for carrying possession, nothing like that.
Really? Your whole time you never got picked up with blood?
No.
How did you manage that?
I only had an army when it was time to get done.
But you never got arrested when it was time to get down? No.
No.
That's unbelievable.
No, it's really weird. We lost 3 cats. We lost 2 cats this year. We lost Harry and Sissy. And I was thinking about Harry, yeah. No. Fidel. And I was thinking about Fidel, yeah. But like when you have the shrimp, how Fidel would grace out towards you like a ballerina, like his chest was strong. He would always show you his whole chest. He didn't walk crooked. He just got a big head, so he would come at you and go, wow, and then put his hand up to you. Even if you were 6 feet away, he'd put his hand up to you, like, come here, motherfucker, give me a piece of shrimp. Then we had Sissy. Sissy was a great cat. But there was something about Sissy that I never talked about for a long time. Sissy didn't say boo to me for 6 years. When I tell you, she wouldn't get 10 feet close to me for 6 fucking years. And one time, I finally picked her up when Terry had her in the house, maybe 18 months. One day, she lost control of what she was doing, and she misplaced herself, like she didn't know where she was, and she bent over, and I bent over, and picked her up. Well, as I went to give her a kiss, she ripped my fucking arm off. She ripped it, not like scratched it, like maliciously. She was so scared that her claws and her back legs, she pushed off. And one of the claws got me like a 3-inch gash, and I bled, and I fainted, the whole fucking deal. I was never mad, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Well, guess what? Like a week after I stopped doing coke, she started warming up to me. And by the time I was like a year clean, she would sit on my lap. And then after that, the relationship just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. So yeah, I had Sissy for 14 years. But I really only had Sissy for 7 of those years. And I've always thought about that story, how Sissy had no contact with me while I was doing cocaine.
Do you think she could sense the cocaine, or do you think it was just your personality on
it? It was
cocaine?
my energy. At that time, my energy was just so fucking rotten at that time. I don't know what this had to do with what we were talking about.
No, but it is interesting.
About gambling or whatever, but people know. You could feel it. You could feel that desperation. Animals feel it. Kids feel it. Sometimes people feel things for different fucking reasons, and you don't know why. Maybe it's the universe warning you or something. But it's just really weird. When I was doing all that blow, that cat would have no contact with me. That cat would not stay in a room if I was in that fucking room. If I walked into the bedroom and she was in the bed, she'd jump out the bed. I couldn't figure it out.
Was she cool with your wife?
Tremendously. People come over. She'd sit on their laps.
Oh, wow. And when did you figure it out? You figured it out after you had...
I figured it out after like 2 years, after I wasn't doing blow. That she was my fucking Goomba now. But when I had that shit running through my system, she wouldn't come close.
That's crazy. Cats are weird, man. I told you I had a lot of fun looking after your cats. And I've always been a dog person. because I was allergic to cats, and then all the cats that I interacted with were like the hiding cats, the cats that you never see when you're at their house. But I don't know what it is about your cats that just. I'm not gonna say they're like dogs, but
I
they
gave them love.
Yeah.
I gave them a lot of love. I saw where they came from. I don't know either. I don't know either. I sit there some nights and I look down and there's three of them looking at me and I try to give them more love. I get on my hands and knees and I'll go get a brush and I'll brush them. And I have no problem with them. We have to give one of them Prozac. Superbad is just an attack thing.
Really?
He just keeps fighting with Harry all night. You hear it back and forth, the noises. And this was never like this until Fidel died because they created a power vacuum. So now somebody's got to be the fucking unadulterated leader. Superbad, Dimmy's cool, but Superbad beats up on Dimmy. Superbad's main war is with Harry, and they go back and forth. Some weeks Harry runs away from Superbad. Some weeks Superbad runs away from Harry. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I gave them a lot of love. I gave them respect. I didn't give a fuck what people said. They're my animals. I made a commitment to them. So now you got to put your soul into this shit. You know, and it's funny how I never did that when I was younger. Last night, we had the opportunity to go to Gabriel Lace's Christmas party. Okay, now Gabriel Lace's has been doing a Christmas party for about 10 years now.
That's amazing. I couldn't believe that when you told me that.
But he would always have it December 20th, December 21st. I was always on my way to Houston, Texas. So for years, I'd go to Houston. Then I'd come back and he would have them. Once he had them for 3 years at the Hot Hot. And then he started doing like the Taste of Texas. And he started doing general invite. Anybody who wanted to come to these fucking things.
Did he pay for everybody?
And he paid for everybody. Put the food out, poker tournament, raffle off a TV, catered. I mean, you should have seen this shit. Mexican food at its best. The Taste of Texas. Just, excuse me, off of West Covina. Just a great fucking place. And I ended up driving down there one year, but it was 40 minutes each way. And you couldn't really drink, you couldn't really do nothing, you just got to drive back. So I never really went back there. And then a couple of years ago, did you go to one with me?
No, there's no first time.
Okay, a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I went to one. It was at a different place. And I really had a good time, and I really liked those guys. But I noticed one at that point. I noticed that there was a lot of people there that had nothing to do with Gabriel. And I remember looking at him and seeing a circle of people talking to him that just wanted something. You know, like they went there with the wrong intention. Like, that's it, it's Christmas. We don't want to talk about business. And I remember going over there, I remember hearing like one guy, so Gabriel, when he's going to start showcasing for season 2 of
Stand-Up Revolution.
Really? And I fucking went over him. I saw a bunch of comedy club owners that didn't belong there, and comedy club bookers, and whatever. It had nothing to do with me. Jesus, he's a great guy for doing this. But I knew this couldn't stay the way it was. I kept hearing worse and worse stories every year. People contacting him to fly him in for the party.
What?
Shit. Oh, man, it got fucking crazy. So I get this invite about a month ago, and I look at the date, bam, I'm in town. You know, it's Wednesday night. We usually do a podcast, but we'll probably do it in the afternoon, blah, blah, blah. And I go, Lee, you want to come with me? I was going to take a friend of mine that's a Gabriel fan, and I said, fuck that shit. I'm taking Lee. Lee's my partner in crime. You know, he knows Gabriel. You know, let me go down there and mingle and shit like that. We called Steve Simone. Steve Simone was also invited because this year, like I said, it got so big. And even when I left and I was driving home 2 years ago, I was like, this is too big. There's too many people here. And sure enough, this year I got like an invite, and you had to come cordially invited, and how many people you were bringing, and that shit. I put your name down and the whole thing, so there was no misunderstanding. Even until this year. So I called Simone, and I know Simone's dear friends with him. And the only person I didn't see there last night was Jerry Rothschild.
Yeah, that was surprising. But it was.
I think Jerry's out of town. So, no worries. I call Steve, and we all meet at 7:45, and we drive down there, and we pull into the place, you know, and we weren't high, right? We didn't know nothing. We were straight, but fucking hungry.
Yeah.
We were starving, you know. It was Lucille's barbecue house down in Long Beach. And we drove up, and there was a parking spot right there, and we walked in. There was tables everywhere, and I guess they needed one more table. And they gave us a table. Myself, Lee, Justin, Steve, Simone, a couple other guys. But they put the table 6 feet from the fucking food, which is like a steal for us. And all of a sudden they announced eat. And we just jumped right in the fucking line, and we ate. And we were giggling, and waitresses came over, and she got us some strawberry lemonades. And I don't know if they were serving alcohol.
Oh yeah, they
were
had
serving-
everything.
I just got a strawberry lemonade and water. And the food was great. You know, you ever go to a party like the food's perfect. Like the coleslaw was great. The potato salad was off the fucking chain. The brisket was delicious. The other steak, the other beef, that thing they had was delicious.
Oh, tri-tip, yeah.
Tri-tip was delicious. I didn't get any of the sausage, but I did eat some of the ribs, the baby back ribs. I got like one dish, and you know, you can see a huge line. I'm eating this, and as we're eating, more people coming in, and we're giggling. The magician came over, and I got creeped the fuck out. The magician's just creeping me out sometimes. And this guy was a sweetheart of a guy. He wanted me like to hold my hands up, and I don't know. I just got magician anxiety.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before. Both you and Steve were like, no, I don't, not feeling it. I love it.
Anxiety. I went outside to breathe a little bit. And there was Gabe and Martin Moreno and Alfred Robles and a bunch of guys.
Just tell that down what it was.
And I'm sitting there and I'm getting this fucking different type of anxiety. I'm getting this anxiety that comes with you, but that just comes with like a age. It's the anxiety that life is going past you. You know, one day you decide what you're going to do with your life when you're 28 and you get involved, and along the way you meet these people, and all of a sudden 20 years later these people are making $10 million a year. You know, I saw Gabriel come on the scene, and I saw him book a room and do this, and he was still working a construction job. He was living on somebody's couch, and all of a sudden he did K-Locos, and then all of a sudden this and that, and this is where we are 15 years later, and I have no jealousy for the kid. But what I saw in that room last night, there was no place where you took a picture. You would go to a party now, like you would get up and go on Facebook, and there's always like a board with sponsors.
Right, yeah.
There wasn't none of that. There was no Hollywood thing. He took it back to the hood. It felt like being in the hood, which is really good food. You know, and yeah, there were some industry people there, but even they were taken down a notch. It was just a really beautiful thing. And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at this kid Gabriel. He's overweight. He's no Eric fucking Estrada. He's no great looking Mexican. You know, he's just a dynamite, warm-hearted guy that was genuinely funny. But this is the American dream. His hard work ethic is fucking amazing. Nobody gave this kid nothing. He made everything on his own. Every step along the way. And you want me to tell you what else he's doing along the way? Laughing. Having a great time. They do 2 shows on Christmas Day. You know, years ago they did Love It. And after the show, they took everybody to breakfast.
Really?
Yeah, Denny's. He took everybody to breakfast. All 180 people at 3 in the morning on the fucking Denny's, sitting down in ships. You know, this kid does things that as a comic, you sit there and go, Jesus fucking Christ. I never thought about that, and I could never pull that off. Gabriel could pull that off. I could never pull off the Gabriel stuff. If you gave me $1 million, I could never go to breakfast with 180 fucking people. I'd have a nervous breakdown.
Really?
Yeah, like I could never fucking go to a Denny's with 180 people. Like, Gabriel has just done things that it's not a genius or it's not a business mogul. It's just something that comes naturally from your heart. And I saw it last night. I saw it with the team of his managers. I saw it with his agents. I saw it with the friends he kept around me. Mental note. There was no Latino comics there last night. From George Lopez to Louis Barcena to Carlos Oscar to Felipe Esparza. No other comics. I was the only other really comedian there. Me being Spanish had nothing to do with it, but there was a lot of younger comics, like a couple. But there was no big time Latin comics there.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought about on the way home. He grew up, he came up so fast that a lot of people looked at him and actually looked at him as an enemy.
Really? Just because he came up fast? That's so sad.
And that's something people will never understand that listening to this at home. And it wasn't, yeah, he's caught in slack from a few comics. Couple in Spanish, couple. And me, I've given him nothing but love since day one. You know, last week we sat here, and I told you why I had Theo Vaughn on the show, and why I try to have Lou Astor on the show. And why to try, I put Steve Simone on and Jerry Roach and all these young comics. Because the more love I give to these comics, the more love I give to these people that listen to the podcast, is the better I get as a comedian and a human being. A lot of comics don't know that. Look at all you really successful comics right now. Bill Burr has a young tribe of comics that he helps and works with. Joe Rogan, Jesus Christ, I'm indebted to him. Ari, Duncan, Tom Segura. All the really great fucking comedians have put their soul out there in one way or another. And that's what I saw last night. When I was looking at all those people eating and smiling, people chewing those ribs and people giggling, he had this Christmas sweater on. I didn't feel, like I had to be anything. Or you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, you didn't have to be on, but you have to do a lot.
It wasn't being on. It was that nobody was there being something that they weren't.
Okay.
And it was just a beautiful thing to watch all these people. And then, it really felt like Christmas. This is a hard holiday in California. And you people going, oh, Joey, how hard could it be? Listen, there's no snow. The camaraderie that I grew up with in the East Coast, that little people walking down the street and shaking each other's hand and you come in and eat a cookie, that doesn't exist here. And it exists in some neighborhoods and some like immigrant communities, maybe in Glendale, maybe down in Little Mexico.
Right, yeah.
But in this area here, you see all these people and they talk all this shit about saving whales and doing all this shit. But it's not the same. It's not that. Doesn't have that home feeling, Gabriel gave me that home feeling last night. I feel bad. I had to leave. I had to spot at the store, the dollar shop. We had a great time there. But it was just to see. I learned a lot last night from watching Gabriel. But we did our own little Christmas party this week, Monday night. Me, you, and John Budd went over. Greg Powers sent me a fucking. I want to thank him and his wife Lynn for sending us a gift certificate with Chris. Last Christmas, we had never used it. John Budd has been our jiu-jitsu teacher. He takes a little time to spend with us, and I figured if anybody deserved our little church Christmas party, it was John Budd for getting us in shape and shit. We had John on the podcast. So we had our own Christmas party. The year before, we all went to see a movie. I tried, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I think from what I saw last night, next year we're going to have a church Christmas party somewhere.
It would be great. The best part for me, it's just, it was just amazing to be invited to that. Just, I was saying, because I met Gabriel's son, who, when I first saw Gabriel's first special, he was talking about him being like 5. Now he turned 18, which is unbelievable. But the thing about Gabriel for me is most people you introduce me to are very nice to me. They're not rude, but they say a couple things and then they talk to you. Like I could feel when I said hi to Gabriel, I went to shake his hand, he gave me a hug. It was just when you're not like a star, when you're not big enough, it feels like people kind of overlook you. But no one there did. I didn't feel that at all last night. I didn't feel like I was butting into a conversation or anything. It was a great night.
Nothing feels worse in your life than being overlooked out here. For years, I would go to parties with Joe or something, or go somewhere with Joe, and nobody. You know how many times people left me in a room, and Joe would have to come back and get me. What the fuck happened? You know how many times? You know how many people didn't talk to me then that talk to me now that wouldn't talk to me when me and Ari were opening for Joe? Right. I remember there was a story in San Francisco that Ralphie went up there in the club and said, why does Joe bring Ari and loser Ari and loser Joey to gigs with him and fucking Duncan? And this guy was actually saying this shit. Nobody fucking liked us, Jesus. Being overlooked, and that's one thing that I've never wanted for you in our relationship. When I go in somewhere, I go in with you every top dog. This is me, bitch. Take it or leave it. Like I told you last night, if I don't introduce you by name, it's because it's too many fucking names. I smoke too much weed. This morning I put down Wednesday instead of Thursday. And I wasn't even high when I woke up. I did that in the morning. I go with a cup of coffee.
And I never have once felt like that with you. Or I don't care. I don't need to be introduced to everybody, but I felt it even before I met you. When I was just working on TV, people would come in and we'd make a big deal. It's like when you go in for a meeting, the whole day before that, there's PAs cleaning, straightening up things, getting water ready. Mr. Diaz is coming in. Don't look him in the eye when he comes. I got told the guy who played the doctor, the mean dog, Dr. Cox in Scrubs, he was coming in to do a voiceover for something at a place I work, and my boss said, "Don't look him in the eye." And I was like, "Why?" And he usually just, "Don't do it." I was like, it's weird.
It really is amazing.
Yeah.
It's disgusting to see men act that way.
Oh, but no, it wasn't even him. I guarantee, and I bet people say that when you're coming. Don't talk to Mr. Diaz.
It's just embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. You know, first of all, I was raised in a big push their legs on one leg at a time.
Right.
We all put our pants on one leg at a time. So, you know, Mr. Diaz is coming in. Who gives a freshman fuck? That smokes dope way even more. Like, I don't give a fuck about that guy. But it's I never ever wanted you to feel left out. I never wanted you to feel left out of the conversations. Listen, I've been around a long time, and I know the people that are solid from A to Z, and those are the people I want around. And those are the people. I don't put anything on the podcast because it makes me look better, or because to show people, oh, I'm friends with them, or I'm not friends with them. I put them on the podcast, and I think they're solid. There's something about them that fucking makes me fucking love them even more. They're solid fucking people. And the more of those people you have around you, the better you do naturally. You just do better naturally.
Right.
Because they're doing well. It's not about a jealousy thing or he has or she has. And that's what this town could become for you. That's what this town could become for you.
Like, I could become jealous of people?
They have this, I have to get this. You know, you have to make a statement when you drive, what car you drive. I just want to do stand-up.
Right, yeah. You know,
I've been getting a lot of fucking little mails lately. And I'm going to clear this up, and I'm happy when I'm the subject of getting left out. I want to congratulate Conor McGregor. It was a great knockout. The fight was not fixed Saturday night. It was clean. It was one man that was better than the other. But on the other side of this, you know, I've been getting little tweets of Joey, you know, I never hated the guy. I don't have time to hate a fucking fighter. And sometimes I talk out of content. I don't know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't know how to communicate what I'm thinking sometimes. And I think that's my biggest problem, that sometimes I say something and I'm not communicating what I'm really thinking. That's why I'm having a hard time writing this book, because I could write a story. I could tell you 1,000 stories, but I'm not communicating to you what I really feel. And what Conor McGregor made me feel like when he's around is being left out. You know, I saw the pictures. Conor McGregor's a great fighter, and he deserves to get paid millions and millions of fucking dollars. And Aldo was the king for a long time, and this happened. I just didn't like the treatment. I know what it's like to be left out. When you're a fighter like Frankie Edgar, or Clay Guida, or Donald Cerrone, or I'm just giving you guys that have been around for a while. And these guys have slept in hotel rooms with their trainers. You know, what you don't know is that the UFC has Frankie Edgar, and Frankie Edgar gets like 2 rooms for the UFC. If he comes with 6 trainers, it's 3 guys in a room. Jeez. The champ gets the bed, so one other guy has to sleep on the floor or whatever. Okay, that kind of stuff. But then you show a picture of Conor McGregor in the suite across the street in the Fertitti Hotel. Those are the things that bothered me about Conor McGregor. But I thought about the other guy. I thought about how Frankie Edgar felt and how Clay Guida felt. And even though they're not champions, it's not about that. It's about a certain loyalty. Right. You know, they did a press conference where Conor, and I don't hate Irish people, guys. If you really think I give a fuck about all this, you're so confused. There's more to life than all this shit. That's why I get on Lee about watching 8 fucking football games or whatever, because I never get. It's just a part of life. And someday when you guys get older, you go, what was all the fucking commotion about? Well, I don't give a fuck. What's it got to do with the fucking price of eggs? I'm going to sit here and argue for the early stoppage of Chris Weidman and want to talk to you about it for 3 hours. Don't you have a fucking life? What the fuck is wrong with you? But on the other side of that, you know, Frankie Edgar's been fighting for a fucking long time. If you put one guy in a hotel, you got to put another guy in that fucking hotel. There was little things like that. You know, in my heart, listen, and I didn't see this until Saturday night at the fight, guys. I'm not a genius. I wasn't at the fight. I didn't even stay for the fights. I came home Saturday morning and watched it in my living room and fucked around with you guys on Periscope. But I figured something out as the fight was starting. That Aldo was like Kennedy going into Dallas. He wasn't coming out of there alive.
You didn't think so?
No, something was going to defeat him that night. He walked in there a defeated man because all he had around him was defeat. It was like the UFC wanted him to fucking lose, and all their advertisings and all their little UFC Tonight, whatever. And hey, they had a game coming out or whatever coming out. I'm not defending nobody or putting anybody down. I'm just defending what my feelings were. People thought I hated Conor McGregor. He was a one-trick pony. No, I just thought that they were nurturing him a little bit. Giving Frank Yeager, he's not a good wrestler. Now they're saying he's going to fight the winner of Cerrone, whatever, and then he'll fight whatever. That gives you another year to fight, catch up to Frank Yeager. Frank Yeager 1 year older. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like a fight we always wanted to see. That's my only beef. That I didn't like the Dennis Seaver move. That should have been Frankie or maybe Nick B. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anybody but Dennis Seaver should have fought that fucking fight. So in my mind, it was like he got some prep. Listen, one thing a lot of people, and I've talked about this before, was the Mafia, especially the Gambinos. What happened with that? Everybody, I watch all these dumb shows on TV. I'm sitting there in a hotel late night and I watch something about the Mafia. And they'll talk about John Gotti. I was watching something last week about the Lucchese family. And they were talking about how the guy from the Lucchese family hated John Gotti and what they did. Let me tell you what happened before John Gotti came along. A guy by the name of fucking Carmine, whatever, Gambino, whatever, died. And instead of making the guy who should have been boss, he let his brother-in-law be boss.
Oh, okay.
And right away, it created a friction in the family that they've never recovered from. It's like, you ready, Lee?
Okay.
We were working in an office. There's a cute girl in the office.
Mm-hmm.
She's no fucking Cleopatra Jones, but she's a cute girl. Maybe a little chunky, doesn't have a boyfriend, has a cat, is very sweet, makes cookies, gets there at fucking 7 in the fucking morning, right, and stays there until 7 o'clock at night. She gets raises, she gets treated well. She can't complain about that, but all of a sudden, a 22-year-old chick comes into the office and has fake titties, blonde, and all of a sudden this girl sits there and sees every other guy in the office get her coffee. Within 3 months, she gets promoted. Within 6 months, they're all going to dinner together. She's not getting invited. It's called being left out. And it's a horrible feeling. So what happens to you now as the individual? You get jaded. You get jaded against your boss. You know what? I worked here for 6 years. Nobody said a peep to be on my ass. People bring her flowers. People go to Subway and bring her back a 6-inch sub. And she gets promoted. The girl works. She calls in sick. She comes in with alcohol on her breath. But they accept it because she's hot. Then what happens? She either fucks the whole office, or she doesn't fuck nobody. And what happens? They get the same fucking result. But this girl that's been working at the office, her ass off for years, sees this. That they never gave a fuck about her. They gave a fuck about this chick because I'm pussy. They never gave a fuck that this chick, it wasn't even about the work. They never appreciated what the work was about. I'm comparing it to that. That's what I'm comparing it to. The person that feels left out.
Yeah.
And that's why I know what it's like. I watched the press conference where he was at the press conference just saying shit to people at will. The Cowboy Cerrone and Rafael Bozano and Frank. I mean, he was just saying shit to people. And, the fact that Dana lets him go off and not go, listen, and I know you're trying to sell fights, but you're selling the fight against Jose Aldo. Why are you talking about these guys behind you? It's a little thing. And like I said, it's not that I don't think he's a great fighter or he can't punch or whatever the fuck. It's just I didn't like what he brought, the aspect that he brought to the UFC.
Right.
That's all I'm complaining about. And it's just feeling left out, like that girl at the office. Like, Lee, you're a straight kid. Maybe when you went to work at these offices, you didn't say much. But also, some kid came in and he kind of gets high, and everybody in the office gets high. And now they go out and get high, and they don't include you. It goes back to that shit. That's what I didn't like, the aspect of being left to the side. Because this guy brings in more money. That's a horrible feeling.
It's
But
terrible.
at the end of the day, this is all about money. For some people.
Yeah.
For some people. For some people, they look at it and they go, you know what? What can I do? But listen, at the end of the day, it's all about money. Or like the hot girl that comes into the office. And everybody flips out over her. They're opening up doors for her. They give her her own office.
Yeah, it's I've been left out my entire
life.
And you know what, man? I used to get upset about like I didn't go to parties in high school. I went to a couple. I've always been a quiet guy. It takes me a while to warm up to people. Like I'm kind of shy, and once I like you, but I'm not. Like I love Steve Simone goes into a room and hugs everybody, and everyone's happy to see him. I want to be like that in some ways. And like as a kid, like I always wanted to go and hang out, and every once in a while I would do it, but once it got to like middle school, high school, when your parents,
I could take you to a party tomorrow where we leave that party, even though they have better food than Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take you to a place tomorrow night that has better food than Gabriel, and people be dressed up, but you'll feel there, you'll leave there, feeling like that.
Yeah, I won't talk to anybody.
This is how the conversation is. Hi, Joe. Oh my God, very nice to see you. I saw you at the store the other night. That joke was always ravishing. Come give me a hug. And who's this little charming fellow? Lisa. Yeah. Hi, Lee. And what do you do? I work with Joe. I'm a producer. Nice. Oh my God, look who it is, Mike. See you guys later. Bam. And you'll get that 18 times. You'll get no eye contact. And the conversation ends when you tell them what you do. Because they decipher within 10 seconds if you could do something for them or not. And that's the bottom line. Did you feel like that last night, Lee?
Not once.
I could take you to a better party with white people and everybody's shaking your hands and telling you about gluten and how they care about the horse meat in China and what a sin it is. That's what they do with dogs in Hong Kong and whales off the coast of Pacifica. I'll take you to that party tomorrow night. And they'll valet your car and give you a little trinket on the way in. But I guarantee that after 10 minutes, you'll feel you'll need therapy. You go, wow. Those people just look through you, and when they look at you, it's what they can get from you. How can they use you? Oh my God. You know, it's like I watched the last hour of Michael Jackson. He was getting drugs from 30 different doctors. The parties he went to, when he met a doctor, he would put them together because that's what they're to do. There's certain parties that people just go and not listen. And you look at me going, Joey, you're such a cynic. No. What's the square root of these parties?
To be seen?
For you to see what you could get out of somebody for the most. And for you to be seen with Hugo. He's such a great designer, Hugo. You know, fuck Hugo. Hugo's fucking that little 16-year-old at the zoo. You know, he's fucking a little 16-year-old at the zoo taking pictures of him and sending a pussy to fucking the Philippines or some shit. But meanwhile, you think he's a fucking great guy. Those are the people. I could take you to those parties. I could take you to a rooftop party overlooking Los Angeles. People eating gluten-free kumquats and drinking a rare. Get the fuck out of there. You know what I was drinking last night? Strawberry lemonade. And I had a glass of water in one fucking hand.
And you had a better time.
And I had a better time. So there's two types of parties I can take you to. A party where people want to see you. Or a party where I remember years ago, I had this goofy fucking buddy. And he was telling me how him and this girl that did this horrible movie. We're going to go to the Cannes Movie Festival. Listen, how long have we been together? 5 years. How many premieres have I gone to? Just the one.
Yeah.
It was because I was in the movie. Do I go to parties?
Not
Do I
usually.
go to rooftop parties? Do I go to bars to sit in the VIP section and drink champagne and bottle service? Is that what I do, Lee?
No.
Not in a million fucking years do I want to do that shit at all. You know what I mean? And I could go to it. I'm just embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. But it was so funny. I'm living with this kid while he's telling me this. And I already know that this kid is just off base completely. He didn't get to go to Cannes. She went because she was the director of the film. She was calling home for money after 5 days.
She ran out of money?
No, she wanted to come home.
Oh.
Because she was mistreated so badly. People don't care about your little fucking movie account.
No.
People don't give a fuck. You will sit there with a drink in the middle of people kissing cheeks and shit, and if they can't have any use for you, they won't even talk to you. And that's the and I'll tell you, I went to 2 of those. I'm not gonna lie to you. I probably went to 2 of those in my 18 years here. And that's why I don't go to them. I went to an Adams Family Christmas party after a long show. It was amazing. I would sit there with Lobo and Nick Couture and Michael Irvin. And everybody else, we talked to everybody else, like, you know, the wrestlers and shit like that. It was just crazy. And I felt left out, but I didn't care. I was just happy to be there. I just knew never to go there again. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, you don't put yourself through that.
No, I don't put myself through that. And that's why I could, like, my wife was even in shock. She said, I can't believe you're going. I gotta go. I gotta fucking go to the game first. This is what it's all about. You know what I'm saying?
And he could have had one. He could have had everyone at Ruth's Chris if he wanted to. But it probably, you think it weeded some of those people out, you know, Long Beach barbecue. Oh, I'm not gonna go there. Mm-hmm. That's smart.
He's always done it far to take it out of Hollywood. He's always done it 40 minutes away to take it out of Hollywood. That's how cool he is. I guess when they were doing it at the Ha-Ha in North Hollywood, he didn't like it. Too many creepy people going like that. But he took it out 40 minutes to take it, that whole sensation out. He planned that. He didn't want that down there. And it was great. I was great that I went myself. Like I said, I didn't leave there because I wanted to leave. I would have smoked a joint and stayed there and giggled for a fucking hour and eaten more food. That was the plan. But the kids asked me to do a dollar show. It was the door guys put those shows together.
That was a great show. It was the busiest show at the comedy show.
Yeah, it was a busy show at the comedy. $1 fucking show. Like, listen, man, I have to get more involved with the comedy store. I can't go above and beyond. Like, I can't do shit I can't do. But if I'm out, like I tell them, people hit me up all the time for the 8 o'clock show. I can't get out of the house at 8:30. I have too much action at the fucking house at 8:30. I have the kids running, the tub, my wife getting the next day. I can't. If you can put me up at 9:45, but those shows end. You know, so I have to do a 10:30 show. It's not too much. It's not. They don't have too many late shows in Hollywood. I guess Red Band had the early show in Hollywood last night.
Right.
And the dollar show was a 10:30 show. Listen, man. This all goes back to the game thing. All right. I was talking to somebody maybe 6 years ago, the black guy, Kung Fu Earl, the karate teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about that to be, he goes, you have to start getting these young guys and talking to these young guys about comedy. And I had never thought about what he was saying. And I saw it last night. Like it came full circle last night when I was standing there. But did you see, I just stood there. You sat down. You stayed sitting down. I just went out there and laid there. I laid against the stairway.
Right, yeah.
I think just Martine was there. And then the section started moving. We came over. We all started talking. And that's why I saw it last night. I saw the full circle time. That part of this is because of his hard work and, you know, his determination and his great material and stuff. But the other reason he has all the success is all the love he genuinely puts out. He loves Martine. And he loves Al Robles, and he loves the other fucking guy, the bald-headed guy from Texas that's really cool.
Oh, Rick Gutierrez?
Rick Gutierrez. He loves those guys. The same love that Rogan has for me on the road. You know, when Rogan's in town, he's busy, man. He's doing his thing. But when me and him are sharing a fucking green room together, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Even last week when I got off stage in Vegas, he came right over and put his arm around me and was telling me about a joke I had done. He loved the one, you know, but he was really telling me how I can make that joke better. And I went to my hotel room, like they went out to eat that night, Joe, Jim Norton, G. Everlast, and all these other guys. And the guys, I gotta get back to my hotel room. I don't really want to eat that late. I don't want to get that fat. What I was really doing was taking his advice. I went back and wrote it out for like 10 minutes.
Really?
And the next day I called him. I said, thank you. I wouldn't take that criticism. He didn't criticize me. He just told me how to make the joke better. Who tells you how to make a joke better? The kid that was in front of me last night.
Yeah.
The kid that was talking about Bloody Marys and people drink in the morning.
Right.
When he got off stage, he walked towards me. Like he had to walk up the stairs. And I cupped his waist. And I pulled him towards me. And I said, that was some funny stuff. And you should have seen his face.
Oh, really?
He looked at me and goes, thank you very much, Joey. And he looked at me again like, thank you very much. Was it Richard Pryor material? No. But just the fact that he was killing, and he was killing up there with conviction. And you know what? I remember what those little things do. It's not the big things. Like you said, I could go to Ruth Chris and get 20 steaks for comics. I'm sure they'll love me and we'll hug and take pictures and we'll put them on Facebook. That's not what it's about.
No.
It's that little thing of hugging that young comic. I don't know what that comic went through all day. I guarantee that comic, bro, I have to assume that motherfucker had a horrible day yesterday. Because at that level of comedy, all my days were fucking horrific.
Really?
Yeah, because I had nothing going on. And all you're doing is sitting there dreaming, writing jokes, talking about, hopefully you get a spot. I've never seen that kid before.
I've heard his name. I'm forgetting his name right now, but I've heard his name before. But it's, we were talking how much food, especially when you're poor, is so good. Like, that's what Gabriel did. Like, I noticed something. They put out to-go boxes after the party was done last night. And there must have been young comics there who would have loved to take home some food. And then like when I worked at Legal Seafood and a movie theater at the same time, I would bring clam chowder all the time. Because when you're working in a movie theater, you're making $8 an hour, and people would devour it. It's just like the little things make a huge difference. And it's amazing that Gabriel brings Martine on the road for so long. I've never seen Martine. I'm sure he's a great comic. But at the level Gabriel's at, he could have literally almost any comic open up for him. And he still brings his friend after, I don't know how many years they've been on the road.
So he's got, Gabriel's got Martine,
right,
Rick Gutierrez, and Alfred Brothers. That's 3 mouths, and he pays them generously. He's got a manager, an agent, a publicist, a law team, a whole agency behind him. But did you meet Ivan?
I don't think so.
He came over to me with a beard and glasses.
Oh, then maybe I did.
Came over and he said, "Well, Ivan is one of the best kids you meet out here. Ivan's just one of those kids that we all hung out with 16 years ago at Wild Tortillas or Wild Coyotes on Wednesday nights. Wild Coyotes was a bar in Montebello next to Montebello there by the hospital. And it was owned by the cartel. And they would change names every 8 months. And they used to do Tortillas, Wild Coyotes, and it went back to Wild Coyotes, Tortillas. And Wednesday nights, if you went there, you basically picked up $40 and a tuck and a burrito. And sometimes you went there at 10 and you stayed till 1, and sometimes you went there at 10 and you got out there at 10:30. You never knew, because you never knew how much time the host was going to do.
Right.
But all of us went through that place on Wednesday nights. That was my first $40 pickup. And then I'd stop somewhere else at 9:30, pick up 40, then I got 80, right?
And a burrito.
And a burrito. And then I go to the comedy store, $80. And I get my grandma Coke, I go to the bar and have a couple cocktails, and nobody would know nothing. You understand me? That's how I made a living. Meanwhile, I was getting better at comedy because I was going out every fucking night to all those places. But the main one on Wednesday was Wild Coyote, Casa Latina, and all those guys went through that.
You go every week?
Every fucking week. That was when I was on the road. Okay, Mondays, when I first got here, like Tommy Easter level, right? Tommy Easter level. Mondays, it was the Laugh Factory for the Spanish show. Okay, Universal City. They used to do Mondays in Universal City, and that you picked up $25 to $40 up there, and Mexican food, like a little bowl of chicken or a drink or something, a drink coupon. I forget what the name is. It's right across from John Levis. Before it was John Levis.
Okay.
So you went to the Laugh Factory, did your spot, shot up there, did the 10 o'clock spot, and then I would shoot to the store and do an 11:45 spot. And I would close out the store till 2 o'clock. Tuesdays was Black Night at the Comedy Store, so you avoided it if you could at all costs because it was too jam-packed. You couldn't park. So you would call in for Monday, and then Tuesday off, and then Wednesday through Sunday at the store. So Tuesday nights I would go to either, there was something. I used to have something off the 605.
Okay.
And I would go there and pick up $40. And then there was another room by King Taco.
Yeah.
And that was like $60. It was like a little jazz bar. And we'd go there, and then I'd go to the comedy store. It always ended at the comedy store. So I always tried to do 3 spots a day. Wednesdays, we had a full fucking house. Wednesday, you had Casa Motherfucking Latina. You had Wild Coyotes. Jeff Garcia would have a room in fucking West Covina, and then you had the Comedy Store. Thursday nights, you had the fucking contest down in Redondo Beach. So we go all the way to Redondo Beach, 7:30 it started. So you had to drive in traffic like a motherfucker, Redondo Beach, $100 winner. On the way up, you stopped at one of Rudy Moreno's rooms on Thursday night. He used to have the Irish pub in front of the strip club. In front of, like, I forget what the name of the town is. It's a whole block strip club. Like, what's that thing? 52 ugly ones and one pretty one.
Oh, right.
And it's that chain, but they would have the whole block in front of it and a little Irish bar in the corner. And one of my first dates with Terry, I went in there, I had no money. It was a $50 room. Oh, Thursday night was the Commerce Casino.
Oh,
Rudy Moreno. So Rudy, I knew Rudy had something, but I think Tuesday nights he had the Irish house. And one night I went down there on one of our first dates with Terry. And I was on stage rocking and rolling, talking about blood. And when I was on stage, some guy threw his wallet at me.
why?
I don't know. And when I got on stage, there was a little door there, and I opened it up, and I took $100 and gave it to the guy. And put the 100 in my pocket. Like, thanks, man. And I ran out there with Terry and went and bought fucking blow for me, not for my wife. But I was out 3 spots a week.
How many miles do you think you put in your car a year back then?
First off, I didn't have a new car. I had a fucking thing that was a nightmare from death.
Right.
And I would just drive that motherfucker. No brakes, no registration, no insurance. That's it. I just took my chance until it got towed. And that's hence the story. My apartment got towed. I lived in my car.
Right. But you were driving, like, for people who don't know, this is the last factory to Universal City. It's probably like what, a 30-40 minute drive?
No.
If traffic,
No,
going from Sunset.
traffic.
Okay.
I could be up in Universal City in 25 fucking minutes. So my spot would be at 8:25. And I wouldn't have to be up there till 9:30, 10.
Okay.
So I would have tons of time.
But you have tons of time, but it's still like what, 20 miles, and then you have to go back to the Comedy Store.
I have to go back to the Comedy Store later on that night. Yeah, no, it's commitment. It's fucking driving. You got to put your soul into it. And once you get in the rotation that you learn, and Sunday nights, Hollywood used to do a bunch of comedies, like the iBar bar, and what's the bar we go for chicken wings? Over here in North Hollywood, right here.
Oh, the Magnolia one?
Right here, that chicken wing. I'm fucking Lancashire. With a sports bar.
Oh, Big Wings.
Big Wings. There used to be a Big Wings in Hollywood on Cahuenga. They did stand up on Sundays.
Uh-huh.
So we'd go there, we'd go to the iBar bar, and then I'd go host at the Comedy Store and do the 10 o'clock hosting.
How much did you do this before you were getting paid for comedy? Like when you were just doing open mic?
I was getting paid for that.
Well, no, I know up here you were, but like if you're not making anything and then you have to pay for gas, that's, like, I don't know how people would do it.
What do you mean?
Like when you let's say you started in LA, right? And you're doing open mics, you're not getting paid for it. Sometimes you have to pay to get on. If you have to drive all these places and pay for gas, how can people survive?
You gotta get a fucking job. You gotta hustle. Gas was the least of my fucking worries. It was getting on fucking stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get gas. Please, give me $2.
$2?
That's it. Give me $2. I'll make it work. Because $2 will get me to the destination when I get to 40. What I need to hit you up to 20 for? Just give me $2, bro. Give me $2 to get me there. People give you $2.
Yeah.
People will give you $2 to supply your fucking dream any day of the week. You come to me and say, you need $3 per gallon of gas to drive to a big, I'll give you the fucking $5. Because I've been there. You just want to get there. And then once you get there, I used to drive like that to contests.
And then you have to win or else you couldn't get on?
Yeah. I'd have to win. When I was in Seattle, it was a contest in Tacoma every Monday, run by some chick that's still doing comedy there. And on Monday nights, if you won, you picked up $100 and you come back the following week and host it and picked up $100. So I would take a week off and keep going back there, bro.
Really?
I think I lost one time. I go back there and fight for my fucking $100.
Jesus. It's a lot of commitment, especially when you're broke. Because
that's the backbreaker.
It's easy to have commitment when you have money.
That's the backbreaker. It's easy to have commitment when you have money, but you don't have the same fire.
Right.
The fire you have, when I know, wait a second. Listen, there was time, I think Wasn't he saying that he would eat the cherries and the peanuts from the comedy store?
Probably.
Last night. Fucking Steve Simone said that in the car.
Maybe.
Last night. You know, when you read Tennyson's book, him and Carl LeBeau used to eat all the fruit at the comedy store from the fucking bar.
Yeah.
You know, listen, man. When you want to do something, this is how you do. This is why I know when somebody comes to me and they go, man, I've been doing everything in the world, nothing's going on. Well, where are you going, man? You can't tell me because I know. I know the eyes, I know the savage, I know the fucking commitment it takes. I know what you're feeling when you wake up in the morning, your heart's beating and you're frustrated and you got 3 fucking cigarettes left. And it's 9 o'clock in the fucking morning, you got $1.50 for fucking breakfast. You know, and you gotta figure it out, man. You gotta figure it out. How am I gonna make this work today? You gotta stop at Josh Wolf's house and get an English muffin just to hold you over and hope that he left $1 on the table for one of the kids, and you clip that. And then I go over to the gas station and I talk to Avi for a while. He'd go outside to pump gas and I'd steal a pack of cigarettes. Then I go to the comedy store and take a shower. And while I was at the comedy store, I'd drink sodas and shit. And then somebody come in and go, hey man, I got a half a sandwich. You want it? Bam! I got some nourishment. Now I can fucking do some creativity. Now I can go make some money. And I go back to Ralphie's house and get on his phone and call a couple clubs or talk to Ralphie about a lead or something. And that's it. All fucking works out. And then some days you have pick up $50, and all of a sudden you bump into Mike Ripper, and he's telling you how he needs money for a sandwich. So you fucking hook him up, and it's an ongoing thing, man. And I don't come up to you 6 weeks from now and go, hey Lee, fuck you, man. What about the time I gave you $2? No, don't give me the money. If you're gonna call me out, don't give it to me. But you gave it to me, and that was it. It's air. It's a brotherhood. It's a price you pay to do what we want to do, and you put money into the universe. You know, sometimes people think that you put all this effort into something. Sometimes it's like the other day I went to a meeting, and the guy goes, "Well, what you acting?" I go, "When I come home, first thing I do when I come back from an audition is I walk in my room. There's a stack of thank you cards under the computer. I take it out. I look at the address for the casting director, or I look it up. Because sometimes just where you went to read it is not her address. You just went to read this. You just hired that. Right. So she got an office. You fucking type it in. You say, thank you for seeing me. Much love. Stay black, Joey Diaz. Between you and I right now is men. You know what the chances are of her seeing that postcard?
1 in 10, something?
10%.
Yeah.
I know this going in. But I'm sending it because I'm putting the work out to the universe. I did that. You put the work out into the fucking universe. The universe takes notes. Trust me when I'm telling you, man. I don't care how fucking bad you feel and you're thinking you're not making strides. The universe is taking notes. The problem is we don't have the patience to outwait the universe's rewards.
Right. Because it never comes as fast as you want.
It never comes as fast as you want. So what do? We stop putting effort into the thing we love and depending on some stupid job to pay the bills. Knowing, and I see this every day, and if they put 110% into that losing battle, you give me 60 days of sweat and tears, and I guarantee you'll eke out a living. What does eke out a living mean? Eke out a living means that you'll pay your rent, you'll pay your car payment, it will cover a little weed, you'll pay your schooling, and you'll sustain. I'm not talking about putting money in the bank. I didn't say that. I didn't say about you saving thousands. That's not going to happen. I'm talking about eking out a living and looking at yourself in the mirror and going, Jesus Christ, I'm doing this on my own. Now, the smarter guy goes, I don't know how much longer I could do this. The genius says, if I eked out this much, with this much, how much can I eke out if I put this much in? That's when your time becomes much more valuable.
Yeah.
That's when you go, ooh. I heard a fucking interesting expression one time. If I put all the effort I did into copying a gram of blow into something positive, what would the result be?
Yeah.
It would take me 8 fucking hours to copy a gram of blow.
Really?
Because I'd be sitting there. Please let me borrow 20. Now I got 20. When I come to the office, Lee, what's that fucking thing? It doesn't work, Joey. If you want it, fuck it. I take that stand to the fucking pawn shop. I get 15 for it. I just made $35. Then I go home and now I got $35 and I've already told the But now, in an hour, my sister gets home and she'll give me $20 that she owes me for gas. You know how much commitment I could do in an hour? Nothing. I'm just thinking about my sister. So in those 5 hours I waited for those $50, I could have wrote 10 fucking jokes.
Yeah.
And it's that first eking living that you get that you go, you know, I'm just eking. But you're not thinking about the positive side. Now, wait a second. You were getting up 3 months ago, driving and putting up with shit. You're doing this on your own right now. We're onto something. We could double this. Well, how much effort am I putting in now? I'm putting in 55 fucking hours a week. Wait a second. If I work at a part-time job making $10 an hour, 15 hours, I could at least make $150, but I don't want to work somewhere. What if I take 55 hours of work and I have, instead of 15, I have 10 more work to this 10. Let's see what happens. And you'll get the money you were going for the 15 hours. And now you're like, wait a second, I'm eking out $1,500 a month from this job of doing stand-up. And now you're halfway there. Once you're eking out $1,500 a month and doing stand-up, you're halfway there. Even if you're doing graphic design or if you're painting houses, you're halfway there. You're covering your nut, you're paying rent, but you're doing what you want to do. And you're not taking fucking orders.
How exciting was it for you the first time you paid your rent with comedy money?
Took me about 8 years. I'm not here to lie to you.
8 years?
With just comedy money.
Yeah.
Not stealing, not bringing back a receipt from the poster the first time. And I'm lying to you if I tell you 8 years.
How many years did you work?
I was sharing rents. I was barely making rents. I was living on floors. I was living in cars. I was living on buses. Not gonna lie to nobody and tell you it was fucking glamorous. That wouldn't do anybody any fucking good. But something made me believe, Lee. Is that you or me?
What?
The phone. Should I stab you now? I'm just teasing. Something makes you wake up and go, well, I'm going to stick this out one more fucking week. Especially when I came here. When I came here, it was a nightmare because I kept saying I could be in Colorado working at the sports betting business.
Right.
By this time, I would have been making $7,000, $8,000 a week. Meanwhile, I'm out here living on Ralphie's floor, arguing with my girlfriend. It was horrible. It was horrible, but I just had something in my heart. Something kept bothering me. That was.
Yeah, it's what you just said is how the last year or two of my life, not to an extent, I'm not going broke or anything, but it's amazing for me, and for you, I would imagine. I didn't want to give up. I put so much work into this that for me to even consider not doing it, and maybe it's just too much pride. Maybe that could be a downfall. But I would never want to put all this work into something and then just go, like, you would never. If you got an offer to make, I don't know, $1 million being a sports betting service, I don't think you'd do it right now.
No, I wouldn't. I put too much into it. Hey, listen, don't get me wrong. In 2009, I was not going to quit the business. I was going to quit an aspect of this business.
Right.
I wanted to turn it around. I wanted to get a day job, or at least I thought that. Because that's a fantastic dream for a guy like me, is going back to sell cars and doing something like this at this point. Why, I don't know. For some reason, I have this stupid belief that, but what was the subject?
About not giving up.
You can't.
Right.
You can't. You can't. My knee is killing me. My knee is killing me. You know that? I can't even walk straight anymore. Jesus. I tore the cartilage. I tore everything in that motherfucker. But I got a jiu-jitsu eyes for 3 or 4 more months. I'm up to like 3 5-minute rolls right now. If I could get 6 rolls in 3 months and start doing those 6 times 5 minutes, I'll go down to 260 in no time. I'll go down to 260 in no time. I want it before I go back to surgery and get out of shape again and have to start all over again. You follow what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Sometimes we put so much effort in, now you gotta stick around and wait for the fucking miracle to happen.
And that's exactly what you're like. And you could do it, and it would help your knee, but it would set you back. You're like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt me for a little bit, but it's worth it.
It's working. I want to go in there with stronger legs, with kettlebells. I want to go in there. You know what I'm saying? So the knee surgery is a lot easier. I'm not feeling bone on bone yet. I'm not dying. I'm not living on leave. I'm not living on painkillers. It's not that type of pain. I'm not gonna lie to anybody. It's just uncomfortable when I drive and my leg twist and shit like that. Stuff like that. Let me get some shout outs here.
Okay.
To my girl, holy shit. Carmelita, 69J, Danny Rodriguez, Dave Drancel, my man, the Australian Warrior, Andrew Burns, Dante Grazzini, always sending a fucking letter. I love you, Solo, Polo, Derek, and Tom Owen. I love you, cocksuckers. And that's it. Yeah, I'm trying to talk to these people a little bit and just get it out there a little bit. But I just saw all the hard work he had put in last night and it inspired me, man. It really inspired me. It took me to a different level that it's not about money. It's about giving back sometimes, you know, and not so everybody knows. Gabe just served food last night and he hugged everybody. And that's a big gift for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's a big gift for a lot of people, man. That a lot of people, I think I reached over and I said something to Simone. I go, how many comics do you really see doing this? So it just fucked with me last night. That's why I'm talking about on the podcast, because it fucked with me. And I wish I could do that. And I know the more I do it, the better I become.
And it's funny, D.L. Hughley was on Periscope the other night at his Christmas party. He was periscoping it. There were people there and a DJ and all that stuff. I follow Gabriel on almost everything, I think. I didn't see one picture, one mention about it. Not I had a great time at my Christmas party. Nothing.
Nobody needs to know nothing. Real motherfuckers moving silence. Shit. So you're taking mom up for a cabin of dick, aren't you?
Hell yeah. It's great.
Got a planned that.
Yeah, it's Big Bear. It's like $100
Where you
a
getting
night.
the food from?
There's a couple grocery stores right up there. And there's a lot of stuff up there, but it's like $100 a night. We're gonna go for like 3 nights. We have a whole cabin to ourselves with a hot tub. She just finished her last final. It's gonna be fun.
You got TV up there?
Oh yeah, there's TV. There might not be cell phone service. We'll find out. But they have a phone at the cabin, so we'll find out.
Who gives a fuck? You going up there to love, eat some stars.
Hell yeah. Oh, I went and got a whole big thing last night. I was worried that they weren't gonna let me buy stuff, so I bought like half of what I was gonna buy. But it's gonna be fun. You're on your way to San Diego. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, 3 fucking shows tonight. I think they're both sold out at this point. And that's it. It's over. That's my last day of the year. Then it's New Year's with Rogan. And then the Savage Grad Tour starts in fucking January 28th.
And the Hong Kong Inn.
At the Hong Kong Inn. I'm also at the Hong Kong Inn next week. Thank you for reminding me.
Mm-hmm.
And Ventura on Wednesday night with Uncle Joey Christmas show and shit. Will you coming?
Absolutely. I'm not turning down Chinese food. I love it. I haven't. When you said spare ribs, that's all I can think about now. So I don't want like 18 spare ribs.
18. No, they don't have spare ribs up there, don't they?
That's fine. I'll find something.
Rice and shit like that. No, it's the holiday season. I'm starting to feel next week I got the baby all week. I got it all week, so I have like a limited schedule. But we'll be here at night, 2 nights.
What do you got planned with it?
Well, I told you my dilemma last night that, you know, the big thing with my daughter is she gets all excited and then I take her there and she goes, no, thank you. You know, like Halloween, she kept watching vampires and ghosts and shit. And then I took her to some spooky house and every time a vampire would come and go, boo, she looked at me and goes, no, thank you, and walk away. So now, you know, she's on this Santa fucking kick. But last year when I took her to Santa, she threw a fucking fit. We got a picture of it in our bedroom of me holding Santa, Terry Howard, and Santa looking at her like, what the fuck did I do? Mercy's like, get the fuck away from me. So the last 2 weeks she's been on the Santa kick. So yesterday I just looked at her and I go, because all this terrorism shit, Universal, if I was a terrorist, I'd definitely bomb Universal. When I go to a place now, I always think
that's the idea.
No, but when I go to a place now, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, I would bomb this place if I fucking was a terrorist, right? Like I went to Eddie Bravo's, did that. Didn't say about Eddie Bravo.
No, you didn't.
I went to EBI 5, fucking tremendous. Acting was great. Gary Conan, I want to congratulate Gary Conan on winning again. That fucking guy, the king of leg locks, one of our own, Benny Krokopoulos from San Francisco 10 Planet, lost. I love him to death. He was the reigning champion. Javi Vasquez lost to Gary Conan. So it wasn't like Javi Vasquez lost to some fucking stiff down there. And I went down there and I was having a great time. I walked in, I saw Brendan Schaub and Rogan and the guy from the UFC. Both of them were there, Ben Saunders and another kid from the UFC, the 170 welterweight. And I sat there and 20 minutes in, I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the front row. If they come in with some machine guns, I'm getting fucking shot first. It's the first fucking thing I thought about. I got it. You know, I'm like, Jesus. And I looked to the exit signs. There was no exits. So I would have to turn around and got shot execution fucking style without a cigarette in my mouth. So I'm like, fuck this. I got up and sat in the middle. And I was just nervous, you know, but I'm not taking nothing from Eddie's event. Eddie's event was fucking great. Eddie did a great job. The screens were great. The competitor was great. There was a lot of high level stuff that I didn't understand, Lee.
Really?
Yeah.
At that level, you can't even see it.
You don't see it, and it just moves so fucking fast.
And you were saying that Javier Vasquez was calm, even though he ended up losing, he was just calm, like he was just sitting there relaxing.
I'm going down to the train. I'm going down there to do a 4 o'clock training, and I'm doing the Ontario Improv.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's his breathing was, to be honest with you, all those guys. I saw Gary come and take on 2 people, and one time he got me in break a sweat. Their breathing controls everything. But I could sit here and try to cut through corners. You know, you get that breathing like that.
Rolling for 10 years?
Rolling for 10 fucking years. So it's that fucking simple. Let's get the sponsors going and get the fuck out of here. Again, tonight, there's a few tickets available for the late show in San Diego. 10 o'clock show, the American Comedy Company. Next week, there's Wednesday night, the 23rd. I am at the Hong Kong Gardens in Ventura. Tickets are available. Call the Hong Kong Gardens and ask them. I'll put a link up tomorrow. And we want to start with some, you know, whatever you have resolutions for the New Year's or whatnot. I'm going to tell you what's a nice little service. And since I've been providing this for the listeners, I've gotten some great responses. And I got a box from them last week. And I was really, and I'll tell you what it is. It's the last thing anybody wants to do after work is wait in line at a grocery store. Nobody wants to schlep home and you want to cook a meal. And it's expensive, unhealthy takeout is hardly better. That's where there's a new service. It's called Blue Apron. That's where they come in. Blue Apron will deliver farm fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes to your home, allowing you to create healthy, handcrafted meals right there without going to the grocery store. So you don't have to leave. The box shows up at your house, okay? For less than $10 per meal. They'll send you fresh ingredients, perfectly proportioned, making cooking healthy meals really easy and fun. No trips to the grocery store. You forgot this. I forgot the green onion. Plus, you'll learn how to cook with specialty ingredients that are normally hard to find. Blue Apron is perfect for date night, cooking with friends, you have football games, people come over, you want to show them. They got kid-friendly ingredients so the whole family can eat well and have fun preparing meals together. Each balanced meal, in case you're looking at going on a diet or something, is 500 to 700 calories per serving and so tasty you've never known. Cooking takes half an hour. Shipping is flexible, but most important, it's free, and the menus are always new. They won't send the same meal twice. Let me tell you what they got this week. They got chicken tortilla soup. They got spicy pork chops with poblano sauce. They got a caramelized Meyer onion lemon spaghetti.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
Send me the picture.
Yeah. They got a seared steak with mashed potatoes and a catfish tacos with smoked roasted sweet potatoes. That type of stuff, all right? So do me a favor. You'll cook incredible meals and be blown away by the quality and the freshness. Blue Apron is a better way to cook. So do me a favor. I'm going to give you the first 2 meals for fucking free. Free. Go to blueapron.com/Joe. Again, my treat. I'm telling you. The first 2 meals are on me when you go to blueapron.com/Joe. You're going to be blown away by the quality and how easy it is to cook these meals. So do me a favor, go to blueapron.com/Joe. Again, let's talk about comfort because I love these things. And again, I wouldn't get rid of them at all. And that's MeUndies. Why? Because they are the best underwear out there. Point blank range, period. Comfort. Yesterday I went to jiu-jitsu. And I put jiu-jitsu underwear on. Those Velcro, the nice things like the one I gave you.
Right.
And the whole day my pants were fucking falling off. The whole day, I felt like one of those black kids with their fucking pants around their knees. But I fucking wear my undies to jiu-jitsu, and even if I get out of jiu-jitsu and I put my pants on, they stay up. Not only that, I'm comfortable. Why? Because it's a material more comfortable than cotton. It's made of modal. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro modal fabric, which doesn't sound sexy, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to regular old fucking white undies or whatever color your undies you're wearing again. MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from, and it's the only place you'll find styles for both men and women and the new signature design every month. They also just launched a boxer line, and it's like wearing nothing at all, only better. And they sent me these blue pajamas I wear now to sleep. Fucking tremendous. Light. I can scratch my nuts. There's air in there. And the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. Trust me, these are not your parents' stuffers. So do me a favor, go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey. And right now, get 20% off your first order plus free shipping in the U.S. and Canada. Again, go to MeUndies.com /Joey to get 20% off your first order plus free shipping in U.S. and Canada. MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it and get a full refund. You literally have nothing to lose. If you would have ordered by December 13th, I think your undies would have arrived in time for Christmas. But hey, this time you can't come over for a few days. Go there right now. Go to MeUndies /Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com /Joey right now. And get 20% off your first order of the world's most comfortable underwear. All right? And that's it. Listen, Onnit.com. I can't tell you enough things. You're traveling, you should go to Onnit right now and get the Shroom Tech Immune. If you're working out, you should go right now and get the Shroom Tech Sport. If you're having a little fucked up problems like me this week, trust me, I'm going right back on fucking Alpha Brain tomorrow. I confuse Wednesday for Thursday. Nobody needs Alpha Brain more than me. Listen, I can sit here for 2 hours and tell you all the great things they do. Fuck that. Go to Onnit.com right now. And you get your 10% off your first order. When you're pressing the box, church, CHURCH. Go to Onnit.com and get 10% off your first order. Go to the webpage. See the great selection of nutrients and supplements that they have. Also, go see the weights and the kettlebells, the gorilla bells. They're tremendous. So I can't get you 10% off on the kettlebells and that stuff. But on the nutrients and supplements, you got carte blanche. Tell them Uncle Joey sent you. Go to Onnit.com right now. Press church, CHURCH, and get 10% off. I want to thank MeUndies.com. I want to thank BlueApron.com and all our other great sponsors that help us out during the week. And I want to thank you guys and wish you a Merry Christmas. And we'll be back either Sunday night or Monday afternoon with a great podcast for you guys. Thank you very much, you bad motherfuckers. Hanukkah's over. It's the holiday motherfucking season. You know what I'm saying? This is a different Jesus. What's up, Lisa?
I had a great weekend, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ, oh, man. You had a great weekend.
I did. Other than my eye getting messed up, I had a great fucking weekend.
That's the good. You still got to deal with.
Oh, he got pink eye on his right eye. He still had a great weekend. What are you normally used to catching on a weekend?
A little bit of everything. It happened. I didn't even know until this morning. I went into the hot tub.
How old was that?
Probably older than me, I guess. I don't know how old. No, it had lights. It had like
lights underneath.
Yeah, it had lights. Had a whole little board. It looked fine. I don't know.
I told him on the phone. I was thinking
right after I got out, and as soon as I got off the phone, like, you just jinxed me. Just like when you walked away from the blackjack table.
Don't blame that on me. It's plain out stupidity. You're sitting there next to an old lady. She's taking you to the dry cleaners. I invested in it. How the fuck do you go in a hot tub and get a rash?
I don't know, man. What does anything happen? No, I don't get. I never get a rash.
You go to John Jocks, you fucking get bronchitis. How does this happen?
That was a couple.
Bad luck. No, I'm telling you, we gotta toughen you up. I'm gonna have to fucking.
How else can you tell me if I can't get into a hot tub?
Something. We got to go into the ocean with the fucking bring those people in Long Island. They jump in. That's it. That's your new mission. Your church is gonna sponsor you next week to be your first honorary polar band. Jump in the water.
I heard it's like 10 grand to get in. So
What 10 grand?
that's what I heard.
We know people. Esther Cool, so go over there. Esther Cool, what up?
What up? What's going on?
Thank
Church
you.
of what's happening now?
Oh shit! Thank you for coming to say
shit.
yeah with me and blowing up the room.
Oh man, thanks for bringing me. That was fun.
Tell me what happened with the brownie of death and shit. You were snoring back there.
Oh well, first of all,
And then she got up.
so
like
that
nothing
casino
happened. I
in the
loved it.
passenger seat, and I'm in the back seat, and there's like a baby seat because you got a baby and shit. So you like we're just like drive. It took fucking forever to get there.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
And the Agostine. See, listen, guys. Listen. In California and in life, they're gonna tell you that there's all these little things. I've been going to San Diego now for 18 fucking years. You know how many times a year you live in LA and you're a young comic, you go to San Diego, you go 10 times a fucking year. Every time I pass Garnett, I get chills in this way. How many times I left, you know, thinking that I could be the king of swing and leave for San Diego 2 hours before. And just barely made time for the show. No, I never missed a show down there. But you come close. You know, you always assume those bar shows are going to run 15 minutes late.
Yeah.
Then there's a guest set. Then the Lakers are playing. You know, there's the Heat's playing. You're in Miami. Same difference, you know.
Put up a few more guest spots.
Yeah, so fucking that San Diego run, that guy used to book me every third month. And I do the whole thing, the whole year. Monday, there was something. Tuesday, Wednesday, there was something on the same block right next to each other. Same bookers. So they booked Tuesday at one bar, and then you walked out of that bar on Wednesday, went to the bar next door in San Diego, and that was the other room. They were great, packed. Just great rooms, you know? But, no, that was fucking brutal. I never seen nothing like that in my life. That's why I don't go to fucking San Diego.
That's about 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours. You're fucking crazy.
I mean, that's how long it takes to get from Boston to New York.
Listen, an hour and a half, and we were by the Commerce Casino.
That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck is this?
Well, thanks for driving, because that would have been horrible to drive separately like that.
Yeah, no.
You know? So I had this like constant flow, like every half an hour you would like turn around and give you a brownie, a cookie, like I was like, where the fuck are you getting all this from?
You know me, dog. I had a bag
Man, all these like baked goods with cannabis and man.
So
I'm like, this is like heaven.
When we went down there, we brought Star One stuff. We brought all the brownies. And their brownies are fucking the real deal, and they taste.
Yeah.
Like, you take their brownies and you fucking put them in the microwave for 20 seconds. You loosen them up, you put THC cooking. You take a little vanilla ice cream, you dip it on that motherfucker. A little ice cream. And I'll tell you what, nobody knows nothing. They eat nothing like this. Is delicious. Oh my goodness gracious.
I know, and then you eat the whole goddamn bag.
Oh, yeah,
do you ever like limit yourself and just leave some at home to like make sure you don't like fucking trip? Or do you want to trip?
You know, I got my reason why. I just went to a weed store and I looked around. But I can honestly tell you, I got more edibles than they do. I got rooms, Joe. I got me rooms.
What?
I got rooms.
No.
The other guy found a bag of weed that was so fucking good in the luggage. Somebody gave it to me. I've been traveling around the world with this fucking dog right in the front bag. One time, somebody gave me wax in a pound bag, with wax. Gave it to me in an envelope. I didn't know what it was. I put it in the fucking front compartment. I'm traveling all over the country with a wax pen with the fucking thing, which is 20 years. That's a controlled substance. That little
20
wax.
years?
It's not 20 years, but let's assume.
No.
You have to fucking assume.
God
with
damn.
your luck. With your luck. You know what I'm saying? With our luck that they tested and it was made in Bangkok and it's fucking pure and now you're going to have to do 18 years and you know, you never fucking know. You never know with that shit. You know, weed is cool. It's that vapor and all that shit where they'll look at you if they really want to break balls.
if they really want,
Oh.
if you rub somebody the wrong, if you look at the TSA agent the wrong way, they'll jump on you.
Well, it's not the TSA agent. Listen, they could do what they do. Their job is fucking tedious as fuck. And when something becomes that tedious, it makes a greater possibility for error because you're really not paying attention. And you ever go through them when they're talking to one another?
They're always talking to
They're
each other.
talking and they're not paying
They're
attention.
never paying attention.
So listen, TSA you look at, it's really like a fucking joke. I'm gonna rest in the airport when I see Marines. Like fucking real Marines from North Carolina at every fucking airport at the door with 2 bombs. That's gonna, Alex Jones, as crazy as he was, in 2010 or something, he goes, listen, in 10 years, there's gonna be a TSA at the park. He goes, good, trust me. It's gonna be like little Cuba. It's gonna be like little fucking Cuba.
In the park.
At the parks, where your kids play. There's going to be TSA at the malls. People walking around. When you go, have you been to New York lately, John? When you cross the bridge, go to the tunnel. See what you see at the fucking tunnel. They're not fucking around at the tunnel. And they're not fucking around at that bridge. Did we discuss this before?
No, you didn't talk about it.
They're not fucking around. When you pull up to the Lincoln Tunnel in the morning, or the Howland Tunnel, going into New York City, every gate has a dude with a mask, with body armor, with a fucking gun under his arm, strapped to the hilt like he's going to fucking Saigon. They got dogs, they're right there, they stop the truck, they're looking underneath. The George Washington Bridge had the same thing.
They stop every car, or what do they do?
When they go to pay the toll. When they go to pay the fucking toll, they're right there. They're not fucking around.
I don't have a problem with any of that. People TSA, people get mad at because like they don't really do much.
I don't have a problem with TSA.
Like, just when I was in Israel, they have military everywhere because they have to. I would be told at this point with all the crazy stuff happening, if military has to be places like that, it doesn't bother me. I know some people think it's infringing on their rights.
You're white, so it wouldn't bother you.
That's also true. That's a fair point.
Right?
But do Asians get a lot of like hate and stuff
From cops?
Yeah.
No, if anything, they trust us too much. And we get underserved. Like, how many gangster Asians are just running, like, drug rings, like, prostitution rings, like, gambling rings, like, crazy? Right?
That's very.
They go undercover.
It's really weird. In 1985, I read this book called Snowblind, and it ricocheted me into another book, And guys, I can't tell you everything I read, but I read more about how the Chinese were putting hell in this country through Toronto for years. They took proof of the eggs like those people are nice as fucking people. Like they never had one at the time of this printing, this author when I was writing said either with that naive or that fucking smart. I went with the other. I went with that fucking smart. They're professional all the way to the end. The guys that move the heroin, they still go to work every morning. They live in an apartment with 8 fucking other families in the same fucking apartment. They all work the restaurant together. They still sweating back there. And at night he slips out in a little fucking Volkswagen and he goes to meet with these guys and exchange $200,000 and they got tattoos and the whole fucking deal. The move of the century was the Yakuza, what they did to UCLA. And they bought their kidneys and people died. And fucking got sued. When the 2 Yakuza went to the feds and said, we have tons of information. Worldwide. We do business with everybody. We do major league business with everybody. We want to come in. We're sick of the Yakuza. They went to the feds. The feds said, really? What do you want exchange? We want federal protection in the United States. But if I can do, I can move kidneys. is the ink they use in Japan for the tattoos.
Oh no.
Killed their kidney?
And their culture does not believe in replacing kidneys in Japan. So they were like, yeah. And I'll tell you what, not just me, but also my Goomba, he's coming also. They came into UCLA with a plane. They donated $2 million. Go online, Lee. It's hard. It's fucking gangster shit. They had a whole thing on 60 Minutes. Gangster. They went and donated $3 million here, $3 million here, $3 million here. Got put number one on the kidney. Got 2 fucking kidneys. They got back on a private jet and went right back to Japan. Go to the United States, suck my dick and call me shorty. I was born in 1940. Never came back. Big embarrassment for the United States.
Wow.
Big embarrassment for the United States.
That's crazy. Yeah, it happened in 08.
Wow.
The UCLA Medical Center and its most accomplished liver surgeon provided a life-saving transplant to one of Japan's most powerful gang bosses. Holy
And there were like 9 people on this. We're next. Japan went over, gave everybody like $1 million. Fuck it, you want to die? You got $1 million. You got sushi. Whatever you want. Come to Japan. Tattoos are on me. Fucking, he went right back.
Shit.
Gangster shit. Listen, man. Mike Kessler grew up in New York City. I grew up going over there, and then as I got older, and they told me what it represented, Chinatown, I went, Jesus Christ, all these people were so powerful in the mid-'80s, they pushed them out. They shrunk. Little Italy used to be huge. They shrunk little fucking England. Old school, shoot them, tell them to suck their dick, they're taking their heroin back. Yeah, because the Chinese people, they're nice people. They don't bother nobody. They don't karate chop you and blow a dart at you. Besides that, they don't bother nobody, these poor people. They cook, they do the whole thing. So they would give the heroin to these fucking gangsters for $50,000 a kilo, make $25,000 a kilo. These gangsters were making $400,000 a kilo, cutting in half and selling it to fucking the brothers in Harlem, the Puerto Ricans, and the Bronx, and they fucking became millionaires. The Chinese found out about this and said, we got to renege on this deal. And we're not going to just renege. We're going to take these money. You can't take money out of somebody's pocket like that. You pull your money out like that, they're going to slay us, or we're going to slay them. So it started like in 83, little by little. They just kept moving up and said, listen, we're taking the heroin right back.
Did they have guns? Or...
Oh, no, they went in there with karate suits and wrestled them like that. They had fucking machine guns and fucking balls of steel. You know, it's amazing. It started like in 82 when the Chinese said, fuck it. We're first off, we're way smarter than them. Way smarter. They just sell it for us because we have no muscle. We bring it all the way from the fucking jungles of Burma, where there ain't no law. It's every man from the south. So we're bringing it all the way over here to the set price, which making, I don't know if it's $50,000. I'm just telling you the price. But they weren't getting a cut of what was coming from. It's like you shooting Spider-Man 3, it's making $200 billion, and you just getting scared off of the deck. Right or wrong, right. Somebody's making fucking bank. The Chinese took command of that back. And, you know, what they do is the Chinese, I guess, teamed up with gangsters in Toronto. There's a family up in Toronto, a popular family. And they teamed up with motorcycle gangs. And they were the direct link to the bananas. They had that white heroin, is where it's at. Yeah, Mexican heroin is great, but that fucking white heroin that Blair was doing fucking once upon a time in America, that's the shit right there. That's the giddy gap. With a little fucking glass opiate million, I fucked up.
So is heroin a powder?
It comes like a white powder.
And then you mix it and put it in a needle and then shoot up?
And fucking blast it off the wall.
Wow.
So it's fucked up how it's weird because when I came from Cuba, 88th Street, where I drove by 4 weeks ago, it's a complete different neighborhood. 2 doors down, there was a Chinese family, and they drew the father drew for Schultz. And I was friends with the girl. I was like a boys' night old week play. I ate there. They had the candy with the paper on it. I'll never forget that being a little kid. And, on Saturdays, he would invite 10 kids over to the screening of, Disney, whatever his fucking name is. But I always talk about this. It's so weird how Bruce Lee changed everything. Once Bruce Lee came in, fucking Asians were like, now what? Bitches.
They were walking around like pussies before?
No, not pussies. They were just their culture is not a flashy culture.
Right.
Except for maybe Japan. Koreans are crazy. Like, your family's crazy, right? Like, old school Koreans, they drink. Koreans are like the Irish of the Orient, I heard.
Yeah, because they're like the 5th most drinking country in the world.
In the world. They don't fuck around.
Yeah, it's like drinking is a big problem for them.
And they don't drink Zima either in Korea. They drink whiskey.
Soju.
What's soju?
I don't know. It's like sake, but Korean, but it's like it has a fruit taste to it. So you can get watermelon soju and get fucked up.
I see what you're saying.
And you don't even know because it's delicious. It's like candy. Yeah.
Now, were you born in Korea?
No.
Chicago.
Is my English that bad?
No. Just curious.
I was born in Chicago.
And was there a lot of Koreans in that neighborhood?
Yeah, my parents moved to Chicago with a bunch of other Koreans from Korea. Yeah, and they decided on Chicago for some reason.
Nothing wrong with Chicago.
Well, you know what? It's like similar weather. It's cold. It gets cold in the winter, like a motherfucker, and then gets hot like a motherfucker. So they were kind of used to that, and maybe that was an easy transition, but. Yeah.
And you went to the University of Illinois.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's where you started stand-up, or way before that?
No, after that. I started stand-up after college when I was working.
In Chicago?
No, in Boston.
And why'd you live in Boston?
Because I got a job, right? And this company said, I got a sales job with a company. And they were sending out salespeople all over the country. And they said, what city do you want to live in? And I said, Boston, Atlanta, or Chicago. And they gave me Boston. And I was like, I'm going to Boston. And I went to Boston, and I had a company car, and my life was set up like instantaneously.
And you got your apartment, you get your per diem.
No, I found my apartment, and then I worked and I traveled all of New England selling pens. So I learned the comedian lifestyle from being being a sales rep, where I have to check into a hotel. I have to, learn how to get from point A to point B, even if you got to take like the backwoods of Maine, and you still know how to find yourself, where you're going.
Let me ask you something. It's very interesting you brought the comedian lifestyle. Before you got into comedy, it kind of told you what you were getting yourself into.
Yeah.
Like when I thought about what I was going to do for the rest of my life, I was working on a fucking roof. All right? And everything was going well. I had a car, a nice place. There was no harmony in my home. But I knew this wasn't it. I was putting a little bit of money in the bank. I could have gone back to school. I had 1,000 options. But I just fucking knew this wasn't it. I took a stand-up comedy class for 3 weeks, and I thought about it. And then I talked to some people, and I got on stage, and I asked around. And it was just weird how it fit my lifestyle, the type of person I was.
Yeah, totally.
I like to travel.
Meeting random people constantly. And just having fun. Being alone. Having time to jerk off all day long.
Eating at different places. Not having a day job was key for me.
Not having to wear a suit or a pantsuit. Not having to wear a uniform.
It's really, I love to look at the numbers of how many kids go to school thinking they're going to be office reps after 5 years ago. Fuck you. I'm gonna go some copy machine and I could be outside, drive and shit. Fuck this job. Fuck my degree. You know, because you really overlook those things. Like sometimes I go to jiu-jitsu sometimes. And then Tuesdays we're gonna get kettlebell class. It's always inside. Last week I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna throw kettlebells outside. You know, out in the sun. I like being outside. I always like being outside.
And outside is so nice to see green and like have your eyes be stimulated with, you know, different kinds of trees and birds and, you know, let the birds sing to you and like check out different like landscape options.
I like all that shit.
You know, right?
That's why I like selling cars, because we have an office, but you have to go outside and talk to people.
But you could be introverted all day long if nobody comes in.
Right, you can go in
and then you just like write in your computer all day.
You can take 3 hits off the joint in between your car and just sit out there and listen to the birds chirp, and listen to the cars go by, and listen to kids speak and yell. It's nice just to shut the fuck up and just listen to the noises and the surroundings around you sometimes. But weed picks it up even more, makes it more sensitive.
Totally.
It's like what happens to a cat after midnight. They become more fucking, you know, they get all fucking crazy and shit. Like, they get all fucked up.
What do they get, like?
Their levels of hunting, because
they're on the ground?
They're nocturnal. So, like, they're not really nocturnal, but what's that expression? The freaks come out at night.
That's all cats.
Cats about midnight, 1 o'clock.
That's why you always hear cats fucking outside your window. And they're in heat.
About 1:30.
And they sound like babies crying.
Cats come to life.
Right?
Well, this is what happened. The cat's dick, the male dick, has a hook on it. A lot of people don't know. So when he has sex with a female cat, when he goes backwards, he's scraping her insides.
Oh, God.
Little knives on his dick, and it scrapes the insides to make room for his sperm. So she has old sperm laying around. Like I have a cat, Superbad. Superbad and the 2 sisters came from the same mother, but a different father, but from the same litter. Because she had sex with 2 different cats in the yard. And Superbad, Lulu, and Evie are all brothers and sisters, but you can't tell because Superbad is black and white, but Evie and Lulu are Siamese because she was having sex with 2 different cats. So that's why when a cat pulls his dick out, they go, because it's really ripping them apart.
Oh, God.
And they fucking put it in and
Is the cat penis thorny?
It's like,
I've
never given my cat a hand job.
I imagine it's like one of those things when you gotta clean out like the faucet in your bathtub when you need to clean out all the hair.
Yeah,
that plastic thing that has like pulls it when you pull it out. You know, it doesn't pull out just smoothly. You gotta pull it out and yank it out. Yeah. Fuck. Cats come harder than humans, it seems like.
But no, it's just the way they do. I don't know why. You know, I watched her have like 4 or 5 litters in her backyard. So I was really, at the time, I was just fucking lost. So I really got involved. I really watched how she treated the cats, how the fucking father would kill the kittens. Because the quicker he would kill the kittens, the quicker he could fuck her again. Because she was starting making milk.
Oh my God.
So he would kill the fucking kittens. Some mornings I wake up and there'd be 2 dead kittens.
Oh, how sad.
Yeah, this cat was fucking crazy. The same one was crazy. So, and he wouldn't even take food from
What do you do with these little dead kittens?
You pick them up, you carry them, and you say a prayer.
I mean, they're tiny, right?
Fucking tiny. But he was fucking, okay, let's say he was fucking the regular cat mama. And for some reason, mama would have 6 kittens. And 3 of them would live, and 2 of them would live in the yard. And let's say one of them was a female, he'd come back and have sex with his daughter. And then she'd have 6 kittens. So they'd come back and just keep having sex with all those kittens. I have tons of generations of those cats. Like that backyard had 6 or 7 generations of those cats because he kept fucking his own daughters. and having kittens. He was a neighbor that lived outside. That was like 8 or 9. You know what the life expectancy of a cat that lives outside is? Look it up. It's not long.
4?
Not even.
Really?
3 years, maybe 2 tops, maybe something like that. So for a cat to mature outside, like people who live in the building, like that motherfucker was mean. He was a kitten. Somebody left him here when he was a kitten. He just kept getting his head because
Less than 2 years.
yeah. So for him to be 8 and his head was huge from the testosterone, nobody ever got him neutered. He wouldn't fall for that shit. He was too big. There was a lady in Hollywood that was part of a program that would leave
Did he
cats.
talk?
That would leave. He would meow and fuck with you. He did with a Siamese did. From time to time, he would loosen up and fuck with you on the roof. You'd see him on the roof stretching and getting sun, making noises. But he was a fucking primitive. Like, for example, he saw Superbad's dad in a tree. You know, like, it had nothing to do with him. Like, he could have just kept walking. He looked up. I was in my bathroom, and I heard something. I open the window, and I look outside, and I see fucking Jimmy and Harry's dad fucking with his tail. It looked like a pole. Like it looked like he had been harpooned by a stick. I didn't know, and he was walking weird, and I didn't know what he was looking at. So I didn't know if somebody had shot him with something. It was the weirdest moment ever. And then I see him run up a fucking fence like a monkey. He jumps on the roof, and he goes from one end of the roof to the other, pacing. And I see what he was looking at. He was looking at Superbad's dad, my cat's dad. That was just on a tree, not bothering nobody.
Harry.
No, Superbad's dad, black and white.
Okay.
And he looked at Superbad's dad, and he was fucking going back and forth, and finally he walked 50 yards and jumped up a tree in the garage just to get at Superbad's dad. I saw him. Dog, they fought on the tree to almost the death. No, I wasn't that hip at the time.
Oh, man.
I was scared for both of them. I didn't want to give you a favor. I was scared for the both of them. I liked the both of them. I didn't want them to fucking. They were on that tree fucking going at it for like 50 seconds, and they just fell down. And I heard them, and then I lost them. And I go, fuck. And then I went outside, and I saw the father licking himself. Samurai, like just licking his wounds. He had like a stitch over his eye, he was bleeding and shit. He didn't give a fuck. I would go out there and leave cat food for him. He would never eat it. That's how he would spit it back in there. Fuck you. I don't eat that shit. That's what pussies. I'm a fucking cat jacket. And he was Siamese beautiful, but his balls were black. Like he had huge black balls. He had grown so much with testosterone that he would even walk like a bull. His balls would just bounce like a bull. You don't know how many times I saw him. We lived on Selma and Schrader. And you don't know how many times I saw him chasing a cat by Highland, which is 4 blocks away. Like he didn't want no male cats in his neighborhood. Like he wanted to know, like I'll fucking kill you. And I don't know. The last time I saw him, my wife gave him.
How does he walk? I feel like he's got like a badass walk.
I mean, we left that neighborhood in 2009, and we hadn't seen him in about a year. And the last time my wife saw him, he had a big gash over his eye, and it was infected. So she gave him like something with auto antibiotic. So the swelling would go down or something.
A cream?
Something, some.
Sassy Tracy?
And he would need the last time we saw him. I have a picture of him somewhere. Who knows? Who knows with that motherfucker? I mean, in my mind, motherfuckers like that never die. He's somewhere just getting stitched up, like Rambo or something. He's like an arm somewhere.
Wow.
But it was really an education to have. And now to still have those cats and to look at Superbad. Superbad is a rare motherfucker because I fed him. He was dead pretty much. He had gotten that disease where his stomach swells up from living outside. Lyme or something like that. Lyme disease. And my wife just brought him upstairs to die pretty much. She didn't want him to die outside. So she brought him and his brother up. And his brother died the first night. So Superbad was dead the next morning. And I'm like, I don't want another cat dying in my house. That's not going to happen. So I started feeding him oatmeal cookies. My wife had these soft and gooey oatmeal cookies. He wouldn't eat cat food. He wouldn't drink the water. He was pissing on himself. His legs were yellow. Superbad was white. His legs were fucking yellow. And I just, fuck. All I know is if I was dying, I want somebody to give me some fucking lobster tails and butter. Don't show up with a fucking Slim Jim and a fucking Snickers bar. I'll spit in your face and I'll haunt you from hell. You understand me? You come over, you drop a fucking mozzarella sandwich with fucking prosciutto on me with a tomato and sliced peppers. I'll fucking make sure you get laid every day from hell. I'll send postcards. I'll make sure you bump into women. I swear to God. He's dying, so I don't know what to give him. So I went in there with oatmeal cookies. I started eating oatmeal cookies. And he went for me, a little oatmeal cookie, a little bit more. I kept going in there every hour. He kept eating. And you know what? 2 days later, he was getting his 2 front legs right. So I kept giving him the oatmeal cookies. And a little bit of milk, oatmeal cookies, a little bit of milk. And that motherfucker got up. You ever see those people in churches? You ever stand up on the floor and just want to talk to people in churches? They show up at the church with like a fake wheelchair on the floor, drooling. And the white priest comes over with a lot of white teeth and he hits him in the head and he goes, "You're healed."
He starts speaking in tongues?
Yeah, he hits him in the head and the heel. So I was sitting on my living room floor watching TV.
I've seen that live.
And all of a sudden I looked to my left and there's Superman next to me. And he just collapses. Because that 5 steps from the bathroom to the living room must have killed him. And he came up like this cat had never come close to me, never talked to me, never winked an eye on me. His brothers and sisters would play with me, not that motherfucker. But for me giving those oatmeal cookies, he walked out to thank me. I'll never forget that. He actually made it out, walked out, rubbed like his nose on my fucking alcohol. And fell down. I played with him a little more. I'm like, we will make this shot. We gave him some more oatmeal. We didn't make it back to the bathroom. I picked him up and brought him back. But 3 days later, he was walking back and forth. And today, 8 years later, I still got Superman in my house right now. The point of the story is, every time I have oatmeal cookies, he still comes up with me. The other day, I had oatmeal cookies after Thanksgiving. Somebody gave me oatmeal cookies. I got home and I had oatmeal cookies. And I left, and there he was.
Can he eat a whole oatmeal cookie by himself?
If I break it up into pieces, no, he gets sick. I would just break up into pieces. Yeah, and listen to him. He goes, oh. He gets excited. Like today, he was with my wife. He was 10 feet away, and I could still hear him purring. Like he's like, out of all the cats, he gets fucking excited. Like he fucking purrs back. You can hear him. He goes fucking ape shit.
Was Samurai Fidel's father? Because Fidel used to do that.
No, Harry. Fidel's father was Harry, Superbad's father.
Oh, okay. Fidel used to do that to me, just stare at me now. The entire time.
Yeah. He used to boss you around. He would paint me for phone. He would paint and go fucking good. It's really weird. When I was a kid, a friend of mine said his cat, he was going over young, his cat, he was going over the cat because they go into the bed and they run the dog and they get the bed to sleep. That's why I never got a cat. Shit. And it's kind of true.
Why did you get a cat in the first place? Now you have like 5 of them.
My wife.
She's a cat.
My wife had a cat, a little kitten. I met her and I became cat with a kitten. They had these fucking cats in the backyard.
So having a cat as a pet was new to you, though, but she was used to it.
Yes. No, she was used to having animals out farm.
Yeah.
I don't know a thing about nothing.
But did you like it at first?
I thought he was a pussy.
Did it take some
I thought he was a
adjusting
pussy. I thought he was a little fucking pussy. Jimmy, a thing.
Uh-huh.
At first, I used to chase him with the vacuum. I'd get the vacuum and he'd go like that and he'd run around and run at me. And we would just play like a game. And then it just shows a weird affection. You know, cats and dogs show you different types of affection. A dog shows you affection when you walk in, they play with you, they throw a ball. Cats come by and they rub against your leg when they walk away. Cats know you really need it. Like when you're fucking trying to leave, they show, and you don't even know it. It's not till a week later you go, that's nothing. Like Finny, for example, I get anxiety sometimes, especially when I see blood when I have to transfer it. I get anxiety. You know, sometimes I bang my head, you know, I bend over and then I bang my head. I thought about it. What I do is I get to anxiety. One day I was in the shower shit, and I cut myself. Hot water hit it, and I looked at it 2 minutes later, and my whole head was covered with blood, and I went into a panic mode.
Oh my god!
So I ran outside. I fucking ran out there naked and just sat by the chair by the air conditioner. I put the air conditioner down to 60. And I just sat there and I started seeing spots and shit, you know, before you faint. And in the middle of all this, Finny jumps on me while I'm naked. And when he lands, to show me he loves me, he puts his claws out. You know how they just put their claws out, they purr and they put their claws out. Listen, I don't like to lie to anybody in this room. If this wasn't my cat, I would have punched this fucking cat right off my fucking hips. You understand me? Michael Vick style. I would have punched this cat if this cat would have flown across the fucking room. You understand me? You have no idea what it is to be fainting. And for a cat to land on you naked, and one of his claws is in your leg, and all of a sudden he starts to drop his claws into you. But the reason that I love this motherfucker, I just kept saying, Finny, get off me. Finny, get off me. Finny, get off me. Finny. And finally, I would just hold him and pat him, and he would stop clawing me. But guess what? I didn't faint.
He kept you from fainting.
Do you understand?
He saved your life.
I'm not going to do it again.
Oh my god.
He did it again one time. Like I got food poisoning, and I went to the couch and sat there, and I'm like, oh. Like, all of a sudden, there he is. I had jeans on. And there he is. This time, he put 2 claws and pulled himself up. Which that shit drives me crazy. I will choke that motherfucker.
And
again,
hurt.
I'm like, God damn it, Finny again. If it was anybody else's cat, I would have left hook that fucking motherfucker. But I love this cat so much. So I'm like, God damn, Finny. God damn it. God damn that whole goddamn. God damn it, you mother. And then I would just, I'm sorry, I yelled at you. And then that whole process, I would give him a kiss. And I realized I didn't faint. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Did he save your life?
Not that he saved my life, but for the moment, he was there for me. He filled
you know,
that void. Yeah.
Because if you faint, that's almost like getting a concussion.
Yeah.
It feels like it, right?
It's fucking horrible.
Yeah. So because you don't want to like not remember shit in your life.
I ate some edibles before I came up, and I ran up the stairs real fast. And I came in here first. I lost my breath. I kicks the anxiety in. Oh my God, I thought I was going to pass out.
Just now?
Just before you came, 10 minutes before you came.
Oh my God. Are you okay now?
Yeah, I'm just sitting and breathing. I'm having a good time. I'm telling cat stories. I'm in my fucking heaven. You know what I'm saying? That's the fucking cool in the house and shit. That's the cool don't fuck around. She took that stage in San Diego, you know, all jokes aside, and fucked them up. Fucked them up. Whether it was, and she was stoned as fuck. Look at how stoned she was. She broke her fucking thumb. Charlie, take my home. She broke her pinky. Same difference. Pinky thumb.
This is what you consider a thumb.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking.
Man.
So how long have you been doing comedy altogether?
About 12 years now.
How long were you on the show with Nick Cannon? You one episode?
I did 1 season.
What did you think?
Oh man, I thought that was the greatest.
What episode? What year did you do?
I did season 6, I think.
Okay, and what are they up to now?
7, between 7 and 8.
Oh, that's what they're up to now?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. I think they're up to like season 13. I watch it when I'm on the road. I know like Spanky and you know
Spanky Hayes.
a couple of the guys on the show, so I watch it for a little while. You know, I remember when I first got here, Nick Cannon was a big time. And he would show up there with his mom. He had to stand outside the comedy club where he was.
When he was like 18?
Yeah, maybe 16, 15.
Yeah.
And he would have to sit outside the comedy club and they'd come out and get him and go, Nick, you ready? Yeah, he was running. He couldn't be in the club because they sold alcohol.
And his mom was outside?
His mom was outside. His dad was guardian of him. Nice
Yeah.
people. Long time.
Church people.
Yeah, he was always a very, very nice kid. You know?
Yeah.
And then you did, what's the other one? The Girl Code?
Girls
What the
Code.
fuck is the Girl Code? Because you're like the third girl that I've met that's on the show. Tell me what it is.
It's like a talking head show for teenagers, you know.
Okay.
And it's like we put cartoons to our stories, and we tell stories, you know, talking about like they'll do like a topic, you know, like texting, sexting, and you know, Valentine's Day or something, you know, and then all these comedians will riff off these topics, right? But it's geared towards females, and it's all female comedians on the show, or it's all about the female perspective, you know. So we like wrote all of our own material. You know what I mean? Everything that we said was just our original thoughts on camera. You know, so it was kind of like it's a very female writery show. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Now, do you get a lot of offers to play TV and movies?
I have gone on auditions. Yeah.
It's just interesting. I think that you do well because you're what they look for more than, you know what I'm saying? You have great looks, plus you were born and raised here. But you could play the other hand too. You could show up and be so home.
No, one time I was an extra in one of those cop shows in New York, and I was a waitress at a Chinese restaurant, and I didn't have any lines. I'm just bringing takeout food, you know, to a customer, whatever. And when I watch it back, they dubbed Chinese over like, you know, but they didn't like have me say it because I don't know Chinese. First of all, and second of all, they have to pay me. So they just got somebody to read some Chinese.
How dirty is that? That's hysterical.
Yeah.
Just, do you follow Margaret Cho on Twitter?
I do.
Okay, what is Asian face?
What
the fuck is she talking about today?
What is Asian face?
I don't know. I'm asking somebody who's Korean just in case. She said the statement was, fuck Asian face. I'm sick of Asian face. Let Hollywood pick the right role for Asians or some shit. You know.
Oh, did somebody do Asian face and they're white on a TV show or something? Because there's blackface, you know?
What happened?
I'm just looking right now, I'm not sure.
Listen, man, I tell you, he's a bad motherfucker. Has anybody seen that movie Focus? With Will Smith?
No, it's good.
Listen, what's the psychiatrist, the gay psychiatrist in SBU? Like if they go to him all the time and question that he's very gay and he's an Asian guy, I don't know if he's Korean or Japanese or Chinese, I don't know, whatever the fuck he is. If you haven't seen the movie Focus, you have to see this scene. There's 3 brilliant performances I've watched the last couple of weeks. Is Focus, that guy in that scene. The Brazilian Narcos in episode whatever, 9 is brilliant. If he was English and Australian, they'd be sucking his dick. This fucking scene. Oh, I saw Carlito's wedding last week, Monday. And I will. Vigo Mortensen, a Puerto Rican in a wheelchair. Are you fucking serious? Have you ever seen this?
No.
Wait.
Which I type in.
Vigo, type in Carlito's way, Vigo Mortensen. Can you see this stuff? And then he says a word. He says, "Que don't pase." For somebody to coach you to say, "Que don't pase," even fucking Tony Montana didn't say that in fucking Scarface. That's the way Cubans and Puerto Ricans talked in those days. It wasn't called anything else but pase. That's what the house was called. Get un pase. That's it. Get un pase.
Get un pase.
Get un pase means you want to.
Oh, a bump of coke.
Get it un pase.
Un pase.
Get un pase.
Get un pase.
Just like that. Yeah, we can. I got my signal over here, like Based on my money. Lee's all fucked up today. I know my brother Lee, he's fucked up. He's not fucked up in the THC. This rash is fucking him up. He's all fucked up.
I told him
he's my dog though. He
put eyeshadow on the other eye. Nobody will ever think it's weird.
He's all good. I understand. Shit happens.
No, must be.
You what?
Quiere un pase.
Quiero un pase.
Quiero un pase.
Jesus Christ, look at this fucking guy. Yeah, like I told you, he's all crazy. Quiero un pase. But it's very, the way it's said is the whole thing. Because pase has to be low. Because you can't get that much attention.
Right.
So when you do pase, you gotta offer it out. Un pasecito. And then if you really want to simplify, you call un pasecito.
Un pasecito.
Un pasecito.
Dame un pasecito, mi amor.
There you go.
Mis labios en fuego para ti.
So there you go. See?
Which one do you want?
Keep going. Yeah. That one. I gotta find the other one before that. Just pressing big old Mortensen Carlito's way. And watch this motherfucker take it to the next level. Shit. Hopefully we'll have it from the beginning. He plays a point. That's the only slip he has. He plays the fucking. He slips right there. He's going to scroll and see what's the Look at that lead on. Keep going back upstairs. There you go. Let's see.
It's just a heavy weight to be around.
Maybe they'll take us to fucking Germany and show us some fucking. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? Fucking me up with this shit. No. What is this shit? Techno fucking Regina?
I think Lee necesita un pase.
No, there's not.
Oh,
Keep scrolling. See what's
those
on the bottom. It's
pases.
gotta be there. It's gotta be somewhere. Like, keep going. You gotta see it. You don't see it all? No, it's not there. They fucking took it out. But he's fucking great, man. Jesus Christ.
How is Will Smith?
You focus? It's not Will Smith. It's the Asian guy.
Oh, okay.
The Asian guy. Fucking Will Smith plays like a scammer. And he goes into a press box, like one of those boxes with people, high-level people. And there's this fucking, let's just say he's a Chinese fucking gangster. And he's in there, he's gambling out loud. I guarantee you, the guy who does this, he can beat him. And they kept escalating the bet. And all of a sudden, Will Smith goes, let's do this for $3 million. And the guy goes, fuck it. I wasn't even sympathy for the devil, and this fucking guy takes it to the next level of acting. I mean, you sit there and go, Jesus Christ, he's badass. And then he throws Will Smith out of his box after he beats Will Smith or whatever. I mean, it's just fucking tremendous. It's one scene, which is all you need in the movie if you're going to fuck them up really hard. He went in there and fucked them up really hard, man. You forgot Will Smith was in the fucking movie for 3 minutes. You're like, God damn, this guy plays a gangster. Damn! What's up, my little fucking angel of death? We met on the set of Doug Benson.
Doug Benson's getting Doug with high.
Smoking some fucking reefer in there. I gotta go back on there. I feel bad because they're good guys, but it's always Monday or Tuesday early, and I'm busy and I'm running around. We try, but I told them I'd do it once they go back in January. I'm definitely wanting.
Yeah, you're definitely a fan favorite.
I like it on the show. That was a good guy. It's a fun time. That's what we're looking for. A studio we can smoke pot and light ourselves on fire. and we won't get a fucking rash and shit.
Let's hope not.
What's up, dog? You all broken over there?
No, I'm good.
You haven't sent me another star?
No, I don't want to. I really am.
No, you-
September, that's good.
no, you-
I always have that. No, I'm good, man.
Wait, which one did I eat?
You weighed half of the 200.
Half? There's 200 milligrams in it?
The purple ones are 200. The
What?
regular
In
ones-
one star?
Yep, the regular ones are
Jesus
125.
Christ! I'm like,
So nothing happens. You know, leave the other half. What the fuck are you complaining about? You already pushed the envelope. You might as well go deep and shit.
damn. That's a lot.
So, yeah. It's Sunday night. We don't do it. Monday, December 21st. 4 shoplifting days left.
I wanna be around to pick up the pieces when somebody breaks your heart. Somebody twice as smart
Tremendous.
as I.
So what are you thinking?
Great,
Talk to me.
great song.
What are you thinking, man? What's going on in your world right now? You going back to Miami tomorrow?
I'm going back to Miami
For
tomorrow.
how long? How long do you stay in Miami?
Well, I think maybe a week or something.
And then where do you go?
And then back to New York and stuff.
So you keep yourself pretty fucking busy with this
Yeah.
family shit.
Yeah, I travel a lot.
You're always on the move. You have to fucking travel. It's the only way you can, you know,
Yeah.
the only way you get really good at this.
You gotta be an expert traveler. You know what I mean? You gotta know the shortcuts. You gotta know, like, the family style bathrooms so nobody's using them just to fucking use them and not feel bad.
I know. I
You
use
know
the
what I mean?
family style
Right?
bathroom all the fucking time.
Like, you just take up a
Yeah,
whole,
if
like,
they ask me what's going on, oh, I'm waiting for my wife and kid. I don't know what the fuck they are. You know how it is when you fucking where you're from. They told me they'd be here.
yeah.
I do all. Listen, I just got my Southwest A-list card, and I'm like, I already have these benefits because I still in this line anyway.
Yeah.
Whether I travel A-list or not, I still travel on the fucking line. It doesn't matter. People actually believe this shit. TSA will let you get the first class line if you want a first class ticket. But the airline, if there's a long line, you get on first class. And you say, oh my God, I didn't know. I'm not going to send you to the back of the line.
No, I hate those people. You always, because I'm priority, and there's always motherfuckers like you who are like, oh, I didn't know.
I didn't know
And,
nothing.
and like,
I don't know
and
nothing.
it's like
I don't know nothing.
everybody's standing there going, you know, he doesn't have a priority ticket.
No, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing when I fly. That's the way to fly. Now, what are you talking about? I don't know nothing. I thought I bought the early board. I didn't buy it. What are you talking about? Let me talk to a gate agent. Don't worry about it. Just get in the fucking plane. You gotta work it like you fucking own the joint. You know what I'm saying? For years I traveled. I shoplifted. I didn't have money to fucking buy stuff
Oh
in
man,
airports.
I shoplifted from the company that I worked for.
Where did you shoplift?
Well, I got laid off from the job, right? I was a sales rep, and I had this company car. And I got laid off, and they forgot to get the company car back. So I just took it with me to New York.
And what happened?
Nothing happened.
What'd you do with the car?
I had this car, and I was just like, just using this car. Like, I'm not on their books, but these companies are so big, they forget about the expenses of, oh, we have a company car out there. So for 6 months, my first 6 months in New York, I had a car
They call you.
that I didn't have to pay for. And I started selling coke.
No, you didn't.
Yeah!
Out of the car?
Yeah, how did I not meet you guys, man?
We were already gone.
Oh,
We were
yeah.
already long gone. So how'd you get the car back?
They called me for the car. And I was thinking I should bring it to like a tire shop and sell it for parts. You know? Like how much money could I make off it? I had a Chevy Equinox. Nice car, you know?
5, 10 grand, maybe 5.
Right? I was so tempted when they called me and they said, yeah, you have that car.
Yeah, but see, today they got GPS and they got Google Maps.
Back then they didn't have that.
What were you gonna say? When they said, "Where's the car?"
I was gonna say like, oh, I don't know, I parked it here and now it's gone. You know, that's what my plan was, but I gave the keys back.
Well, you could have just said I called somebody. Who did you call 6 months ago? They told me to drop the car off for brakes. Why would you drop the car off? I don't know. That's just an iPhone. What was his name? I don't fucking know.
Fucking name,
Listen,
man.
listen, you can't take the fucking line.
Yeah.
There's all these cars that GPS, bridges, cameras, poles, times on them, tires have IP numbers. You're fucking dead. It's tough to be a fucking criminal. It's gotta be fucking tough to go anything.
I know a girl who got caught stealing 12 sweaters from Marshalls.
Oh yeah, that's a losing proposition. You ain't gonna shop.
I'm like,
You're just walking
did
into
you
a
have to
trap.
take 12 at one time?
Yeah,
like,
no, if you're gonna walk on ice, you might as well dance. You're not gonna walk in there and take one sweater. If they're 200 a piece, you get
just
yourself
go 12
2,400.
times and take one.
Yeah, but that's small time. Fucking going there for broke, but they're gonna get you security. It's over. It's over. It's tough to shop.
You gotta go to different countries where they don't have cameras to shoplift. You know, shoplifting is getting expensive. You gotta buy a plane ticket, then shoplift there, and then.
You're gonna shoplift in Mexico. Where you think they're gonna give you a ticket in Mexico? They cut your fucking hand off.
No,
What are they gonna fucking do in Mexico? Are you crazy? If you don't get caught shoplifting,
let's go to Canada.
Fuck that. Don't hang your tune and you can't travel. You can't do things. If you're gonna shoplift,
Canada doesn't have that much power.
You gotta shoplift smart. And there's no shoplifting in your world. You're a high level fucking comedian. There's no shoplifting. You can take a bite of stolen papers from time to time. If nobody's watching, you can't shoplift a fucking album or something like that.
No.
Doesn't cover his prices.
No, I know.
You're the real fucking. You know how I did? Like Tessitella. I was the king of the returns. I caught the tail end of the evolution. This time of the year, this was cash. From December 10th to February 14th. I probably made every year $25,000-$30,000. Because in 1993 there was a big espresso boom in this country. So espresso machines were $3.99 and the Kmart shit on sale. I would just walk into a coffee machine, pick it up, and go back to the exchange room. I said, my wife bought this for my mother. My mother's got one already, and I don't have the receipt.
And they just give you money.
Cash plus the tax.
Wow. You just.
So when it was $3.99, you get like fucking $4.60 plus tax. And you walked out. That was the first time. The second time they asked you for that.
Yeah, so you gotta go to a different store.
So you could get a receipt. Also, you could hang out in front of the store like in Puerto Rican and wait for somebody to drop the receipt. I remember one time somebody dropped the receipt for a lawnmower. Don't think I didn't get in the car and go to the lawnmower and fucking bring back a lawnmower like a motherfucker. I wouldn't walk out of the store with the product.
Yeah.
I would just walk right up to the fucking thing and say, I would just cut into the line like that.
You know, I work at a movie theater, and I would have kids from my high school come, and I say, give me $40, I'll let all of you guys in to the movie.
We used to do
You were smarter than anyone I ever. I worked in movie theaters for years. People just let their friends in.
For free?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made them pay me. I'm like, you don't let me sit with you at the lunch table, and you're like out having fun while I'm working.
Oh no, I wouldn't let anyone even like. I was like friends.
Yeah, these were like the popular kids, you know. They'd be like, let us in, and they'd be like, yeah, what up, cool.
When I was a kid, there used to be a place in Jersey. And I would go in there, and I would buy an album. Okay? But I would actually walk up to the counter with 12 albums, or 9 albums, or 10 albums, or a stack of albums. These gorilla hands would cover the thickness. You could never tell, because I'd walk up to you like this. You're following me? Right before I paid for it, I bent over and left the albums on the floor and came back with the ones you saw. So I was like a magician.
You are a magician.
And I come up to the counter, pay for it. Okay, these albums would still be standing against the counter like this.
Well, you put like your jacket down there or something?
Nothing. So the albums would still be standing against the counter like this. There'd be a wall. She couldn't see through the glass. People were busy. This is 1982. People were busy. She couldn't see. She put that fucking album in a bag. I take that bag, bend down like I was switching, and pick the fucking albums up so they would cover. The bag would cover the albums that I picked up. I picked them up with my thumb and walked right out of the store like that. So all she'd see is the bag now. But she didn't see it. My thumb was holding on to 10 fucking albums.
Wow.
Do you practice that at home?
Yeah, I practice at home like a fucking magician in my mirror. No, you don't practice at home.
It's a complicated move.
You know, his hands are fucking huge.
You figure that out.
You don't need
While
to
you're
practice
making
when
them
you got the
home.
size.
You have to. All I needed was just to get my thumb on that plastic.
What would you do, Lee, if those were your hands?
He would go in a jacuzzi, I'll tell you that much.
No. I don't know what that means.
I don't understand. I never met a Jew with more skin rashes than you. You used to get a rash from jerking off. Like you put diseases from jerking off, haven't you? Like fucking mild skin diseases on your little fucking Juping geek, haven't you? Look at you.
Next time, point
I
away
know
from me when
20,000
you
people that show up to a fucking jacuzzi.
I know.
Only you come back with a black eye. This time we have to talk. You gotta intake your vitamin C. It's time you eat 2 eggs for breakfast. That's it. We gotta kick off the fucking page of 2016. Last time remember you had the sty on the other eye?
Yeah, I had it from a
For
fucking.
a month and a half. We kept saying, and then the mother-in-law, the Mexican mother-in-law wanted to put, witchcraft on his eye, like blow smoke in it and shit. He wouldn't let
No,
it.
it wasn't blowing smoke.
What was it?
It was taking a burning hot jalapeno pepper, put it on the fire until it's burning, and then put that on your eye. And I asked about that, so she said it's not the right kind for that.
So what kind of pepper do you need for this thing you have on your
I
head?
don't really want to know.
What really happened with your eye?
I wish I had a better story.
Where is that?
You should just tell people I was with this girl and she fucking was like, she was like, I'm a squirter. Are you okay with that? And you're like, yeah, sure, I never seen that. And then she fucking started squirting in your eye. Like Spider Woman, you know? And it just like covered your whole damn eye.
So let me ask you something. So when you dropped your call off, right?
Yes.
You went upstairs and the mom saw your eye.
Yeah.
And you showed it to her. What she said to you? You said, Judy, do you
No. I had a call on the way home. Her mom would do it. And she said she would, but like, there's one where like someone is like sticking out. I don't know. It's gross. But I don't know. Like I went in a fucking old hot tub at a cabin. Not the smartest move, apparently. Looking back on it.
Probably, yeah.
Did
Did it have like leaves? Did it have leaves in it?
Yeah.
Did you leave your dick in the toilet or did you hold on to it while you were shit?
Why would I hold on to my dick while I'm shitting?
Because you don't leave your little thing deep on
Because
the
he's
inside.
been watching you shit.
Because if you got a rash in the jacuzzi, do you know what rash the toilet's going to give you a dick if you left it on the inside? If I was you, I'd just go to the doctor and get checked out. You're all fucked up. Who goes to the jacuzzi and comes back like that?
Because you always jinx me.
I've been fucking jinxing it.
You hate Airbnb for no reason. The first day, 8 million people to Airbnb. Nothing happens. I got a 1 ever in my life. And you this is the bad junior one with like all the sperm in the hot tub or something. I don't know.
You know, listen, if you see a hot tub, people, listen, I want you people, you listeners to listen to this. Look at my face. If you're on a hot tub, I want you to think before you jump in a hot tub or a jacuzzi. I want you to think that Joey Diaz took a shit in that thing and jerked off in there. Because I've jerked off in all those jacuzzis in my cocaine days. I got no pussy.
Somebody should draw that for you.
I would always whack off in jacuzzis just to see the sperm disintegrate in the fucking Poseidon.
Just have Joey Diaz
When I was
like
in
on the
Colorado,
side.
I was 21. I whacked off in those things all the time. So you have to assume that somebody whacked off in those fucking jacuzzis, and you're going in there to drink champagne and be Tony Montana.
This is his way of hazing you.
In a jacuzzi and a fucking. So every jacuzzi you see has got to be a minimum of 25 fucking years old.
It all comes full
Because
circle.
nobody do use jacuzzis no more. People jump in ice cubes and tubs or whatever the fuck they do.
No, it is. You know what, man? The rest of it, Big Bear was pretty great. I had a great time up there.
I know you did. The air was there.
Yeah. Oh my god. Every bag we had expands. And it looks like a big balloon as you're carrying it around. It's pretty crazy. I don't know, but it was fun. It was snow up there. It snowed last night. It was a good time.
When you went to the zoo, what'd you eat up there?
There's not much to eat up there. We got Chinese food, which was great. And then we went to the local pizza place. It's just okay. But we were fun. She had just finished all the finals, so we had a couple days away to store. I don't know, man. It was a good time.
She's lurking around for the holidays, don't worry.
She's home for like 2 or 3 weeks, I think. This is the last semester.
And then she went back to school.
I think 12. Yeah, it's pretty.
That's a long vacation.
Three fucking
January.
weeks.
January 12th.
That's good. That's all she needs. That's what she's a fucking lawyer. They're in training. You know, when you're a lawyer, you got to prepare yourself for the future. What do you think? You become a lawyer to do less work.
Yeah.
So 4 weeks is a fucking gift to a lawyer. That's a fucking gift. What they're about to run into, what she's about to go into in the next 10 months is going to be out. There's no fucking days off. You know, it's a comic. There's no fucking days off. That's what people
Lawyers should get more time off, probably. They work so hard, right?
No, there's a lot of fucking lawyers now. There's a ton of fucking lawyers. You know, so you gotta go out there and hustle on your comic now. You gotta go out there and get that work.
You gotta make that cheesy commercial.
You gotta go to hospitals and give out cards and you get hit by a car, get electrocuted. Last time on the way back from the comedy store, I saw 3 fucking accidents. People going into fences and shit and walls.
Yeah, I saw that on TV.
Yeah, this is the time of year where you gotta fucking drive defensively, you gotta pay attention. Because fucking mobiles are out
all
there.
all the amateurs are out shopping right now, and people who aren't expert travelers, you know, like when you go to the airport on Thanksgiving or day before Christmas, and you make that mistake of like flying that day. It's like this is when everybody's out, like all the amateur flyers and drivers, because most people they just stay in all year round and they don't really do stuff. A lot of people stay home. A
It's
lot of
like
people
New Year's
are
Eve
home.
comedy crowds.
Exactly.
A lot of people do not like performing on New Year's Eve. I've had the roughest. The Miami Improv in the late 90s was a great club. One of the first bombings I ever took on New Year's was there. And the headliner bombed, but the beauty was I saw Chris Rock get booed there 2 days earlier by black people. It was black night on Monday and Tuesday. That's how crazy that improv was. Like during New Year's week, it's tourism. It's different people. I think the Super Bowl was there or something. No, it was too early for the Super Bowl. It was New Year's Eve. But I was there at Super Bowl one time, and I bombed that week with Richard
Maybe
Jennings.
a college football game.
No, with Super Bowl, I was there another time. One time with Richard Jennings, like in '99, the Super Bowl was in Miami in '98 or '97. And I was down there with Richard Jennings, and I fucking ate shit. Till Friday, I figured it out. But this was not my usual Miami fucking crowd. These people were tourists that were in town for the fucking Super Bowl. And they were standing in Coconut Grove. And they were standing in Miami. They were fucking rich people.
Wow.
Some of the people are a little bit more weird, a little bit more Christian. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, I love the whole Miami comedy scene. I always thought the Miami comedy scene had really blossomed big. Like somebody set up, 6 or 7 little rolling satellites. And, Hollywood is right down there. The moon goes right down there. And they could do like the last type of TV show down there. But it never really panned out. And like from 2000 to I heard all these rumblings. They were going to shoot all these movies in Florida. And then they shot like 2 and that was it. Bad Boys, they shot a couple.
The tax benefits need to be better.
The what?
The tax
The tax
benefits.
benefits in Miami, but they always change. Every year they go back
Right.
and forth.
And then they
This year it's
shoot
New York.
themselves in the foot.
Yeah, they do.
Hopefully, like Florida's the next state to legalize weed, and hopefully, people can grow marijuana.
But the problem with Florida is the same problem with California. That you have Miami up to West Palm Beach where people are hip. Then from West Palm Beach up, WKNZ. It goes fucking deep. And that's the Bible Belt. No matter how you look at that Tallahassee, all that shit, that's a different state. Those are white people from other places that went to retire, that do not really want that riffraff in their city. So at first, I was like, Miami, West Palm, and Fort Lauderdale, shit, that law is going to pass. When I found out that men get legalized, I was like, I get it now. That's still the Bible Belt. It's like California. California is a huge state. You have San Francisco, you have San Jose and those states up there, little thing we have up there, and then you have San Diego and Los Angeles. What happens when you live in the 5 and you leave fucking the 170? What does it become? Like
Cows and fields, like berries.
you think those people vote for fucking weed?
Right.
You know, they're just trying to fucking exist. You know, all of a sudden we have no water in fucking LA. We got water to grow weed.
Right.
We got water like a
Nobody else
motherfucker to grow
Nobody,
weed.
nobody else can use water
Yeah,
unless
nobody
you're
else can
growing
use water.
weed,
Yeah,
because that's what's making you. That's your cash cow.
and there's benefits. I think there's pros and cons to having legalized marijuana, you know, whatever the fuck they are. I don't know. I'm not going to count them down and tell you what they are. I really don't give a fuck. I'm too high. You follow me? I mean, is it legal in California?
No, still medical.
It's still medical. Yeah, it's the same shit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they need to. You guys need to upgrade to Colorado level, where you don't need to be registered and have some California address and get a California driver's license, just so that you
Yeah,
can
but they don't give you good
shop
weed
there.
when you're visiting. And the edibles are only like 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams. You can only buy 100 milligrams of edibles at one time.
In Colorado.
Yeah, they restrain you like a motherfucker. They don't give you the batch of butt because you're recreational, you don't visit. They're not gonna give you the weed.
Oh yeah.
They're not gonna give you that good shit they hold back to you because you might fucking think you're Superman. It's gonna take your shirt off and fly out the hotel building. So they say that to the people who live in town or are used to it. So, listen, when you smoke weed in Denver, it's completely different from smoking weed at sea level than what it is in fucking high level, whatever that's called.
It
Completely fucking different.
It got me messed up this weekend. Oh my god.
2 different fucking worlds.
Really?
2
It's a different
worlds.
high?
First time I did a bong hit in Colorado, I passed out.
What?
Fell backwards, had to get up, ice on my head, water, seeing spots. The area, and I did it in Aspen, which is 12,000 fucking feet or something. And I did a bong hit until I was Joey Bananas, like on Doug Benson. And all of a sudden, blacked the fuck out.
Wow.
Yeah, the air is that much thinner, so it gives you a different effect. And I went back to Denver this time. I was really, like, cheaper chews showed up and people showing up with elbows. And I'm like, I'm going to cut the level at 200, 150 because I don't know what's going to happen at altitude. My heart might go crazy.
Wow.
You have to get, what's that called? You have to get whatever it's called, 6 weeks to get. When your body transforms up in high altitude, to acclimate, it takes 6 to 8 weeks to acclimate. You know what? When I first went to Colorado, I wasn't heavy in '83. I was a big muscle kid, and I lost like 10 pounds because you lose weight in the beginning because your heart has to beat more. You're always working out for 4 weeks. You just walk it makes your heart beat like you're working out.
Yeah, so you can only take like a baby hit or something.
You can take baby hits until you get acclimated. See.
It's like sometimes when you like have a show where there's only like 5 people, you still gotta do that show.
You gotta do that show.
Because you just take those baby laughs and then you translate that into like, regular laughs in your head to gauge like what's working and what's not.
You like stand-up, right? You like I can see you the other night that you're really into what you're doing. You're really good at what you do. How long you've been doing it.
Oh my god, I love stand-up. That's, I've always been a stand-up. I started out as a writer in a high school newspaper, though. And that's, I just naturally went into being a comedian because people were just, like, coming up to me every Wednesday when the paper came out. They're like, oh, I always read your columns first. They're so funny. And I was like, thanks, and they'd be like, you're so funny. And so you just hear that so many times, and you're like, I'm funny. Like, that's just how it happens, right?
What was the first time you got on stage?
In my 8th grade talent show. I was the host of the talent show. the librarian like was like, "Hey, you're always making your friends laugh. Why don't you host a talent show?" And I was like, "Okay." You know, so I would like take bits from like Aladdin and like recreate them. I dressed up like as the Energizer Bunny, and I borrowed my band director's like drum set from marching band, and I went across the stage like as an Energizer Bunny. I did a commercial while I was hosting it, you know.
So you had shit going on.
Well, I mean, like that was my first time like doing stand up.
Right, but at least you had something.
Yeah, but you know, I was used to speaking in front of crowds every week because of the church that I grew up in, and like I had to perform music in front of a congregation of like 75 people every week. And also like on Fridays we would share like a testimony where you're supposed to like reveal what sins you committed that week and like you know, ask God for forgiveness. So you know, I was just so used to being in front of, you know, a small crowd of people in this like makeshift church.
What church is this?
It's called UBF, University Bible Fellowship.
And is it open? Is it just Korean?
Well, the founder was Korean, and then they would recruit They would try to recruit North Americans.
They're the ones that show up with the little van with the Korean thing on the side.
No, they don't have vans. They're more like ghetto. They just have like beat down cars. You know.
It's very interesting. You grew up in the church. So how old were you?
Till I was 17 when I left.
Your parents were mad?
Were they mad? You know what? The people at the church were more mad than my parents were. My parents never really said anything like, "Hey, come back." You know? But the people at the church were like, "You know, you shouldn't be doing this." And I'm like, "Why?"
I'm done with you, motherfucker.
Yeah. Don't tell me what I have to wear. Don't tell me I can't wear a tie-dye t-shirt to Bible study because of like the connotation to drugs and hippie culture. And I didn't know that. I was just a kid. It was my chemistry project to make a tie-dye t-shirt. You know, they try to control you, and they, you know, they call everybody sheep. They, like the new recruits who come into the church, they call them sheep. So like already, like you just attracts people with low self-esteem. You know, who've been through a rough time in life, and then they get you by like feeding you, like love bombing you. They take you out to eat, and like nobody else wants to take you out to eat. They like fuck with your mind. You know, like a cult.
You can't find somebody taking my feet. I'm offended. I always bump into somebody taking for a cheeseburger.
Some people don't have friends.
I got no friends either.
Some people want to meet their friends all in one day. You know? Some people are like, want to be part of an organization.
I was watching that CNN thing, and they were talking about Jim Jones. I was just unwinding. You know, you see all these people in Guyana, you know, and they were like black, white, Asians, you know. I'm looking at these, okay, I'm looking at every nationality, and I'm questioning this, like, why are you there? You know, you're white, you should have no holes in your game. Like, I was a young kid, I'm looking at the black people, like, you should be ashamed of yourself. Motherfucker, you there. Black people never fought for this type of shit. And I'm looking at like this Asian people from San Francisco because that's where his church is from. It was from San Francisco, Jim Jones. So I'm looking at these people are raised like the most solid fucking people in the world. How they fought for this white low, whatever the fuck they call them, the Chinese people, the white devil. And you can't figure it out, but they all have the same denominator. They fought these people in the right way. You know what I'm saying? It's like a chick that won't suck your dick on Tuesday, and maybe suck your dick on Saturday, around like 4 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? She won't suck your dick on Tuesday and 4 if you bump into her in the afternoon. But 4 in the morning behind the Wendy's, things could happen. You know what I'm saying? Right or wrong, Lisa, yeah, look at you. You're sitting there.
I haven't experienced the one.
All rashed up with fucking black eyes. We do some shout outs with everybody out of here. My man Paul Ireland, my girl Brandy Lynn. Merry Christmas to you and your beautiful boyfriend, Kyle Walker, Arturo Rodriguez, Brian West, 256, Luca Banana, Jordan Lee. I'll see you Wednesday night at the motherfucking Hong Kong Gardens up there in Ventura. And my man Jay said so. I love you motherfuckers. That's right. Wednesday night I'll be at the Hong Kong fucking Gardens up in Ventura, 8 o'clock. It's the last gig of the year before my New Year's gig with Rogan on the 31st. So you're not doing nothing until Wednesday night. And you're getting ready to fucking for your family. Doing one last hold down before you fucking holiday. 36 hours of bullshit and fucking family shit and Christmas bells and bad food. Come on up to the Hong Gardens and we'll rock your fucking world. What are you doing Christmas Eve? You going by the White House? What are you going to do?
Yeah, they party.
They party. What do they do? They play games, right?
Yeah, Loteria.
Oh my Loteria. And then what do you do on Christmas Day? You sleeping over or you bring it back to your crib?
I don't know. I'm not gonna sleep over there.
We're gonna bring mama back with you. Come home empty-handed. You're gonna bring her. She'll wake up to the real Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? A little red Jew dick with a black top hat. Forget about that motherfucker. He's ready to sling thick. He's getting the sins back. He's got to get his. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing Christmas Day?
I don't know. They're not taking Christmas Day, but I'll probably let her sleep over there.
Sure. You want to sleep over there?
No, let her sleep over there. I'll get back to my house.
You let her sleep over there. You crazy? So I forgot your Christmas. I got to come back to the place and get it. One day. And then bring it back. It's Christmas night, Christmas Eve.
Ooh, I don't know. That's what she's just going on.
Fuck that shit. Tell him who's the fucking Captain Kirk of the Enterprise all rashed up and shit. You just bought a rash because, you know what I'm saying? You got a black eye in the jacuzzi. You gotta do what the fuck you gotta do. You see what I gotta deal with that thing?
Wow.
What one the fuck you take the thief? Everybody wants to see Santa. Right? Rather wrong. What are you doing Christmas Eve?
Just opening presents, I suppose. Okay.
The boyfriend back.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be doing a hunky dory in Miami.
Yeah, man.
And then what are you doing for New Year's?
For New Year's, I'm just hanging out with family.
Good for you, brother.
Yeah, I hate New Year's as a holiday. I don't like going out.
Oh, right. It's not a good one for you.
Yeah.
People might have free cocktails and tactics or something like that. What are you doing New Year's? What are you saying?
I'm going to see Billboard.
You are, that's right. 8 o'clock show, 7:30.
7:30 show.
Perfect. You're out of there by 9:30. You're in your car. You're on the 101 North. Nobody bothers you.
Yeah,
Knowing you, are you gonna get dumplings before or you know after?
Alright. Maybe. Let me ask you, have you ever been to Young and Dumplings on Olympic?
No, what is that?
It's a Korean dumpling place. We always make fun of me for going there.
Oh, is it good?
Oh, it's great, yeah. The Bourdain went there.
Yum Yum Dumplings?
No, Young and Dumplings.
Young and Dumplings.
Yeah, it's on Olympic.
Oh, I'm always down Olympic. That's Koreatown, man.
That's Koreatown.
Yeah, this is the headquarters of Koreans in this country.
Is it really?
LA is. You guys didn't know that?
I think Koreans are everywhere.
No, Koreans are like mostly here. Like, LA has a thriving Koreatown, whereas in New York, it's just a block.
Where's Koreatown in New York City?
It's on 32nd between 5th and 6th. It's literally a block. And then there's like, well, that's like the mini Koreatown. That's like the sample. It's like, walk down this block. If you like it, come on to Flushing, you know? And Flushing is kind of like, Flushing Queens is like Chinese Korean, you know?
And Fort Lee, New Jersey, too.
Oh, yeah.
Fort Lee.
Palisades Park, too.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They run shit down there, down in Powell Park.
Yeah.
They got good fruit places. Oh, they got a place down there. I used to go to it, like just recently, 2 years ago. I didn't go this last trip with my wife. It was a place you go for breakfast. Yo, the fruit spice, nice and clean. Place is fucking spotless. My friend goes in there. He don't believe in dirt. That's how I hear it. Nice and people get. When I was a kid, I used to go get deli 666. The Koreans made the best shrimp salad fucking ever. The seasoned roll and the poppy seed fucking roll. Unbelievable. Slice of tomato, shrimp salad.
Yeah, they invented like cutting up all that food and selling it in delis and shit. Lee, have you ever been to a Korean spa in LA?
No, I haven't.
If you like jacuzzis, you should go. They have like different style jacuzzis with different temperatures. There's ones at 94 degrees, ones at 103. And they have like different stones next to them.
I've never been to any I've never got a massage. You've
never done a massage?
No.
Oh my god! Massages. Okay, I almost This guy was giving me a massage so good. I almost turned around and chopped him. I was like, this massage is like I'm on ecstasy, you know? Like I smoked a joint before going in there.
And where is this?
In Shanghai. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
How many massages do you get a week?
Like once a week.
Once a week.
But when I was in China, they were so cheap. I was getting like one a day. It was ridiculous. You know what I mean?
It's kind of fucking creepy.
What?
I can't get massage. I can't close my eyes. I don't
You don't get
touch
massages?
my back. Fuck no.
Oh,
I
really?
don't even like my wife touching me. Get the fuck out of here. You're taking me out with this whole fucking mortician hands. I need this shit in my life. You know what I'm saying?
You'd rather have a cat, like, you know, digging its nails in your back.
No, my front. He would jump on my legs. Like I'd be on my couch looking like I was watching TV.
You'd rather get attacked by old, like, flaming
I
needles.
don't want to get attacked by nobody. That's my fucking point. I just
You ever have nightmares that your cat's like somebody, you know, that Honey I Shrunk the Kids zapping gun? Like if somebody zapped your cat and they became like bigger, you know? You ever have nightmares like that?
not fucking you.
No?
I'm dreaming of nothing happening to my cat.
Oh,
It's
okay.
good things. I don't want nobody zapping my cat. I don't want to zap nobody's fucking cats. You know what I'm saying? No, I just, what was the question? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I don't know. Can somebody tell us that?
I don't know.
I forget everything. Like
What?
the Star Rally
It's tremendous.
weed trip is like every 10 seconds is deleted. So what happened?
No, but I at the zoo in Big Bear, we saw those two leopards just going at it. Like, just like, and I was like just watching them, and there was like a little cat. I was like, this little cat. Did you ever like go to the zoo and just like realize like how crazy it is? Like, just, like your little cats are exactly the same.
It's a Papa has that joke that you realize that these two cats are like fucking descendants of two fucking lions in the living room at night. You know, which is true. They're little fucking animals that somewhere along the line somebody took and gave a hug to and never left. And the rest is history. It's mind-boggling. You really can't. I'm still amazed sometimes at my cats or animals in general, like how you can get them to love you, or how naturally they love you, how good they make you feel.
To calm you down and just pet them.
Well, people, they say that if you have a pet, you live longer. They relieve away the stress in your life.
Because you start communicating with them. And you have this connection and this bond. And you can speak telepathically to your cat. And they understand you. You know?
When I went over to watch his cats a couple weeks ago, I couldn't find Super Bear, and I was like, to give him ham, and they're like, oh wait, go look over the thing under the door. And he was like, you knew, you looked at the time, and you knew exactly where it was. The cool bond, like,
No, I know exactly when they are, and every minute I check on them.
Are they neutered?
Yeah, they're all neutered. I didn't
So they're not like humping things.
No.
They're never in heat, like it just cuts it off. I wonder if any cats get suicidal when you neuter them.
Oh, I know. I think when they come home, they don't lick their balls. Their balls are missing. It's a complete fucking, it's gotta
What the
be
fuck do
healthy.
you do? I mean, that's a life changer, you know?
I didn't want to do them either because they do a lot of crazy shit. So when they try to break out and fuck cats, and now you have a problem, they get more.
Now you have more
Just
babies.
tames them down,
Yeah.
relaxes them. You know, hey, listen, I'll tell you what, after I lived through 90-something, 2000, like a little earthquake in my life, I saw it big time. So I don't like being far from them. When I got my animal, I took a responsibility. When most Americans, when most people got an animal, at that time, you just shattered a bunch of fucking ideas and shit that you want to do. Because I don't know how the fuck people leave for 4 weeks and leave their animal or something like that. I couldn't fucking think. Even though I had to do it. I had to do it 2 times in my life. And it broke my fucking heart. The first time was after my mom died. I had a dog that I had to give up. And for a year after I gave up that dog, I would get high like once a week. I would get high every night. But one night I would get drunk and I'd walk over to where the dog is and I'd break into the backyard and sit there. And I was heartbroken about this dog. Like I had to give this dog up, not because I wanted to, but because my situation changed. in my life. You know? And then when I got married, I got divorced. I had to get another fucking dog. I left the dog with a friend for a week. And
And
when
you
I
had
came,
visitation yet?
I did. She just used to tell me what the dog was doing, and the dog passed away. And that was the end of
You
that
never
shit.
got to say bye?
No, just
Oh my god, that's
yeah.
so sad.
So I know the feeling of having to give away an animal for a situation.
Yeah.
You know, you move, a kid's allergic, things happen to people who just move and leave the cat behind. You know? That's fucking ridiculous to me. I've never understood that shit. You know, you make a mental commitment to this animal. This animal puts a certain trust in you. You know, when I walk in the kitchen, I know that I go to the bathroom, take a piss, I'll wash my hands really fucking good. But I don't like shaking hands and shit. And I go in the kitchen and look around at them. I see if they're all right. And I get like a decaf coffee or whatever, and I smoke a ball. And I'm kind of sad. One of them, I can say, what's up, dog? They go to snoop around, they'll touch their head. And it's like the same for me, and they'll disappear. And about 6 months later, somebody else will come up. And they'll jump out and they'll let me tell them and shit. And then as I go to hug them, I fucking leave. And then Dimmy will see this, and Dimmy will be sleeping, and he's my main guy. He'll fucking come over and lay down. He'll fucking sit there with me for 20 minutes. As long as I hold him out of his head, he'll sit there for a minute. I'll stick my fingers in his ears and scratch his ears from the outside. He ain't going nowhere. That's a sucker for those kids. But it's so weird. I go to bed and I made a bond with him. Every day I focus on brushing a different one. Getting them all sharpened up and shit. It's rough. Brushing, holding down, telling you love them. If you brush them with the brush alone, they get angry. So you gotta touch them with your hand. So they feel love from your hand. You learn all these things. You know, it's really interesting.
Wow.
I could write a book, but Allie, if you brush Allie 4 or 5 times, she'll fucking put a claw on you. But if you pet her in between brushes, you grab her face and rub her eyes and take the dirt out of her eyes, it's a different Allie. Dimmy won't let you brush him with a metal brush. You brush Dimmy with a metal brush, he'll fucking break your fucking hand up. But again, if you make him look the other way and you scratch his neck and brush him gently, he'll take it. And I don't have to work him with the other brush and work double. It's so weird what you learn from him. Harry, I can hit Harry with a 2x4. He don't give a fuck as long as I brush him. Harry's the only cat that won't move. Harry will just tip over like the Leaning Tower of pizza. You know what? Like when you put your leg out, Harry will just put his head into your foot and just tip over into your leg. So his ass is basically on your fucking knee. He's easy to brush. He'll just let you do everything. Pretty interesting. I'm sorry we didn't want to talk about cats today. Because of fun. At least we have what little Gentiles call it. We had productive conversation.
Very introspective, Roger.
It was very introspective conversation.
What I found the most interesting, though,
the way they referred to Lee's Brash. They showed pity for Lee's Brash. No, we didn't. Next time, don't jump in the jacuzzi.
Never again.
Never again. Next time, make sure there's a maid around and shit. Something to clean up your fucking dad maid.
Next time when you finger your asshole, don't rub your eye if it
itches. That's another thing. That's like
wash your hands
you got that
first.
fucking shit again you had last time in the other eye. Something you do. It's a stuff. You didn't know the stuff.
I do not even know the stuff.
We're double checking because you're acting all fucked up here like shit.
If you guys had a choice now, like starting comedy again, would you have to start in LA, or would you have to be in LA? Like, because you guys were talking about all those comedy things earlier, all the comedy scenes earlier.
I think it's better to not start in LA.
Yeah, I think it's better than that.
LA is like so many comedians that live here, you know? It's like you only get 3 minutes of stage time because there's so many. Like, don't start here.
Well, not even start here, but like, could you have a successful career in other cities for longer than you could like before? Like, cause you're in Miami.
You never know. Like, you never know. You could do, you could do it and everything, but there's like so much industry here. I wouldn't want to start here, you know, because like the city where you start in, people always see you just starting out, you know, and you don't know when you're starting out, you don't know what you're doing, so you don't want like everybody watching. And LA, I feel like is everybody.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, the thing that bothers me the most about here is that if you did comedy here, you wouldn't really concentrate on what's important. See, when I started in Michigan, I go to an open mic, I get on stage. I go to another open mic, I get on stage. I go to another open mic, I get on stage. And the fourth open mic, I still cool things like that. And she'll say, that was a great show. What's happening? You were great. You know, what was that? Your fourth time? I've been doing this for 8 months. And you get a comedy buddy and they start talking to you, you know, and that's my next move. Well, Tuesday night, they do Joker's Wild. Come on down and you do Joker's Wild. And you do that for like 3 months and you open mic. And maybe if you get it after 5 months, the club owner comes and says, hey, do you want to host one? Do guest sets. You do guest sets. And then you just do this more organic type development. I don't want you to worry about what you don't need to worry about in comedy. Because if the first year you're doing comedy and you're going to call me and ask me, do you think there's industry at that coffee shop and Starbucks and W? It's not going to work out. This is not going to work out. What makes you go down is that you want to do it from your heart. You know what I'm saying? You want to do it. There's 2 types of comics. People want to be comedians and people want comedians to be famous. Those people don't last. Very few of them last, or maybe someone will know how they get it. My point being, that's concluding you, is when a comic is a 2-year mark, you shouldn't be worried about what age or headshot or industry or an agent or manager. You should just have this organic type of like innocent, childlike comedy career where you still have a day job, you still meet your friends at 7:30, you still go through 4 or 3 sets around town, drink a few beers, you leave with the waitress. You have this organic growth that doesn't include industry and headshots. Well, you got a friend to do your headshots. That's not going to work. We need you to spend $6,080. You know what I'm saying? Where if you're in Michigan and Lee takes my picture of me going like this with an iPhone and I make 100 copies, it works. It works. But here they want you follow me. You know, well, you don't have a webpage. Oh my God, you have to post your dates. Why? I'm an MC. I don't got to post nothing. I don't want nobody to know what the fuck I'm doing. When I could start building a fucking, so you understand, there's so many things that I don't want you to worry about. We come in tonight, okay, and they'll tell you. We come in tonight, I get here 28. We're talking, going back and forth. I tell them this, you take out this, we gotta do this. That's the goose coming, whatever the fuck we're talking about. One thing we used to love, this motherfucker I see him taking a paper out to tell me about an idea he got on the fucking weekend. And I just shut him down. He'll tell you. He didn't even see it. I just said, for this music. And then 2 minutes later, you know what he asked me? When are we doing the next podcast? Tuesday or what? I don't want him. Why is he worrying about Tuesday? Or why is he worrying about an idea when we're doing a podcast?
Right. Save that for later.
I want the same thing in your account. I don't want you to go on stage thinking somebody from fucking 3 Arts might be here, or the girl from New Wave, or the guy from Captain Entertainment. I just want you to go on stage.
You just need that like crunchy, career. Organic beginning.
I want you to focus
and you're
on
just like
what's
in like
front of you.
Good soil.
Yes, you did it right. You did it the right way. You got a good base under you. You've got food. You got heckle. You drove to every fucking spot in your state. You featured New Year's, Christmas,
I've driven
4th of
comedians
July.
and watched them get paid in front of me, and I'm the one who drove them.
Oh, please.
And paid for the gas.
Yeah, no, they're vicious like that. But that education, you need that generic education. Because if not, you can come out here and guess what, man? You can come up with a funny 8-10 minutes out here in 3 years. And just some dumb agent walks in and sees you and thinks he can make a buck with you. And next thing you know, you're in Montreal getting $200,000. And now your work ethic slows down. They're telling you you're going to be on a TV show. You never cut your teeth yet.
Yeah.
You never cut your teeth and just what? How the fuck are you going to be talking to TV execs? And let's pretend because you're so lucky the show does get picked up for 13. You get a second season, but guess what? Now you thought you were high and mighty. You kind of left stand up on the fucking back thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now they cancel the show, and then you didn't be stand up for 2 years.
Now you became an annoying actor.
And now you became an annoying actor. You gotta go all the way back and do it.
Annoying actor.
When I was growing up, there was a commercial for Pennzoil. Pennzoil was an oil type, and their motto was, "You do pay me now, or you can pay me later." And from that motto, from that stupid anecdote, I did my career. I paid my dues. These people I headlined that for 5 years. I just looked at them and go, that's great. That's great. You're in for a shell shock, Jack. I hope I'm not around to see it because I'm going to remind you the time you told me. I headlined in 5 years. Okay. And it could be done. It's like BJ Penn. I was jiu-jitsu black belt 5.5 years. All those goals could be done. I'm talking about, I always don't know who's a good headliner because I'll be honest with you. I didn't become a good headliner until I was in it for 18 something years. Like that headline. Oh yeah, I can do 50 minutes. Any fucking moron can do 50 minutes. I give some girl a hit of ecstasy and 3 bumps of coke. She'll do 50 minutes about her family right in front of me. How she got molested, how she went to summer camp, and they did this and that. Every fucking woman, anybody can do that. I'm talking about putting together 50 creative minutes that flows, and you feel a different confidence up on stage. That's headline. And a lot of people really don't get that.
Yeah.
You know, I got it. I understood it. You know, when I got made a regular at the store, I was become the host on Sunday nights, whether it's the first host or the second host. I fought for that position. I did it for 5 years. Every Sunday, if I was in town, I was at the store hosting, watching new talent, just working out. I always wanted to keep myself hosting. Even if I would headline somewhere, I'd come back and I'd host at the store because I always knew that was the most important position on the field. That's the quarterback. Because once you learn to control the show, you got it. It's just a matter of time before all the dots connect and you start hitting home runs, and now you have a career as a stand-up. It's very important to keep yourself grounded in anything you do.
Yeah.
And that's how I kept myself grounded. Here I was in Indianapolis, headlining some sea room and getting, doing good. And I come back to the store on Sunday and bomb. God damn, it's time to fucking get back to paperwork. Talking to paperwork, give me the paperwork for this thing here.
I wish you could just erase that from your history, right?
But you can't. That's what makes you that much better than the next guy. I gotta talk to you people. Fear, anger, stress, anxiety, depression, sleeplessness. These things all begin in the head and they can wreck your fucking life. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a major difference in just 10 minutes a day. This change comes through guided meditation with the new app, the new Headspace app. Headspace is meditation made simple. You listen to you talk to me, you're going to enjoy it. What are you talking about? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. When I wake up at 4 in the morning and I go outside and I put the coffee out and I sit there for an hour and I put the TV. I put a notebook and I put it in front of me with the coffee cup. I gotta write down the stupid war, whatever, handles. I find myself crying some mornings and giggling by myself. I go through all these emotions and it's maybe the way I meditate. It's just a little time for yourself that you don't hear nothing. You're just breathing and talking to yourself, and whatever's flowing in your mind is a flow. That has to be a type of meditation.
You just stop what you're doing and just breathe.
And just breathe.
It's like we do so many things and we forget to breathe.
So, this is why Headspace is meditation made simple. It's guided meditations that you listen to whenever you want, wherever you want, right on your phone, computer, or tablet. Meditation is rooted in thousands of years of tradition with thousands of scientific studies that show its positive effects, like improving focus, relationship harmony, and decreasing anxiety and stress. Join over 4 million users already getting Headspace for free. That's right, for free, right now. So do me a favor. Download the free Headspace app and begin their Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation at headspace.com/Joe. Guys, you're laughing. I'm going to start tomorrow. The Headspace Take 10 program is 100% free way to experience the benefits of meditation in your busy modern life. Train your mind for a healthier, less stressed life. Start with your free Uncle Joey, again, free trial today at headspace.com/Joey. That's headspace.com/Joey. Take 10 is just 10 minutes a day for 10 days. You can do it anywhere. You go in the bathroom. You can do whatever you want. Also, do me a favor. Reference Andy Buttercomb's TED Talk, which has 5 million views. It should come up in Google as Andy Buttercomb TED Talk. Andy is the founder of Headspace and the voice you hear in the app. So you don't need to put away loads of time or emigrate to Tibet or all that type of shit. Just do me a favor. Go to headspace.com/Joey. That's headspace.com/Joey and start your 10-day subscription on meditation.
I watched the TED Talk today.
It's really interesting. The web page is interesting. It's interesting shit, man. Unless you go to it, just do me a favor. Go to headspace.com/Joey and read around. That's it. Start with that, right? What do you want from me, Lee? Hey, it's the holiday season. New Year's is coming. You got to show up at these people's houses. You don't know what to bring. Wine is always the easiest and best thing you could do. The problem is you don't know what the hell to bring. There's so many things, unless you're a fucking professional wine connoisseur, you walk into a liquor store and it's like, I don't even know what the fuck it's like. It's like you don't know. You gotta stop and ask the kid. He don't fucking know.
Like, should I get Argentina, Chile?
Yeah,
Where should I look for?
And now you end up buying shitty
Napa
wine.
Valley, should I go local?
No more. No fucking more, right? This is how, for 9,000 years, we've been drinking wine. That's how long we've been making wine, and that's how long people have been confused about what wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. For many of us, it's the shopping that causes a headache. So I'll tell you what the best thing to do is, all right? I have a way that you can get wine with. It's easy, it's beautiful, and it gets delivered right to your door. That's the easy thing about this. I joined a new wine club called Club W. It changed everything. I'm not a big wine drinker, but I wanted to give it a shot for the holidays. Listen, you go, they have a profile, they look at your algorithms, you answer a couple questions, and all of a sudden they start suggesting the wines that work for you. Whether you want a fruity wine, a sweeter wine, whatever the hell you want, they match it, they customize your taste, and they direct it right, and they deliver it right to your door. Club W is the leading grape-to-glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards, and they cut out the middlemen, which saves you money and time. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized for a third of the price that you're paying at the store, and they even have a no-risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they send you. And right now, Club W is offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you call it Club W/Joey. That's right. Stop wasting time looking around, banging your head. You don't know. Just do me a favor. Go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% of your first order. Okay? That's clubw.com/Joey. And all this holiday thing. And they even have rush orders. If you want to get a rush to your house before the holidays, 3 days away. As usual, on it.com, the best nootropic in the market, Alpha Brain. Again, money back guarantee. That's the key word. You don't lose dick. You don't like Alpha Brain, you don't have to send the product back. They'll send you the cash. They don't
Money
want
back guarantee.
Money back fucking guarantee. It's like shoplifting in the 90s.
Wow.
Also, Shroom Tech Immune, Shroom Tech Sport, Turnaround 180. It never fucking ends with these people. It's unbelievable. They have kettlebells, weights. Just go to honest.com and press in and get 10% off your first order. Again, delivered to your door. And also, the best e-cig in the market. Hitty cigs, fucking tremendous. From the cigar to the Hitty cigarettes, 4 different 0, 8, 16 and 24 milligrams. If you want to quit smoking for the new year, usually they're $20 a piece. My listeners got 50%, $10 a piece. Go to hilly6.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
Boom! And get 5 for 50. Get 4 cigarettes and 1 cigar. You won't be sorry. I want to thank Club W again. I want to thank Headspace again. I want to thank Anna, and I want to thank Hilly6. I want to thank my Uncle Mike, especially my girl Esther.
Joey's Church.
Who was,
That's your code, man.
You really impressed me on it. I really.
Oh my God! Thank you so much for
But
bringing
you really
me.
made me fall in love with you. You asked me for the date, and I said I had it available with the Agostino. I took you down there. That's right, but you said the car, you really impressed the shit out of me. So, if you have any club dates you want to promote right now, while you're here, that you remember,
Yeah.
I'd love for you to just say a couple. I mean, you're a great lady. You know, we had a good time.
Oh, we had so much fun. Thank you so much.
I felt bad on not feeding you. I went to eat that. I was fucking starving.
Oh my God. I was
I
starving.
only got 2 eggs, a bacon, and some fucking meat toast.
I know. We were all starving, but we didn't want to stop the driving. January 6th, I'll be in Delray Beach, Florida at Catch a Rising Star. January 12th, I'm in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And listen to my podcast. It's called Cool and the Gang. You can get it on iTunes and Stitcher.
I'm talking about. I love you, motherfuckers. Listen, Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I'm at the Hong Kong Garden Wednesday night. The Savage Dad Tour starts January 28th in Charlotte, North Carolina. Dates are coming soon. And that's it, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll be back this week.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Christmas.
I need a Headspace. I'm pumped. I don't know why that just got me in the mood. I had the best. As a kid, I grew up, and my dad's like best friend always had these great Christmas Eve parties. Like this Italian family, and I used to go over and they used to so many gifts. Like they had someone dressed up as Santa. They were giving me gifts, like 20, 30 people. I knew them for my entire life, for Lombardos. They're like, they still, some of them were with my dad in Florida. Most of them still live on the East Coast. Now the kids who are my age are taking over the family business, so it's pretty cool. It's
family business.
Lombardos, they have, it used to be a grocery store, but now they have like a banquet hall and like a nightclub. That's where my dad met the guy. So it's just, I was always jealous at Christmas as a Jewish kid. Because Hanukkah's not, it's okay. There's more nights, but it's not.
You don't get presents like Christmas?
No, you do. You still get presents. But it's not. The first time I ever experienced Christmas Day, my cousin married a Christian girl. And I went and stayed over when the kids were like young, maybe 5 and 3 or something like that. And
how old were you?
Maybe high school, maybe just going into high school, somewhere around there. No, because that was one of the first times I drank, so probably like late high school. And Christmas morning, I'd never seen anything like it. They had so many toys, and they were so excited that they fell asleep under the tree. They were just so happy. They were just like, and they still had toys to unwrap. And I thought always just, Christmas it seems like the best. Like, there's Jewish people now who are doing Hanukkah bushes so they can have like a Hanukkah tree. And my mom hates it. Nothing pisses her off more than like a fake Hanukkah bush, because it's not real, but it's like, it's just,
some people's traditions or their culture. Like, for example, you went to school and the kids are talking about Christmas. You're like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah.
So you want to Americanize them in a way, and you get a Hanukkah bush. And I know where your mom's coming from. I'm the same fucking way, a stickler about that shit, but these kids are Americanized. You have to Americanize them. Can you imagine going to school and you don't get fucking gifts? Don't the Jehovah's Witnesses? They don't celebrate Christmas either.
They don't celebrate anything.
So those fucking kids got to go to school next week, and everybody's got new T-shirts on and shit. And these kids still got their same muggy fucking clothes on, feeling like, So I never understood that. I never fucking understood that. Religion is religion, and children are children. Religion is religion, and children are fucking children. Nothing, really, you're not going to get gifts because you're a fucking Jehovah's Witness and you're a knucklehead that wants to knock on people's doors and fucking bother them. No other religion bothers you at your fucking door. No other fucking religion bothers you. These people come to your fucking door when you least expect it. You're like just sitting there going, wow, this sandwich is great. What's in here and not? And you're like, you know what? Maybe I won't get it. And you're like, well, let me go get it. You open the door and you see them. Okay, 3 little fucking dudes with a chick at the bottom floor, and they got the little brown case like they're going to discuss business with you like they're Trump. And what they want to do is fucking irritate you. And, you know, the Lord, Jesus. You know what, man? It's fucking Monday at 2 in the afternoon. I'm watching Sons of Anarchy on fucking Netflix. Catch me. I had them strung out for like 6 months. You remember that?
Yeah, they kept knocking on your door when I was there. I've never seen it.
I would talk to them for a couple minutes and then tell them I was busy. But you know what? Come back next week. And the guy would come back and knock again. I tell him again. This went on for fucking months. They disappeared. I still see them. They come to the neighborhood and they sit on the corner and they dispatch. Like roaches, like they sit on the corner and they fucking go all 4 directions and they knock.
Is that more? There's Mormon and there's one that's always by the bus station or the train station. They always have that umbrella and they have like little pamphlets. You know who? You know those ladies? It's always ladies and always look really dressed really nice.
Well, now they have them by the park. By the park in North Hollywood. We used to go to the fucking truck, the food truck.
I think it's the same people, yeah.
They got them there in the daytime. So you're there exercising at 10 in the morning. There's 3 people sitting out there in the fucking park under an umbrella giving out pamphlets for Jesus. Stop it. Those are homeless people. Give me $5 and go fuck yourself. If I'm homeless and you come and with a pamphlet, I'll beat you with that fucking thing. Like, I need Jesus now. I need $10. Then we'll talk about fucking Jesus later. I see there's a homeless kid that lives in that park. And he's a nice kid. He comes over and he's not like a pain in the ass. He came up to me one time at the roach coach thing, and I had an ATM card, and I had already paid, but I had the baby. And he came over and he's like, I'm homeless. Can you help me out, Joey? And I go, dog, I have $3 on me. I'll give you the $3. You're halfway there. You know, I got the baby and the wife with me, and now I go to the fucking bank. I had like an ATM that day.
Okay.
And then I saw him another time, and I had to go meet somebody. Like I was in a rush. And I was driving, and I saw him, and I pulled over. And then I saw him the other day with my daughter. And he came over again. I had no cash. I was feeding the baby at the park. I took it to the fucking park to play, or whatever the fuck that was. And you feel guilty, you know, especially this time of the year. You see him. Listen, man, I fucking hate this time of the year.
Really?
Not that I hate it. It just doesn't feel right to me, you know, and it hasn't felt right since, I don't know. It just, Josh Piscini, he's a black belt under Eddie in Chicago, runs a really great school, Josh Piscini. And he wrote a Facebook entry today about, you know, while you're jumping up and down, there's people who have lost a loved one or, you know, just having a bad time. You know, I have a friend, Mike, in Texas, who I spoke to the other day, and he just mentioned, he goes, it's not going to be a great Christmas, you know. And I didn't want to embarrass him, so I just sent him like $200 just to get, you know, a fucking sandwich or something. I know he's got a kid, you know. I know what it's like to be fucking just busted at Christmas, you know, busted at Christmas. It's a horrible, horrible feeling. It's like, you know what the best Christmas I had was? I'll tell you my best 2 Christmases.
Okay.
When I was 7, I went to the bar with my parents. I had heard all these rumors about no fucking Santa Claus. There's no Santa Claus. There's no such fucking thing as Santa Claus. There's no such thing as Santa Claus. And I went to the bar with them, and we were having a great time. And then we got back to the fucking apartment, and we were in 205 West 88th Street. The fucking house was covered with toys. Oh. And I know both of them didn't leave my fucking side all night. So I really bought into the Santa Claus thing. The house, I still remember, we were on 205 West 88th Street, and they moved the dinner table and put a tree in the middle of the living room. It was fucking amazing. One thing about my mom was she had the uncanny gift to make those holidays even better. There's some people who do that. Like, they really know how to make those holidays even better. They really dive into it, you know. And she was one of those people. Not just Christmas, birthdays, you know, little things. She really knew how to make them better. And then the best Christmas I had, the Christmas I realized what Christmas was about, was the Christmas I spent in jail. Best Christmas of my life.
Those are 2 very different Christmases.
No pressure. It was really what Christmas was about. I want to see a Christmas where the family goes, you know what, this Christmas, there's no expensive gifts, there's nothing. We're going to get together, we're going to eat, but we're not going to give gifts. We're just going to eat and talk as a family, blah, 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 blah.
It's amazing how much pressure gifts are, because that's the only reason people get upset
It's
during
pressure.
Christmas. Yeah.
It's pressure. I fucking hate it. I went to the mall to take a picture with Mercy the other day, my wife, and just walking around. Listen, the trip to New York with my wife, that was Christmas, and I got her a ring in New York. I told her, go in there and pick a fucking ring to match your wedding man. That's Christmas. Now, Saturday, I got to go hustle for her birthday on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
You follow me? I'll go hustle for her birthday because her birthday's on Monday. But Christmas, we're adults. We've done all the Mercy stuff and stuff, but her birthday is her birthday, you know, and I can't go Christmas shopping. It's against, you've gone shopping with me. You know it's a fast situation.
I thought I was fast, but
You either got it or you don't got it, and there it is. I'm not going to stand here and read the directions there. Let's go. You know, so I don't have the patience. The thing about Christmas shopping is you really have to have patience because I need to know what Lee needs. And that's a real Christmas present.
I hate when people give me ideas. I don't want anyone to give me any clue. I don't want a wish list. I hate it. I want to find it.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're such a sweetheart of a guy. For me, you know what? I like doing that too. But let's do this. Let me give you a small 100. You go get it yourself.
Oh, I like that. That's fun.
That's too.
I love
I'm
cash.
into that too. Listen, cash is a thoughtless gift. But not really. Are you with me? Like it's a lazy man's gift. Like my mom used to give me cash, but then she'd scour the face of the earth looking for something that I needed combined with something that would tickle my funny bone. Like something that would really make you happy to have.
Yeah.
You carry it for 4 days with you. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit.
When I was younger, I used to love gifts, but now this year, when my mom came out, I just said, like, can you help me with a plane ticket for next year? Because I was racking my brain for like an hour a day, not an hour a day, but over the course of a couple of weeks, a few hours, there was nothing. Like, I don't need any. There's a lot of stuff that would be cool to have, but I don't need anything.
I would have changed your life. There's a ton of stuff I like to have.
I used to put all these movies down, but now I'm like, I can just watch it online. So I don't really. I'm gonna buy it yet.
What are you gonna buy it for? It's just, you know, Mercy's a kid. You gotta shop for her.
Oh, the kids love it.
But it's, I always felt that I don't have 3 weeks to park, go inside stores, walk around, look, or, you know, it's amazing how Amazon and Target and all those delivery people have taken to that shit. And I'm one of those fucking people. If you could order it on Amazon's my best friend. You get geese on Amazon. You get oversized geese on Amazon. You could get belts on Amazon. You get kettlebells on Amazon. You get Adidas sneakers on Amazon. I get the really good catnip for the cats at Amazon. I get everything at fucking Amazon.
I love Amazon, but I had an issue today where I just thought of some gifts for some kids that I googled toy store, and other than like the hipster classic toy store on Ventura, there wasn't one. There was one in the mall, but there was no way I was going to the mall. When I grew up, they had it's called Learning Express. It was a toy store in the strip mall. Like I love Amazon and I use it for almost everything. But I do kind of miss like just stores like
that. There was a chain of toy stores when we were kids.
There was KB Toys.
Okay. Okay. But now you have these independents that are like, everything's fucking $22 more.
Oh yeah, but it's not even toys that kids want. It's like the toys that like me, like an under 30-year-old who wants to go vintage would get. And that's cool. But like when I found something different. I wanted to get my girlfriend's nephew's a fart machine. I got it when I was like 8, and that's how old they are. They didn't have it at Target, so I got them a little fart machine gun. And it's just like that stuff. I like kid toys are always the best. And I like the reason why it meant so much to me a couple weeks ago when you said like Uncle Lee to Mercy. Like I love hanging out with kids and just being goofy and like her nephews liked me last year, so I want to be like I had really cool male cousins who were like 15 years older than me when I was growing up. So I would love to be that for like Mercy and her nephews. It's someone. It's fun.
It's different when you don't have kids and you have little kids around you and you really enjoy them. It's fun because you go home.
Yeah.
And you stay there all wound up. You give them sugar and Coke and fucking blowing shotguns to their faces, and there they are with their parents like, bye.
Peace out.
And their parents like, Victor, Eddie's friend, when his child was young, like 4, he was a jiu-jitsu kid. He was doing all this shit, and we'd get him, and he'd look at us and go, "Don't get him started. You're not gonna shut him down. If you're gonna get him started and leave, don't do it. Walk away. But if you're gonna get him started and shut him down, then you can." He used to say in Spanish, "No lo prendas y no lo apagas," which means don't turn it on if you ain't gonna turn this motherfucker off.
And you would never turn it off?
No, we just walk away and leave them there choking kids at the fucking UFC events and shit. Fucking hysterical. But Christmas is just I get it. I'll tell you what I like about Christmas. I like the stuffing stuffers.
Yeah, those little small gifts.
Yeah, I like all that shit. My wife gets me a calendar every year. That's the best gift I get.
Of like a certain thing? Like, do you like pictures of something?
No, it's a calendar that I put in this book that she got me like 15 years ago when we first started dating. So all you have to do is just reorder the calendar now.
Oh, it's like a little notebook or something?
Yeah, a little notebook. I'm fucking sad to announce I lost my fucking iPod.
Oh, man.
Again. This is my favorite fucking iPod. Ralphie May gave me a stand from Better Image, whatever that is.
Sharper Image,
where you just put your podcast, the thing in there and it blasts. They don't even make those no more. So I got to get rid of this now because that iPod was for that.
Go on eBay. You can buy that same iPod again.
Really?
Yeah.
Brand new?
I don't know about brand new. Some might say brand new.
Yeah, but like, listen, those things with those iPods, the longevity of an iPod is how many times you fucking drop it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they dropped it 4 times, it might be that one drop when I get it. That's it. So with an iPod, you gotta buy them new. You gotta get all your drops in. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get all your own fucking drops in. I don't want somebody dropping it 4 times. I bring it home, I drop it, there it goes. Fucking hell, this sounds like fucking Aretha Franklin or some shit.
You don't like having music on your phone? Because you don't even.
I got it on there now. Today I went to the doctor and I put Santana on in there, and it was great. I brought my iPod speakers. They were fucking great. I put my iPod on. Headphones. They were fucking great. I just when you're on a plane, I don't want to use that juice. When the plane goes down, I need that juice to call motherfuckers. And now I'm too busy listening to fucking Alice in Chains like a jerk off.
Yeah.
So if something happens with the plane, there I am with a half fucking juiced up fucking phone.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Because I want to be Joe Jerkoff and listen to music. That's why I like to keep everything different. But I guess it's the way to go. It was pretty fucking loud. I couldn't hear the needle going into my arm, so it was obviously fucking pretty loud.
You could hear the needle?
No, it's just a fucking joke.
I didn't know if you were like
a fucking needle. But no, when yesterday I woke up a little fucked up over it. Like, I have a child now. Why don't I feel excited? Like, that's what I felt like yesterday. Like, I have a child now. Why don't I feel excited about Christmas? And last night I was having a hard time with it. I'm not gonna lie, I started feeling sorry for myself around 8 o'clock. And that's why I left the house early last night. I had to get the fuck out of the house. They were driving me crazy. Really? No, I'm not that they're driving me crazy. When you feel shitty sometimes, and it's a stupid feeling shitty because I have no reason to feel shitty like this at Christmas. It's just a one-day thing for me, you know? Just a one-day thing where I get kind of sour. So last night I just left the fucking house early. And then I read Josh Cassini's post. And I remembered that this is a hard time of the year for people, you know? And I tell you, man, I had some fucking hard Christmases, embarrassing Christmases where you have no money for nobody. And people invite you over to eat, and you show up with a fucking, like a bottle of booze or something, or like a bottle of wine. Yeah. It's just a shitty time of the year to be broke, or be homeless, or be living on somebody's couches. And I had all those fucking years, so I know how bad Christmas can be, you know? So I'm going to be periscoping a lot, smoking pot with people. Just fuck it. We'll periscope a Christmas movie or something like that. We'll periscope the parade in the morning, whatever. Just to fucking, you know, just fuck around. There's a lot of people who spend Christmas alone.
Yeah, I was one of those people.
What about the guys that spend Christmas alone, no girlfriend? You know what? You ain't got a girlfriend, I'm the second best thing. I'll show you my dick, whatever. I'm Periscope, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have to show them?
No, but I don't fucking, you know, whatever takes your mind off that thing. I was telling Terry, you know, I was telling yesterday, and that's what it got me. Yesterday at breakfast. I talked to Timmy, my friend Timmy, and his mom died this year. This is going to be the first Christmas without his mom. So I called him yesterday morning. I told him, you know, I'll call him a few times and check in with him. And when I hung up the phone, I thought about all the Christmases that deep down inside, I felt fucking horrible. But these guys made me forget. Made me forget. You would break up with somebody and you think about them a lot for the first 2 weeks. And one night you go out with one of your friends and you get drunk and you giggle and you talk to a few girls. And like halfway in the night, you're like, holy shit, I'm not even thinking about it no more. Like you have to force yourself to think about that person. That's how it was sometimes with those guys. Those Christmases, like I thought back, I think in '79, after my mom died, I spent Christmas with the Benders and just people in the neighborhood. I must have stopped over by Balzano's. 80, I spent with the Benders and people in the neighborhood. In 81, I spent with the Runnies and people in the neighborhood. You know, because you eat at your house and then you go to other people's houses and just sit around and watch a game or a bowl game. Or a lot of people would say, hey, you know, we're eating at 7, but at 9:30, people are coming over. You want to come over? And we go over there, maybe do a couple of bumps, maybe smoke a joint in the garage, something, you know. I never forgot those people because they really made me forget. And I think it was till about 86 when I needed to forget about the holidays. And then after that, I started dealing with them. And I started making them the best I could.
Right.
And then when I went to prison that year, that was my best Christmas. Because I realized what Christmas was about. The gifts and everything, it's something else. It's a state of mind that you're supposed to have during Christmas. And here are guys in a prison that had the proper state of mind. I guarantee that those guys were just as shocked as I was.
And you're in the AIDS unit, right?
Well, I spent them.
Right, you don't have AIDS.
Every guy went down and bought food. They had, you know, big TVs. They had a stereo in the AIDS unit. The AIDS unit was, in 1985, 1988, AIDS was fucking rampant. And people were petrified of AIDS. So these prisoners started suing the prisons because they didn't have normal places of their own.
Oh.
So they had to build a unit just for these fucking guys. And it was state-of-the-art cabinets, refrigerator. I mean, all this shit. It makes you want to get the HIV.
I was just going to say
it makes you want to get the HIV in prison. They had better beds. They had a bunch of better things in there. Refrigerators, freezers. They could hide shit in there. You know, 2 or 3 of them. I think there were 6 guys in the AIDS unit, 5 guys. 2 of them were still shooting dope in there.
They're like, we already have it. The AIDS might as well go down.
I didn't frown on them. It was none of my business. They would go in the back. They would have lookouts. But that Christmas I spent with them, I never seen so much food. Like I was sitting there going, I can't believe I'm in prison. There was tamales and burritos and tacos and pizzas and chili and fucking a cake. And
all homemade, or how did they go?
A lot of people brought food in. Like your family's allowed to bring your food in a certain amount.
Okay.
So we all put our foods together. And I remember looking around. There was black. There was light skin black, dark skin black, African black, white. You know, there was Mexicans, Indian Mexicans, Chautauqua Mexicans, all in a room. No, nobody had a beef. People were goofing, people were joking, and men with AIDS, and a gay guy. And everybody got treated with the utmost fucking respect. We giggled till about 1 a.m, laughing. Nobody at one time said, man, I wish I had alcohol. Man, let's go smoke a joint. I wish we had a joint. It was just on your own merit. That's Christmas. That's Christmas. It was just no gifts. I remember waking up the next morning and going, wow, that was virtually fucking painless. That's the most painless Christmas I've ever had that I learned about something.
Was that like your first Christmas back into the holidays or not quite?
We went back.
Like you said you gave up the holidays for a while.
It's not that I gave them up. The holidays gave me up. You know, I wasn't in there giving presents. What I'm saying was, it was the state of mind of the holiday.
Oh, no, I'm saying it was like a nice.
It was the state of mind. I remember looking down the table and seeing, 10 guys giggling, eating. These are guys that are incarcerated. I had like 4 years. But there were some guys in that room that had 8 years. There was a kid that had DUI, a vehicular homicide. Nice white kid. Kid didn't belong in jail, but he killed somebody on New Year's Eve or whatever the fuck he did. And he was in there. So nobody was saying nothing. They had Christmas carols on, and it's hard for the people listening to the podcast going, Joey, what are you doing? I'm telling you. But it was as simple a Christmas as can be. But it was amazing how I learned about Christmas by going to prison. because it was a bad Christmas. Food and laughter. And that's what it's about. It's that time of the year where, you know what, whatever you're thinking about, and it's tough to say this. Whatever's going on, you have to put it aside.
Do you think it has to do with, like, just because when you were saying, like, your mom passed away, I had, like, a little mini panic attack, because now my mom she's doing fine, but she's getting older, so and then it's getting to be more real that eventually she's not going to be there. And I was just thinking, if I lost my mom, like, the only thing I'd want is to spend it with her. Like, I wouldn't want, who cares about presents? So it's like, that may be why, like, you don't care about the presents, you just like the being with people.
No, man, it's just, listen, I'm not even talking about a mom. Wait, you could lose an uncle that was great on Christmas. And Christmases would never be the same. And Uncle Vito's again, or Uncle Lou's again, or the Carbonaros, what's her name?
Oh, the Lombardo.
The Lombardo. God forbid, I'm just saying that. It's always something. Everybody has either you do or you have something going in. We all dread that first holiday without that loved one.
Yeah.
And people listening today, I guarantee there's 3 or 4 people listening to the podcast, maybe 5 that are going to go into holidays without that loved one. And you dread it. You dread it. Every time you fucking think about it, Jesus Christ, you have no idea. You have no fucking idea. It's like I said in the documentary. When you care for somebody, a blood one, you know, and they go on the holidays, or they go at what holidays they go. Sometimes your life isn't the same as far as like what I told you in the documentary. It's like eating. It's like there's no taste in my food. There's no salt in my food. After my mom died, that's what it felt. That's what it felt like about life. That the salt had been taken out of my life. Yeah, I continued to live on. I continued to do things and do bad things and do great things and good things. But what was I saying?
Right after your mom passed away.
That's it. That I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm so high right now. But it's true. We forget. And I know a lot of people listening lost one. Listen, man, it doesn't matter. You dread that fucking day. And when that day is over, you're so happy. I mean, nobody gives a fuck about New Year's. You think about that person on their birthday, your birthday, and the holiday. And then there's always that one holiday that they went out of their way for. Let's say they would go on Halloween or the 4th of July. Every year, Halloween, you go, fuck. She'd be here right now having a good time, you know. And I feel for anybody who's lost a parent. Trust me, it's not going to be as bad as you think. Say a prayer for them when you wake up that morning. Spend 5 minutes by yourself on the side thinking about Christmas, what Christmas would have been like, and then just dive in. And throughout the day, you'll get little shocks. And at one point in the day, you might even be drawn to tears. And you might have to excuse yourself. Nobody will see you do it. Just go to the bathroom, put some cold water on your face. You know, pick up your chin, pull down your shirt, and go back out there and live with it, deal with it, and just hope that they're watching and they're there with you. The spirit is there with you. And that's what you go for, you know, for Christmas. Christmas sucks for some people, but we make the best of it. We smoke a few joints, you eat a few lobster tails or a ham sandwich or whatever. Listen, on Christmas, you can make a ham sandwich taste like a lobster tail. You know?
Just some Chinese food, but it's amazing.
What are you doing Christmas Day? You gonna swing by?
Yeah, I'm gonna swing by. I don't know, because they don't do much on Christmas. Like, I'm going over for Christmas Eve with them. But have you ever seen on Facebook, they have like these Facebook groups like JRE Island and like other stuff like that? Like just a group of people. They added me to one, and I don't really do much on Facebook, but they like, there's these people doing like a secret Santa, like they're sending gifts all over the country, and like they do all these videos, and like it really, it's cool to me because I was one of those guys, like a nerdy guy. Like they all seem kind of nerdy a little bit, and maybe they don't have a ton of friends where they are, but with the internet now, like, especially with you're on Periscope, like there's people are staying in touch.
You don't have to be alone.
It doesn't matter if they're next. It doesn't matter.
You don't have to be alone. You know, you have and that's this afternoon. I went to Perennial and bought that Gorilla Glue. I smoked some on fucking Periscope, and as I was doing it, I said, "Wow." Tomorrow, if everybody buys some weed, and Friday we'll get together a few times. We'll smoke. I read the fucking comments. I answer back. You know, and we'll just do it for like 10 minutes here, 8 minutes here. Not to be Johnny annoying, but just to give you a break. Just to give you a fucking break, man. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm gonna fucking whatever. I guarantee you it's better than just fucking sitting there like, and you'll be helping me out. Because maybe I'll be going through my own shit at the time. So I'll say, you know what? I don't need this shit. Let me go smoke a joint on Periscope with these fucking savages of savages. So we were talking about that 2 weeks ago. I got up early one morning and I went to the store. On the way back, I parked the car and I was talking to somebody. And I ran up the stairs and I must have held my breath. And I got upstairs and I woke. Like I had to run to the bathroom, take my shirt off and sit. I couldn't sit. I was getting an anxiety attack. This is when I used to have these breathing things before in jiu-jitsu. When I first joined jiu-jitsu, oh my God, I was getting these horrible anxiety attacks. So I stopped eating edibles before jiu-jitsu. And I stopped smoking pot. Sometimes it would do it to me when I was weightlifting. You know, like if I'd be doing deadlifts or something, like I'd go a little on one extra and I would miss my beat on the breathing and I would get. And it went away. You know, I went to see this doctor and she told me what to say when I got those feelings and it went away. And all of a sudden, 2 weeks ago, it came back again. And then it came back Sunday at jiu-jitsu. But it really fucking hit hard. Yesterday, I about that.
Yeah, that was strange. It was weird. Because we just started and you like kind of like went to the side and like we're holding on to things. I'm scared.
It was fucking up. I could not breathe. And the anxiety level goes up, and it's been teetering. I had an anxiety attack at the store, and I gotta be honest with you, last night when I got to the door of the store, I got anxiety. If it wasn't for Sarah Tiana talking to me, she threw it off. Now, I went to acupuncture yesterday. I talked to Dr. Aim, and I told her to stick a couple of extra needles in me for anxiety. So I had already a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I was going to go talk to him to see if I had ringworm. It's not ringworm. I showed it to him. It's just a rash.
Okay.
I thought you scared me with all those diseases you fucking get. So the other day I get this thing on my knee and I'm like, that's ringworm.
I didn't take your knee.
So I went to the doctor and he goes, it's not ringworm. And I said, look, doc, let me tell you what's going on. I told him my situation. He gave me an AKG and he drew some blood this morning. I was supposed to go to jiu-jitsu this morning. I stayed at the doctor's office till 11:30. So I'm waiting for the result. Before I left the house, I heard the computer go off and he sent me the results of the AKG. And he says that it's a first degree something in a valve, electricity, because it has nothing to do with the symptoms I was saying. So that's why he called for a complete screen and my thyroid and everything the fuck else. So let's see what happens. I didn't faint. I didn't even feel the fucking needle today, G. This black woman, there used to be a black woman there that used to wear a wig, like different colored wigs, like brown wigs and blue wigs and purple. She's not there no more. The chick that replaced her, a thicker wig, like Aunt Jemima, like a black. She's beautiful. She's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
And she's sassy and shit. The dog, I don't feel her fucking needles at all in my arm.
Because she talks to you or something?
No, I put Santana on. I only put Santana on.
She's just good.
Yeah, she told me, you ready to put your earphones on? I put my earphones on, I give her my arm. And I mean, she does it like that. Quickly. No bullshit. No chitter chatter, no. When she comes in, that bitch is ready. Once she ties that fucking junkie strap around my arm, I know it's time to go down to the fucking murky waters. Didn't even get anxiety, nothing.
Oh, well, hopefully that go like with the acupuncture helps. But how? Like, does he seem worried about your heart or?
No, we'll see tomorrow with the blood test. He says he's gonna give me the results tomorrow morning. No, he sent me a thing. He sent me the results of the EKG. He goes, no, that's sleep apnea type shit.
Oh, okay.
When you have sleep apnea, it wears on your heart. And all those years you don't wear a machine, it really wears on your heart, all that snoring and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's why if you have sleep apnea, they want you to take care of it as fast as you can. But nobody knows they really have sleep apnea. So, you know, they just keep thinking, oh, I don't have it. I just keep waking up.
I think I did when I was heavy. I don't know if I still do. Like, Paul used to have to wear earplugs.
Really?
I used to snore. Yeah, I used to snore.
You don't snore no more?
No, she doesn't have to wear the earplugs anymore. So, I don't know, maybe it's less.
Yeah, it's less. You lost 100 pounds, so it's a lot less. So that's, yeah.
I used to never fall asleep on planes. I'd be embarrassed. I would be like, I don't know if I snore. Like,
I don't give a fuck. You pay for that plane ticket. That's your space in the air. Fuck it. If you snore, I hope you brought earphones, bitches. Everybody's got earphones.
Yeah.
Very seldom. That happened to me on a plane. I got thrown off the plane.
For doing what?
Falling asleep and snoring on a plane so loud before the plane took off. Before the plane took off, I did one of those. I You choking? And
Yeah.
the fucking people around me got up and the stewardess came over. She's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, why? She goes, you were just choking to death. You can't do this. What's wrong with you? I got sleep apnea. She goes, you can't fly on this plane like this. I had done like a one day without sleeping, like one of those shows. I stay out till 3 and I get back up and I gotta fly at 5:30 or something out of Houston. They put me on a later flight, man. They were scared.
Jesus.
Yeah, I got thrown off the fucking plane. I mean, I was choking to death. In those days, Terry taped it for me one time. And she's like, you gotta hear this. And she taped it a long time ago. And you had to hear this. You had to fucking hear this. And it was horrendous. Horrendous.
Jesus. I was always. I had a girlfriend in Kobe once too, and I never knew. People used to say you sound like you're choking. I was like, I don't. I never woke up not being able to breathe, but it sounded like I had sleep apnea.
That's the worst. That's the
You wake up.
Oh, you have no idea when you wake up and you're out of air.
Oh
You gotta fly off the bed and get up.
So you just like sleep on your stomach?
I wouldn't sleep. I would sleep 2-3 hours a night. That's it. I was looking fucking terrible. I saw one of the pictures about a month ago. Terry showed me. She goes, I want to show you when we first started dating what you look like when you sleep apnea. You just wouldn't believe it. You just wouldn't fucking. I was really swollen.
Just swollen? Like how big were you?
Swollen. I was 360, 350, 360. It was 2001. Easy 360.
Yeah.
Terrible health, no working out whatsoever. Not even a fucking bicycle. Nothing. Years. Sometimes I would jump in a pool at a hotel. Sometimes. But besides that, never fucking worked out. Never walked. Never did nothing.
Would you use the little hoverboards if they were out there?
No. That's a fucking momos. No, I don't do that. I never did nothing. I drove to the comedy store and I drove back. That was it. My wife went to the store and got cigarettes. I stopped at 7-Eleven and got them from time to time, but I wouldn't walk. I didn't believe in walking at all.
Why not? It was just too hard.
I would make Rogan drop me off in front of the hotels. I got to park over there. You're going to fucking drop right here. You better not park over there. You better drop my ass off right here. You want to be an Olympic walker? Do it on your own time. You drop me off in front of that fucking hotel. These motherfuckers used to walk a mile away and walk. Fuck you. I don't need to walk, Jack. Right there. Drop me off. Joey, but no, I don't give a fuck. I ain't walking.
That was the worst part about Vegas when I was Vegas. Because Vegas is just non-stop walking.
I wouldn't leave my room. There was nowhere to fucking go. Once I had the blow, I would sit in that room till showtime. And right after the show, I'd run back to that hotel, lock that door, and do fucking powder. I was in horrible shape, man. That's why that sleep apnea overtook me that strong. I used to fall asleep and burn the carpeting with cigarettes and joints. The carpeting in that apartment, I had to buy new carpeting.
Jesus.
I had to fucking buy new carpeting for the whole living room.
Did you ever set the floor on fire?
Oh my God. Terry came out one night and caught it just in time. The bottom of it had gone through. It was just basically a lot of times I would just drop the cigarette and fall asleep for 10 minutes or something and catch it and put the flames out. This night, it burned through the carpet and started burning that shit underneath.
Oh, Jesus.
And it was like from 1920, so the stuff was fucking, and she woke up and smelled it. And she was pissed.
So I bet.
Pissed. At that time, there had to be guys in that line, 40 burn marks in the carpet.
And what would your excuse be?
I fell asleep. She knew I had sleep apnea. In those days, I used to go to bed at 2 and wake up at 3:30, and I was up. That's it. Up.
Would you nap later in the day?
What nap? What would I nap for? Wake up choking?
Jesus, not getting sleep is not good.
No. And then I went to Little Rock, Arkansas, and I fucking had to get picked up. You know, the club picks you up in the front of the hotel. I was like, be down at 7:45. We'll pick you up. I sat on the couch and I fell asleep. And I started making those noises. And some guy woke me up and he says, he gave me his card. He said, I'm a physician. Do you live in town? I'm like, oh, no. He goes, listen, man. We just sat here and watched you. You're going to die. That's exactly what this guy said.
Oh, no.
He goes, I could tell by the color of your skin. You're not getting oxygen. You have no oxygen in your blood. And he goes, I want you to go to the doctor when you get home. This is an emergency. You will not make the money.
Really?
He told me I was not going to make the money. Because you're choking in your sleep, and he started asking me questions. And he looked at me seriously in the eyes. He's like, here's the deal. You have sleep apnea, but yours is extreme. Not to mention you're overweight to the gills. Don't. He was like, I hope you're not embarrassed by me saying this or angry with me. He goes, you're really overweight. And he goes, and you're just telling me that your blood pressure is really high. And I was lying to him. Like, no, I'd like 140. He goes, no, it's not. He goes, listen, let me take your pulse. And he was taking my pulse. And he's like, listen, you're 3/4 dead. You don't even know. You're going to have a heart attack. Because every time you do that, you get stuck. Your heart does something. Not that it stops, but it puts a strain on your heart.
Jesus Christ. Just in a hook for a lot.
So, dog, I got home. I told Terry. Terry fucking called. And she went down there with me and held my hand throughout the whole fucking day. Because I kept saying, if they give me one needle, I'm out of there.
And you were just going to, like, take it? Just go, yeah.
No, I was just going to go down and see what they said. And then they did the thing, and they sent me a first sleep study where you have to put the machine on, they take the air off, and they see where you choke, and now they know, they give you an accurate number. And then I got a machine. And I tell you, man, within 60 days, it changed my life. You have to take care of this thing.
Maybe I should go get checked out.
No, because you're losing weight now. And it's just weight around here that really helps.
Oh, okay.
It's just weight around your neck. You know, if you lose that, you know, when you have 19 fucking necks, that don't help nobody.
No.
You know, I got this little chicken neck there, but that's from being old. It's not having the fucking 18 fucking necks. My neck, when I look at those pictures, you see my driver's license? My neck is huge.
That's the worst part about a picture.
It's the best.
I hate it.
No, so if you have the sleep apnea, you really, really fucking have to take care of it. You don't know what I went through with that thing. You have no fucking idea. And now I have it down to a science. I don't put it on unless I go to sleep. I don't go in the bedroom. There's a science behind it. Like, people won't use it because they train to do it wrong. The guy that trained me, Jimmy, I still communicate with. 15 years later, I still talk to my sleep apnea coordinator. I send him presents from time to time. He comes to my shows. I'm in Orange County. He came to Irvine.
What do you do? Like, how did he help you?
Because he told me the process. The process isn't just getting your machine and going home. You know, it's like the numbers are staggering. How many people go home, get the machine, get the fucking sleep study, and then put the machine on and feel uncomfortable.
Because of, like, the mask?
Because the mask.
Okay.
And then they give up on the mask. And then they sleep apnea and they get all the problems that come with it. What I did was he told me all these little things because I don't want you to go into that bedroom till you're going to go to sleep. He goes, I'd rather you fall asleep in the living room and walk in and put the mask on than go in there and put the mask on and try to fall asleep.
Because if you're that tired, you're not going to give a shit if it's a little tight.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my dad tried it once, he said he couldn't deal with the mask.
No, they couldn't. People can't. And they either do the mouthpiece or they have to lose weight or do the surgery. You know, there's a bunch of different options. The surgery is just your 2 times. It takes you out of the game too long. The recovery is painful. The older you are, the worse it is. They got to open up shit. Rogan had it. But he didn't have the full sleep apnea thing. They just cleaned out his nose.
Oh,
For him to breathe better, which I need to do. I need to clean out my fucking nose to breathe better. That's another issue I have.
Just what just...
I don't know what they do. I don't know what the process is called.
I kind of wanted to get my ears done.
Which one will you use?
No, just get, like, the wax taken out.
Well, then you got to go to a place. You don't clean your own ears every day.
Well, I do, but they say don't use Q-tips. They say
What do you
it's bad.
clean it up with?
No, that's what I use sometimes, but they, like, I've seen videos, they have, like, these little scrapers and they just go and like, really get it out of there.
You watch videos on people cleaning their ears?
Yeah, it's
What is wrong with you?
I don't search it out, but people post it on Facebook. I don't watch it.
Listen, man, Q-tips suck. Q-tips are the biggest rip-off there is because everybody knows a big pen is the best thing you can do to clean out your ears. The cap of a fucking big pen takes all the chunks out. It pisses me off. When you go home, take a shower, you come out of the shower, you fucking... The reason why I use Q-tips is to take the moisture out of my ear. Excuse me. That's what I use Q-tips for, to take the moisture out of my ear.
So you don't get like an infection.
So I don't get those fucking ear infections from swimming. That's what happened to me. I leave the water in there, so now I take it out. Sometimes I get in the car and I have fluid in my ear that fucking pisses me the fuck off. So I got Q-tips in the car now.
But you would never get it, like, scraped out?
if it was that fucking bad, but I take care of my ears. I mean, I get pissed off when I put a Q-tip in there and I see wax.
Yeah.
Because I just cleaned it this morning. Where'd this fucking wax come from? Where'd this buildup come from? Sometimes you forget. You call it like a fucking purple chunk. That shit's disgusting. But they have places now. You can steam clean your ears or something.
Yeah.
How much are they?
I don't know. I can look it up. Have you ever done what's a hydrocolon thing? Like they cleanse you?
No.
You would never do that?
Listen. It was bad enough putting the camera up my asshole and taking the pictures like colonoscopy to do the colonic.
Yeah, oh, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Colonic, when you stick a coffee colonic up your ass, the tube, and they clean you out. I would consider it. It was just embarrassing. My ass smells.
Oh yeah, man.
I gotta bend over and let somebody put a tube in your ass. If I could do it myself, I'd do it. That's just a little embarrassing. And then seeing people comes out of your stomach, there's chunks and legs and chicken bones. God knows what comes out of your stomach with that Subway sandwich.
That's what I was thinking. Like all the fast food I used to eat, it might be. I almost because didn't like Elvis have like 50 pounds of like shit in his stomach?
Where can you do a colonic? Where?
I've seen it.
Have you seen the
yeah,
sign?
I've seen signs. I've seen Groupons for it. It's trying to scare me, but yeah, I don't know. I just I thought about it.
I tell you, if you're gonna do one, Groupon is the fucking way.
You don't think that's like, why are they on Groupon? Like, I want to pay like full price for it.
Because there's 20,000 of these things. Listen, there's 1,000 great jiu-jitsu schools. 10 of them are on Groupon. Even Cobrini. Cobrini's got one of the best schools in California around here. He's in fucking Groupon. Just to get, but you can only use it for certain classes at Cobrini's.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's certain things. When I got my toenails fucking blowtorch to get the fungi out of them, where do you think I got the special from? Fucking Groupon.
Where do you go to get fungi?
On Ventura Boulevard, right there in Sherman Oaks.
Is it like a salon?
It's a salon. It's like a tattoo removal. They do everything. They have blowtorch. That blowtorch burns everything down. No, you go in the back, you take your socks off, and they put like this air conditioning tube on your toes.
Okay.
Your toes get cold, so you won't feel the torch.
They have a little, like it's a fire torch?
It's like a little torch that, like a laser. It's a hot laser that burns the fungi under your nail. And then I'm supposed to put ointment on my nails after the shower and keep them clean and shit. My nails look like fucking death.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. So I told the doctor today, and he says he's not looking to give me a pill to kill that fungi, but that's what he gave me the blood test for, to see if I had any funguses, what the extent of it is in my blood system or whatever, which I do. I do have a fungi. That's why you get that fungi nail. There's a fungi that lives in your fucking toenail. A lot of people don't know that shit. Now you know, cocksucker.
I had no idea there's fungus. Isn't there a commercial for that? Like Lotrimin?
Yeah, Lotrimin. There's a stuff but I'm beyond Lotrimin.
It fights it off.
Oh God, it's the nail smells.
Oh God,
the fungi goes under the nail, and you have to get like a thing, soak your nail, and then take a clip and take those things out. And I save them. Fucking throw them at people on the plane, buddy. You just, I just fucking whatever the fuck.
You smell?
Oh yeah.
What they smell like?
Horrid. So let me ask you a question, because I did not know about this. Somebody asked me the other day, and when Esther Koo was here, they asked me, what happened after they cooked me?
I think I haven't seen a follow-up to it, but the article I read said his girlfriend started periscoping, and she hit me, and he was like, get out of my house. And then it cut off, but then I think he got arrested. But he did a show, so he must have got bailed out. I can look it up.
No, he made bail. I saw something on the news that Anthony Cormier from Opie and Anthony hit his girlfriend. And I, you know, like when you're involved in something and you see it online but you don't digest it.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. Like I didn't really fucking digest it, but it happened.
Yeah, it's great. It's and then I didn't listen to all of it, but then there was a thing with Opie and Jim that they were fighting about Anthony a little bit. So and that doesn't seem like it got nice at the guy. I don't know what happened. Pinned her against the wall and strangled her.
Tremendous.
And then stomped on her hand.
No, he didn't.
That's what it said on CNN.
Well, I wish him nothing, whatever happens there. She was like a drunk something. She was drunk or something. Were they drinking?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, it was after an argument.
And were they in a bar?
No, they were at his house. His house to see if there's anything else.
Well, I wish him luck. That's always a tough one to get out of. I had one of those. It's a fucking nightmare. Some drunk chick comes over your house yelling, fuck. So where was his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's not a drunk chick. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it was his girlfriend. It doesn't say anything about drinking. That's messed up. It's happening a lot now.
Did he hit her on Periscope?
No, Periscope came after. She was just saying it happened. Yeah.
If you hit somebody on Periscope, you're done. They got you on fucking camera.
Oh my god.
It sucks. All that shit sucks when it happens. Jesus Christ.
Like fighting with somebody?
Oh, all that shit sucks when you have to get involved with people and then the cops come. So I feel for him. I just didn't know he got arrested and stuff. I thought he got into an altercation. That's what I had thought or read or whatever. But what's the fucking difference? You know what I'm saying? Altercation, you got arrested.
No, and I mean, we don't know both sides of the story. Maybe she's crazy.
Yeah, well, every fucking, there's always two sides. Let me give some shout outs. First off, I want to give a Merry Christmas to all you motherfuckers that have stuck it out with us. And if whatever I was talking about hit a quote, you know I love you and I got your back tomorrow. Send me an email. We'll talk about it, whatever you want to do. I'm at churchgmail.com. But I want to give shout outs to Leon, Constantine Rain, my main man, Waterbox, Cleo, you know, Hookie Spooky, who I haven't seen on there for a couple of days. Maybe she's in jail. You know, Hookie Spooky loves yelling at people and shit. The tuner number one, Michelle Guggenheim, John Wolf J, The Art of Combat, Misty Mayhem, JT, and Jim Nunya. Jim Nunya was the one that was telling me about YouTube and all that shit. Whatever the fuck happened.
Oh, okay.
YouTube was out. When I got home, he emailed me, tweeted me and said, YouTube was fucking out. Why am I stuttering fucking mumbling here? You know what I'm saying?
Because you're 600 milligrams.
Well, I had like 200.
You son of a bitch.
I need 600. I'll go get the anxiety attack. I wanted to just tiptoe around it for a few days just to see. So, how long you know? You know I'm back. You know I never give up. I just got to double until I get the blood test. And then we'll confirm there's nothing wrong. I'm eating edibles for Christmas Day, bitch.
Did you ask them to like just get a THC level on your blood? Because they're doing it. You should do it. You should like how much is it?
Leave those THC people alone. What is your infatuation with this THC shit? Leave it alone. I don't want to know what's in my blood. I don't want to know what levels are in my fucking blood. I don't know how many carbohydrates. Nothing.
You just want to know if you're gonna live or not.
What's that?
You just want to know if you're healthy or not.
Yeah, I just want to know what the fuck was causing this. Maybe it's my thyroid, the medication, because the medication they give me is made from cow thyroid. So sometimes they got little cows and bigger cows, so they give you the wrong amount. So maybe that's it. So he's gonna look and see what the numbers are and maybe prescribe a different thyroid medication for me to either speed it down or shut it down, whatever the fuck's going on with my thyroid. I told you what happened last night, right?
At the store?
Last night was fucking craziness.
I'm jealous.
It was just craziness. But it was something that kept me up and woke me up early this morning. It really was. The art, when people really like you, you could say whatever you want. When people really like you, when you got them sucked into your world, you could say whatever you want. And nobody has that going on more than a guy by the name of Dave Chappelle. I have seen it before, but last night it was fucking spectacular. You know, I was sitting there, it was the first time I got to the store, and they had two special guests. They had Arsenio and Norm MacDonald. Bobby Lee was on stage, Nikki Glazer was on stage, Ari was on stage. Ari was bringing me up. As I'm sitting at the bar inside just talking to Jerry Rocha, Dave Chappelle walks in. He comes over, we start chit-chatting about Ohio, why he lives there. And I go sit down, and next thing you know, they come in, they go, hey, he wants to go on next. You mind? I go, fuck him, it's Dave Chappelle. I'm happy I'm here. I'm going to watch him, you know? And, because you always learn something when you watch those guys, you know?
Because there's not a lot of people that I think would like bump you. Like, how
no. Hey, listen, I'm the type of guy that I don't play that ego shit. If you have a legit excuse you know, and you're the man. I don't give a fuck. It's the people that come on and try to give you some story. I have another spot. No. You're going to do this spot when you're supposed to do it. That's it. And they look at you all weird and they work it out. Because half of those guys will tell you they got to go somewhere else. And you go off stage, they're still there talking in the hallway. Right. I thought you had to go somewhere else. Yeah, they just called and they said they were running late. No, they weren't. You just didn't want to follow me. You follow me? You just didn't want to. So don't worry. Don't ask. Oh, okay. Don't ask. So a lot of people just want to get on stage to showcase, whatever. No. He's Dave fucking Chappelle, okay? Yeah. When I was an open micer, I paid to see Dave Chappelle in 1993 when Robin Hood Men in Tights came out at the Boston Comedy Club with Nick DiPaolo and Felicia Michaels and fucking amazing open mic. So, and then I got to work with him a few times, and then I did the tour, and I saw him, and that's when he was like, where the fuck you been? And we talked a little bit, and then last night we talked. So I have nothing against it. I think the guy's fucking brilliant. Yeah. You know, and the show was so cutting edge, but nothing, they have not forgot about him. Listen, I've been at the store when Louis C.K. goes up, and I've been at the store when Chappelle goes up. And I gotta tell you, they give more applause for Chappelle. And it's white people. Well, I never see him around. I saw him right after he came back from Africa. Where? At Guinness Arena, at like BU's Arena. And I remember all I remember. My friend got the tickets, but I remember I was sitting in the one joke I remember was like, he was like, how would you like to get like $60 million, but then someone puts like a big huge dick on it. I'm like, get the money now. I'm not gonna. I can't do what he did, but that's like because that show was huge, the biggest show for kids my age. He was talking about last night that he should have taken the $50 million. Really? Yeah, he was talking about Cosby, that fucking Cosby is gangster because he's suing the bitches that he raped. You know, he said some great stuff. He's so insightful. That's what makes him a good comedian, but at the same time, it's a time he's put in. You know, he was an apprentice for a while. You know that, right? He was an apprentice to one of the funniest guys of all time. And I love Charlie Barnett. I adore Charlie Barnett. Nobody has made me laugh more than Charlie Barnett. I've never even heard that name. Put on Charlie Barnett YouTube, and let's go to the screen here. Charlie Barnett was a black guy from the 70s. He was in a movie called Mr. T. And I guess he was doing stand-up, and Michael Mann seen him somewhere and put him on Miami Vice. Let's put it on the big screen. See what we got, Charlie Barnett. The legend goes that Charlie Barnett used to take Dave Chappelle with him to Washington Square Park on Sundays. When I was a kid growing up, you could go to Washington Square Park, and there'd be a black guy doing comedy every week for free. That was Charlie Barnett. There you go. Check this out. Charlie, look. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? At Washington Square Park. That's Charlie motherfucking Barnett. Do you think he gave a fuck? Zero fucks.
We got a nice crowd here. I love a New York audience. I mean, look at this crowd. We're in the village. I love the village. We got a nice mixed crowd. I mean, look what we got. We got white folks. We got black folks. We got Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans. We got a lot of fucking Puerto Ricans. But I'm not going to fuck with the Puerto Ricans.
You see what I'm saying? This, I just gave you motherfuckers a history lesson. You understand me? Keep playing.
And when you finish, you go, okay, pass out, bro. Because I got into a fight with a Puerto Rican kid, and I was winning. I was bouncing around like Sugar Ray Leonard. I was bam, bam, bam. It was only about that tall.
No microphone.
And all of a sudden,
in a park, like in the middle of a park, people.
And I was surrounded by a small Puerto Rican family of 4,000. Anybody, okay? I like pocketbooks. I love pocketbooks. I like the way white women walk with their pocketbooks when there's no Negroes around. I don't see no niggas.
Where do you think Dave Chappelle? Do you understand me, people, what you just listened to?
supposed to work different.
That was his apprentice.
Caucasian businessman. I need some white people glasses.
Did they do it on the street together?
Look at Dave Chappelle was in the audience. Dave Chappelle would open for him. In a fucking park.
Damn, you can't see shit.
That's improv, guys. At a park.
How do white guys go to work? They got their briefcase. I can walk just like a white man going to work. Watch this, white guys. I love when they stand on the corner and go.
I put Charlie Barnett on Miami Vice.
I'm supposed to go to work. We be talking about.
If you've never fucking seen Charlie Barnett, this guy, he died from AIDS. And it was something. Right there, the first one. The first, right there. This is when he deals with Mr. Castellano. Right here, watch this. This was on the other morning, and that's what.
You got your Ronald Reagan, you got your Lee Iacocca, you got your Geraldo Rivera, and that's how you stay on top. That's how you get the job done. Organization,
Tremendous. This is, so I guess he saw him. Look at Charlie.
Really freaky looking guys, but I figured somebody wants to move 2,000 pieces, you ought to hear about it. Can they deliver? I mean, they talk like big business.
That was
TV.
TV.
What about the money? The newsman's got plans for the evening, and he leaves his keys on $8 bill. This guy's got a line at the basin, man. We're going to spend all his time in the swimming pool. They need an underwater camera.
All right, hold on. Now, maybe you're not familiar with this customized style.
Hold yourself down.
Well, maybe you're not familiar with Mr. Milkman's style.
Not familiar with Mr. Milkman.
Are you fucking kidding me or what? That's Charlie Barnett right there, the nookie. So I guess, and then he got fired when he beat up Don Johnson. This guy was the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. Any other tapes of them that Charlie Barnett doing stand-up?
There's one of Chappelle talking about Barnett.
All right, put them on. That's it. Guys, you have no fucking idea. You have no fucking idea how strong this guy was. I had a conversation with Andrew Dice Clay and Paul Rodriguez. Paul Rodriguez said he went to see him in the hospital, and he was still fucking hilarious.
You started out the street, right? Watch the street park. Yeah, how are you? I'm Tony. Are you looking Kelly about that? Oh, how we doing? Yeah, how you doing? The fire guy? Yeah, how you doing?
See?
I remember you. Yeah, but I'll put everybody. Yeah, because I went back to New York. I saw you in the bout, and I was amazed. Yeah, they used to ride the unicycle. No, that was it. Yeah, in Washington Square Park, man. We're on Britney Spears. I do pot. I quit drinking and smoking, so I do pot. Work, it gets me high, you know. And really, they said you were here, and Chris coming in right now. But these Spears, you'll be in about 20 minutes. But we didn't care. We didn't care. You were coming in now. How to get you?
Yeah, man. You have no idea. So you could see by the first three lines that Charlie Barnett said where he got that little racism eyeball from. You know, when you go up in front of, when you work with Charlie Barnett all the fucking time and you watch this guy, that was what we just saw was improvised. No microphone. You know, the microphone's a control.
That's what
the reason why you have a microphone is because to show the audience it's like a control. You have control. When you don't have a microphone, you're just any other swinging dick talking. He was doing that with no microphone. Every Sunday and Saturday. He'd do that for hours.
Hours. How long were the shows? Like 20, 30 minutes?
What did I just tell you? Hours.
Well, I thought maybe he'd stop.
He'd stop, he'll go eat, and Chappelle would do time. And then he'd come back and do another fucking 35, 40 fucking minutes. That's unheard of. And they did that every Saturday and Sunday. Washington Square Park. I used to go around the corner of the place called McSorley's Ale House. and they would give you 3 mugs for $1. And while I was in there, my friend would go into the park, that same park, and buy Valiums and heroin. And he'd come back to McSorley's and give me my Valiums, and he'd take his heroin and go shoot it. And I'd eat like 2 V's and drink 3 mugs of beer, and I'd walk around, watch the Square Park all fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
That was the old days, Messiah. But you know what? I watched that, and I gotta be honest with you, when I watched it, I'm not gonna lie to you, I had no inclination of comedy in my life at that time. I saw him, and I was like, this guy's brilliant, but like in those days when I knew about Charlie Barnett, I was a fan of Charlie Barnett. Everybody else was a fan of, George Carlin and Richard Pryor. I was a fan of Collins and Pryor, but I was a bigger fan of Charlie Barnett because Charlie Barnett had what I wanted. When I started getting into comedy, then I really got into Charlie Barnett because he had what I wanted. He had something that a lot of people can't do. He could be talking to you, you stand up and act, and he's all the same person. Now, to somebody who's listening to this like Joey, then why act? I don't know. I like what I mean is he put personality into his characters that he was in a movie. Look at Charlie Barnett on IMDb. What was the movie he was in? Fucking great movie. It's like a Mr. T and a bunch of other guys.
Chicago Fire, The Happy Sadman by 3, AB, Private Romeo.
No. Charlie Barnett. Look him up again. He only had a couple credits, like Miami Vice, but he was in a movie about a junkyard or something like that. All right, press Mr. T. How's that? Let's see if Mr. T is in it. Because Mr. T was in the fucking movie with that movie.
DC Cat.
DC Cat. There you go. Charlie motherfucking Barnett. So when I saw him in DC Cat, I'm like, wait a second. What year did DC Cat come out?
1983.
Yeah, way before fucking Miami Vice. And when I saw DC Cat, I was like, this guy is doing something. Like he's being himself in his acting. Listen, I acted for years, and I could never be myself when I was in the Marin show.
Really?
Marin, that's me.
That was the first time?
First time I was ever Joey Diaz in the show. I was in Marin, that's when I was me. That's why I really like that episode, because I got it. After fucking 15 years of acting, I got it. I learned how to put me into a role. I was always very scared. I just read the lines from the paper and did minimal movement. When I did Marin, I got it. What comedic acting is, I got it. And if you look at when I did Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I had it, but I didn't want any movement. I just sat in the chair. So I had to find ways to be it. So I just killed myself and said, how about I just don't move? And just look at it. And don't move. And don't only move my left hand. Because, you follow me? It's very tough to put your personality into a role. He figured out a way. And he did the same thing in DC Cat. And he did the same thing in Miami Vice. Even though it was 2 different characters. He was the Noog Man on Miami Vice. And he was the noogie, but he put his personality into it. Which to me is really fucking impressive, man. I love that shit,
Like good actors.
Like good actors.
So what does it feel like when you're not in the zone? Like what if it doesn't feel? Can you not get into it, or?
We saw something this week. We might as well talk to the people about it. We saw the special this week that was shot in Vegas. Okay, you did a great job. Salami did a great job. You know who did a shitty job? Okay.
I know we all.
I'm telling you, I was just talking to emotions. If you would have taped Sunday Night Set, when people left mad, and I was just up there rapping, that's what we should have taken.
We actually have Salami taped it. It's just like a one static shot of it.
Right, but that's who I am. That shit I did on the special, that's not me. I was doing a special. I was saying the words. It takes somebody. I could have blamed everybody. I could have put the blame on a lot of things on that special, but I didn't. I wasn't in the zone. No matter what you do to it, put sound to it, whatever, we'll release it later in chunks. just so they see it, we'll get a bit from it that maybe I wasn't, maybe something I said, but I wasn't in the zone. And I didn't know that until Sunday night.
Oh, after you already taped?
I knew this going in. I wasn't in the zone. I repeated lines, just what you showed me. I repeated lines. It just wasn't the zone. You're supposed to do a warm-up first and then that. And I just wasn't in the zone. And it's nobody's fault. The last 3 days I've learned more about stand-up. You always learn when you watch yourself. I don't watch myself because I hate watching myself. I don't want to ever look at me. Ever. I don't want to hear my fucking voice. I don't want to do nothing. Yeah. But when I sat there and watched that with you, why do you think I left here like my asshole was on fire? Because I went to the car and made notes. And then I went to the store last night and I had to follow Chappelle. And the same thing happened. I went up there and I did material, but I wasn't in the zone. I wasn't me. I was too caught up in Chappelle. It happens, man.
Right.
It fucking happens.
It was tough for me the past couple. I was like, no. I was really excited to work on, and I put like I really did. Like I thought
It's a great job.
But and I have to give you credit because there's a lot of people like you brought it up. And Patton Oswalt is one of my favorite comics, but he has a special that came out that he has a string on his jacket. And the first thing I said to you after I saw it was, how could someone not do that? So, for you not to release a special that you think isn't up to par, I think a lot of people wouldn't do that. Some people
It's not what I do. It's not what I do. I didn't put any thought into it. I wore the wrong clothes. I didn't have a production assistant, somebody to walk me through. You know, we thought people were going to show up on Saturday and never showed up. They left us with a dick in our hands. You know, we didn't really have a relationship with those camera guys, so we couldn't really sit them down. We had a meeting for how long? 20 minutes?
Yeah, they had a tiny one.
You know when Ronda Rousey got kicked in the head?
Yeah.
When Ronda Rousey fell and she got back up and they were talking to her, remember the UFC released that footage? And like, do you know who you are? Whatever questions they were asking her. You know what Ronda was thinking about? What? All the mistakes she did leading up to that fight. That Sunday when she didn't meet the trainer because she was tired. You think about all the things you didn't do. Okay? And that's what happened when I looked at that special. I thought about all the things I didn't do. I reacted a lot better than I did when I went to meet Kev because that pissed me off that day. When we met with that guy and he was telling me what I wasn't doing.
Right.
Okay? We did it. We shot it. And that's what the pride is. The pride would have been if we would have backed on it and said, nah, let's not fucking shoot it like I've done 1,000 times. We did it, and now we're stronger, and we know for the next time. If the investment I lost, forget about it. It happens. What are you going to do? We'll make it up later. I didn't want to put out a bad product to these people. It just didn't look right to me. Let's send it to our guy. Let's see what he looks like when he comes back, and then make a final decision. But just from what I saw, I wasn't myself. Next time when I shoot a special, I don't want to know.
You don't want to know what? Okay.
I don't want to know. I just want to
that's cool.
Because I just don't want to know.
I could totally have it.
I'm just going to give you money and say, shoot a special. Don't tell me where. These are the cities. You got an option. You just do it on your own. And you show up to all of them to keep tricking me. Don't just show up to one city. I just came to once. No, shoot it. Because if you don't, then I'm not going to take it for granted.
Okay.
So I don't want to know. The best sets I've had is when nobody tells me they're shooting me. And after I do it, they come up to me and they go, hey, dog, I shot that. I taped that for you. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. You know, San Diego last Saturday, Thursday, first show was fucking, I improv for the first 20 minutes. And fucking Esther Koo taped it. So she sent it to me. So do you follow me, Lee? All these things now. And then last night following Chappelle, all those little things are going to make me better. I could look at that special as two things. Let's set it out so I can get what I recoup back, but it's not really me. Anyway you put it, we're going to get a special from somebody this year. So I'm not really worried about it. Or Joe, the manager, will hook me up with the people who will do the special correctly. and we'll get a Live Nation joint, and we'll do it correctly.
Yeah.
But to put that out and show people, the people who want to look at that are people who can't see me in Ireland and England and people like that. I don't want to fucking, for the $5, I don't want to insult them. I'd rather fucking just light the thing on fire and move on with my life. Wish you another. That's how you do it. But I'm not going to put nothing, most people release a CD every year. I release them every 2 years. Is it because I'm a bad comic? No, because I want to give you.
And you just released the CD.
The CD, I love the CD. I love sound like that. The one before that, Eating Pussy, that's another thing. That's garbage. It wasn't my best. The one before that, You and the Priest, yeah, I love it. I really do. Night of the Three of Spades,
That's before my time. I still listened to that.
No, that's a long time ago. So, but at least I'm honest. A lot of people tell you this is great. No, it's not, man. And not every album can be great. Nobody tells me more about Bad Special than yours truly, you. Nobody comes here every week and goes, oh my God, I want this special. Jesus, it was bad. What was wrong with me? They shot it bad. They did this bad. They did this bad. Nobody. Correct or not?
Right, yeah.
So that's the fucking other side of this. I want to be honest with people and just say it. And, people ask us every fucking day, when is the special coming out? When is the special coming out? We got other shit we're going to shoot people. So never feel the reaper.
Yeah, and I'm going to finish whatever we have and we'll send it over. We'll see what happens.
Maybe Netflix will pick it up and maybe we'll add something to it. Maybe we'll dope it up. I have no fucking idea.
Maybe even cut it down to like 15, 20 good minutes or something.
Even on do a 15-minute fucking special. I really don't give a fuck, you know what I'm saying? I just don't want to release something that they're not going to be happy with. I want people to be happy. I want you to be happy. And most importantly, I want to be fucking happy. You know what I'm saying? Right. Speaking of happy, you want to be fucking happy? Underwear. That's what makes me fucking happy. It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. You gotta look good. You gotta feel good. You just don't want to wear. You just don't want underwear that are comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies. I've been pushing MeUndies for a fucking year. And there's a reason. I love it. I got a black pair on right now. Every pair of MeUndies is made with a micro modal fabric, which doesn't sound sexy, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to regular fucking cotton underwear again. With MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. Not to mention, MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from, and it's the only place to find styles for both men and women with a new signature design every goddamn month. And now the holidays are here. You can't get one, but hey, you can still order them, and they make a perfect gift after the fact. Oh, I didn't see it for a couple of days. If you order right now, I guarantee you'll get them in a few days next week. So trust me, these are not your parents' stuffing stuff. Do me a favor. Go to MeUndies.com/Joy right now. I'm going to give you 20% off your first order plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. I'll ship it to you for free, all right? MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't like the first pair we send you, you keep it and you get a full refund. That's it. You have literally nothing to fucking lose. Like I said, it's too late to order now for tomorrow or whatever it is, Friday. But you can still order today and get them like Monday or Tuesday and just show up. Oh my God, but I forgot to put in the bag. So for your 20% off your first order and the world's most comfortable underwear, head to MeUndies.com, press in /Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com/Joey and get 20% off the most comfortable underwear you ever fucking put on in your life, all right? Other people I want to give a shout out to today is my favorite. That's another thing. And I didn't have Shroom Tech.
You didn't have it before, did you too?
No, I didn't. I'm out of it. I had to call them, so I didn't want to call them last week because it was the holiday week. I knew they would be busy with orders, so I just said, let me hit them up the first and tell them I need more hand protein, more Shroom Tech Sport. So when I went to Kettlebells, we're going to have those hot top stations. Usually I'll get one of those, but I'll move on. But the Shroom Tech gives you that extra fucking boost. But I didn't take anything. That's why I'm scared. If I would have taken the Shroom Tech, I would have gone, oh, it's the Shroom Tech. But it wasn't the goddamn Shroom Tech. But anyway, we're just talking about on it and the things I use before I work out, whether it's a Shroom Tech Sport. I use the Shroom Tech Immune before I fly. I don't use the T booster because I'm Cuban. I got tons of testosterone. But the hemp force protein is fucking the best, sweetest tasting chocolate you've ever tasted in your life. Go to honor.com right now and /church, CHURCH. You get 10% off your first order delivered right there to your house. Honor again. the best. Whether you want the kettlebells, the hemp force protein, I mean, they just got, and then keep going on it.com because they keep adding great stuff all the goddamn time. They just got a jiu-jitsu. They take jiu-jitsu now on it. Go to on.com right now and press in.
Church.
Boom!
They have a bunch of great videos. My dad got a kettlebell DVD from them. He said it's great.
It's fucking great. They got great stuff on it. I'm telling you right now. Go to on.com right now and start with the New Year resolution. You're going to fucking love it. Also, Hitty Cigs, 5, for how much? 50?
Yes, sir.
$10 a piece. They're cheap now. They used to be 20 a piece. They're 5 a piece. Go to hittycigs.com. Look at the great selection of Hitty Cigs that they have. They have different styles for smoking. Not styles, but different levels, like 24 milligrams, 16, 8, and 0. And they've also got a great cigar you can take to a casino and smoke it while you're playing blackjack or whatever the fuck you do. Anyway, I'd like to thank MeUndies.com.
The code is Joey's Church.
On.com. And I want to thank Hitty Cigs. What's the code?
Joey's Church.
Joey's Church. And get 50% off Hitty Cigs. And that's it, man. Like I said, I'll be periscoping Christmas Eve and Christmas. Lee's coming over Christmas Day, so we'll smoke a joint periscope with you. And besides that, from the church family, we love you all, man. Cleo, all you motherfuckers, I love you with all my heart. And I'm happy what you do for me. Talking Lad, who's the main man. If you need a fucking a Uber in Vegas before the 31st of New Year's, hit me up on Twitter and I'll send you Larry's fucking info for Uber. And we'll get you a good taken care of Uber if you're going to Vegas the next 10 days, all right? And that's it. Merry Christmas. I love you guys with all my heart. Thank you very much. I'm at the Hong Kong Inn tonight in Ventura. If you want to come on up tonight, 8 o'clock show. We got great pork fried rice and other food. And that's it. I love you guys with all my heart. Savage Dad Tour starts January 28th in Charlotte, North Carolina. What, bitches? I love you guys. Merry Christmas. We'll be back next week or maybe Sunday night. We don't know. Ari's in town. We might be doing an acid podcast soon. So strap on your motherfucking seatbelts. Again, Merry Christmas to all your families. Love you. Thank you. Very good. We're here. Tuesday 16. We didn't take the week off because I was sick last week. We took the week off because there was nothing fucking happening. You know, what we're going to come in here and talk and burn a fucking gas and fuck it. We just took the week off. We're refreshed. We hope you have the same. I'm sorry if we left you on the fucking hook. I got a lot of emails I answered last night. People like, what the fuck, Joe? Are you okay? Blah, blah. Nah, it was just that, listen, man, we've been doing this straight for a long fucking time. And I'm taking some time off of camp the next 2 weeks also. Nothing. Staying at the house with the family and enjoying this. We're moving offices. So shit's fucking happening. What's up, dog?
I had a great last couple of weeks. It's, I don't remember. And not that my life compared to a lot of people who work 9 to 5 is pretty relaxed, but I don't think we've taken time off ever. I don't remember like the last time, like 2 years ago when I went home to Boston in the winter. I don't remember.
It's just that, I went away in November. I mean, it just got to the point where you need a break. It was between stand up. I changed my schedule this year a lot. I'm not going out as much, because I want to pay more attention to you guys. We're moving offices next week. Same backdrop. We're just going to have a little office, TV screen. We're still going to be bad motherfuckers. We're just moving to an office closer to our house. This was the first office I wanted a year ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, more than a year ago.
4 years ago, a friend of mine had an office over there. And it was just a convenient place. We weren't in the hallways. We could spark up a fucking number, and we can make things at home for you. That's it. So that's what we're doing.
Everyone needs, there's something like sometimes when I talk to my parents, because I try to talk to them 4 or 5 times a week, there's only so many things you can talk about. There's so many times you can tell the same stories. So it's nice. Like I was just sitting at home, and I was like, oh, I haven't thought about this story in a while. I haven't said this. So I'm sure for you, it's nice to just not have to talk as much.
Well, you know what? I was saying I couldn't wait for the end of the year to come. I cannot wait, guys. Fucking in November, I cannot wait for New Year's Eve so I could just take some time off. I knew it. I knew I just wanted. I could not fucking wait. And the more I tried to slow down, the busier it got. Little things kept popping up. I still got the podcast. I still got my family. I still got all these responsibilities. The worst thing to do is that people do, that I did for years, and then used to get pissed off, was I became a regular person. And you guys are going to go, what are you talking about, John? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. I bought into this shit. I bought into the mindset that people slowed down after Thanksgiving. And I played into it in my first 3 years here. And then I started working. I never really liked dropping the ball during the holidays. It's the fucking holidays. Once Christmas Day is over with, my mind, I'm about to kill somebody. Like, I'm ready to go to work. I'm ready to fucking start doing stand-up. I'm ready to start acting. What the fuck is going to happen? Let's make it happen. I'm one of those guys. I get fucking anxious. Like, I'm ready.
Is it because, like, if you take a couple weeks off of working out, when you start working out again, it's gonna suck, and it's gonna take you a while to get going again. So is it because now, like you've been saying for the past few days, this week it's not like everyone's gonna be doing stuff.
In my world, this is dead. Like, this isn't dead for me. I still on the rock and roll, but I could tell that everybody else is dead. Like, it's today, people are just telling stories and what they got and what they ate for Christmas and how the flight was. A lot of people ain't flying back till today. The flights go straight now till Wednesday, maybe Thursday. If you're smart, you stay home for Thursday or Friday.
If you can, yeah.
If you can. Why are you out? You know, I'm talking about generalities. A lot of people like to travel. I would never fucking travel over the holidays week. Every fucking year you see people stuck. And they make sure they show them to you on the news. In those cots in Chicago and shit.
See that young girl crying? I felt so bad. She just saw it.
Hey, listen, man, this time of the year, you're throwing a 50% fucking 50-50 chance.
Even if it's not, even if you're flying from here where there's no snow, the plane could be coming from Chicago or somewhere else. It's scary. Like, that's, for comedians, it's amazing how nonchalant you guys are about flying, even though you could get your big money week could be canceled at the drop of a hat if there's a whole bunch of snow.
Okay, but the week starts on Monday, so you already have you already know what's going on. You already know what's going on Monday. If you're a smart person, you're looking at the national weather on Monday, and they're telling you there's a snowstorm in fucking Chicago. It's Monday, dropping 24 inches. You ain't going to New York City on Friday. I ain't no fucking weatherman. But if something's in Chicago on fucking Wednesday, it's going to be alive and kicking in New York on Friday.
Right.
If it snowed 24 inches in Chicago, guess what? We're going to get 9 to 12 in fucking New York. You don't need to be a fucking thermologist, whatever they fucking meteorologist. They all call themselves like Johnny Storm or, Mikey Thunder. You ain't dick. You're making a hypothesis, whatever the fuck that is, an educated guess.
The ones in LA are scary.
They're terrible. But they're terrible. Listen, my wife wake up. Is it coming down like that? I go, no, it's sunny. It's fucking 60. She couldn't believe it this morning.
Yeah, they've been
stay in. It's going to come down Sunday night. They scare the shit out of these fucking white people. Now they're doing 40 instead of 60. That's all this is. So if that's what I look at. I look at the weather. Remember that situation we had in Boston? And I kept saying, you get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
I know on Monday. If you know anything about weather patterns, if they got hit. Now, Colorado is different. But if it's headed out Iowa and east, you're dead. And you see what direction it's going. And let's say it throws off a little bit. If it throws off a little bit from Iowa, Boston's getting killed. That's right in the way of Boston. So it doesn't take. So you in contact with the club. Hey, man, what's going on? Well, now some club owners are fucking morons. Some club owners will take the chance. And guess what happens? Yeah, so you get 12 inches on Wednesday night or Thursday. You cancel the show Thursday. But Friday, ain't nobody going out. Even if you shovel the roads. Right. So you understand? You see a big snowstorm coming. You know your area as a businessman. You've lived there. You know, listen, let's call it. Let's reschedule this motherfucker and bring a magician in this weekend and handle our losses. We still got the tickets, people's money. They're not going nowhere. They're going to come see Joey. We'll just reschedule them real quick. What's your schedule look like, Joe? Right. For me to go to Buffalo and for them to get 2 feet of snow, for me to do one show on Saturday night or 2, it's happened to Tom Segura last year. He got somewhere and ended up doing like 1.5 shows.
Jesus. Do you ever get bummed out about the weather? Like, my dad was in nightclubs for the majority of my childhood, and if it rained, I knew he was going to be, he wasn't angry at me, but he would be angry, like it would ruin his night, because he knew at 3 p.m. that no one was going to come to his parties.
Well, anybody who's a successful bar owner, except the fucking tornado, 12-inch snowstorm, and even then, people come out. If you got a real bar, listen, You're not going to get the 190 you expected, but you're going to get 60 alcoholics. Yeah, you're going to get 60 alcoholics out there. Everybody knows when it's going to snow, and they're going to go, let me go get a couple. Let me go get a few packs of cigarettes and a bottle of bring home. I might as well stop at Joe and Mary's and get a fucking cocktail.
Yeah.
You know?
And on the East Coast, it's different. Out here, like you said, it was going to rain and the whole city was going to shut down because of some rain.
Some fucking rain. But I'm talking about somebody who's going to go out. Do you think when I was doing blow and I wanted to get my dick sucked and I was getting an 8-ball and I had money in my pocket and the foot of snow scared me? Right. I'd get those fucking snowshoes and I'd walk all the way up to Joe and Mary's, or when I lived in Colorado, I'd walk up to the Stone Bridge, wherever the fuck I was. I walked up.
Yeah.
If you're doing what you're doing, if you're real, you're out. The weather don't stop nobody but pussies. Rain don't stop a cocaine or somebody's gonna do some pills and go to a bar and have 3 cocktails. Rain don't stop nobody from getting a piece of pussy.
Right. Well, you had a thing for a few years that you were going to like really snowy locations during like the winter months. Is it because you figured like those people will be able to handle it and they'll come out either way, or it was like when I first heard of it, and you did it a couple years in a row. I was very surprised.
I go to Columbus and I go to Buffalo in January usually.
Yes, and then Minnesota the last couple of years too.
Minnesota. Oh, 1 year I went to Minnesota. I like the cold weather. I like it, so I want to feel it. I want to feel what they're feeling. I want to make them come out in their fucking weather. I like that shit. Buffalo's a great city, man, and they don't give a fuck about weather.
They had 11 feet of snow last year. They're still going.
They don't give a fuck about weather. If you're funny and they want to party, they'll come down. That's what I'm saying. So the weather affects it to a degree, you know, in the winter time. But I've seen people get stuck in cities, people shut down, you know, and they can't do it for 2 or 3 days. That I wouldn't mind. If I got weed, if I got a way to get weed and somebody delivers to the hotel, I'm good. I'll just sit there for 2 days and write jokes. You're doing me a fucking favor. I'll do laundry. I'll do my own laundry downstairs. I'll get a whole new set of clothes. I'll wash my workout clothes. And I'll keep fucking working out until the plane leaves.
That's something that I actually wanted to work on this year, is not getting as upset when there's like nothing I can do to control it. Like I'm a big, I'll beep or get mad at someone driving really slow in front of me, or if like my flight's canceled, I'll get upset before. And there's nothing. I've gotten better at it, but there's literally nothing you can do to make it better.
I had a bad thing. I had Mother's Day. My flight was at 6. I get home until 9 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night, and get home. And I got a little hot, but I knew. I got hot when they didn't tell us the information. That's what gets me hot. When American Airlines puts you on a flight and you sit there, you have the connecting flight from you go to LAX to Nashville, and you go to LAX, Chicago, and you connect to Chicago, you go to Nashville. You board the plane in Chicago. They tell you they're going to defrost the fucking plane. Then defrost, and they tell you there's something wrong with something. They got to bring apart, get off the fucking plane. That's what pisses me off.
Oh, the airlines are the worst.
Me fucking hot.
I'm not saying
the fact that that they're delayed. Things are going to happen.
Yeah.
That's why I take the first motherfucking flight out. Because those motherfuckers are never delayed. They'll push them out because they know let's at least get one flight out there to get it there to pick up the people that are coming back or where the fuck they're going. The airline can take a shot with that. That's what I do have to give them. But I got one delay last year. I really can't complain. 1 or 2 delays last year. I really can't. One was a 10-hour one.
Yeah, that was long.
But I had weed. I had a pen, a vapor pen. I had an e-cigarette. I had everything covered. So if something, I got my iPod, which I lost this last time on the way back from Vegas. I got to call Southwest again. You just travel. You just get used to it. It's life. You just get fucking used to it. You know what I can never get used to? When I first got here, I had the worst thing going on. I can never get used to working that set.
Really?
Oh, I hated it. Basketball, I fucking hated it. Hated it being on that set. That was my first big time on a set. Hey, how you doing? Hey, you call tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Okay. 7, I get there, eat some breakfast, and we'll get back to you. So what's going on? I don't see my number on the sheet. They give you a sheet with the number of the scenes they're going to shoot and who's in the scene. You're looking at the sheet going, okay, I'm number 38. Number 38 is the last scene of the day.
Oh no, you call 7 in the morning.
7 in the morning. So what do? You got 2 options. You got to have prepared. Sometimes they put you in a box, bro. Sometimes in the big movies, you got a little trailer, you got TV. You don't get no reception. You get the UK, you get like fucking different channels from Europe and shit, Telemundo. You ever notice how Telemundo comes through? You don't need an antenna, nothing. You don't even need a TV. Just put your hand up in aluminum foil and you'll get fucking Telemundo.
And Korean stations around here.
And Korean stations will get through. They fucking play on the radio and shit. They don't give a fuck. Telemundo always comes up. Anywhere I've been to, Telemundo. One thing you hear maracas and people dancing or fucking telenovela. But, what was he talking about?
Travel.
Yeah, no. Listen, no, the movies, you fuck. Those sets. And then,
the movie, sorry.
And then I think by the third movie, I figured it out. I think by American Dream, I had it figured out. And that's the first time I brought a book, and I brought a notebook, and I brought a pencil. You know?
Yeah.
And I wrote a little bit. That was the first time. Then I figured out people would bring iPods. Wow, I could just go walk and smoke a joint. And then I figured out people bringing DVDs. Like in the longest shot, I was DVD player. So I just started bringing Bruce Lee movies and shit and just watch movies in my trailer with the air conditioner on.
What was that like? So on some movies, you're there for like a day.
Right.
If you're there for weeks, do you have to be on set every day, all day, just in case they need you for something?
No, we get there and there's numbers. All right, so I'm number 6 on the longest shot. I was number like 11 or something. That's the longest shot. So they have different scenes. Scene number 38 doesn't have it. Scene number 62 doesn't have it. Scene 11 has it. So I got 2 scenes till I work. Now I go on the set and I see how quick they're moving. They're moving like fucking molasses. So what do you think about 12 o'clock? Yeah, 12, 1 o'clock. Shit. I go back to my trailer, I roll a joint, go for a fucking walk, I burn that motherfucker, I come back and put a movie on. I sit there.
So you wouldn't be nervous about missing? Like I'm the king of nervous about stuff like that. Like I would always be nervous
they won't
that I'm gonna miss it.
Sometimes they'll switch your number. Where were you? I was in the back looking at a bird. I go, hurry up, shoot up, they're looking for you. But you know, if they're into a scene and they're in the beginning of the scene, oh, you got time. Especially if people have to fall or something, a fire strike has to go off or something. They have to turn the cameras around. If you shoot on a TV show, it's 2 ways. If you shoot on a movie, maybe they take it from all angles. When I shot, analyzed that, I was on the set from 8:30 to fucking 7:50. Jesus. Me and Anthony Lombardi all day with fucking what's his name from Stripes directing, all fucking day.
Ramus? Oh, cool.
And he was in front of us. They shot us from you. It was De Niro. So De Niro shoots from 12, 10, 2, 3, 9, 4, 8, and 6 o'clock.
And you have to do it all those times?
All those times.
I was shocked by that. I went to go see them tape the Matthew Perry show with my mom. We were there for like 4 hours, and they taped like not even the first act of the show yet. And we just got up and left. It was just too much. It was like, we were there for like 4 hours.
Well, that shit takes time. And they got all the money in the world. So if the director wants to move, it's 3 takes. Boom, boom, boom. 1 for you, 1 for me. Do it the way it says in the book. Do it the way he wants to do it, and I'll do it your way. Move on to the next one. Let's shoot from this angle. Let's shoot from this angle. I don't need you in this shot, Lee. Let's sit down for 5 minutes. Because I don't see you. I just have to stand there. Me, I'm a professional. I stand there. I'll wait there and stand there.
Oh, so for like over the shoulder shot?
My shoulders, you can't see, blah, 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 blah. They're not going to see you in this shot. Go take a walk.
So like stars like De Niro or something leave for that? All those shots are never them?
No, sometimes they walk away. I'll get water. I'll stay there. Sometimes if I'm not doing well, I'm doing my room. Let's do it. I mean, all I'm doing is getting better. With De Niro, I wouldn't leave. I sat like glue.
Yeah.
I'm learning. So why not do the tape? Keep doing the tape. Keep doing the tape. I'm only going to get better. I'm only going to get more confidence. I might learn something in the fucking tapes.
Do they always shoot movies in single camera? Have there been any multi-cam movies? I was just thinking about how that might work.
When they shoot the longest shot, for example, when I shot Spider-Man, there was cameras everywhere.
Oh,
the bigger the budget,
just put a camera.
They put cameras everywhere. You know, the longest shot, it was the first time they used that technology they used in the NFL now. The camera on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
So there was some scenes we shot with a camera on the screen, fucking, catapults and cameras and people hanging down.
And all at the same time. I guess for the football game, it would make sense.
Yeah, for the football game, you have to shoot it because you have to have a camera on the running back. Who's ever going to make the tackle and the quarterback. You have to have cameras on different people, so in editing,
Yeah.
you can put it together. So you have to have all those cameras and the stars of the fucking team. The Longest Yard, they had shot, the same people that shot the other football movie had shot The Longest Yard.
Okay.
But I guess it was slower for some people. So those football scenes, you have to hike, and then the guy has to get the ball, and there's a camera there, so you see him running through. But you want to see him from the fans' perspective, and you also want to see him from the other side. It's very hard to shoot a sports movie. It's very hard to shoot a lot of fucking movies, man. It's just hard. And now that I've done it, when I watch movies, I know what they're going through. You know, I know what they're going through. When I see a movie getting shot, and I understand. You know, I shot Law and Order SVU in fucking January. You think they gave the fuck? It was 92 below zero, and the winds were coming off the Hudson, and fucking I was down on Canal Street, so those little winds were making me fuck. And in the video, you see me with a t-shirt on like it's fucking yesterday. Oh yeah, like a robe on, like it's yesterday. In between takes, you put the jacket on, you warm up, they warm up your hands. But when you're right there, Jack. That's you talking like normal. You can't go, it's fucking cold. You gotta fucking sit there and go, okay, this is what's going on. You know, when I shot that movie, I also talked to the guy who was in that boat movie from the guys from Boston, Perfect Storm.
Okay, yeah.
The guy from Buffalo, the quarterback from the other team, the Mean Machine.
Oh, yeah.
The guy from Buffalo, whatever his name is. And I got friendly with him, and we were talking about that movie. He was telling me it was 4 weeks of just underwater trains. So before the movie, and they pay you for this. But before the movie starts, you gotta go and jump in the ocean, and you know the sharks, and they take that fear away from you. And, you know, you gotta say that shit in the meetings. So what does this entail? You know, you're gonna be in the water, you're gonna be in the ocean. You know that, right? It's cold. There's no heaters. You know, some of the scenes they do in a pool and they throw ink in the water and it looks like the ocean. But some of the scenes you gotta jump in for 2 seconds. When we did the fucking thing scene. And we all jump in the mud and the Longest Yard. Okay, we get there. We got there that morning and it was frozen. Nelly was concerned because he had a tour that weekend. He didn't want to get sick. It was fucking freezing. But once motherfuckers started jumping in, you know, they were like, Joey, you jumping? They came up to me. You don't have to jump in when you don't want to. I was like, what are you fucking kidding me? I'm jumping in. All these gorillas are going to jump in. What are you going to think of me if I don't jump in?
Right. And for stuff like that, though, could you do multiple takes of that? You probably can't.
We did have to retakes of that.
How do you do it? You have to take showers and change clothes.
They wiped us off. We went in, cut. Then we all ran off. They take your clothes off. They dried us down. They had heaters there. We got heated up. We put shirts on. They blew our dry our hair again. So it took like 4 fucking hours to do 3 takes. They had to smoothen out the water, dry off the patches where people don't see the fucking thing.
Is acting really fun? Is it just super? Because everything I hear about it, from the audition process all the way through, doesn't seem like it'd be fun at all. Like, but is the process of acting just a great time?
It's fun. I think all of this is fun. Did you watch the fights the other night? Carlos Condit said something at the end. I love doing this. I could tell. You love doing it. If you don't love doing something that much, don't do it. If you're doing it for your dad, don't do it. If you're doing it for your friend, don't do it. That's what makes things easy. I always thought, coming from a stand-up background, doing acting was always like my break every 90 days. I just took my mind away from stand-up and I worked on a set for 11 days, 3 days, 6 days. I would cancel previous work, not because of the money, just because I wanted to savor the moment. I like it. A lot of comics don't like it. I fucking love it. I love just dropping this shit for fucking 4 weeks, going to New Orleans and working 3 days on a movie, and then you know it's overnight, whatever. That don't bother me. That shit don't bother me. I think it's fun. I think all these aspects for me are fun. But I really enjoy acting. But I also enjoy stand-up. The problem with stand-up is it's a business. And the business side of it fucking gets me depressed.
Even more so than acting?
Well, the business side of acting, you know what you're getting yourself into, scale. I'm a fucking union guy, so they're paying me scale. So I notice that sometimes if it's a TV show, you get more than scale because you're doing a guest star. But for the most part, you're working for fucking scale, which I know, and I have an option whether you do it or not. You follow me? Everything's fun until you go to the business aspect of it. At least it is for me. When I'm gonna ask you for money, it sucks dick. You know, it sucks dick. Doing stand-up Monday through Friday when we're starting off, it's like I can't describe it. But I could just imagine getting into photography for the first time, or getting into drawing art, or just taking colors and putting them on an Etsy, whatever the fuck the sheet's called. You know, I'm not a winter or you know, anything you do for the first time, that's what makes you fall in love with that. Now you want to seek more knowledge about it, and fucking hunt it down and learn from different directors, and you know, anything. I'm not plumbing. You know, there's some people, to you and me, plumbing is all a bunch of pipes. But for some guys, their family's been doing it for fucking 8 generations. And this means everything to them. When they weld the pipe, when they fucking, whatever, press the pipe with the copper and over, you know you fucking, you know, that's what it is. A job is something that you do from 9 to 5. A fucking, something you love, you do all the time. It's not work. It's not work for me. When I answered 63 emails yesterday, it wasn't work for me. I enjoy talking to people about addictions. Thank you for listening to the podcast, man. I'm happy that you're getting something out of this. You know, if not, I wouldn't fucking do it. I want to hear what people have to fucking say to me. You know, Daniel Gant sends me a letter every fucking week with his family and trees and pictures. That's all very interesting to me. These are the people that listen. Why is somebody this nice that takes pictures with a fucking sweater on and shit, even listening to the junk we have to fucking talk about? But that's what it, you know, you always want to seek more knowledge. You know, I look at fucking Carlos Condit, probably talking about he's taking movement classes, and Carlos Condit never stopped. Never stopped.
I look something like he had like 500 strikes or something.
You know, people always go, I'm taking time more. What time are you taking? What have you done? What have you fucking done? There's no time off. You know, I was talking about how the holidays taper off, how people get lost in the holidays. And I get it. I understand for some people. They taper off during the holidays. I did it for years. And then I realized that when I was in town, I was good shit. Because everybody else was gone. For years, I would hit my biggest jackpots in December. You know, I shot an NFL commercial Christmas Eve one year. I swear to my fucking daughter.
I've never heard of this. What happened?
An NFL promo. I booked it on the 22nd. And we shot it at 7 a.m. the 24th of December.
They must have really wanted that. Stuff doesn't really happen around that. Like, what was it for? Was it for the playoffs? Or?
For the playoffs. NFL. Let's go. Let's do this shit. I shot 2 promos. I still see the guy around town. He lives around town. He was like, hey, Joey, how you doing? He shops at Sherman Oaks, that fucking route.
Oh, okay.
So I see the guy in there all the fucking town. So this is the shit that happens when everybody else isn't paying attention. I used to pay attention. I met Nick DiPaolo at an audition. And they were going to fire Artie Lang from the Norm Macdonald show. You know when I went on that? December 20th. The year I fucking went all the way to the end to Get Shorty, the sequel. And they told me December 19th. I didn't get it. All these things happened. The movie with Ving Rhames and the other black guy, Blade, when they were going to box Undisputed. Okay. That I booked at that time of the year. Around here was when they went to see me at the Comedy Store. Shit happened to people like, oh, I gotta go back home for the holiday. My buddy had the job on fucking Training Day. Which one? Listen to me. He had the job on Training Day of going into Paul's neighborhood and talking to gangbangers and getting them all in the movie for $200 a day. They were paying him $400 a day. They offered him like a 6-week position. He was coming home telling me he would hear Denzel rehearsing with Ethan Hawke and Roy Wayne. Like this was an education in the lifetime. He came to me after 2 weeks and he said, I'm going back home. I said, what are you going to do about that job? He goes, I just want to go home for the holidays. And I remember looking at him. They were giving him $2,000 a week. And he left the job after he got 2 checks because that's all he needed. He didn't care about the outcome. Most of the good things that happen when everybody else is fucking doing something else.
But he just didn't want that job then. That sounds like what's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
One year, like January 10th, I used to get the breakdown. The breakdowns you get like 4 in the morning. Somebody gets them, listen from an agency and sends them to you, and they send them to you. And that was my career. The breakdowns are where all the roles for movies come. To let you know what's getting shot, who's looking for what, how many days, blah, 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 blah. So let's say, Breaking Bad. We're looking for a fat Cuban with a monster look. We're looking for a Jewy guy that's bald, and he has to be under 5'6". If I we're looking for a black dude with a big dick and one arm. And you look at that, and I'll never forget, sitting here, I gotta do this out of town working. And I'm like, this year I'm gonna sit here. Because I would leave the whole month of January.
Where would he go?
Syracuse, Miami Improv, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach Club, the Comedy Cabana. Yeah, I would disappear for the month of January, go to all those places and work, and then come back in February for pilot season. And there's 1 year, boom, characters wanted. Extreme looking guys, New York City looking guys. I looked at Spider-Man too. And they said male headshots or whatever. I looked at the address. I had my wife look it up on the map, and she goes, "What's an office?" I said, "You know what? I ain't doing nothing today." I took that envelope and all, I put a headshot with a fucking letter. I let she cast Pretty Woman. The lady who cast Spider-Man 2, whatever her name was, cast Pretty Woman. So I said, I love Pretty Woman, you know, I love something with pretending. Go ahead, look it up. Something pretending. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? So I walked in, I went to her office in Beverly Hills, and I walked up the stairs. And I went to get the door, and the door was open, and I walked in, the assistant was sitting there, and I fucking gave her the envelope. And she's like, "What's going on?" I go,
Diane Crittenden.
"Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, though?" I'll never forget that name as long as I live. You understand? She put me in Spider-Man fucking 2 because I went down and put the envelope in. Because I basically did the work, you know. And that's what happens that time of the year. Nobody else is prepared. And there I am with my dick in my hand, ready to fucking go.
I think that's the most frustrating part for people trying to get jobs is that it very rarely, it seems, matters all about like your qualifications. I think probably close to 60% of it is who's there, like who they know and who's there.
And the hustle that you showed, maybe you showed up at 6 in the morning. If I go get a job, I show up at 6. When you pull up, I want to be there at 7:15. That's the guy that gets the job. If it's a construction job, he's out there freezing, that's the guy I want. He's been out there with attention, saluting the flag for 45 fucking minutes. Everybody else is getting coffee, smoking cigarettes, thinking about their future. I told you this, that before the fucking break, I wrote a list of things I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to Taco Bell, I wanted to go to the strip club. I went to the strip club one night by myself on a Sunday, and I went to the store. And I got off the one side. I didn't even know where that was. I knew it was somewhere in the fucking valley. I haven't been to a strip club, guys, and fucking since Eddie Bravo was a DJ at the one by the airport. And even that night, I didn't get a lap dance there. I just went to pick up Eddie. One time I went with Joe for something else. That was it. But to be in a strip club like a man and sit there and watch women dance and shit. So I get off the fucking 170 and there it is. Lights and stuff. There's a pool hole next door. I make a U-turn. I go, if I gotta park in the back, I ain't gonna go in there. If I gotta park in the front, fuck it, I'll go in there. Pull up to the front, boom. There's a parking spot. No valet parking, none of that shit. I walk in there, the place is dark. And I walk in there and I see fucking some people getting private dances. I walk into the back, I look around there, nobody says dick to me. People, guys are sitting there like fat chicks at a dance, waiting for somebody to come and ask them to dance. They're just sitting there like, I go, you know what? This is as creepy as it was the last time I came to this strip club. I'm out of here. I walk out, I get in the fucking car, and I look up, and there's a girl going and goes, hi. I go, hi. What the fuck? And I look at her, and she's like, come back. I'm like, what? She's like, come back. I get out of the car. What's up? She says, oh my God, I can't believe you're in here. She goes, I listen to the podcast. I'm sure her boyfriend listens to the fucking podcast. So I start talking to her. She's really fucking nice, you know? got a great body and stuff. And she goes, here's the menu. What do you want to do? And I go, I don't know. I haven't been to a strip club in years. We got like a 40-minute lap dance or 20-minute lap dance or something. Like a 10-minute one dude.
40 minutes?
That's what booze. I got a 20-minute one. I said, fuck it, give me one for 20 minutes. I was okay for about 8 minutes. I had like a nervous breakdown the first 6. And then after that, I loosened up. My dick got hard. You know, that's when you realize you're okay. Once your dick gets hard, you're fine. The first few minutes, it was brutal. The first few minutes, it was fucking brutal.
What was going through your head?
What was going through my head? Suicide. If I had a gun on me, I would shoot her and then shoot me. Right there in North Hollywood, where the fuck I was. I'm not used to that stuff. Like,
was she facing you or was it like...
Oh, yeah, she was facing me. She was gorgeous. She was 28. She was Russian. She was beautiful.
I've never been in
Oh, it freaked me the fuck out. And you know what? Like, I got a hard on. I nut in my pants. I fucking sat there for the last 8 minutes while she rubbed on me like half dead, busy. I was having a diabetic fit. And then once she got off, we talked for a little while, and I went home. My little load in my pants and dried it with a tissue and fucking watched the honeymoon or some shit last Sunday night. That's what I did, son. But I got it over with. Now I gotta hit Taco Bell.
I was gonna say, can you please tell us the people what the next thing on the list was?
It was Taco Bell. They were cleaning out my closet. It was all shit that I fucking hate doing. And I had like 6 things on the list, and I just threw out the 6. 6 things that give me fucking anxiety. That's what I put on the list.
Did you do Taco Bell?
Not yet. That shit gives me anxiety. When was the last time you went to Taco Bell? Was it that fucking bad?
I like it when I'm drunk and high, but especially here, it just seems stupid. But I can go get 4 tacos for $10 that are like actual tacos. It's the only time I would go.
Wait, let me ask you something.
What's that?
You and I drive on that fucking road all the time. Have you ever seen that Taco Bell not back? Have you ever?
Never.
Never. I mean, there are lines around the fucking block. Not lines around the block. I'm exaggerating, but the lines are around the island to the end of the park.
All fast food. Fast food is always busy. And that's, I don't,
why don't other people think like you about the tacos? How much of the tacos are Taco Bell?
Here, I don't get it. Here, maybe $1. Maybe it might even be $1 here. I don't know how much tacos are there. But it's, the only reason I ever went is because like I was just so tired like, after a day's work. I didn't want to get out of the car. So like I can see that if you're busy. But if you live, it'd be like going to, in Buffalo, going to 7-Eleven and getting a Buffalo wing like at 7-Eleven rather than going to Anchor Bar or something. It's gross.
I just wanted to get some shit over with because I don't do shit, you know. Let me tell you something, man.
Oh, I'll eat the shit out of it. I'm just saying, I feel like that for one I feel bad about. That and like KFC I haven't been doing years. That one always makes me feel like shit.
I make notes in a notebook. I go to jiu-jitsu. I throw kettlebells around. I do a podcast. I hang out with my wife and my kid. That's about all. Anything else I do, I'm scared of doing or something. Like I talk myself out of it. And something really interesting happened last week. I saw the fucking 7-5 for the first time. And you know what struck my head about this guy Mike Dowd and Chicky and Walker? You know what struck me? Fucking, I was a little off last week, was I not? There?
Some days I was so it was because of this. Like I mean, not super off, but I could tell some days.
It was because I felt something when I watched that fucking thing. I felt that. First off, that was me. You know, it's and then I realized that wasn't me. That was still me. That I've been lying to myself for fucking years, like lying about who I am. Like, what happened was at some point in my life, I got really fucking scared of something. Like something scared the shit. Remember I was telling you now that my friends, Fernie and fucking Conti all became Bible beaters, and my other buddy became Bible beaters, and it was like they saw something. One day made them slow down with the drugs or whatever. So one guy's not really a fucking Bible beater. He says he's an old Joe Osteen head. So I just found out he was doing blow years or so. It's all a lie anyway. But I think, like, I was fucking out of my mind. Like, everybody saw that, you know, like, Mike has no respect, and, you know, when we saw the one guy, he looked like a cop, but Mike was a fucking real deal, and the other guy was like, Mike was a fucking traitor. whatever, perk or whatever.
Yeah, that was the creepiest one.
When I heard Mike talk, you know, I never signed up for anything, mate. I never signed up for anything in my life. I was a Boy Scout for 3 days. I never belonged to nothing. You know, it just never fit me. I always felt out of place. You know why? Because I was different in my head, not because I was a comedian or something, because of the thoughts I would get as a young man, what I wanted to do. You know, when I was 16, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wasn't going to get a fucking job. I never had an aspiration to get a job. And once I found out you could take shit, I knew I wasn't getting a fucking job. Like, I was like, I'm not fucking getting a job. Like, I'm telling you the truth. It's my friend, I'm telling the podcast, this is how I fucking felt. You know, like, guys, I got in trouble for fucking putting a machine gun to somebody and taking the car. Like, I didn't give a fuck. And the only thing that really stopped me from doing a crime spree was that I couldn't get anybody from North Bergen that I trusted. Because having somebody with you that you trust is a different fucking story.
As a partner, yeah.
Now, I got locked up in '88. I came back out. And I still fucked around with drugs and sold coke and made little moves. But when I went back home in '93, I did a couple more of those with fucking drug ice. I'm not going to lie to nobody and tell you that I didn't. And I made really good money on the second one. It got me started. It was my comedy career. It got me an apartment. It got me a little car. It paid off a lot of the debt I had. It paid off. And I liked it. When Mike Down was talking about that shit, my neck hairs was sticking up. Well, I know what it's like.
What about Chicky when they're talking about that first one where he called Chicky to go get the bag of money? And he was saying like how your heart just doesn't stop beating until like 20 minutes after.
I am still hooked on that junk. Like, that was my biggest thrill. Like, when I shoveled snow in Snowmass Village to watch some guy's house that sold coke, and he would leave, and I figured out a way to go into his apartment and just take a half ounce of coke every day without him knowing what was going on. And then at night, I go back there and buy $40 worth of coke and tell him I was broke and nothing was going on. But, like, I just played this role of the guy who didn't do blow. Meanwhile, I'm robbing the guy every fucking day without even no remorse and not thinking twice about it. Do I feel good about this today? Not at all. I'm not glamorizing this at all. I'm just telling you who the fuck I really was deep down inside.
So when you're watching this documentary, did a part of you go like, fuck, I should have been a cop? That would have been a great cover.
No.
Like, it worked great.
I wasn't a cop.
No, I know you weren't a cop.
I'm a criminal. There was no charade in my life. I never wanted a charade in my life. I could have been a cop. All those guys I went to school with got hired as cops early on. I had no police record till later on. That's not who I wanted to be at all. I was not going to, embarrass that fucking thing and do that. I didn't like dirty cops when I was young. And they would come into my mother's bar, or my mom had the place in the Bronx, and they would come in to pay off the numbers. It's not that I didn't like them. They just didn't appeal to me. I'm not talking about Mike as a cop. I'm talking as Mike, the mental state of Mike and my mental state.
Okay.
Like, when he didn't know either. See, he didn't know. He became a cop early on, and he didn't know.
Yeah, he said he was king for like 2 years.
He didn't know he was really a gangster. Once he saw it, once you see the opportunity, he was all in. I mean, listen, when you're about to go kidnap a woman, that's what drives you to. When you're that crazy, listen to me, though. I had done a lot of weird things after I kidnapped Bella. Kidnapping Bella was a little high for Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe wasn't that fucking smart. I wasn't that prepared at that time. That was an unprepared move on my part. I knew it going in. I knew it wasn't going to work going in, but the addiction was making me do something different. The addiction was always there. It makes you do something different. It helps you a lot in making a really bad decision. As we all know, that's what the addiction is.
It's crazy, and he spoke about it in the documentary. He had the drinking issue and other things, and I was just watching it, and then with some of the stuff that he did, you wonder, like, and some of the stuff maybe that you did, if you weren't an addict, would you have done half the stuff the same way?
And listen, it could be an addict to the money.
Yeah.
Get addicted to the money.
Fuck yeah.
8,000 a week. That's 4,000
minimum. That's just
a week.
start.
That's 16,000 a month cash.
No, 8,000 each a week. That's
8,000 each a week. I didn't know.
That's what I thought.
it's very interesting. When I was watching it, I looked at it from a different perspective. I got sad, but in a way I got very happy because I realized that I got to this part of comedy not as a criminal, but with a criminal mentality and shit. Like Twittering in a way and all that shit. It's for me, it was like everything else. You know, I go into a bar, I'd see Lee, I'd ask Lee if he wanted a bump, I give him 2 bumps and I cut him off. Eventually you're gonna come up with $40.
Right.
Where'd you get that? I got another package right here. Let's do this. And the next thing you know, I got you for $80.
So did you ever have a relationship with like the cops like that Barron did? And like that?
I had a relationship with 2 cops. I had a relationship with a cop in Jersey, and I had a great relationship with a cop in Ashland. In Boulder, I got arrested because I probably didn't have a relationship. In Ashland, I didn't get arrested at all. Cops only came to my house 1 time in Ashland. I had no police contact in Ashland, even though I ran a fucking, I'm lying to you, I had police contact in 83 before I left. That's when they figured out it was me who was burglarizing things. But they didn't arrest me. They didn't have enough proof to arrest me.
Now, did you ever, like when you say relationships, did you ever have to pay them off, or was just you were friendly with them?
I paid them off with blow sometimes. Sometimes I gave them information, you know, something. You got to give them something. They keep you out there, you got to give them something. You know, you're not a snake. I wasn't ratting nobody out. I was just knowing that Lee was getting 30. Lee fucked me on that pound of coke. Also, when I find out that Lee holds his coke at the Honda dealership on the corners, he gets his deliveries on Friday. You know what? You need a bust. You know what? When you bust me now, don't forget about giving me something off the top. Because they're going to steal something. If they pick up 6 keys, you think 6 keys make it to the fucking police station? No, 4 keys make it to the police station. And then when you look at the fucking history of New York as a whole, okay, you know, what kills me about the 7-5 is everybody's going crazy like they never heard this shit before. For me, this is what I knew about every day. So for everybody else, they're like, oh my God, you know. Okay, so the coke gets to the warehouse. Once they book it into fucking, processing, and then it goes into evidence, the cop who booked it goes and gets 4 pounds of fucking dust. And now he goes back one night when nobody's watching. He takes 2 pounds of coke and puts 2, because a kilo is 2 pounds, pretty much. It's a couple fucking pounds. It's 32 ounces, 32.2 ounces, or 34.2, something to that effect. It's 2 pounds. So you go back with 2 pounds of coke. You take an ounce of coke, put it in there just to sort of pass the test. And that's what these cops are doing. All of them became drug dealers. All of them. They would bust you and sell your drugs back to you. Cut. You're like, what the fuck is this? What do you mean? So I would take up 2 pounds of coke from Lee. Right. Come to the car, pull you over. Least I have, boom, smack you. What do you got in the fucking trunk? Nothing. I take out, you got a kilo of coke, right? Okay. I take it with me. You got that coke in there. Yo! Joey, what's up, my brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. How you guys doing? All right, Mikey Dog?
Yeah, we're hanging out here in Las Olas in Fort Lauderdale right now. Me and Walter.
Okay. Everything all right? What's happening with Walter? You guys eating dinner down there? Did you eat some Cuban food?
Well, not yet. We might have touched some Cuban restaurants. Okay, we'll have that tomorrow. But we have to bounce and do the whole Lauderdale trip. You know, shooters and right now Las Olas. You know, we've been driving a lot. On the road the last couple of days, quite a bit.
Good for you, man. How long are you staying down there?
We're gonna be down here only till Thursday. I'm flying back Thursday. I did my uncle a favor. He was arrested his contents in his home down in Florida, because he's going there full time. And he did New Jersey to Florida for about 8-10 years. Now he's moving full time. So, you know, gotta do the right thing for the family. So.
No, I hear you. We were just sitting here talking about how the last week and a half or so, the 7-5's been all over Twitter. You know, it plays on Showtime, and people from farmers, you know, in white America see this shit and their jaw drops, and it's just a sensational story about one of many, you know, one of many that was one of the worst precincts in the country for a long time. And here you are. I mean, you did your fucking time, my God. And you don't owe nobody nothing. You did your time. Nobody could fucking judge you.
You wouldn't believe that. You're saying that shit. Am I on live radio? How many times does it work?
Yeah, you can talk.
Yeah, no, my thing is I give my time, but you wouldn't believe the haters that are out there.
Like, you know, this is America, a second chance, place of opportunity. We were built on corruption to begin with. You know, we all make mistakes. We pay our dues. I got people hating me. You should be dead. You should die of cancer. You know, what am I supposed to do? I'm sorry. And then, can I say it once and be over? Or can I keep going on for the rest of my fucking life? I don't know.
You know, it's amazing how for years I also avoided responsibility. Once you do your time, you learn how to claim responsibility. I tell people that who shot Kennedy? I did. Just to end the conversation. That's how you start thinking. You know, the other night I had an argument with a friend of mine at dinner. As I dropped her off, I went out, I hugged her and I said, hey, it's the bigger man, the bigger the fucking mistake. And she goes, I know, I love you, and that was it. That's it. You know, you're not hiding in a fucking bush, hiding. That's why I give you all the credit in the world. There has nobody in the history of this shit that I've seen get more enthusiastic when you're telling the story about finding fucking money. Only I used to get that enthusiastic.
Listen, there's nothing to sensationalize about the crimes we did, you know. But the fact is, money, you know, that's what we got out of bed for. We put our pants on, we put our shoes on, we go make money. So when you find money, you know, you're not thinking about the blood that is spilled all over it. You're thinking about what I got in my hand right now. I want it. I need it. If I don't need it, I know someone that does. And I gave a lot of money away, but, you know, they don't write about that. They write about, you know, the condos on the ocean and the fucking Corvettes and all the bullshit, you know? But, you know, I don't want anybody to pat me on the back for anything I did. I just want to take responsibility for what I did. And the thing that I found is that the more responsibility I take, the better I feel. And, you know, if you don't like me for it, I'm sorry. But that's what we do in life. We take responsibility. You can't be shy to talk about it because there's other people that wish they could and they can't because they never came clean.
My life, oh my God, my life changed once I started talking about the kid. Something I was so embarrassed about. Right. Something I was so embarrassed about. And one day I started thinking about it, talking about it, and everything fucking changed. My life changed. Some people handled it and they went away. They couldn't handle it and they went away. And the people who did handle it, they're still here.
You know why? Because people that we meet should judge us for how we treat them. You know, and listen, I'm not condoning anything with them, and I don't think you are as well. You know, but you still have to live a life, and you know, you have to put your arm around somebody that turns their life around and goes forward. And you wonder how they do it. I mean, if I didn't know how to do it, I just do it one step at a time every day. It's like almost like an AA program. You know, one step at a time. You know. So
what's great about the documentary is that we see the evolution. Whoever directed it or you as a storyteller, I could see how two young guys become cops, you know, get shot at, blah, 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 blah. You look around, and all of a sudden one day you find an envelope, you find another one, and you got in so deep that at one point you're drinking just to keep you fucking sane. That's what a lot of people don't understand. But at one point you're doing so many things. You got so many things going on in your fucking day that the alcohol is the only thing that makes you focus and put you to sleep at night. So you don't have to think about that shit, because that's when the ugly comes out. Once you're home by yourself at night, you had a couple of drinks and a couple of tutututs, and you're sitting there going, are they going to fucking come in through the floor? Who's going to know that they have a camera there? You know.
Oh, God. Oh, I didn't know a lot of cameras. I don't know how they didn't catch me back in 1988 or 89. I just don't get it, you know. That's which is why the thing turned the way it did, because, I mean, if you're not going to catch me now, you people suck. I mean, and I don't mean to put anybody down. I mean, I took my Corvette in lieutenant spot. I mean, come on. I was making $33,000 a year, and the car was $36,000. I just lost $1,500 in the casino, and everybody in the police department knew it. I mean, it was embarrassing in a way. I was like, when are you going to grab me? For Christ's sake, rescue me from myself, because I couldn't do it, you know? But, hey, it is what it is.
You know,
Walter's sitting here fooling around with his Twitter and all that shit right now.
I want to put him on, but I got to ask you something else. A lot of people also understand. A lot of the people that are watching this are young. I left New York. Walter, when I I grew up in Manhattan, but my mom had the bar in Jersey, the whole thing. But I had a Santeria godmother on 148th and Broadway.
She did the candles?
Everything. She was the baddest bitch in the world. When I see you, I'll talk to you more about it. I grew up on 148th. And on the corner, they sold weed. Since I was a kid, even if I didn't smoke weed, there was a Puerto Rican kid, and then he became a Cuban kid, then he became a black kid. And one day in 85, I went to see my godmother before I was leaving for Colorado. And I went on that same fucking block. And do you know what, Mike? I could not find one seed of marijuana. It was crack.
Oh, yeah.
Crack had taken over the city from 85 to 91. What he's talking about was just something that you couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
Those pictures, that's not
You know, it hit the police department the way it hit the street. I mean, not to deflect, not to take responsibility, just it hit us all by storm, you know, and it was like, you know, you watch a tornado whip into a neighborhood, and when the tornado walks out, you know, the neighborhood's devastated. People are like, wow, it's a beautiful day today, the sun's out. And that was the same thing, like, it hit the city. It was amazing how destructive it was. And, you know, a lot of people got sucked up in the wind of the tornado. The funnel.
Yeah, you know, I left New York from 85 to 91. And I was telling Lee when I watched you on that show the other day, I kind of got sad, Mike, because one more time, first off, Mike, if I move to New York, the first guy I'm hanging out with every night is you. And I'll tell you why, because what I don't have out here is the quality you have. You might have fucked up, whatever. I'm out in California where people don't look you in the eye. Here you are telling me the truth, and it made me think about, you know, this comedy thing. I did this as a by the way, Mike.
Right.
I did this as a by the way. Something happened to me when I hit my 31, 32. I got really scared, Mike. I had done my last drug rip the summer of 93 on 178, right by Washington, up to Washington Heights. That's when the Dominicans were up there, and we followed the car, and the guy ran out of the car. It wasn't even, we didn't have to say tie you up. You want the guy before that. He thought we were the cops. And that was it, hilarious. And that was it, and I left away. But I gotta tell you, what you did is what I always wanted to do. I love all that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. You want me to lie to you and tell you I grew up to be a comic and I wanted to hang out with these fucking morons that have no loyalty and nothing? I wanted to grow up with men who had fucking loyalty. And yeah, you fucked up a little bit. And you had a good time. You laughed. You went to Atlantic City. You know, the fucking whole thing. You ate the all you could eat crab buffet. But there was something, I like that. I wanted to always be that. But the problem that happened with me,
I grew up watching Miami Vice, you know what I mean? There's all about Tubbs and the other guys, Crockett and Tubbs, these guys in their Fatizios or whatever they were wearing with their white slacks and their nice little paisley stuff they were wearing. It just made, you know, you only want to be that, you know?
So
something about it.
this morning I get up at 5, I'm writing, and all of a sudden at 6 I turn on the news and I see Miami Vice is on. And I turn around, it's the episode where Crockett loses his mind. Towards the end, when everybody lost their mind, they were all doing blow. So they came up with a subplot that Crockett lost his mind. Joe Santos is in the episode. The other guy, the gay guy, El Gato, he was in the episode.
Say that. I looked at the contract over that word.
El Gato. El Gato. Oh, you can't say the gay guy?
I got in trouble using the word fag or something.
Oh, yeah, you can't say the word fag no more. But this guy was a gay guy. But in 1980, he was a fag. See, that's the difference. Now he's a gay. That's the evolution of the fag. They used to be fags. Now they became
I love them all. So don't be fags.
No. I love No, please. I got a cousin who came from Cuba. He's gay as hell. I love him to death. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm just saying I watched this episode today, so for you to say that shit. Where's Walter at?
He's right here. He's right here.
Let me talk to that side.
Well, say hello to Joey and people. He did a couple questions for you specifically. Not about the freaking though. Go ahead.
Walter.
Joey, how are you,
How
Joey?
are you, Walter? What's happening? Happy New Year, my brother.
You too, man.
Are you still that? Are you still 6'6", 300 pounds?
6'9".
6'9".
Yeah, 6'5", about 285 now.
How you doing,
Always in
Walter?
different places.
How you feeling these days?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good about this.
How was that part of your life? Just a fucking nightmare, huh?
Well, you know, it was bumpy road, but I was really bumpy. You know, I can't say I didn't do it. I did. We had fun. Landed on my ass off. That's all.
That's it. That's the problem. You landed and you got right back the fuck up. Do you have a question for Walter? This is Lee Sayat. He's the co-host here.
Hi, Walter. It was just crazy. I was watching it again today, and they described you like a ball of adrenaline just like crashing through. Like That's who I want to be. I'm a short Jewish kid who never did anything, and just I would love to be the muscle person. That's so cool. Just like you know that you're there to like kick ass.
Well, that's what we did. I mean, we did do our jobs. You know, we protected people. We protected the public. It was the extracurricular activities that the police department didn't appreciate.
Well, it was crazy how you said that like the police department trained you for those robberies. Like you used the formation that they taught
They trained us for the robberies, exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy how you said a word that when I got locked up, I worked in the kitchen, and there was a black kid. His name was Etchy, and he would always come in every day and go, "Freeze!" And everybody would actually go, "What the fuck, Etchy? Cut this shit out!" And when you said it, it took me back to fucking Etchy saying "freeze" or whatever. But it was watching it. You were there. It took me there. You know, I'm a fan of Mike's. I'm a fan of yours. You turned your life around, and here you are to tell your story, man. And if you really look at it, that's the American way.
You know, a lot of people, it doesn't say in the film, but a lot of people don't realize that was pretty twice.
Oh, you did get locked up also?
I went twice. I went in 89 and again in 92.
For the same crimes?
No, I got arrested in 88 for knocking off a bodega, according to internal affairs. But it was just like what we said. It was a front. You were picking up money. And it just went through the system. That's all it takes.
And then the second one in 92, you came back and you weren't a cop now, obviously.
No, I wasn't a cop when I come out. I come out in January 92. And then 4 months later, these guys got locked up, and I got sucked in right along with them, only because I knew them. And it was actually Kenny. He asked me within one of these days when I got out of jail. You still there? When I got out of jail, he asked me, he says, "Can you deal?" And I turned him down, and I started traveling a straight life, and I did. But just got caught up in a whirlwind. After Michael for years, and anybody that was attached to him in any way, shape, or form. And that's how I ended up in jail the second time too. But Michael's like my brother. He took me in my first business. When I got arrested, everybody turned their back on me, including family. And Michael took me in. Kept an eye on me for a year before, and he drove me to jail. So hey.
It's you got a story and a half, Walker. I'm happy you survived through this. I'm happy you got a second chance. We learned your lesson, and that's it. We move forward, man. Enjoy your little vacation, and hopefully I'll meet you guys in New York in February, or Mike's gonna come out. We're gonna show the 7.5 in the office in the studio here. We can talk about it, whatever. You're welcome. I'll keep you guys posted. And that's it, my brother.
Sounds good, man.
Let me talk to Mike real quick and just give him one last
sure.
He's not busy there.
Appreciate the reach out. Be good.
Thank you, brother.
Joey.
Mike, so I'm telling these guys, you're going to come back. We're going to come in studio. We're going to play the movie. We'll sit here for a while, talk about it, what you were really going through. Because a lot of times you watch stuff like that and you leave out certain things. Say, I wanted to leave this in, so make some notes and we'll chit-chat about that. And that's it, man. I got nothing but love and respect for you. You did what you did. You told your story. You did your time. Listen, to make some eggs, you're gonna, to make an omelet, you're gonna have to break some eggs. I'm sure people got hurt along the way, but they were in the game also. Sometimes.
There's no innocent victims here. Thank God. So broken in and said I had people murdered and shit, which isn't true. But just I want you before you shut down, I don't know if it's going out live or not, but themikedow.com or the Mike Dowd on Twitter and Instagram. I wish people just give me a shout out. I try to get back to everybody that sends me a private message. And also John Cardillo show on iHeartRadio is written down here for John. He's a little NRA nut job.
Right.
He's a conservative psycho, but he's entertaining. And you know what? This is all about a little bit of entertainment in my life still. So it's John Cardillo at iHeart and themikedow.com or the Mike Down on Twitter and Instagram. I'd appreciate it if you could shout that out. I try to get back to everybody.
Okay. Don't worry, man. Listen, like I said, you got nothing but love for me here, and we'll talk. We'll have you in studio
God
by the
bless
end of the
you.
month.
My love is back
God
at you,
bless
Joe,
you.
and my Keith, say hello.
Love you, man. Stay black.
All right, love you. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yo, Tony Bell.
First-time non-violent offender still has to be held accountable and pay their debt to society if they violate society's laws. A community service, a restitution if they stole something, make them pay it back, or a diversion program if they have a mental illness or drug addiction may very well be the appropriate punishment. So you want a balanced approach, which is what we had for many years. Decades. Yeah, decades before Gaston came in and inserted his personal political agenda. It basically says that there's certain crimes and certain criminals that notwithstanding the facts, notwithstanding the law, he refuses to
Let me give some shout outs to my main man, David Christensen. Always talking back and forth with me, Buffalo Magic. I love you guys. Valdemar, Richter, Mark Thomas, Rob Bradley, Heidi Gelbis Young down there in Arizona holding us down, Edward Automotive, and Space Monkey Sean. I love you, motherfuckers. Remember the Savage Dad Tour starts in Charlotte, January 28th, the following week in St. Louis at Helium.com. But go to joeydiaz.net for t-shirts and for all your tour dates. He refixed the webpage. We're going to start doing a blog on there pretty soon. I think the podcasts are up on there. He has the last podcast up, so that's great. So the webpage is looking up. Go to joeydiaz.net and see what else is crack-a-lacking. Yeah, it's listen, man. Everybody has a system, and a couple of years ago, I was on a tour with a comic who was very nice, and we got into a conversation about a dirty cop, and this guy lost his life. He couldn't believe it, and I get it. I had a lot, as an American, you have a lot of respect for cops, and sometimes, but this was a different time, and this was a different era, and the only way you could fucking really judge it was if you were in there, and I knew those neighborhoods. I knew those fucking neighborhoods. They were. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there for drugs. Fuck no. Fuck no. Even that Washington Heights in the 80s got scary. They killed a cop with a bucket of spackle. They were throwing spackle from the roofs at the cops. These motherfuckers would want to, this was street game. And sometimes, you look at your paycheck and you get $600 a week. But that's what you signed up for. So a dirty cop is a dirty cop. I just happen to like this guy because these are the guys I grew up with, number one. Number two, like I said to you guys, I watched this show and it really fucked with my insides for a few days. Because my wife said to me in New York, how did you leave this life? This is you from your head to your toes. What you're doing now is like a sham of who you are. Like, you're a fucking city guy. And people understand it was a big sacrifice for me to leave. It was a fucking huge sacrifice for me. I love New York City. I love the action. I love the adrenaline. I love all that shit. But part of me knew I wouldn't survive. I didn't want to die. Not like that on the fucking streets. Not like that, man. And then when I went to Colorado, I was telling Timmy Howard this morning, I was fucking crazy when I went to Colorado. When I went to Colorado in '85, it was like Joe Rogan. It was like putting a kid in a candy store. I did what the fuck. I sold a membership to the mob. You understand me? You understand how fucking crazy I was? When I got divorced in '91, I went back into street mode. I started selling Valium. I started hustling. I started selling neon door to door. And I just started fucking hustling. And one thing led to another. And, next thing you know, I always knew that I could go back to selling something if I got in a bind. Those first couple of years here, I would sell something from time to time. I was always putting a move together. If rent wasn't made by the 25th, and I had 6 days to go, that means you got to sell an 8-ball or two. You got to come up with, $400 or $500. Something's got to be done. So I would do it because I always knew I could go back to it. And number two, I was fucking good at it. It's what I know. It's what I know. This comedy thing was something I hit under, and it hit because I happen to tell these fucking stories and shit like that. It's scary. It scares the shit out of me.
It's crazy how different people can grow up. Like, I'm one of the people, I watched that documentary. My only experience with cops until maybe like high school was Officer Rocky. He was the DARE cop, and he came in like a stuffed animal. And like to think about a cop going and giving a police escort to the head of a mob. I know it happens now, but if I had watched this at like 15,
I think corruption is down now. I think corruption still exists. It's just a little down now because you have more eyeballs, you have more film, you have more camera, you have more, and still cops are shooting people. You know, cops are shooting people more than fucking ever. But I mean,
maybe because they can't steal. Maybe because they were making all their money from all that.
It's just listen, man, you're paid to protect the public, and it turns into something else, and I get it. And sometimes life turns into something else. Sometimes you come to me and go, Johnny, I'm a good-looking girl, I'm 23, I got a great body, I have boyfriends who lose it. Every time I take my shirt off, guys go crazy. Why shouldn't I go strip? I don't go strip for 6 months. My friend said I can make $5,000 a week. I don't have to fuck nobody. You go up there, you're stripping. All of a sudden, one day, somebody gives you a taste of coke. And you start doing coke, and even though you're doing the classes now, you meet some guy, and all of a sudden what you thought was you had a lid on, you don't have a lid on. And I'm just using it strictly. I'm not, it could be anybody, it could be construction worker, it could be anything. You just get caught up in things. That's why I always tell people to think about what they're doing before they go down there, or think, because you never know. People fucking get caught up.
And to me, I mean, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was being honest, but it sounded in the documentary like he liked being a cop. And like he was proud of it. Like when they asked how long he was cop, he moved to like a month. And just stuff like it just seemed like he was.
Sometimes life gets out of sometimes life just lose hope on it. I know people listening to this podcast, half of you is going one way, half of you is going the other way. But the bottom line is sometimes you lose focus on something.
You wanted to be in the military, right? You almost signed up for the Marine. Which one? Something. Like, what if you had done that? Then this could have been the same path, kind of.
I wanted to please my mom. My mom always said to join the military. You're old with a few years and stuff. I didn't know what I was going to do. Like I said, I had no idea. It's not like I grew up wanting to be a fucking fireman. You know, I didn't know. I didn't fucking know. Once I started doing drugs and she was gone, I had no family. And I had nothing to, you know, in a way, live for in a way. That's why I became what I did. That's why I took the chances I did. You know, I took the chances I did because I really had nobody at home. Nobody to please, nobody to make proud, nobody to do nothing like that. I mean, you don't have that. You know, fuck it. I used to tell my friends, listen, I'm going to rob this with you. I don't know what you're doing this. Let me do this. If I get busted, I know your mom. I don't want your mom mad at me. Shit like that.
Right. And the other guy in the documentary, Kenny, in some way I related to him a lot. And how he just got caught up in it. And it sounded kind of like you. He said the only reason he was a cop was because that test was before the firefighter test.
You don't know. You don't know. You grew up in some of those areas. You don't really know. Some kids are blessed. They know exactly what they want to do if they're 16. They want to be a pilot. They already have a path. Others don't know what they want to do till they're fucking 30. And that's just the way it fucking happens, you know? I mean, it's the elephant in the room, so I gotta talk about it. You know, I was talking about how I never joined nothing. I was never really a part of nothing, really, you know. I was a fucking criminal. I mean, I moved back to Colorado in '93, and I did that stupid thing in New Jersey, and I made some money. I went with the intention of becoming a cop. I went back to Colorado with two intentions. First, to become a dad, and then to become a cop. Okay, that was the plan.
When you went back after being in New York.
New York. This is '93, November of '93. I go back to Colorado. And I work at it. And I'm trying to be a dad, and I'm trying to do the best I can, but I'm getting into arguments with this chick. I'm getting hot with my ex-wife. I'm getting higher and higher. And all of a sudden, through all this, who I was coming out. I was getting hotter and hotter. And when it comes to that, I don't know the diplomacy side. I don't know anything on that side. I just know the street side of things. I know the street side of things. And you can't disrespect me, and I can't disrespect you. You just can't keep going up. And I got out of control and whatever. And I got hotter and hotter. And like I said, I was a criminal. I would rob anything in those days. Especially after I got out of prison and after I got separated, I was very careful in my steps. I was very careful in what I did.
Were you not careful before?
I was always careful, but I didn't pay attention. I paid attention. I paid attention to what I was selling, who I was with, the things I was doing. I wanted to keep things under a certain radar, so if I did have to go back to jail, you follow me? And in my heart, I just wanted to get out of whatever I was doing and just be a comedian. But it didn't work that way. It didn't work that way. Yeah, it worked hard. You know, and I would go out at night. And some months, man, I made it. I paid my rent. I paid my car payment. I paid a little child support, whatever. And some months I didn't. And months I didn't. I sold pills, or I sold coke, or, you know, I robbed some, whatever the fuck I could do, you know. And I got the comedy. And like I said, I lived a long way. I was lost. Like in the minute I got the fucking comedy, people come up to me and say, "Hey, man, is Mitzi show seen you yet?" When she sees you, you're gonna be at the fucking store. And all of a sudden, I get made a regular at the fucking store. And one thing leads to another. And I gotta tell you something, man. I did some fucked up things at the store. Like, I would steal phones, my cell phones. People would do like help, like lost and found, and put them in lost. And I would take 3 phones and take them to Crenshaw and sell them to this black bank robber right there. He used to hang out with Eddie Griffin at the time. They still were criminals. They got arrested for robbing a bank in LA.
I know we don't have time for that story right now, but we're gonna put a pin in that.
Yeah, which one? The fucking
black
bank
robber.
The black guys from Crenshaw. They used to hang out at the store with Eddie Griffin. And I became familiar from St. Louis. In fact, they did a long stretch of bank robbery here in LA. One of them got shot right here in LA. That's why I never seen them. I never saw those guys again. This is 99, 2000. But I had a hard time there in the beginning. Some guy said I was doing it. He was Jewish, and he said I was doing one of his jokes. And I kind of pushed him, and he fell down. I never really had a problem after that. I had an argument with Don Barris. I had an argument with this kid that broke the microphone one night. I told him, don't touch the microphone, because you're going to break the microphone, and nobody else is going to be able to go. What do you think the fucking kid did? He broke the microphone. So me, him, and this other kid went to war for a few months. But it was things that happen with personalities. It wasn't me trying to be a scumbag for the comedian. Before I got into comedy, I read that book by fucking my favorite Jewish comic, very good. And there's one book, and they spoke about the camaraderie of comics. And I had always believed in the camaraderie of comics. I wasn't a criminal no more. You know, guys, I'm good at some things, but I'm very naive at the others, you know, there's treachery in the regular business world. There's treachery at a Fortune 500 company. There's always somebody trying to stab somebody in the back. But I so naively, I didn't really believe it happened until I got to the store.
Why? Do you think it was because it was positive? Like, why would
it was an art. It was an art. You know, it was just something that I didn't really have to fuck with Lee. You know, I didn't know I had to fuck with Lee to do this. So when I got to the store, people tried to fuck me a little bit, and I bounced back, and then I just did my spots. And then I got into some beefs, and the word got out, and I stuck up for myself. And I really didn't give a fuck. So people got me to fuck away. Okay? And all of a sudden, I'm in there, and this kid comes in, and he's really cool, and we used to talk all the time, John Caparulo. We talk about this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And he was a funny kid. He would go on stage, and everybody giggled, and I used to giggle with fucking Duncan. Me and Duncan had him believing that if he wanted spots, he had to pay $15 a spot to do how we did it at the comedy store. And he was so naive. He was just a sweet kid. But one day he starts getting success, and he starts... Duncan quits after they did the Comedy Store show on TNT. Remember years ago, TBS did the Pauly Shore and all that?
I heard about it.
Duncan quit. Duncan said, fuck you. I'm not being no show. I'm not being no show with Pauly Shore. So Duncan quit, so they made the phone guy the fucking town coordinator, which wasn't a good move on Mitzi, but she didn't have time to look around. Plus the kid took the job for fucking peanuts. But after about 2 or 3 years, the kid's job went to his fucking head. And here's this Caparulo kid fucking with Tommy, you know, and they like each other and whatever it means. In 2006, I was fucking knee-deep in addiction, dog. I would basically go to the store to buy blood. I would do my spot and make a U-turn and go to either El Compadre or to the Martel Cartel and buy blow and go home. And I could see that there was something in the air that was different. You know, Joe Rogan was huge. He was coming off Fear Factor. He would pack the place every week with a fucking MySpace in that day, or whatever the fuck was popular in those days.
MySpace.
It was MySpace, and he packed the place out. And I could tell there wasn't a good feeling towards him. He was doing 40 minutes. Not on my end. I loved it. He would get me and Ari to go up perform and do 15 minutes, you know, and he would follow us, you know. Like he would go, I want to follow these 2 fucking guys because they make me work, you know. And things started getting heated. And one day I'm sitting on the thing. It's like October of 2006. I'm deep in addiction, guys. I'm about to get surgery on my neck. The fat ball I had on my neck. And I'm sitting out there and listen, Joe Rogan's on tour with Tom Segura, Charlie Murphy, and the other kid from Michigan. A really nice kid. John Heffern. And they're doing it. I'm sitting out there and Fucko comes up to me, Caparoo, and he goes, hey man, when your buddy comes back, he's trying to be cute. He goes, when your boss or your buddy comes back, he's not going to be able to do 40 minutes. One time he came out. He said, did you tell him? And they were both giggling. I go, you know what? Both of these can go fuck yourselves. And I knew what time it was. They went away giggling too. But I knew what time it was. I could see that something was a brewing. You know, the night with the Paulie Shore thing, when TNT came to see him, they didn't make Rogan go up on stage. And there was an argument between Paulie and this other manager and Joe Rogan. And I turned my back. I thought Rogan was going to knock him out. I wanted to, if I had to take a lie detector test, I wanted to pass it. Were you looking? No. Did you hear the smacks? Fuck no. But Rogan didn't smack those guys. Rogan is smart and he walked away. And that was the end of the conversation. I know it has something to do with just fucking people, the way they get. Comics are fucking little cunts sometimes. So one day I get a call from fucking Tommy, like January, before I do the surgery, and on my neck, and he's telling me how Carlos came in there and bumped John, and that's not right. And I tell him, I said, listen, man, the last I checked Carlos on TV, he gets every right. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Caparulo's funny. I mean, Cap's a funny guy, but he ain't funny than fucking Carlos, bro. And nobody knows what the fuck it is. So knock it the fuck off with that shit. All I wanted you to tell Joe, what they were trying me to do was to get Joe riled up. Eventually, I got Joe riled up on his own, and whatever went down with Carlos happened. I was not there that night. I was recovering from my neck surgery. And once I saw that fat ball that came out of my neck, there was the people talking shit behind my back. I could see that fucking comedy store. So I said, fuck it. I'm not going in there no more with those fucking Espiritos Malos. I just made up my mind 2 months before. I got December. I'm like, I'm not going in there no more. Because I know I'm going to end up knocking somebody the fuck out, number one.
You think you would have hit somebody?
I was close. So I said, fuck it. And then the Jeff Valdez thing went down. And I went back in there one more time, and that proved it. I went off on him. A fight. The LA Times wrote a story about it. They fucking called the guy out for being a creep. And then the fucking creepy producer, Jeff Valdez. So that really pushed me over. Like, I hadn't been there 9 months. If I had any thoughts of being in there, that was done that night. And I just didn't come back. I wasn't banned or nothing. I walked out on my own 2 feet like a gentleman. But the whole time I'm hearing these fucking ramblings about this cunt Caparulo. I'm hearing these fucking little ramblings, how he's telling people they can't go up in front. This went on for years. You know, Rogan was doing that Friday when they threw Joe Rogan out. The comics were supposed to do a walkout. But Mitzi Shore said if somebody walked out, they wouldn't get spots no more. So they bailed. So right there, my camaraderie belief in comedy went out the fucking window right there. And I told Joe 1,000 times, I don't even talk to those punk-ass bitches no more. But Joe's a nice guy. Me, I see him now, I say hello, but I know what they're about. You can't take these faggots into war because they're going to fold. So, yeah.
I hate to say it. Are you worried that that might happen with what
oh, sure.
Now?
I really don't give
because that's the biggest. I learned that lesson early.
Yeah, I really don't.
People will go rile you up, and then when it's time to
fall, they all walk away. But if you listen to the Carlos Mencia tape, they're in the back jumping, yelling, screaming. Once it was time to bail up, nobody did fucking dick. So, but anyway, that's a complete different story. This is going on over the years. I'm hearing this shit. I'm hearing that he's saying I'm not funny, that Tommy's saying I'm not funny, that I was Mitzi's favorite, blah, 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 blah. So I was saying, one day I stopped doing blood. And I started thinking about it. So like in 2013 or something, I was doing an interview, and I said it. I said, Caparulo's a fucking cunt. And his buddy Tommy. I wasn't going back up. I don't give a fuck. What are they going to do? Come get me at my house? Is that what you think they're going to fucking do? They don't have to book. Anybody who goes to a talent coordinator and tells them that you can't put somebody on before me or after me. Then he started complaining about Bobby Lee going on after him. You know why? Because he was too funny. He wanted to be the star of the whole fucking night. He wanted people to leave at 11 and go, wow, that Caparulo is something else. So he wouldn't let Bobby Lee go up. Then he started on fucking Bill Crystalia. And then, you know, when Adam came back, the talent coordinator from the store came back, he had to call a bunch of other comedians to say, come back. Hannibal Buress, Al Madrigal. He called a bunch of comedians. Yeah, some of them had problems with Tommy, but some of them had problems because Caparulo didn't like him there. Caparulo felt threatened by them. He's that much of a fucking pussy. He felt threatened by that. And that's not what a comic does. A comic doesn't take money out of somebody else's pocket. Okay, I'm very hurt. Two things that happened in my career. Once, I didn't book The Sopranos because Steve Sciarippa went and talked about me for the producers. I didn't like that. I didn't get the job. He took money out of my fucking pocket. Somewhere along the line, you have to pay for that. That's karma when you take money out of somebody's pocket. Just like stealing. You're stealing. It's the same fucking principle.
I never give a bad review to anybody. Like an Uber driver, like, I feel bad.
No.
And I've heard of people being like, I don't want to follow somebody, he's too funny. I've never heard of someone saying, I don't want someone to follow me either.
That's what he was doing. So, and listen, when somebody says they don't want you following me, that means you want to be the funniest fucking guy around. You don't want to be fucking threatened. So people left. People like, you know what? Like a lot of people went down there and Caparulo probably like, I don't want him down here. And sure enough, Tommy believed him. And trust me, I've heard those stories too of people going down there and being funny after him and never getting a spot ever again, like for a late night. You know, just 1,000 shitty things. And Tommy did 1,000 shitty things. Not only that, but he robbed the fucking joint. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar behind the register. Here's a kid with a trust fund that was robbing. You understand me? So listen, both of them suck dick. Both of them are two dick-sucking motherfuckers. So Rogan goes on his, I go on Rogan's podcast Christmas Eve, and I say the truth. Rogan's up there being a nice guy saying, oh, well, the fucking guy, the comedy store, the computers, why cool people go down. No, cool people go down there because Tommy and that cunt Caparulo don't go down there no more. So a couple of weeks ago, what's the fat dude from fucking the Goldbergs?
Oh,
Jeff Garland goes down there and bumps Caparulo. That's why you didn't see him for a long time. That's why he haven't been down there, because he was pissed about that. He was pissed about me and Joe being back down there. He was pissed about Magic. He was pissed about the lineups, bro. He's pissed about the heart of the lineups. This is a comic that's just at home. You know, and that's all he's fucking doing.
And have some lineups been great?
The lineups are sensational. And he's not on them. He's not on them because he ain't around. This fucking smoke, this fucking fire, guys. I'm not making this fucking shit up. This is not slander. This is a human being telling you what the fuck happened. Ari went up to him the other night and was like, this is what you did. You're still not coming through it. Do you understand what claiming responsibility is? If you were just claiming responsibility, this would have been over. I don't give a fuck if that little miserable faggot cunt gets hit by a fucking car. I don't give a fuck. It don't matter to me. All I wanted him to do is to know what he did. Well, he starts up with me on Twitter the other day. And I said some shit. I went overboard, but I had to give it to him. Listen, Art of War, Sun Tzu. If the fucking guy you're going up against is about fucked up tolerance, agitate this motherfucker to no end. What agitates a motherfucker more? Roberto Duran. You know how he won the fight against Sugar Ray Leonard the first time? He walked up to him in Montreal and he said, I'm going to fuck your wife up the fucking ass. It got into fucking Sugar Ray's head so much that he lost the first fight. Put it on. Put it on. It's a true story about, no, don't put it on here. Put it on when you get home. True story in Montreal. First time Roberto Duran fought fucking Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray, nice guy of the year, walking down the street with his family. And he sees Roberto. He goes, let me introduce Roberto to my wife. Roberto shakes his hand and goes, yeah, fuck your wife, fuck the ass. They threw him off for 2 weeks and lost the fucking fight. Lost the fight. Lost the fucking fight because you lose the fight in your head first. This isn't a fight. I gained nothing by smacking this fucking punk. He's a punk. I didn't dirty my hands. I never intended to. I just wanted him to know and to fucking apologize. And if you're not going to apologize, then don't come to the comedy store no more. Don't come to the comedy store because now I aroused this. People know this. You know how many people fucking call me? And not animals. Nice white people call me. You know how many open mics hit me up and said, thank you, that guy's a cunt? He's a cunt to us when he walks in the building. That dude's a cunt to everybody. So when Ari's talking to him yesterday, he's still not claiming responsibility. He don't do nothing, this kid. He don't do nothing. Why have him around? So I had to say what I had to say. I wasn't lying. If you've watched the Twitter feed, he never accused me of lying. Nothing. He called me names. I'm grandpa, that I'm old, that I wasn't funny, that I was hanging on his job when he got a deal. What deal? That was his fucking heyday. That was all he's ever done. Bitch, I've done fucking movies with savages. You know, for all the shit he did, nobody follows him on Twitter. He said I was irrelevant and not funny. This kid's a fucking punk. This kid's a fucking punk, and he'll always fucking be a punk. a comic, and then you started putting like a comedy store as a comic. What is that?
Artist colony.
Artist colony. Well, then you should have acted like one. You should have acted like one. You never did. You think people are coming after you now and saying these things to you because they feel bad for you? I'm not bullying this kid. I got no reason, but I don't give a fuck if this fucking maggot falls off a fucking bridge tonight and gets hit by a truck, and then the fucking Lions even think that. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't give a fuck. But the point is how he didn't claim responsibility. Everything was everybody else's. And now some of the comics have been happy from what I did, but none of them beside Ari and walked them away, dog, you fucked up.
Well, you know what's sad? It might be bullying in today's good culture. Like in your world, it's just telling the truth. But now you can't even say the truth. Even I'm not saying you're wrong.
No. I know, and I know some people will upset by my comments. I don't really give a fuck if they're upset. I really don't. I'm too old to get worried about what fucking people think anymore. And if you're young, don't fuck. Who gives a fuck? You did it. It's done. This is how I feel in my heart. I'm not saying I'm gonna smack the guy. I don't, dog. I got a beautiful wife and a beautiful family. I have a great time with you guys, and I have a great support group with you guys. I just wanted people to know, you know what, man? Aren't you sick and tired of getting conned? You like Bill Cosby. Remember how you like Bill Cosby? Remember how you like Jared? He was sweet. You know, I'm sick and tired of you fucking people. Somebody didn't raise you right. You can't judge character right off the bat. Maybe I am a fucked up guy, but I tell you what, call me with a problem. I'm the first fucking guy there. If we live in a different time, you don't see me with. I went to the park today with my daughter. I seen a father in 50-degree weather, 60-degree weather with a scarf and a cashmere sweater and flip-flops on and a hat like Sinatra. These people have no fucking soul. You know, everybody talks about ISIS is killing our country. You know what's killing our country? These fucking Gentiles. And their home base is right here in LA. See, the home base of these little fucking politically correct fucking fake, because that's all you are. And you're telling me you're politically correct. You're telling me you're fake. Because if you're a woman, if you've ever had a fucking black dick in your hand or a fucking dick in your hand, or if you're a man and you ever had a woman bent over to eat her asshole, you cannot be politically correct. You cannot lie. These people you see at these all the time. These people you see at these, when my wife and daughter go to church, okay, that big white church where we I've been at those fucking people. Fuck their grandkids. They do a bunch of shitty shit. But they go to church and they're politically correct and they like Saturday Night Live. And did you hear the joke the black chubby kid said? Fuck you. That show hasn't been funny in fucking 30 years. When somebody comes up to you and says they watch Saturday Night Live, that's the first judge of character. I don't want to be around this fucking guy. You know, what did John Lennon say? If you say the truth, you're only going to have two friends or something like that. I'd rather just have two friends anymore. I'd rather have two people listen to this fucking podcast than these people that wear hats and everything is for, you know. It's like what you said you seen on New Year's Eve. People who were just there to go see Bill Burr.
And he was having a hard, he was like kind of getting mad at the audience. So I went to the early show, which I normally don't go to because sometimes the crowds are a little tighter, but I wanted to get home. And it was just, the people in the crowd were all wearing like crazy, like it was like hipster center, like downtown is all hipster. It's turned into what this season of South Park is. So like they make fun of like Whole Foods going in the middle of downtown. There's a brand new Whole Foods, and it was just the people that I saw down there were just crazy. And then I had the best, just to go off a little bit. You see all these people going out and partying. I had the best time with New Year's. I was home at 10, and I was on the couch by like 10:30 eating burgers every day. It's so much better than what I used to feel. Remember when we started this podcast, and I used to say I used to feel like I missed out on. I didn't miss out on shit. Nothing.
Yeah. I told you that. Bro, when I was a kid, I stopped going out at night. People were like, "Oh my God, I'm not missing nothing." It's a sacrifice, but once you realize nothing happened, nothing.
And I did make a mistake. I didn't want to take an edible, but I wanted to get high, so I smoked a joint, and two cops rolled by, so I then just threw the joint, and I was like, I was wondering what you were doing. If you were smoking out, how do you smoke outside like that?
Keep your eyes open. The cops should never be on you.
What if a cop comes by?
He'll never do, because I'm facing everything. And if you see a cop, it gives you time to put the joint down and stand there with an e-cigarette in your hand.
Wait, but do you throw the joint away?
No, you put it next to your foot and step on the fucking red spot. and just step away 5 feet from it. Or 2 feet and just keep opening your speech and make believe you're on the phone.
I got paranoid. I just tossed it. Looking away.
No. First of all, how far from you?
He was in the car. There's no way he even saw it.
Oh, you're such a fucking average. Yeah, there's no way in the car.
Bro, I didn't want to get arrested on New Year's Eve.
Keep it low. We're not going to arrest you for this joint. You're a nice kid.
Really?
Look up your name. Yeah. You got a license, don't you? Yeah. Then why are they going to arrest you?
Can you smoke on the street?
I'll smoke wherever the fuck. I smoke on the street before the fucking license. What do I give a fuck?
I'm so
you got to be prepared. You got to sit there and look around. You got to have another cigarette in your hand just in case, or an e-cigarette. Go buy an e-cigarette and just have it in your hand and you hang out and beep with people. And if you see the cop, you don't do this, you don't do nothing. It's just opens. Just release. Your arm stays the same. You don't even move. You just go pop, and your heel goes over. You take care of the cherry and you put your foot down. If that. And you stand there. What are you doing here? I'm on the phone with my sister. Keep fucking going, cocksucker. No.
That's how scared I am with the cops.
No, don't be fucking scared. You pay taxes. You're a nice fucking kid. You don't do nothing to bother nobody. Listen, everybody's making resolutions. Everybody's doing this. Everybody's doing that. Especially for meals and food and what you're going to eat. You want a fucking great deal. You know what is just tremendous? Every time I've made them at home. Listen, I've only cooked this Blue Apron at home maybe 7 times. I'm not going to lie to you. All the meals that I've had at the house. But I order good shit. I'm not going to order some couscous. I don't fucking like couscous. So you can admit it. The last thing anybody wants to do after work is wait in line at a grocery store, then schlep home and then cook a fucking complicated meal. It's expensive, and unhealthy takeout is hardly any better. That's where this new service, Blue Apron, comes in. Blue Apron delivers farm-fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes to your home, allowing you, I'm talking to you, cocksucker, to create a healthy, handcrafted meal at home without going to the grocery store. For less than $10 a day, $10 per meal, Blue Apron sends you fresh ingredients, perfectly proportioned, making cooking healthy meals really easy and fun. No trips to the grocery store, no waste of unused ingredients. Oh, I forgot this. Plus, you'll learn to cook with specialty ingredients that are normally hard to find. Blue Apron is also perfect for date night. You need a chicken at the bar, listen, I'll come over and make my nuts. I'll cook for you, absolutely. It's perfect for date night, cooking with friends, and they even offer family plans, like 4 people. That with kids-friendly ingredients, let's say your kids are half a momo, he can't eat peanuts, we'll figure out a way. So the whole family can eat well and have fun and prepare meals together. Each meal is 500 to 700 calories per serving, and it's tasty as hell. You won't even know. All right, shipping is flexible and free, and the menus are always new. Like this week, you got Juicy Lucy burgers, you got 3 cheese calzones, and the family package has shrimp scampi with fettuccine and lemon ricotta and Brussels sprout pizza, okay? That's the kind of stuff they have. So they work around your schedule and dietary preferences. And with Blue Apron's experts, source only the best seasonal ingredients for incredible meals like the ones I just talked about. You'll cook incredible meals and be blown away by the quality and the freshness. Blue Apron is a better way to cook, especially if you're trying to save some money and trying to cut down on calories. Check out this week's menu and get your first 2 meals for free by going to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, 2 meals for free. Check out the menu by going to blueapron.com/Joey. No treat. My treat, really. The first 2 meals are on me when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. All right, they're going to send all fresh ingredients to your little closet, and everything's going to be beautiful. I know a lot of you.
I would kill for that shrimp.
I'm telling you, this is not a bad deal, guys.
Oh my God!
Give it a shot. Go to blueapron.com. Give it a shot. Just go to the menu and see what they got. Even if you just start with doing 2 meals a week, 2 meals you hate cooking. Trust me, it's not a bad deal. Another thing, wine. Everybody wants to get drunk. Everybody wants to know wine. Nobody knows wine. Nobody really knows it. You get these people that know stuff, and you know how long you got to study for that? I ain't got that time. You got that type of time? You know what's going to take care of you? Club W, okay? Club W, listen, Club W is the new, directly from the great little glass wine revolution that's sweeping the nation. They work directly with vineyards to cut out the middleman, which saves you money. You know, for 9,000 years, since Jesus is walking around, he's been drinking wine. That's also how long people have been confused about what type of wine to drink. Do I drink red with chicken? What kind of wine do I get? Am I getting ripped off? You know, did you see the report on 60 Minutes? No. They're sending Italian products over here, and they're fake. You know, all these things you don't know. So for many of us, the shopping cart really causes a real headache. You have too many choices and too many things to learn, and it's expensive. With no guarantee you're going to like what you buy. All right? You ever buy a bottle of wine, you bring it to somebody's house, they taste it, they look like you farted. You know, you spend $13, $18. You know, you don't need this aggravation in your life. Well, do this. I joined a new wine club called Club W. They changed the game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com and you answer 6 questions. That's it. 6 questions. The algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. You like orangey wines that are sweet, blah, blah, blah. You eat calves, brains, whatever it is. They'll hook you up. Then they'll send the wine directly to your door, perfectly customized to match your taste. Excuse me.
It comes really quick, and it comes in like 2 days.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. When it comes right to your door, there's nothing broken, none of that. They packed it beautifully. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized your taste at a third of what you pay at the store. They even have a no-risk, 100% money-back guarantee that you'll love when they send you. All right? Right now, go to Club W. They're offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. Again, clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time. Stop messing around at retail stores and start drinking wine you know you're going to love. Go to clubw/Joey and get 50% off your first order. That's right. clubw/Joey. Also, my main men over on it. I seen Aubrey the other day. He was on the Rogan podcast today. Listen, those guys are always doing something fantastic. I didn't even look at their webpage today because I usually look to see what I could order and torment them. I'm living off the Alpha brand. I got sick one time last year. It's not bad with shroom tech immune. I fly every weekend, guys. You ever fly? You come back with a headache or a sore throat. 2 immunes before I get on the plane, and I'm bad. I'm brand new. Let's say you go to a bar, you're like sucking dick, drinking wine out of people's glasses. That's where that immune works for you. Shroom Tech Immune, Shroom Tech Sport. They have so many great quality fucking ingredients and supplements. You're going to go crazy. Too many for me to name and too many for me to know what even I'm fucking talking about. So do me a favor. Let's cut this shit. Go right now. You got new resolutions. You want to get in shape. Go to honor.com. Look at the great selection of supplements that they have. If you find something you like, which you're going to like, it gets delivered right to your house. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to save you 10% off your first order right now. Go to honor.com.
Use code word church.
Church, CHURCH, and get 10% off your first order. Everybody's been hitting me up. They love the Shroom Tech. They love the Hemp Force protein, the chocolate shake. They love this stuff, guys. The tea, testosterone booster, the coconut oil for the coffees and stuff. They love anything from Honor. Go to honor.com right now and press in and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. I want to thank Blue Apron. I want to thank Honor, and I want to thank Club W for sponsoring from food to wine to supplements. I'm always here for you guys. I want to thank Mike Dowd again. I'll let you guys know what we're doing. It's going to be like a 3-day 7-5 podcast. We're just going to break this fucking thing down, see what the guy felt, whatever. If you don't like it, go fucking watch, all right? You know I love you, cocksuckers, always. We'll be back Wednesday or Thursday. I don't fucking know. We'll be back. We're moving offices, but we're going to continue on with the podcast, so don't worry about none. I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. Lisa Ayat, take it away, cocksuckers. Don't forget Charlotte, January 28th. St. Louis Helium Comedy Club, February 4th through the 7th. Vegas, February 19th for my birthday, for some of you motherfuckers that don't know.
Happy pre-birthday.
Don't bother me.
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and other fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by Club W. Club W is the wine club that changed everything, and right now they're offering our listeners 50% off of your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey and go to honor.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of their offers.
I loved acid. Happy New Year, you bad motherfuckers. Joey Diaz, Jason Tebow, and my main man, the Flying Jew, Lee Sayat, coming directly from our fucking cabana here in Oxnard, California. What's going on, brother?
I'm doing great.
You're feeling good. You're looking good.
I had a fucking tough jiu-jitsu class today.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go at all. Like, something I'm working on this year is just being more honest and direct. Right now, I hate jiu-jitsu. I don't want to go at all. Why? It's the hardest thing I've ever done. It's hard. I'm not good at it. And it's like, I like the elliptical. I don't really sweat on it. And I like kettlebells. But, like, Joey called me today, and, like, it didn't make me go, but, like, talked me into going. And I came up here, like, I should go back to editing. Like, you like, gave me a talking to, and I'm happy I went.
Listen, man, it's not the big things you do, it's the little fucking things you do.
That's it.
When you, all right, listen, you want to fucking quit what you're doing and do a 9 to 5, and that's fine. That's fine. But you come to me one day and you go, you know what? I don't want to do a 9 to 5 anymore. I want to take fucking photography. You have to lead a different life. It's a completely different life. And people go into shell shock. What do you do now? Well, what the fuck do? You have to get those things and put them on coffee shops and say you're going to sell headshots, whatever, for $99. You bump into an actor or a comic, you do free headshots, and hopefully the headshots come out good. It's just constantly moving. You're like a shark. But along the way, you're going to get discouraged. And what happens? You need a family. And sometimes your family's not there. Sometimes your girlfriend don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you have this little thing. So what do? You go to the gym, you do this, you do that. You and I both know that if we stop fucking working out, we gain 22 pounds in a week. Oh, okay, so now you have to start thinking about your future. You're 28. Your metabolism is already 3/4 fucking cut.
Yeah, I started off at 3/4.
At 3/4. So now, what's your angle? You really mean to tell me you're going to go to 24-hour fitness for the rest of your fucking life? You know what? If you're going to go to 24-hour fitness, you might as well join a martial arts class. And that's your home away from home. That's your getaway. Every time you get every time you take some scumbag's pictures and he doesn't pay you, or, he doesn't like the sweater he wore, you know what? It's going to be fine, because you're going to go to jiu-jitsu and either you're going to get choked or somebody's going to choke the fuck out of you. And it becomes a family. And now, no matter what's going on around you, because even if you're in a program, sometimes you go to a program and you leave there, you go, what a bunch of fucking whiny fucks.
23% of the time.
This is where you go, and nobody knows your business. Nobody knows you do drugs. Nobody knows nothing. All you got to do is do hip scans, and you're going to get stronger. And then you see people that are 60 and they got a black belt, and you're not out beating people up, but it's peace of mind.
Plus, you also see people that used to be you.
Yeah.
You see people a year in that used to be like, man, all right, that dude talks about, he remembers how I feel now, and like he has his shit together. Like, all right, cool. Like, you get to hang out with the people that have what you want.
And it was nice. I was in a class of all blue belts, which is like the next level up for me.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them sat down with me because we did like a hard class, like a hard hour and 20-minute class, hour 10-minute class. And towards the end, I just had to tap out like we were doing some rolling. And one of the blue belts came over and talked to me. I think he thought I was newer than I was, but it was still. My problem with jiu-jitsu has never been the people at jiu-jitsu. Everyone's always been nice. It's just.
It's hard.
It's fucking hard.
It's fucking hard. They're not giving nothing away.
No.
So what would you rather do? Something that's easy or something that's hard? Ari and I had a great conversation, Ari and I talk at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So let's say I don't do nothing.
Which is noon for Ari.
It's noon for Ari.
Yeah.
So especially he was in New York.
Oh, yeah.
I'd call him at midnight. He's just walking in the fucking door with a slice of pizza.
Exactly.
Happy around 3 a.m. And we were talking about when you're a comic. You go through different phases. You go through the 6-year phase, the 10-year phase. Now you start getting a little bit of success. What's success? Not a TV show. People calling you, they're giving you work. They're asking you to be a part of different fucking things, whatever.
And money work, too. Money work. Like, let me give you $150.
Yeah, you're not,
that's a big show, and I'm featuring for a big guy.
You're not breaking the bank. You're not telling, when you make a deposit, they're not inviting you to the back room or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on back here.
We have to sign extra paperwork.
Yeah. No. It's just something. And all of a sudden, you make personal decisions like on anything else. This is like, all right, let me put it in layman's terms. One of you motherfuckers opens up an iPhone shop. Joey, what's an iPhone shop? You go in, I fix the fucking screen.
You buy a case.
I buy the case. I sell charges. You don't want insurance, so you come to see me. And you know what? I don't do too bad at $45 a pop, plus $62.50 an hour, whatever they charge you. In the glass. It's like fucking $800-900 a day in my little fucking place. I pay $1,000 rent. And guess what happens, man? Guess what happens 10 years in? Some motherfucker moves in and does the same shit I do, but $10 less down the corner. What do you do, Lee?
You can't lower your price because then he'll lower his price, right?
I mean, what do? You live with it? At night, you go home as a business owner now. This motherfucker wants to open up now. My kid's going to college. Like, my kid's 2 years away from going to college. And this motherfucker wants to open up now. So what do? You get insecure. You know, you start thinking about lighting the guy's business on fire and doing a bunch of shit, you know, but you don't think about
Jewish lightning.
Yeah, Jewish lightning. You don't think about the essential, T-Bo. You don't go like, you know what? I needed that because that means I got to bring my game to the forefront. No more coming in here at 9:30. The door says 9. Why are you coming? You know what I'm saying? Like, you yourself catch yourself. We all do. We all do go, you know what, man? I've been fucking slipping lately. What the fuck am I doing buying white bread? Like the other day, my wife bought white bread. And I caught myself getting, I go, Terry, what happened to the wheat bread? I didn't think you, nothing. What thing? I never said nothing. You the one that told me they didn't have that route, so you got the white bread, now you bought it again. I don't understand when the fucking rules changed. It was a wheat bread for the last 8 fucking years.
Well, that's the thing for me, and I actually wanted to ask Tebow, is like, I hate change. Like, I get
Everybody does.
I get anxiety, but I get anxiety about like I just finished a TV show. I had to pick a new one. I was like, I was sitting at home wondering today, like, is part of the issue with getting like sober that you're scared of like changing, like
Absolutely.
that change scares you?
100%. But I think there's a great saying, which is the pain that you're in has to exceed the fear of change before you take the effort. So until you're in enough pain, you're not going to face the fear, because the fear of change is high. So your pain level is going to be up and down, right around there. But the minute that pain exceeds the fear of change, you're not going to do shit till then. So eventually you wind up in enough pain that you go, fuck it, man. I'd rather face this fear of change than be in this amount of pain this much. Does that make sense, man?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I had to get to 315 pounds before I started losing weight. I mean, like, that's
a human condition. Yeah. The human condition is like, I'm in enough pain that I'm willing to face this fear of change, which is huge. It's huge. You know? So addicts and alcoholics and people like that always have our level of that, you know, difference is much bigger than most people.
You'll put yourself through a lot of shit.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Cool, man. I'll be homeless and I'll, you know, do whatever. I'll be homeless and sell drugs and sleep on people's couches before I'm willing to change. Like, normal people make a change much quicker than addicts and alcoholics do. You know what I'm saying?
I saw this clearly because of all the rain here in LA. They did this video series, like Fox, with like a couple of different homeless people, and like the 2 or 3 that they showed were all like, one was like an engineer before, and one was just a good guy, but his wife died, so he couldn't handle it. And I was just like I couldn't imagine letting if Paula died or if someone died, I'd get sad. I couldn't imagine letting your life go to ruins. I guess that's the difference with like addiction or something.
It's not ruins. It's that it's a tough thing. What, you know, what's that expression? One man's pizza is another man's turkey or something like that. One man's gumbo. Yeah, you know. Nobody knows how people are going to handle things.
Pizza and turkey.
Listen, my father died. My friend died. My mom died. And I'll tell you what's devastated me the most. I'll tell you what devastated me the most, the divorce. Really? That divorce took 4 years to settle my head and anger, and another 5 years to get rid of pain. It was a 9-year thing, because I can't imagine how somebody feels when they're in court. And this guy that me and you killed together, you and I smoked coke together, you and I fucked the chick together in the ass and dumped her. You know, just 1,000 things we did together. And all of a sudden, one day it ends, and you're sitting in court, and you're facing 25 years, and Joe Diaz is looking at you, telling the court everything he said. You know what, man? If I know Jason Tebow, you think Jason Tebow gives a fuck about doing time? Jason Tebow knew the life. He knew that someday
Tebow's done time.
And he's gonna fucking do time. And he's gonna, you know, he's moving this, he's shooting people, he's involved in loan sharking or whatever, and now this day has come. Do you know what Tebow was angry about? That his best fucking friend is doing this. You can't recover from that. Some people cannot recover from that.
From like betrayal?
That betrayal, it stings. It destroys who the fuck you are. You can't wrap. Listen, people fold when they can't wrap their heads around something. You understand me? People fold when you cannot. A lot of things happen to you, but when you can't wrap your hand around it, your head around it. You know, when I was 16, I could not wrap my head around the fact that there was a God. Once I buried my mother, I was like, don't you ever mention God.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
How long did it take?
More than ever. More than ever.
Same for me.
Whether it's God, a
It's
Buddha,
something.
a black, a Chinese, a Jew with a machine gun, there's something out there that shows you the love of your work. And I'm not getting religious here. I'm not being a whatever, but I see it. Last night, guys, last night, I went through a batch of anxiety, so I stopped eating edibles. I was just smoking pot. I was having a great time. And last night I'm typing, I'm trying to write, I'm thinking, I'm drinking coffee, and I look over, there's a picture of whatever, me and Terry, but there's a little thing there, and there's a cookie, a pot cookie that's been in there for like a month. I think it was old. It had
on your shelf.
It had mold on it. Yeah,
only Joey has.
It was in a wrap.
Moldy.
Because I gave it all away. People gave it to me. I gave it to
And we do get a lot of stuff.
Right. So I gave it away, and I left this cookie. It was a strong cookie, and I cut it, and I ate half of it.
A moldy cookie.
A moldy cookie. And I fucking ate half of it. I threw the other half away. Then an hour later, I went back and took another bite out of the garbage. You know me, I'm a professional. And then I threw it away. But the point is, like, at 10 o'clock, I was wiped out. I went to bed. I swear to God, this happened to me, guys. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I didn't even know what time it was. I just opened my eyes. It was dark. It was fucking freezing. I had the blanket over my head. It's freezing in my room. And the first thing that came to my mind was January 7th, 2006. If I would have said, Terry, can I talk to you for a second? And she would have said, yeah. Listen, here's the deal. I'm going to stop doing blow. I'm going to get my life together. We're going to get married. And we're going to have a baby. Not just a little baby, but a cute little fucking baby. That's a monster. You know what I'm saying? Right? There's no way she would believe that. There's no way. I sat there in bed and giggled. And as we were walking Mercy to school this morning, hey, I'm going to ask you something. If I would have sat you down January 2006 and told you we were going to get married, I was going to stop doing blow. Not only that, we're going to have a kid. Would you ever fucking believe? We were both howling. Howling. And she's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. All this happened because I stopped doing blow. Yeah. Like, there was another world out there. I thought I was living. That's what I thought I was living. I wasn't alive. I was dead. Because there was a whole other world out there that I wasn't exploring, that the coke wouldn't let me explore emotionally. And I think of that line right there. There's got to be a God. You know, I lost my other daughter when she was about 18 months. From 18 months to 5 years, it got worse and worse and worse. I was only seeing her once a week. And I feel like I'm picking up where I got taken away. Like I'm just picking it up with separate mercy. This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen to a guy like me. So there has to be something out there that the stars align. I love to tell you that. I love to tell you that this happened because I deserved it. No. This happened because I suffered. I paid my fucking dues. Yeah. I paid my fines. I replaced the karma. I fucked a lot of people. And I got a fucking a little handout from somebody. Could be. When I die, I don't know who's going to be up there and go, hey, I took care of you. I hope it's a Jew fucking guy that, you know, got fucking like stabbed in Auschwitz and he loved me. His spirit fell in love with me and now he's granting me all these good things. You know what I'm saying?
That'd be great.
You know, I was a guy that did a gram on the way home from the store. I was no stranger to coke. And then once I got home, at about 2 o'clock, I waited for John. We talked about this in the kitchen the other night. So to get off work, he would bring me another gram of blood. That's 2 grams of blood. That's $120 a night. It's a lot. That's four fucking nights, 5 nights a week. That's 2 parties of 4 by myself. I did this, and one day I just stopped. Did I stop because I was a genius? Did I stop because I had the answer? I tell you, I wish I could look at people and go, I stopped. I could heal you and get $100 a head for smacking you in the head. I stopped because something happened up there. Somebody went like this with their hand and said, "Give this guy some strength. He can't be doing this anymore." That's it. Something happened. So that's what makes me believe in God. That's what makes me believe in God. When I was 16, there was no belief. Listen, take that fucking Jew God of yours and shove him up your mother's ass. There's no God. You might as well, because he took away. How can God take away somebody's mother? Fuck God. Fuck God. Who the fuck is, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's your mentality. They break you down. Some people, when you can't wrap your head around something, it's fucking difficult as fuck.
And what do you mean difficult?
Especially when you're not an adult. Not an adult. Something bad happens to you before the age of 20. It's very easy for you to go, you know what, life is so unfair. Like, I'm just going to ride it out and do whatever I want and not have any, like, you know, I don't accept the ramifications of existence, so to speak.
You know what I saw today? There was like Anderson Cooper years ago. I don't even know where I saw it. Did a story about these gay guys in like right when AIDS came out or was big, and they were having sex to get AIDS, so they wouldn't have to worry about it, or HIV, so they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Could you imagine just giving up that much? Like, do people OD just so they don't have to worry if I'm going to OD?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I think that's technically called suicide.
Yeah.
But I think people that just, I mean, I can relate to the feeling of going, you know what, man, I'm sick of fighting. Like, I'm just going to, like, I know I shouldn't be doing this. I'm just going to, like, say, fuck it. I can relate to that a lot. I can relate to, like, you know, it's a temporary solution to a permanent problem. And that's the problem. Like, for me, I can speak about myself. For me, like, I can be like, yeah, man, everything sucks right now. I shouldn't be drinking, but I'm going to get fucked up tonight and I'll deal with this shit tomorrow. And then tomorrow's 2 years later. Because you wake up the next day and you feel like shit. And you have this permanent problem. And I go, well, I know there's 12-hour solution. And then it's just 12 hours, 12 hours, 12. You know what I mean? And it's like, then you're, you know, and that's like 38 years old. And then you're fucking 41. And you're like, holy shit. And in LA, every day looks the same. So it's even trippier. You know what I mean? It's 72 degrees. It looks exactly the same. So 3 years can go by. You don't feel even seasons coming through. So all of a sudden, it feels like it's been 4 months that I've been drinking. I've been drinking for 2 years. You know? It's like Groundhog's Day. And it's like, it's just like, I say fuck it today. Tomorrow I'll deal with it. You know? And that's like when you get in recovery, and again, I can only speak for myself, you know, you get this intimidated feeling of like, I can't live my life day to day. I can't just be sober one day at a time. That's stupid. That's what my head says. That's how I drank. You know, I wasn't worried about New Year's Eve on July 9th. Fuck no. I just wanted to get fucked up on July 9th. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'll worry about July 10th on July 10th. So I'm awesome at doing day to day. That's exactly how I fucking drank. I could get $120 drunk with $7 in my pocket. I can't pay $120 cell bill with $7. This shit is smarter than me, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it is smarter than I am. It can figure out how to get $120 drunk with $7 to my name. Now that I'm clean, I've been out of drinking, you know, not quite a year, but a little over 11 months. I still took, right now, I am baffled at how to get pay $120 cell bill with $7. You know what? Now, if I was addicted to cell bills, I would be hanging out at AT&T. I would know everybody that worked there. All of a sudden, I'm on some weird employee discount. All of a sudden, they're like, hey, man, don't worry, this month's on us, blah, blah, blah. But my addiction is booze. So I know every bartender in fucking Los Angeles. I drank free at the Comedy Store Improv and Ice House for a fucking decade. I could go there with $3 without a spot and know that I could leave at 2 a.m. train wrecked and come home with $7.
How much fun is that?
It was fun for about 5 of those 12 years. 7 of those years it was not fun because I was doing it for the wrong reasons.
Just getting $45, 40 for a gram, and 5 for a bartender tip. So all fucking night for free. That's it. Just give them $5 and all. I just keep bringing glasses, empty fucking glasses, and sipping those things down. It's funny.
I get one draft beer. That's $3. I give them a 10, and I'm drinking all night for free.
Draft beers.
You know, then you switch up to something else later.
Jack and Coke.
Oh yeah, that was my
Levy's and shit.
The only thing I ever like romanticize is beer and whiskey.
I wasn't a wine guy. I wasn't a tequila guy. I drink anything that put in front of me. But whiskey and booze and beer was my shit.
And cigarettes.
Yeah, that's still
Fuck yeah.
Still part of the mix. And coke. The minute, especially with alcoholics, the minute you find cocaine, your clock starts ticking, your doomsday clock. Because I could drink 12 drinks, stagger into a bathroom, do a line of coke, come out sober.
And go right back.
And then everyone's like, how is this guy
standing up?
Yeah, exactly.
It sobers you up, you know?
All right, I mean, you could be, I didn't want to say, probably a lot of accidents will be happening after us. I just thought you could be obliterated drunk, do 2 lines, and probably drive home safe if it's within like 2 miles.
I could drink like a motherfucker. I could drink those Budweiser cans.
Oh yeah,
like they were going out of style when I was doing coke. That's how you know I was doing blow. Joey's fucking down in those things. 2 sips, a can of Budweiser.
Is that where you put on the weight?
No, I could always tell you were doing coke because you would always sweat a lot.
I would sweat.
Yeah. If I saw you not on stage, you didn't even have a spot, you were just coming through to say what's up, and you were sweating like Mike Tyson in a spelling bee, I knew some shit was fucked up.
And I wouldn't even be doing blow, and I'd be sweating on stage. It was so in my system.
Because it's like you're conditioned to associate that with.
I wouldn't do blow till after I got off stage. Once I got off stage, then I would do it. Because I learned early on I couldn't function.
But then your body starts associating blow with a set.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you would go on stage and you would like.
I would go on stage. When you do blow 4 nights a week, you're always high.
Yeah,
you're always high.
Because even if you're day off, you're still cooking for cocoa.
Yeah, so I would. The next day, I wouldn't get sober till like 6, and then I would just get sober enough. Like I wouldn't be getting high all day. I wouldn't do anything all day. I'd be smoking pot. I wouldn't drink or anything. Yeah. Once I got to the store, I'd get my package, put it in my top pocket. And as long as I went on stage, knowing the package is in my pocket, everything was going to be good. I'm good to go.
Now, what if you had a set where you didn't score yet?
I would still do great. Okay. I just was
It wouldn't throw you off.
No. At the time, somebody didn't have it. I would go to my other guys. I would go to El Compadre on the way home. 50% of the time, 50% of the time, I went down there with nothing, with the intention of I'm not getting nothing down here tonight. I'm
Sunset and Gallery, El Compadre, or the one all the way around?
One in Hollywood. The one in Hollywood, and then the one. Well, there was one all the way on the other side.
No, but the Hollywood one.
This is the one over here. I played the Guitar Center, and then I had the Martel Cartel. I had the Armenian guy. I had 4 different dealers. So I would, before I left the house, I'd already have the money in my pocket, and I already had the wheels turning. I was going to bump into one of them. And then worst case scenario, Sergio. And I bumped him for 2. That fucking cup, that was terrible. Yeah. But it was funny, you were talking. I learned from people, man. I've always been the type of guy that would look at people and see how people recover from different things. For a long time, I would meet people, and they'd say, this is my nephew. His name is Tony, and I look at him and I go, he's 16. I look at the 16-year-old and I go, could he go through what I went through at 16? And I look at people, I get sad. I get sad for years. I go, look at how young that kid is. No wonder I'm fucking nuts. But when I was 19, I met this guy. Sweetheart of a guy. I drank 3 beers and hugged you. But he was in love with this girl. He had been with her. If I was 19, this guy was maybe 22. He drove the bus to pick you up when you were in whitewater rafting at the bottom of the river.
He was at a show?
Yeah, he was in Minnesota. And he had a bunch of friends out here. He had moved to Minnesota with a girl. He had moved to Colorado with a girl. And I would talk to them. And they had been dating since they were 14. Like they were each other's first, right? Whatever. And they went to Colorado, and everything was fine. They lived in an apartment with a bunch of other guys, and they partied. They were young. I was on the first floor, so I would hear them. And I became friends with all of them. We played tackle football, and I was in Colorado for the first year. And just before I got to leave, there was a rumor going around that they broke up. And one guy saw him, and I could tell he was a little weird. And I asked him, "Hey man, how you doing?" He goes, me and Keels broke up. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. And then I heard rumblings that she had started dating a guy in the apartment. So she left
that he lived in.
It's like me, you, Lee, grew up together. It was 13 of them in a 3-bedroom house. And what they did was they all wanted to ski. When you're 20, you do things you don't remember when you're 20, you go, wait a second, Joey. So if I give you $150 a month, that's my quarter right there. Yeah. That's how minded. I don't give a fuck. As long as I can put my skis outside and ski and maybe bartend once a week, I'll take the couch. I'll take the fucking couch. When you're 20, you could. So this is. I went up there a couple times. The place was spotless. But in that apartment, it was like 12 people, 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the one guy had a tent outside, and fucking interesting shit. And they were nice kids, and they had parties. But I watched this guy. And it was a daredevil. So in the summer, he drove. How old are you? I'm 19. Okay, I'm 19. I'm a dishwasher. Comedy is not on my horizon by no means. Right. The only thing that was on my horizon was crime. There was no other thing on my horizon. I used to get drunk and do creepy fucking shit back then. I would get drunk and do line of coke and burglarize places when I was drunk. It was fucking creepy. But
it's crazy. I always picture you as older in Colorado.
No,
I was 19.
I was a kid. I was a kid in Colorado. And all of a sudden I left. And when I left, I kept in touch with people. And they'd always tell me, "Did you hear what happened? This motherfucker hit under a car one night. The dude that you cheated on." Like, okay, so the guy that's your buddy? Okay, so my buddy, and so now there's rumbling. So I leave Colorado, and I keep in touch with this kid Mikey and this kid Jimmy. And every time I talk to him, I say, "What's going on with this guy?" And they go, "Dog, we forgot to tell you. He caught her in bed finally one night with the dude." And it was so traumatizing for him that I had to get his number and call him and go, "Hey man, how you doing?" He's like, he never, and I remember that going, that guy can't wrap his head around this. This is too much for him.
That's pretty crazy. From 14 years old?
From 14, now they were 21, and they were going to get married and have kids and go back to Minneapolis. And now she leaves him for a guy in the apartment. Not only that, he walks in one night and she's on top of him, bouncing up and down.
That would make sense.
He packs his bag, he moves out. Okay. He gets an apartment. He's getting eaten alive. One night, she goes to a bar with a bunch of girls, and they all go into different cars. She goes into her car. As she's going into a car, she feels a hand grab her ankle. He was hiding under the car. She put a restraining order, but she put a restraining order on him before this. He wasn't violent or anything, guys. He just wanted to know why. That's it. I remember calling him. He was crying. And he's like, "Oh, I want to know why." By the time I got back to Colorado, he was drinking 4 or 5 nights a week. And this guy was a good-looking blonde dude that was built. Mm-hmm. He could get pussy the next day. He had no problem. Personality, smile, always smiling, cracking jokes, never had a T-shirt on.
What's all your pussy ever did?
Yeah, and now he had to readjust. And guys, I saw this guy's demise in front of me, that his parents had to come from Minnesota, pick him up and put him in mental health in 1987. This went down in 83.
How old was he at the time?
He was 21, and by the time he was 25 or 26, his parents had to come get him and put him like in a fucking psychiatric ward. That always messed with me because he couldn't recover from the pussy, and I get it. I never know what happened to him. I talked to one of the girls and I said, "Whatever happened to Big Man?" You know what? He went to that place and he was in there for years, supposedly. And it was all because he wanted to know why. The shock of him seeing that woman bouncing on top. And this back, guys, this girl, I think they put me in a mental health facility too. Really? She was no joke. Yeah, she was thick. She had black hair, beautiful face, because just the body and a half. And she lost it too. She ended up selling blow for a while, and some shit went down. But it's amazing how he could not wrap his hands around it. And I saw it, guys, when I went back in 84, 85, he was 80 pounds heavier, sloppy, body odor, saying weird shit, thinking I'm not joining the fucking service. And he wanted to go to, what was the big war, Beirut?
In what year?
86, 87.
Yeah, that's probably Beirut.
That's going to Beirut, shooting motherfuckers. I mean, this guy was a peace-loving fucking American. Almost on one day, 6 months later, I hear, he doesn't give a fuck. His mom came and got him and had to take him back with the father in like a jacket strapped, and that's it. And it's how he dealt with it. I think they would have wrapped me in a jacket if I didn't have my friends and the drugs. I don't know. It's But
what was harder to get to, the drugs or the divorce?
The divorce.
Divorce, more than coke?
Listen, man, when somebody fucking...
More than anything in your life. That was the hardest thing you went through.
Yes. Yes, the divorce destroyed my inside.
Why do you think that is?
Because, listen, I accept as a man, I accept that you're not in love with me no more.
Sure.
I accept that.
What could you
I wasn't in love with her. I couldn't accept her taking a child's love and switching it around. I couldn't accept how
lack of control.
Her parents were these people that went to church 7 days a week. They donated to the church. When you went over there, they spoke at the church. They were fucking great people. You know, she was raised in this home that I would have given my hand to be raised in this home. I was telling Mick Betancourt the other day, I go, Mick, when we were kids, you know, there's people who came from a mom and a dad family with sisters and a dog, and they had the station wagon, and the summers they went to Florida and they lived like normal people. And you had kids like us that were missing a parent, so their mom drank. And you know what? You watch the Walkins, and from time to time you said, you know what? I'd trade my mom in to look at the fucking Walkins to say,
you know, when I was younger, you know, my father was a big drinker, and both of my grandparents died from addiction or disease, one way or another. I haven't talked to my father in 20-something years. Child molester, used to fight me like a man when I was 7. Like I saw shit. By the time I was 7, I saw shit most people shouldn't have seen. And then, you know, luckily for me, my mother left my father for a woman, so I was raised by lesbians from like early 80s. You know, still have lesbian, you know, parents. You know, I was 12 going on 34. You know what I mean? I had seen shit. You know, I've been to more funerals than weddings, even today. You know, I was going to 8 funerals in the 80s and like, you know, and I was 12, 13, you know. So you grew up in that. And so I don't know. I think certain people get to see a little too much at a younger age, you know. It sounds like you can relate to that.
I always tell people that I'm jaded. There's parts of me that are very much jaded. I'm jaded from that early age because, you know, and I know Michael Jackson made this a big thing in his life that he didn't have a childhood. You know what, man? I didn't have a childhood.
Kind of didn't either.
Because I didn't want a childhood. When I was 13, playing fucking Battleship was not what I wanted to do. When I was 10, it was not what I wanted to do. So I always felt very insecure that I wasn't like the rest of the kids. I've told on this podcast 1,000 times, being 12 or 13, and all these kids in the neighborhood telling me about, man, you gotta watch this show, Saturday Night Live, Mr. Bill, Saturday Night Fever. And I went home and watched it and said, this isn't funny. I'm not laughing one fucking time. I couldn't fucking figure it out. I was thinking about the kids. You know, there's people who live their life trying to be cool.
Sure.
They just, they do everything. They like the music everybody else likes. They like the fucking clothes everybody else likes. I grew up with this kid, Jose Hurtado. His dad sold a ton of blood. My mom owned the building, so my mom rented the apartment 10 upstairs. Yeah. And I would hear my mom's rumblings about the old man. And because my mom and we were all friends, he would come to all my parties as a child. Jose Hurtado was a nice Catholic boy, like a Spanish Catholic boy that was decent. But Jose, you guys are the same age? We were about the same age, maybe a year apart. When we were about 13, one day I saw Jose and he was completely different. He went from being a Cuban kid to a wannabe white kid with a Rolling Stones t-shirt on, and he always had a beard. And then he got caught driving a car. You know, by the time I was 17, he already had a resume. Like, people were talking about this guy, and I felt bad for him. I knew something was
something bad about him, or
no, people were already talking. He was crazy. He was fucking crazy. But he was just overreaching. Like, I always knew he was overreaching for these fucking guys. Because he had the same problem everybody else had. I was Spanish. I'm the fucking 30 kids. I was the only Spanish kid. So you don't know where the fuck your head is at. And he was in the same position with a different neighborhood. Right. Jose, I bumped into Jose every 5 or 6 years, and he always had heavy drugs on him. You know, I'd bump into him like heroin, pills, Pumanols, anything that was out there. And he always had 3 people, like 3 fucking idiots with him. And he was always like the lead idiot, like giggling. Yeah. Right. You know, it was just one of those guys. So about a year ago, one of my friends says to me, "Hey, man, has he friended you?" And I go, "He's fucking alive. Where'd you bump into that fucking?"
Was it recently?
Yeah, a year ago. Oh. And he's telling me, I bumped into him. He was standing out of pain. He was outside of a pain clinic, like waiting for pills. He's still fucking crazy. So he goes, he's on Facebook. So about a week ago, I went on Facebook and looked at his thing. He didn't change. Like it was the same guy from high school. Every picture is him. The beer cup in his hand and the cigarette in the other hand.
That's how I didn't want to be
with some ugly chick.
That's why
that looks like she sucked 1,000 dicks, missing a tooth. So I mean, you ever see these, and they're all at like shitty.
That's like old man concert. That's like crazy.
Oh my god, that was me too. He was at a bunch of like old shit concerts. Like let's say, the old shit band gets together like and they have a show like in Roswell, New Jersey.
Like last reunion.
And he's there. Yeah, he's there with 8 guys, and every picture he's got a beer can in his hand, like to show everybody that he's partying.
So if you find yourself at a fork in the road, you could either guaranteed you're gonna be that guy, or I guarantee you have no idea who the other guy is gonna be. And that's the fear that we talked about earlier, which is the pain of becoming that guy greater than the fear of the unknown? And that's the fork in the road, man. Take that left turn. Don't become that dude. Were
all of his friends the same high school friends?
No, not with these creepy people.
They're all probably younger than him.
All those people like that scared me. Like I used to live downtown. At one point, I stopped hanging out with downtown people, because they would sit together in a circle, listen to music, smoke cigarettes, and they all developed the same goofy laugh.
Downtown LA or downtown Denver?
Downtown New Jersey.
Back in the day, yeah.
And they would blow smoke out of their mouth and laugh. And they all would do it the same. And they'd go like, and they listen to The Boys Are Back in Town by Thin Lizzy, and my blood pressure would go up 60 over a fucking 1,000 because I hated that song. These losers couldn't pick up the fucking flute. And they're sitting around. Oh my god, it was like an anthem for these goofballs.
When you hear it, does it give you chills?
When I hear it, I listen to the first verse just to get pissed off.
Really?
Like if I'm in the car, guess who's back in town today? The one-eyed boy. Oh, you motherfucker. I'm always on the 170. Like I'm always going from the 101 to the 170.
Why do you hate it so much?
That song, because it's like an anthem for knuckleheads.
Because it's like an earmark of a book.
It's like an anthem for knuckleheads. The boys are back in town. You ever hang out with guys like that? The boys. What the fuck do you do that you're the fucking boys? The boys are back in town. Where were you? In prison? Where'd you come back from? The fucking home? The tunnel?
When I see guys that love that song, I automatically feel bad for their...
It drives me fucking crazy.
I feel bad for their girlfriends because they're just like at home, just like waiting for a black eye.
Is it like the guys who like go to Vegas? So you like go to club in Vegas?
No, it's a certain breed.
More than
dog track. It's 4 guys that get dressed up and like 2 of them really have nothing going on. Don't trust me. I was part of that crew for years.
It's like strip club during the day.
And the boys were not back in town. Okay, the boys were not back in town.
They never left town.
From 83 to 85, I would go in and out of Northburg. I thought it was cool to go in and out of Northburg. What's Northburg? Northburg is where I grew up.
Okay.
And I would go in and out of Northburg. I would go to California for a month and come back. I would go to Miami for 3 weeks and come back with a pound of blow. I would do different things. In the back of my mind, like, at that time, I didn't think about it. But I felt like I was trying, I don't know. I was like trying to create and I wasn't. I just didn't fucking like living there. People were always looking for me. I was always in trouble. So I always had to like burn somebody, leave for a while, and then come back.
You try to like you owe people money,
we robbed something, the word out that it was us. It's just fucking craziness. You look at people who you don't want to become. Right, like
it's a huge part of change. You're intimidated to hang out with people that have something that you want because you don't think you're good enough and you don't belong in that circle. So you continuously, like I was always more content being the guy hanging out with a bunch of dumb fucks who I was like, well, at least I'm not as bad as this guy, But then slowly you become that guy. That everybody else slowly you be like my biggest fear. I was like. I don't want to be the fucking 50-year-old at a Coke party with a bunch of 28-year-olds. Remember how much when you were 28, you hated that fucking guy? But you had to hang out with him because he had the fucking Coke. I was slowly becoming that guy, and then I became that guy where I'm the guy, with a bunch of 24-year-olds, and I got a fucking 8-ball, and I'm hanging out with these people just because they'll hang out with me because I got a fucking 8-ball. But I know they're talking shit about me behind my back. Because I used to talk shit about that guy behind his back.
When I was 22 and I go to a bar, I feel old, number one.
That's crazy. That's already crazy.
There's always 4 or 5 guys that are in their 40s. Yeah. And I look at them and go, what the fuck are these fucking losers doing to me?
Yep.
Why are they fucking here? Yeah. When I'm that age, I wouldn't. It's like when I go to a weed store and I see a guy my age with a ponytail and like a Led Zeppelin shirt on. Right. And he's still talking about great for that or something. I want to shoot myself in the fucking leg. I really do. I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking, guy? Go mend a sweater. Go play shuffleboard. Anything's better than still talking about this shit and worrying on your shit. It's fucking embarrassing. Like, I'll tell you what people drove me crazy the most. When I got locked up, there are cliques of people that sit together every day and talk about the prisons they've been to. Wait, you have to see this.
And so in prison, there are people that are prison elitists.
And other people look
like I've been to San Quentin, dog. You don't even know nothing about San Quentin.
San Quentin, I've been to Sing Sing.
Shit, I've been to Sing Sing C Block, and all of a sudden the guy's like, "Yeah, I know this guy," and it's hysterical. When they're like, "Yeah, I know Lee up in C Block. You know Lee Sayat? Yeah."
They name drop his name drop.
Yeah, I partied with that fool. I partied with him a couple times too. Right. The guy up there, One-Eyed Louie, used to get his heroin. We'd sell the cotton balls, and you're sitting there, and they're telling about the jails they've been to. It's like that scene along the yard in the beginning where they go, "Where you from? Kansas State." They got nice mattresses there. Like people actually say that. Oh my God, the pancakes at the correctional facility in Illinois are to die for. The chocolate, that makes sense. The chocolate chip ones, yeah. Like you want to actually commit a crime in that thing to fucking eat the chocolate chips. Yeah. It's fucking crazy, Lee. When guys would sit around and brag about the different prisons they were at and talk about the guys they knew, like they were like fucking PhDs. Wait, you're talking about a guy that murdered 3 people. Like he's like this great philosopher. Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking retarded? Are you fucking crazy? And then they show up like, "Oh, he's here." There was like, where I was at, there was maybe 200 fucking losers and maybe 8 people who had a chance. I'm telling you this, I would look at them and go, this guy will be back in jail in a month. Yeah. You could just tell, like they did not have a chance. There's no way they would cope with society.
Did you ever drink toilet wine? You always hear about that.
No, I did meth in fucking prison. I did fucking
as a coke guy, what were your like opinions or thoughts on life? Like, because you're a coke guy.
I was a coke guy when I got locked up, but once I got locked up, I was done. I was like, I ain't doing no drugs in this motherfucker. I'm not doing no drugs. I went to the county jail. People were getting high in there, doing heroin, smoking coke, smoking weed. I didn't do nothing. I went to diagnostic, and diagnostic drugs were everywhere. It was crazy.
What is diagnostic mean?
Diagnostic is where you go and they look into your brain. They tell you that you're fucking a thief, or they take your blood. They stick a finger up your ass. They make you cough. They fucking do X-rays on everything. They take your fingerprints. They take psychological tests, math tests. You take every test that can be thrown at you. That all goes to the feds. The feds have everything on you now. How smart you are in algebra, if you can read and write. And they put you through a point system. Do you have a high school diploma? Were you working at the time of your arrest? Were you renting? Were you owning? All those things are point systems when you go through the system. Okay. So I was doing great. And all of a sudden they sent me to the camp. And once you get to the camp, that's where you start hearing rumblings. There was a lot of drugs. Nobody was smoking weed because they drug tested. So you had to do shit that went through your body quick.
Okay.
So
a lot of guys, like 2-3 weeks of
heroin.
A
lot of guys did heroin. Acid you could do because they had to have a test for acid and speed. They didn't get speed yet. It was coke, heroin, pills, and marijuana and alcohol. They didn't really, the speed guys knew that if they drank water, there was something. So I'm in there 2 months maybe, and the librarian was a nerdy guy that killed his wife and her husband for cheating on him.
Was an inmate.
An inmate.
Okay.
Librarian dude. Got small dude from Buffalo. And one night he told me, "You want to get high on acid?" We got some acid. We traded with somebody because I had the storage facility.
Like liquid or tabs?
It was tabs. It was like blotter. Somebody of them stayed up all night outside the library and told stories.
What are you talking about?
And the guards were walking by like, "You guys can," because I never stayed up. You were supposed to be in your unit, but you could watch TV in there all fucking night. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't give a fuck what you did all night. It was lights out. Okay. What was in your TV in your room?
Right.
You could stay up all night reading. Nobody else saw the light in your room, only from the outside.
Okay.
And once in a while, guys got up and they hung in the front of the unit to smoke. So the library was right across from the unit I was stationed. So I would go over and sit on the stairs with him. He would smoke and we talk shit. I didn't smoke that.
What was it like to do acid in prison? Like, did you freak out?
No, not at all. We just giggled and told stories. He got acid a lot by that time. Yeah, but I hadn't done it. I wasn't an acid. I stopped doing acid in 86.
You can't get addicted to that.
The last time I done acid was 85 in San Francisco. Everything after that was just straight cocaine and whatever pills I get my hands on. So it was 87, 88. And we did a hit of acid. And that was it. But then I met this guy, John Clark. John Clark was a white dude. John Clark used to gamble. So he'd always talk to me about gambling. And I knew that the black dudes were scared of him. And a lot of the biker white dudes were scared of him. He wasn't affiliated with nobody. He had tats and shit. But he was from the East Coast. He was a real Philly guy. And he had been in jail for so fucking long.
For what?
Like murder and fucking assault. And he was just a badass. So people knew who this guy was. So this guy used to just talk to me. He'd come in the kitchen and talk to me. Like he had a job picking up garbage or something. Right. And that's how he was getting the drugs into the prison. So in the mornings, he'd come talk to me about the Sixers or he was a real sports fan, but he liked my accent. He used to tell me, "Dog, talking to you takes me home. Because then I call my father. You make me sentimental when I talk to you, dog." So he started, and then one day he would tell me, "Nah, when my girlfriend comes on Sundays, she brings the speed. I shit it out Monday morning." And then I snorted Monday and Tuesday. But Mondays, we went to a gym to play basketball. So this went on for a while. For like 2 months, I was friends with John. And we exchanged food. He put bets in with me. He bet the cards. He loved gambling. And he was just a degenerate gambler. He put 50 cents a card. He'd bet 10 cards, 20 cards. He'd buy a card. And he would still lose. That's how bad of a loser this guy was. But we became friends, man. He was a solid dude. And one day I go over and he's like, "I'm everything. I do a line of speed." I'm like, "Fuck yeah. I'm not going to turn this motherfucker." People would die to hang out with this guy. And here I am talking to him like, and I knew he hated Spicks and Knickers. It was one of those things, like he was one of those KKK motherfuckers. But dog, he wiped his hand when it came to me. He even told me. He goes, "By my fucking rules, I can't be hanging out with Cubans. You're the bomb diggity." Like I was friends with a dude who ran a kitchen. And you couldn't get to this guy. This guy was an old Italian monster. People would die. He had his own customers. And John used to say, "Doug, I heard the guy cooked for you when we talked to me." I said, "I'll get your food from now on." So whenever the guy made nachos or chili con carne or whatever, I get John hooked up. John loved me. So on Monday, John would go, "Come on over, let's do a line of speed." So one night I went with him to play basketball. That was a completely different experience. I forgot all about that shit, that you can't run on speed.
What happened?
Oh my God. You know, when you think happens, you're already at 135 beats per minute.
Fucking heart attack.
I'm out there running. All of a sudden, I realize there's not enough.
You're already running on speed.
Yeah, you're already running on speed. I would jump up and
do the middle of a marathon.
Here I am in prison playing hoops on fucking speed with John Clark on Monday fucking nights.
So you think you're gonna die?
I thought I was gonna die, but I never played hoops again. But I would stay up all night Tuesday on the fucking speed, go to work Tuesday morning, and then like in the afternoon take a nap, and I was fine.
Back in the day when
88, this is speed. It was still speed. It wasn't meth yet.
Back in the day before pot was legal, when everyone still had a guy, you had a guy. You'd go there, you buy a fucking, you buy a gram, or you buy an ounce, and then you'd had 7 guys going in on an 8th, and then you would get your 8 for free. Remember that old fucking scam? Yeah, of course. Classic.
And I'd spray with a spray bottle to make the water go in there so the weed would get heavier.
Yeah.
And I would spray Tebow's double. So by the time he got home, the fucking weed would disintegrate. He'd wake up in the morning. When he went to bed, there was this much weed. When he woke up, there was this much weed. What the fuck happened to my weed?
You know, you pinch a little bud from each to the seventh, so your eighth was heavy, or whatever. Back in the day, so I would go to this guy. And this guy he was like a drug dealer for he had everything. You go there, there'd be dudes, they were cleaning like M16s. 2 dudes cleaning M16s, you'd go there. You know what I mean? You're like, oh shit. He's like, yeah, man. My buddy just paid me with these 2 guns for like, half a pound of coke. He always had some other shit going on, but he was my weed dealer. So I used to get coke from him. I used to get Valium from him back in the day. And he used to sell coke and Valium at the same time. Like you can get like an 8-ball, and you can get 4 Valium also. Like weird shit, shit you shouldn't be taking together. But I remember going there and just, I got like I got like an ounce of weed, and he was like, "You want to do a line?" And you see a line cut up on him. I thought it was black. I'm like, "Yeah, I'll do a line of coke, and then go home, and I'm good." Do it, and I'm like, "Ooh, shit!" About 2.5 hours later, I found out it was meth. And tell I've ever done it. And man, it was like doing 30 lines of coke. I was high for 6.5 hours from one line of this shit. Like coke, you're used to doing. You could do it, you can get off, you can do a couple lines, and you can tap out. You tap out when you're doing coke. I did 1 line of this shit because I thought it was coke. That's the only time I've ever fucked that shit. But I was like, oh yeah, I could see people getting fucking dicey on that shit.
I did it one time in West Virginia. I followed some dudes to a cabin.
Did you know that's what it was?
No. I asked them, they were in the backroom snorting. And I said, hey, can you get them? They go, no, we don't have no dollars. But if you want to follow us, we drove fucking 45 minutes to a trailer. And I'm like, this ain't right. I get to get like $50. It comes up with like a lump. And I go, this ain't coke. He goes, nah, this is speed. I still did it. You know me, we drove an hour. I'm doing it. One time I did it in Idaho. They put you up to Funny Bone in Idaho. They used to put you up in this old-fashioned hotel. It would creak. The floors would creak. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The gold grill.
I did a lot, but they had showtime, so I could jerk off all night on the speed. And then one night, somebody gave me the bottom of a bag at the Comedy Store. And I did the line, and it was speed. And it set me off, though. I ended up doing like 15 grams of fucking blow that night.
Yeah.
I went off deep. I used to go deep.
It's like days. What's the longest run you've had?
The worst run I ever had in my cocaine career started on a Friday night.
3 days for me.
And it went till Monday morning. And I dumped maybe 20 grams. I called the cops twice on myself. I didn't let the dog out the piss.
Did they come? Did the cops come?
The cops came.
What did they say to you? What did they say to you the second time?
The first time, they told me it was a burglar, and they went around the property and looked. And the second time, they said, can we talk to you for a second? I go, yeah, they are. When was the last time you got sleep? How much coke have you done?
Really?
Yeah. I go,
was it the same cops?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, it was him and a different one. And I owned one of them.
He switched partners.
One of the guys.
He's been high so long that he switched
partners. Let me tell you how fucking high I was. No. Let me tell you how goofy I was that night. I started on a Friday. I called the cops Saturday, and I called them again Sunday night.
Okay.
Sunday afternoon. It was daylight out. Okay. At that time, I had the coke inside the sink where you put the disposal, where you could pop it.
Oh, yeah.
In case the cops came, I would put the thing in, and I would take little rocks and crawl, and I had on
it's got a hiding spot, actually.
Oh, my God. I had a porno. No, I did not have a porno movie. I had one of those freaking movies that somebody shows their pussy, and I would whack off to that. It was just a horrible, disgusting drug weekend. No, it didn't end there, guys. I called the cops Saturday at like 11. Then I called the cops again Sunday. And that's when the one cop came in and he goes, you really got to get your life together. You know, you can't keep calling the cops on yourself and shit. What did I do? I got a 6 hours sleep and I walked to the police station the next morning still. Because just because you don't have coke, and just because you slept 6 hours, doesn't mean that electric is still in your mind, man. Just making you make bad decisions. What did I do? I walked to the police station. and said there was a burglar because I finally walked around because I was a house sitter. Okay, and I had this big.
So was it in your place?
No, but they had an extension to the garage. When my girlfriend was there, I did coke in the house. But since I was alone that night, I did it in my apartment over the garage.
Okay.
Okay, did a caretaker. But that night I called the cops on myself wisely.
How far away was the police station that you walked to?
3 blocks. Walked in and said, I'm sorry about the The cops like, what were you thinking? But one of the cops at that time, he tapped on to me. He knew I was crazy. He was crazy. You know, we were talking about dirty cops this week. This is one of my experiences with a dirty cop.
Dirty in what sense?
He got high. I sold him coke on a few occasions. And then he came to me and he goes, hey, listen, I know that you like guns.
Yes.
What if
dirty? Definitely dirty.
I could give you guns that we have no history on. You could sell them.
No way.
Oh, fuck yeah. So he was just pulling people over and equipping their guns.
What year is this?
87.
Okay.
What percentage did he take?
Of what?
The guns.
He would show up in my house once every 3 weeks with 4 or 5 fucking guns. Brand new fucking
How would you split the money?
I would trade him coke. So he would tell me, what do you want? What do you want for a 5
So he's paying for coke with guns.
Give me 3 grams of coke. I'd give him 3 grams. You know, he'd come to my house and leave with a half ounce of coke. I'd take 4 or 5 guns from him. Fuck. This is a complete. And then this is crazy. I was flat broke, guys. I was flat fucking broke. Okay? And I went, and my friends came out to visit me, and we were talking shit. And at that time in Aspen, cocaine was $1,800. My friends came out and said, we're getting it for $8. And if you buy 10 ounces, we'll give it to you for $6.50. And it's 90% right off a fucking rock. But you have to take a plane. So $1,800 they wanted for fucking 28 grams.
For a $200 plane ticket, you make $600.
For a $200 plane ticket, I'm paying $650. I'm making fucking $1,200 fucking dollars per ounce, and I'm not even. And that's without cut, guys.
And that's not in 2015.
This is 1986. I'm sick.
So that's like $3,000 basically.
I'm making 600, $700. I got no reason to lie to nobody. I'm making $600-700 a week in a video store. I'm stealing 2. Okay, I'm making. I'm selling a half gram here. I shared an apartment with a girl. We ate out every night until we started cooking. We realized we couldn't fucking eat out no more. That's how I'm experiencing all this shit. Right. We used to eat out every night and go to dinner, and we cut that shit out. And one day these guys come out to visit me. I'm clean and sober, guys. I'm clean and sober a year and a half. Wow. And they come out and I start pounding. These are my friends from Jersey, and they're telling me that they fucking got motorcycles and trucks. And the one guy had 8 trucks, and here I am in a video store making $800. So I go, wait a second. So if I go back there and I pick up, let's pretend 9 ounces, which is a quarter key. If I pick, and in those days the guy was like, you just put his.
What was a key back then?
It was 30. It was, I think, what's a kilo? 34 ounces. So a key in those days, I don't remember. It was dirt cheap. It was by that time, it was before Reagan sent the troops to Colombia. So they were stuck. They had so much cocaine. Everywhere else in the country was fucking cheap. But in Aspen, it had this high price tag on it. So, guys, I had no fucking money. So I went, I knocked on Lisa Ayad's door. Oh, yeah, I know you a long time. Yeah, let me talk to you about something. You told me once your grandma left you some stocks and some bonds. And you also told me that some lady died and left you some money. I'm not looking for a loan. This is what I'm looking to do.
You want to make some money.
Give me $5,000 at 8 o'clock Tuesday night. And by Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, I will give you back $6,500 and 3.5 grams of fucking the same coke I'm getting. That was the deal I was cutting people. So I go to 3 or 4 or 5 people. But whatever package I need together, $9,800 or something. I forget what it was. I forget the numbers. I know that I had to take like $10,000. And I would go, and I would already have customers lined up. I'd already go to Lee and go, wait, come up a second. What are you paying for now? I'm paying $1,800. What if, tonight, I'll give you the ounce of the best coke you got for $13.50. Okay, cash. Okay, and on the plane, on the way back, coming from Aspen to the guy's hotel room, I'd be fucking cutting the coke for 3.5 grams. I'd take an 8-ball out, pop, and dog. You know how much money I used to sell it before it landed? I would sell it before it landed. Sometimes I get a down payment from the motherfucker. Lee, listen, you want 2 ounces, right?
And 20% lower in 24 hours.
And that's what I would do.
25% lower.
I just knew how to make people money, so I would just keep contacting people. Oh, you want to do it again? Yeah, fuck yeah. What if I told you can make $500 a fucking week off me, Lee? Every fucking week, just lending me money and free cocaine. Are you fucking kidding me? You do it every week? Every week I was flying back on United Airlines.
Could you imagine doing right now? You probably would set off an alarm. You probably like they probably go like,
like 9 German shepherds in his back pocket.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, look at now, I do comedy. If I was a greedy dumb fuck on Thursdays, I would take an extra suitcase on first class, filled with cheaper chews or stars of death. I would pack them up if I was a greedy dumb fuck and I had no respect for comedy or my family.
And sell them for like $20 a piece.
I would make a killing.
Did you watch Narcos?
Yeah.
Loved it?
Yeah, I'd have Tebow in New York with a menu. Like Chiba Chews, I get them here for 22. They're paying 30 in New York.
Minimum.
And then, but see, a guy like me, I'm a Cuban Jew. I contact Chiba Chew and say, dog, what can we do? I didn't tell them what I'm doing. I'm just telling them I'm going to move volume. Yeah. I'm going to move. What do you need to move? 22 boxes. What can you do? Well, I'll give them to you for $16.50. That's a different part of that.
They say $3 a box, but you're moving that many boxes.
Sure.
Fuck, man.
People in the East Coast will buy those by the fucking box. There's weed we smoke tonight. There's Deathwood we smoke tonight.
Right.
Are you kidding me? These fucking stars of death that my main man gave us. These fucking Star One. These things. It's 3 for $25. These 200.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Okay.
Those are expensive.
They're fucking expensive. You could triple your money in New York and people will pay.
How much pot is in one of those?
200 milligrams per star. These are special for you. They're only 52 milligrams.
Yeah, no, they're out here. They're like 20.
They don't do nothing to nobody. No, it's really fucking weird how that's how I made a living. So every week, but to get to the point of the story, there was this one guy that kept lending me money. He was all in this fucking guy.
How did he have his money?
He was, I think his dad gave him money, and he was a wannabe mobster from Detroit. And his sister was married to a dude who owned the pizza parlor. He was a jackoff and a half.
This wasn't the guy you sold the mafia membership
no,
to?
No, it was one of his friends. I sold the mafia membership to in Snowmass.
What does that mean?
This kid kept bothering me. Hey, do you know anybody in the mob? Do you know anybody in the mob?
What does that even mean?
Listen to me.
But could you ask somebody that and that's not even a legitimate question?
This is how retarded he was. He kept asking me, how do you know anybody to get me in the mob?
Okay.
I went to like a fucking store and I got like an application. Dog Tebow. You know, no fuck. I was doing it as a group. I thought he was actually going to look at me.
Is he young?
He was my age at the time. And he had watched every mafia movie from 1920 on. He was a white kid. And he kept bugging me. I told him to fill it out and put his name and number, relatives. The kid put everything down, Social Security. It was fucking crazy. And this is all, I'm doing this on my own. This is all fun. This is all the mind of Joey Diaz. Yeah. When this kid showed up with $2 grand, I thought this was like a set. I kept going home and I going, I'm going to go to fucking jail. This went on for like 6 months. Every time I'd see him, he goes, dog, don't be contacting me. Are you fucking crazy? I just talked to Louis from the Bronx.
He said, still a bike.
He said, they're going to send me a plane ticket so you could do the whole thing in the ceremony. This kid, it was fucking crazy. But this wasn't the kid. This was a kid that I never found out about this till later on. So when I was going downhill, I went to him for a big amount. I already had a hook at him, so now I'm going to burn him. So I said, listen, we're going deep. Right? We're going to buy 15 kilos. I need like
you knew he'd go off the diving board.
The diving board, yeah. And I took the money from those guys like on a Tuesday, and I snorted all the coke. There was no trip. I just hid. Like I used to disappear for 24 hours with the money and come back that Wednesday. That fucking Tuesday, I went. Because by that time, I wasn't really flying back anymore. I got lazy. I was getting too high. I would get paranoid and not get on planes and shit.
Yeah.
So I was just buying it locally, but I still had my customers. I was just cutting the coke and telling the people, you can't sell to me for 18. You got to take it down to like 14. I'll sell a bunch of it for you. So finally I got into such a deep hole. And it was the week of Thanksgiving, 1986. Guys, I had been on a fucking 2-month run. This girl I was living with, who turned out having Jackie, her mother, wasn't even basically talking to her. All I was doing was going home, giving her money and giving her coke and leaving. I was going to Cato's house, I had a couple other broads, I had a room in a hotel. A guy that ran security gave me a room at the hotel for me to put a scale and coke in there.
That's the shit that I mean of like,
oh my God,
can get $120 drunk on $7.
It was
like
all
in that world, and that world is your priority. You get these weird hookups that most people don't understand unless you fucking have been an addict in one way or another.
And I would give him coke, and he worked security, so he would stay up all night. And he would watch the hotel, and I'd go into that room by myself and jerk off, and fucking take showers, and wipe off in the shower, and crawl and hide. It was horrible. And then I would go back to this apartment with this poor girl. And one Tuesday, they gave me like, I fucking have no idea, guys. I must have came up with like, I usually came up with like 15 grand. This time I came up with like 30 grand cash. And guys, I paid off like $15,000 that I owed, and I bought like $5,000 worth of coke, and I held on to 10. And I fucking went to a friend's house.
That's another level.
This was another shit I used to do. I would go to Lisa Yak's house with Paula there and go, can I talk to you? And you'd come out and go, what's up, Joey? Here's $300. Do me a favor. Get the fuck out of here. Take your fucking girlfriend with me. $300? Really? Yeah. We're going to hotel room for $50. Come on. Yeah. Get the fuck. Let me get your apartment. I was so paranoid to get high in my own house or even hotel rooms. I would go to my friends and go, how about I give you $300? Just let me use your apartment for time. What are you going to do? Nothing. I'm going to drink, smoke pot, and jerk off on your couch by myself. That's how fucking bad the addiction was.
Yeah. I can relate to that.
I made plans for Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving was that Thursday. I was supposed to pick up a turkey. I was supposed to have a party at my house. I had 10 people coming over to my house. I was supposed to go to New York and pick up a big fucking shipment of coke. I said, fuck it. I just paid off the debts I had in Colorado, picked up $5 grand, snorted. I walked in that door Thanksgiving about 6 o'clock at night. That poor chick was just sitting there going, what happened? I was at my friend's house for 2 days. I gave him like 2 days' money to just disappear. Go to a fucking hotel. Ugh. I stayed in his apartment. Some chick came over. God knows what happened. The next day, I had fucking people calling my house all fucking day. The day after Thanksgiving, that phone didn't fucking stop.
What did you think was going to happen?
Oh, no. It was over. The cops
was
watching me.
And he's tapped.
I owed 3 or 4 drug dealers 10 grand or more. I owed now the landlord. Oh my God! No, the landlord was free rent. I was house sick.
Oh, that's right.
I owed the money I was borrowing. I had borrowed from fucking everybody at this point. I was deep, and this kid was started getting suspicious.
Right.
So he got
Who you milking? You're milking this cow.
I'm milking this cow. Yeah. But I still need coke to leave town.
To make money.
No, I'm leaving town. I'm leaving fucking town. Yeah. But I gotta get coke for the ride to Denver. We had the car in the garage. We had it all packed, and we were gonna leave in the middle of the night from Aspen to Denver. There was a house across from us watching us.
What are you watching?
Yeah, there was a guy in there that was watching us from Aspen Police Department. I was selling coke to a guy that cut a deal with the police to bring him dealers because his wife was an accountant for the city of Aspen, and she got caught writing checks for coke. So when they called her, she goes, how about we cut a deal? I get your drug dealers. So his job was to go out and buy coke. Every time he come to my house, he'd go, let me talk to you outside. So let me talk to you outside, because they were up there. So one day I had a friend of mine go to Snowmass. He'd go into the back. So I had him go to the back. And right away he flew over and said, you're right. There's guys up there and they have a telescope. They're looking down.
No shit.
So my friend called him. We went downstairs. In those days, when you went to your phone panel, there would be a wire. That would have the wire cap on it. So you could break into your phone panel and find your line. You would see the wire cap fucking order. Boom. Once I saw that, I knew I had to leave town. No one that I owe 80 fucking grand. Not only were the cops watching me, I had a fucking go. I was hooked on bro. I had bought this fucking weed that was beautiful. And a pound of weed.
That was beautiful, man.
Crazy a pound, but didn't get you high. I got beat on it. Like they sold me 2 pounds, and the 1 pound got you high, and the other one didn't. Like the other one was just a fugazi pound of weed that had the dresser. And I knew that my coke dealer liked good weed. So I packed in the car and I snuck over to the house like 8 o'clock. And I said, listen, her name is Neely. I go, Neely, I got to talk to you about something. She's like, oh, if you're not coming here, you better give me some money. I go, I got 1,000 cash. I got the pound of weed. But you got to do me a favor. And she smelled it. She's like, where'd you get this? This is tremendous. I go, I got this, bitch. I go, I need a half ounce. I go, I need a half ounce of blood. And I'll bring you back the money in an hour. Meanwhile, I got the money to give her. It was like last resort. But I needed blow to get out of town. Yeah. I needed blow to fucking get out of town. Why? Because I needed fucking blow. I wanted to get high.
Right, he needs his money.
I need my money
to live on, but he needs the blow because he's addicted to blow.
You couldn't get it in Denver?
Well, I'm not driving.
He's on his way out.
Blow.
He's on his way out.
I need something to go.
He's like, I'm leaving town. I have the money for blow, but throw me some blow and I'll pay you later. And you're paying you later.
Here's this pound of weed I'm leaving you.
Yeah. So wait, is that why you didn't get on planes? Because you were...
No, we had a car. What were we going to do? Leave the fucking car there?
No. Your anxiety of getting on planes was it because you couldn't do coke for that long?
What were you, a psychiatrist? I don't fucking know. No. This is 1987. There was no fucking planes. There was planes going to New Jersey and back. No, it was just anxiety. I was doing 1,000 fucking things in my head. And I finally couldn't get on planes no more because I knew the cops were watching me. So I just stopped flying. So now I'm in a fucking bind. I'm leaving town, but you need a package to go. You can't just go with no package drive. Yeah. So on the way out, let me rob everybody. I'm leaving, so what difference does it make? So I brought her a pound of weed as collateral, and I said, give me $1,500 worth of fucking blow, and I'll be back in an hour. I'll take the weed back, plus here's $1,000 that I owe you. I owe like 10 grand at this time. I gave her 1,000, so they're happy. They're like, Alicia, man. I go, when I make the fucking half ounce of 500 I'll give you that too. She gave me the half ounce. I got in my car. I shot out of there. Snorting coke the whole fucking way to Denver. We get to fucking Denver, Lee. Let me tell you how bad my paranoia was. You know how many hotels I checked in and out of?
6.
4. I went into a hotel, would go in, do a line, and thought they were
checking on you.
And tell my girlfriend, come on, we gotta go. And we go across the street like fucking retards, pay another $44, stay in there for an hour, get the fuck out of there. You have no idea what a dick is. She thought I was crazy, but she was just, you know, like for the ride. You know that scene? Remember when that scene in Goodfellas when he comes out? And he goes, when he gets out, what's the first thing he says? Where's the stuff? And she goes, I threw it out. What do you mean you threw it out?
Yes, yeah.
The cops were everywhere. No.
He's been thinking about this shit more than her.
That scene was all about addiction. She got on her hands and knees, and she's crying. That's what crazy people do. That's how me and that girl were acting.
And me too.
Me and that girl were acting that way, like crying and falling asleep.
I would say this, Joe. I would say this, like, and especially now since I've like, you know, I saw addiction specialist for 6 months. I went to rehab. You know, all the things I've done in the last 11 months, and I brusquely realized I have a preference of the kind of chick I would like to date. So does my disease. So I've dated several times for multiple years women that would probably kill me, but my disease is in love with her. And she's not busting my ball. She gets up at 11 in the morning, and I'm sitting there, still wearing the same clothes from last night, having another fucking tall boy PBR where I got a line of coke in front of me. And she's just like, cool, finish that. Let's go get some fucking Bloody Marys at 11 a.m. That's the kind of chick that my disease wants me to date. The flip side of that is true. The type of chick I should be with is, you know, like a Carrie type where it's like, she comes out, it's 11 a.m., I got a line in front of me, and I'm drinking a tall boy. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? You know, I've broken up with her so many times because my disease's vote was higher, 51% or more. You know, and then the flip side of that is true, where it's like, there's been times where I'm like, I've dated girls for 3 years where the cops would come twice a week. I'm like, you guys are fucking fighting me, and you guys are too loud. Your neighbors are fucking complaining. You know, my disease has a vote, and not only how I live my life, but who I fucking date. Like, that's trippy, man. That is trippy. Like, the fact that, like, It's that cunning, baffling, powerful that like I could date someone for 2 years because I'm 51% into drinking right now.
So is it
Or
hard,
drugs, or coke, or meth, or whatever the fuck it is.
is it hard for you when you're like starting to date a new girl? Like, is it like, do you know if you can trust them? Is like that? Like,
No, not even that. I mean,
You don't give a fuck. As long as they leave you alone, you fuck. She's like 20 dicks.
yeah,
What do I give a fuck? She pays half her rent. She doesn't complain if I drink, if I bring a bottle home.
yeah.
No, I understand that. I was saying like now when you date,
Now,
are you worried that you're picking the wrong?
that's what I say. Like, you know, like if you're like in recovery, like they go a year without dating. Just go a year without dating. You know. And Joey knows. Like I you know, last time I was sober for 3 years. About 40 days in, started dating skirts. You know. That went good for like 2 years. But then we broke up and shit went bad. And then 8 months later, I was drinking again. You know, because I made her my shit and not like being fucking clean my shit. That makes sense, man. That makes any sense.
I did what you did, but I went back and forth. I had a woman that was good, and we did drugs. Then we both cleaned up, and I didn't really dig it. Once we cleaned up,
What do you mean? Once you cleaned up, you saw it differently?
yeah,
Okay.
I
I mean, that's understandable.
we broke up, and then it was weird. Like I liked women that were opposite me. Like I didn't want to be with somebody who liked blow. I wanted somebody who liked beer. So we both weren't hooked on the same shit. I liked women who got high.
I get
Because
that.
I like the sex and the stupid freakiness at
Get
night.
that, yeah.
But the daytime living with chicks who did blow was a long time because now they're going through the same thing I'm going through.
And now you just
So
felt
I don't like
bottom.
that. Yeah. So I like those coke chicks.
You don't want
I
any
like
woman with
living
a
with them.
shovel in her hand.
Right. I don't want to be.
Dig low.
There's no way. One thing I really made a point of in my life was that always like somebody made a dumb remark around me. Why do you hang out with that guy? He doesn't get high. Let's get something fucking straight. To me, that was my refuge. I wanted to hang out with people who didn't get high. That was when I was getting high. That was part of my healing my addiction. That was part of me being me. That I hung out with people purposely that did not get high, so they didn't know what I was going through. They didn't know the signs. I love that. I love hanging out with people that do not get high because I can't take hanging out with people.
It felt safe to you.
Yeah, it was my safety valve.
Yeah.
That's always kept me together. I like hanging out with people who don't get high. I like a couple people in my life who don't get high. There's some people who need to get high. That's a complete fucking different story. But there's a lot of people who don't need to get high, and you don't need them to get high. In fact, you hang out, you get a kick out of them.
I'm always curious. I'm curious about them. I'm like, why do you not need to get high? Like, you know, if I'm around a lot of people, I feel like I need to get high. I need something else to get me around these people. But then there are these people that don't need that. And I'm so curious by them. They're like, how can you be around a lot of other people and still be happy and not be high? Does that make sense?
I respect it. I respect it with all my heart. I have friends that have never gotten high, never touched a fucking thing in their life. And I look at those people and I got all the respect in the world that didn't fall for the dumb loopholes that I fell for in high school or whatever.
Aren't you curious about that?
Not at all. People have different beliefs. It doesn't matter how your parents raise you. Some people don't like that. Some people are exposed at an early age. They just don't like it, I don't like alcohol. I don't like the effects of a room full of drunks. I don't like it, It got to the point the last 5 years of my addiction, last 6 or 7 years, I can't lie to you, I couldn't be around people smoking coke. If you were abroad and you were definitely going to suck my dick when we were going to have sex, yeah, come in. But if not, you got doubts and you're not sure, listen, don't waste my time and your time, because I'll throw you out that fucking window. Right. You've been chatting me up. I got a headache. I had to hear about your childhood and no blowjob at the end of this fucking tunnel. Yeah. I gotta know who your manager is. Yeah, the whole fucking deal. It's you got an album coming out. I was fucking sick. Like, I would not get high with anybody. Right. People would come up to me and club, man, I got blow. That's great. That's great. I don't do it. And they go, what do you mean? I heard you do. No, I don't do nothing. I would have coke in my pocket. And I say no. No. And like, once in a great while, I do a bump and have a cocktail at the comedy club, but I have to get the fuck out of there.
On the road, too. On the road, too. Like, not around no people, so no one can say shit.
No, I don't want to chit-chat.
I would do that, too.
I don't want to chit-chat to nobody.
I would do that,
because that's when they're going to know. And then we got good chit-chat. And then, no. There was no chit-chat. Let me give some shout-outs. You gotta get the fuck out of here, son. Not really.
Do that. What's the shots? Can I run to the lady?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Tammy Rincon, Fabian, Fabs, Bueno, Thomas Easter, always out there plugging these motherfuckers. Jesse Ward, Jesse James, JT, J. Rama, Sean Thompson, The Lifting Game, and Man Stuff for You. How's that, bad motherfuckers? Don't forget, the Savage Death Tour starts January 28th in Charlotte, and the following week, February 4th, at the St. Louis Helium. You understand? Tickets on sale. I don't know. Do what you need to fucking do.
Yeah, you redid your website. Looks good.
Yeah, it looks very nice. Scott did a great job. Scott's a fucking savage.
I haven't seen Scott for a while.
He was in town. I think he's coming back. He said at the end of January. What's up, dog? How you feeling?
I'm good.
Fucking Thursday. It's a beautiful night to be alive. We're telling some fucking sick fucking addiction stories. And there you are.
So what about, like...
Hold on. What are you saying? I had a stretch.
Oh, this is what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Was it hard to sleep in prison? Like, when you said you took a nap in prison, I wanted to ask, but the conversation went different way. Like, when you said you took a nap in prison, I was like, how the fuck did you take a nap with, like, murderers walking around? Like that was crazy.
All right, in county jail, there's 2 guys to a cell.
That's not too much, all right?
When you lock the door,
I would totally go to isolation. I would
when you get to, like, when I got to the other place, it was 1-man cells. And they locked the door at night. And then when I got to whatever the fuck, diagnostic, it's a 1-man cell. It's an iron bed, pretty much. You put a sheet on a metal fucking bed. And you slap, you just sleep. What are you gonna do? You gotta sleep.
But the one that freaked me out was the one at the camp. Because you said you're on your open air area, right?
Yeah, you're in open air. Holy shit, you have a door to your room.
Is it locked?
No.
No, fuck that.
I don't remember.
Oh my god. Like, I've thought about it, and I would, like, punch a guard, whatever you have to do, I would totally get isolation, I'd be fine.
No way.
There's no way.
It's not as bad as people fucking think. They show American movies to scare you and shit. It's just men trying to get their lives together. Listen, when you come that close and you're in a camp, you're so close. Any smart guy goes, you know what? I got a family now, I got a second chance. I'm gonna mind my business. A lot of guys mind their fucking business in those camps. They don't say 2 fucking words because they know they're that much closer to being home. There's guys that are gonna be fucked up anyway, and eventually they get caught. A bunch of guys in there got regressed. That means they catch you the dirty UA. There's snitches at those places. So the snitches got their ear out. So the snitches, every time they find out about a party, they go right to the guards and go test those guys. You follow me how it works? So you have to be very careful. The prison knows who the snitches are. They don't talk much about them. If not, those guys will have you pissed. You know how many times I got pissed the whole time I was in the system? 0. Not one fucking time. Once I got to the halfway house, they pissed me every time I walked in because they knew I was a fucking creepster. What's up, Jason? You're almost on a year.
Yeah, man, like 2, 3.
What advice do you have for somebody who made a resolution? Who said, this is it, I'm not doing pills no more? Because I got a lot of emails the last 2 weeks about people saying, you know.
I would say this, man. I would say,
they need
every day, man. Just, you know, not everybody. Probably 15%, 20% of them might. But you know how you find out if you do, you go like this one. I'm gonna not, I'm gonna hit the pillow today, like clean. And if I can do that, for a couple of weeks in a row, then I can do it for more. And it's like I said earlier, man, it's like, I had this notion, I have a problem with surrendering. Because they're like, oh man, you gotta surrender because you're a fucking addict or a drunk or whatever the fuck. They're like, wow, man, I'm not good at swimming. Well, I had no problem showing my driver's license, my apartment, my relationship with my girlfriend, my relationship with my family. Like, I'm awesome at surrendering. You know what I mean? It's like surrendering to what? So it's like sometimes you just gotta go like, wow, man, I'm fucked. So all right, and today only. It's like the way I drank, man. It's the way I drank. I drank for today. I wasn't worried about the future. I wasn't worried about tomorrow. I wasn't worried about shit. I didn't get fucked up today. And I'll worry about tomorrow when tomorrow happens. So it's like you have that same sense of urgency. And if you cannot do that, you might need to look at your health. Because there are people that can do that and get sober. And they go, man, I was just like that far away from me doing that. Because I almost couldn't do that. But if you can't fucking surrender daily for 30 days and be like, man, I'm fucked. Like I cannot, like I have to not drink for 30 days and see what's up. If you can't do it, yeah. And you'll lower the bar, you know. Everyone's bottom is different. You know? You might have to lower the bar. You might, you know, shit might have to get really, really, really bad before you say fuck it. So the two most dangerous words I can hear in my head. Fuck it. When I hear fuck it, I'm in deep shit, dude. When I hear fuck it, in between my ears, when I hear in between my ears the two words, fuck it. Nothing good has ever happened to me immediately after I hear those two words. So when I hear fuck it, I have to get into action. Because if I don't, it goes the other way, man. You know, within 6 months, I'm in jail bragging about how good the fucking chocolate chip pancakes are over at San Quentin.
I've been there. Oh my God, tremendous.
You know what I mean?
Sunday morning, you'd sit there and go, oh my God.
Yeah. That person heard fuck it 1 year earlier. That person heard fuck it in his head and didn't take a positive action. And a year later, he's bragging to some newbie in some sort of jail about how good the fucking pancakes are at some other fucking intake, at some other fucking jail, in some other fucking county. Fuck. When you hear fuck it, man, you know, get in fucking action.
You ever hear fuck it, Lee?
You know what kind? You always feel like I always felt like a dick here thinking this, but I want to, because Joe, you watch a lot of Link. Obviously, the results aren't necessarily as bad or as bad quickly. Like you're not gonna go to jail for getting fat. But I could really relate to a lot of what you said. To a lot of what you said, but I really related to, and I think because I know there's a lot of fucking big people listening to this show, and like people always look down on you, and I used to get pissed off. Like I used to get pissed when like people when I came out here and people I would work with go drink in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And fucking
I love danger. And I love danger.
Or drinking like at work, and like to me, like, and I was looked down upon because I was fat because I ate fucking cheeseburgers, and it used to piss me off. And to me, it was like obviously it's not the same hardness, but like sticking to a diet. And that's what I want to ask you, Joe. Is like if like there's times where you go fuck it, or it's hard to like, when you're that big, when you're that far gone.
Yeah, but it's like if you fuck up, it's like if you're on a diet and then you have one day where you fuck up, you don't get, because your head goes, hey man, you fucked up, so fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's take over the sandcastle. But there's part of you that's like, if you fuck up, cool man, I fucked up yesterday. Let's say yesterday I got fucking hammered last night. I could drink for another fucking year and a half and really fuck my life up. Or I can go, you know what? Yesterday I drank, and I'm right back on the fucking wagon again. Yeah, same thing with diets, man. Same thing with working out. Same thing with jiu-jitsu. Same thing with fucking comedy. Same thing with everything. You know? It's like progress, not perfection.
Yep.
And everyone's like, and whatever is killing you, whatever your Achilles heel is like, we're either perfect or we're fucked. And the opposite of that is true. It's like, I'm progressing.
If I was going to start a diet, and it was like, I'm going to start Monday, and like, let's say I fucked up Monday morning, I'd be like, oh, well, I should start Monday. Next Monday.
I'll start in February. Yeah, I'll start in February. It's January 9th. I fucked up on Monday, so I'll start in February. And you grant yourself 4 days of fucking up and developing bad habits versus going, you know what? I fucked up yesterday. Today I'm going to restart.
The fucking guy in Sunset next to the El Compadre. He is a Taekwondo school, Subakdo school.
I know exactly. I used to live right behind it.
And I used to go to that Subakdo school all the time, you know. And when I first joined, I went for like a month, and then the cocaine took over. It was too rough. The plan was to go there, and that would keep me out of coke till 7:45.
I love you.
6:45 to 7:45. That's the big phone hours for blow. That's when the phone's blowing.
That's your pager days.
Yeah, that's fucking, you know.
That's 911.
And I stopped going. I'm not bumped into him. He goes, how you doing? He goes, listen, don't be embarrassed. He goes, I just want to tell you something. What's going on? I'm like, I go on the road. I don't have time. He goes, so what days are you home? I go, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He goes, come Tuesday at 10, once a week. He goes, I guarantee you, if you start just coming once a week, within a year, you'll be there twice a week. Working. And it worked. And that's how I started losing weight. Like going to the gym once a week. You know, I just go once a week.
It's like a blind faith, too.
Yeah, it's like a fucking little thing. And next thing you know, one will become two. And then next thing you know, you meet a buddy there who says, hey, you coming on Tuesday? Yeah, I'll come on Tuesday. You come on Tuesday?
Yeah. And even trippier is all of a sudden you're dealing with people under you. Almost like a period scheme. They're like, hey man, I don't want to do this. And you're like, hey man, just do it once a week. And you're saying the shit that was told to you, you know? And now you're not, you're a link in a chain, you know? And it's like somebody above you who knows more than you is giving you knowledge, but you're also passing that down to people who are less than you.
Paula's been taking some of the classes at the gym, and she said, like, right now it's really busy with people who are doing resolutions. And she said she wanted to talk with this one girl so she could see how, like, scared she was. But Paula was like, I wouldn't know how to do that. And the first time I worked out, this chubby black dude on a bike, like, I was doing a bike because we left to go too much after, like, 15 minutes. It was like, we were just next to each other, and Paula could already do the elliptical for the entire time. So she left while I was doing the bike, and as soon as she left, he was like, hey man, how long have you been doing it? I've been doing it for this long. I've lost this much weight. And just keep coming. And you told me it was going to happen, and then it happened like the next day. Or right
people know. People know.
That's what I just said. I just said, be like, hey, just talk to
that. I will say that.
People will say,
I got the
good
most,
people.
in like the
Solid
last
people.
11 months. Hey man, what'd you do? You cut your hair? Did you shave? You put on some weight? Like, lose some weight? You go to the gym? Everything they guess is not what it is, because it's like an inside job. Like what I did was I just quit drinking. That's all I did. Focus a little more on myself. Focus a little more on my art, my craft, being present, being there for my friends, apologizing more, admitting when I'm wrong more. The little things that what I'm doing dictates, but no one can guess what it is. It's like, hey man, we look different, man. You have different fucking we know about you.
Crazy.
Because it's an inside fucking job. Like we were talking the other night, you and I had a long talk about a lot of different things. We were hanging out in the kitchen. Like a few different times, he was like, there you are. And, you look at, I was drinking the coffee, I remember. And he just said, I've noticed you look at the coffee. You know how many times I've noticed people look at what's in my hand? It's like, hey man, this guy seems like he's in a good mood. Subconsciously. Last year of my life, every time I see T-Bone in a good mood, it's because he's lit up. Seems like he's in a good mood when we look at his drink. Oh man, he's just drinking coffee. I don't know what's going on.
How good is that coffee?
It's trippy, man. It's trippy to just be at a place, at least for the moment. I'm like, man, I'm cool right now. I'm cool just being in the kitchen talking dirty-ish. Before, if I was on blow, I was smoking, if I was fucking smoked a joint, if I had 9 Jack and Cokes in me, I might be in front of you. I might be listening to you talk, but I'm like, I gotta get that next fix. Where am I going? I'm not present. And me and you are standing there by that freezer, present, talking to stock. But I still am at that point. So I look forward to and look, I've earned it. Might take me a year or two before people stop looking at my drink. You know what I mean? Oh man, so okay, we just got a coffee. Oh, I just got a hot tea. Oh, I just got a Coke. My friend, Jackie Brown. Oh, it's funny comment. Female friend of mine. She'll always, every time she comes out, if I'm doing a Coke, she'll smell it. Bobby Lee too.
Does that bother you?
No, because both of them we have that joke. I remember 2 years ago, Bobby Lee goes, "What are you doing, man?" Me too. I'm like, yeah, very cool. It was cool. You're cool. Let me take a drink. His body's sober. You take a drink of your drink. I don't drink that. So Bobby's still sober. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's doing great. Bobby's doing great. He's actually very pivotal. Bobby, Tate Fletcher, a lot of people are very pivotal in what I'm trying to do with my life. And now he's like, he'll just come up and just like take a sip of my Coke just to be funny. Because he doesn't want to stop him. My friend Jackie, she'll like, let me smell your Coke before I drink it. It's like an inside joke. Because a year and a half ago, Bobby couldn't drink that drink. Bobby playing it off like he could. I'm lying to everybody. Bobby knew. It was like, it's accountability. It's like that sort of thing. So it's like, yeah, man, it will, in answer to your question, in a year-ish, I'll notice when people stop looking at my drink,
Would it be hard, because you were talking to Joey, so you were like engaged, but if you were just in there next to a bar, is it weird for you?
No. Same thing, man. I mean, people around say, like, oh, it's hard to be in a bar where everyone's drinking. Man, it's hard for me to be in an insurance center. Anyway, there's going to be a million times, like, I know every bar right around this corner. Like, if I wanted to go drink right now, no one can stop me but me. Like, I have to want this lifestyle.
I remember people used to say, well, what are your triggers? When I get up in the morning, I get
The
triggered.
weather, being awake,
Everything triggers me. A movie,
anything.
dish I ate.
It's a windy day and I romanticize drink. Anything will trigger me because that's my trigger. My trigger is being conscious.
Well, both of you have said you had friends, you were friends with all the bartenders, and you were friends with coke dealers.
Sure.
But like, how can you call them friends if when they know that you're trying to be sober, they serve you?
Because it's not their fault. They're doing their job. They're just I come to realize they don't come into mine. I seek them out, they don't seek me out. So as I become friends with them to get what I want, it's not their fault that I no longer need what they can give me. If that makes sense.
You know, we, out of the 4 coke dealers I had, 2 of them, we just spoke over the holidays and New Year's, and the one sent me a Christmas card. And the one called me, I called him, and he called back. And the black guy called me, and he goes, you're one of my favorite motherfuckers. Because I don't just call anybody on motherfucking Christmas.
Right.
But to this day, you're one of my favorite motherfuckers in the world. So we always talk. When I'm by his house, I always call him. He'll call me and ask me if I have a spot at the store. Come to the store and see me. We don't even discuss cocaine. I give him a hug and we leave.
I got a buddy like that.
It's amazing. No. I don't. He didn't do anything.
Remember coaching horses?
Yeah.
Yeah, that used to be back in the day. That was a big code. Late 90s, that was a code spot. And my dealer used to be there. And you and I were talking in the kitchen. I'm like, I could see that guy right now. And I'm not cooking a while, but I could see that guy and still have to take a shit. If I'm walking around Farmers Market, 3rd and Fairfax, I see fucking English Dave walking up. I see him. I haven't seen him in 2 years. I automatically have to take a shit. Just because I bought so much coke from that dude that my body assimilates. Eye contact with this guy, I have to take a shit because I'm about to do coke.
No, I see these guys. I don't even think about it anymore. I don't even think about it at all anymore. At all. I couldn't even see my life there ever, copping that life, talking to those people ever. I was thinking of an interesting thing. When I was 22, I remember being in the worst spot in my life. And I'd be at this bar every night and saying,
what do you mean worst spot in your life?
I was just a young kid, confused, didn't know where I was going. And I was scared, but the coke and the life covered all that fear. I was just living my life.
Right.
And I would hang out at this bar and I would look at these people and I despised these people. I despised what they stood for. I despised everything about them. And I used to have to hang there. This was my headquarters. At that age, you're at a bar looking for dope, and I don't believe this, my friend. just bumped into a guy who was 80 Quaaludes and wants to sell them for $2 a piece. Yeah, this is what you wait. You're at your home club. You're at your home club. They wait for people to come to you with different bullshit stories. And I remember looking around one day going, I can't wait till I never have to go into it. At 22, I knew I had an addiction. No,
I think I did around the same age.
At 29, I came to 35. Once I went to jail and came out and went through the shit I went through and still love cocaine more than when I went in, after you do time for coke and you come out and still want to get high, you go, you know what? This is the deal. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to do my work. For 3 nights a week, I'm going to blast off for $50 fucking. And that's what I came to tell you. I wasn't going to rest anymore. I was sick and tired of doing coke and going, that's the last time, and ripping up the envelope and then going back into the garbage and getting it out and snorting salt that I threw away. I was done with that shit. On the lighter side, I got to ask you something. What's going on with Punch Drunk Sports? Talk to me.
Punch Drunk is great. And especially now that Ari is back in town, he's here till like March, I think. So there'll be all 3 of us in the studio, which is good. We got a lot of big bets that have to be paid off. Ari gets to use a fart funnel and fart in Sam's mouth next week.
What was the bet for that?
I think it was a college NCAA finals in basketball. Sam lost.
This is going on next week in Punch Drunk. Next Tuesday.
In 2 weeks. Not this week. Next one with the one
I might show up with Lee and a special black friend, guest friend of mine.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Let's do it. It's time.
Anytime, man.
Lee gets a fart in the mouth.
When can you do the show? When can you ever see on this?
Tuesday. 2 weeks. Tell Ari to get 2 fart funnels and we'll be there.
Oh, wow. Can Lee get one of them?
Lee had to have a fart in the mouth.
No,
Really? A chick, a black chick. A chick from Colorado sent it.
We have a whole system set up. It's basically like a beer, you know, a beer bong. So you put a beer bong in your mouth.
Oh, but we're going
to take the fun all around the mouth. And then they have to eat like bad fish, smoke a couple bad cigars, a couple 12-packs of things that just say beer. Like just eat horrible things for 24 hours. And then they fucking fart in your mouth. And then you have to hit the beer bong, but like it's a bong. You have to hold the fart in, hold it in, and then you have to exhale.
We'll be there. We'll be there.
out of the country.
Yeah, Unit 2 is on allthingscomedy.com.
She told me she'll take 300. I gotta make sure she takes PayPal.
Why don't you go to the old tell you?
What's that?
You're going to tell you.
Lee, you can own this to the fans.
So I have it.
If you own it,
Lee, you don't understand. I have a family. You have fans.
If we can do a cross-promotion podcast with you getting a fucking fart in your mouth and Sam getting one in his mouth,
I'll open up the year with a fart in your mouth.
I'm not doing it in the mouth. I'll do it in the face. I'm not putting it in the face.
Listen, wait a second.
Baby bird to
Let's back this up. Small commitments become big commitments.
No, it's not a commitment.
So hold on. What you're telling me is you won't take the fart in the mouth, but you'll take the fart to the eyeball.
No, that's the eyeball.
Well, what's your fart? Where are you going?
Nowhere. She never did anything.
oh, right over the nose. Go that with you.
What are you going to do? Hire a black
No, she's a nice girl. She's a lot. She loves fun like yeah, so she'll fart in your face.
Oh my God.
That's all. Well, how about when you eat a small goose and she farts and you suck the fart in your face too?
$200?
You're 50.
Oh my God.
We're doing GoFundMe. We're doing GoFundMe for Lee to get a fart to the mouth. Yeah?
No, because they're going to do it. I'm not doing it.
What would you take? 10 G's to fart to the face? No.
10 G's. I'm murder my mother for 10 G's.
What do you need to GoFundMe to be for you to take like a tremendous fart to the face?
Great question.
What would it need to be? What's the number?
What's the number?
Yeah.
What are the parameters?
You can fart in your mouth, and you take it like you're taking a bong rip. No, take it with the bong rip, hold it in your lungs, and exhale out a fart.
There's no number for the mouth. If you want to discuss the face, I can be really.
You exhale a fart out of your lungs.
No, I'd rather kill myself. That's terrible. That's the worst thing I've ever heard anyone do.
Well, Sam Tripoli has to do it in 2 weeks on punchworksports.com on All Things Comedy Network. Tuesdays from noon to 2. Ari Shafir is going to take a fucking beer funnel to his butthole. And Sam's gonna hit it like a bomb.
Oh, what is Ari gonna eat before?
A lot of horrible things, apparently.
I want this chick to eat like Popeyes and get sick, like get food poisoning. And then you lay on the table and she just farts and whatever comes out of her mouth with
Pot of coffee, 2 cigars. Shit on you, but she might shit in a hose that's connected to your nose, but it doesn't mean it gets to your nose.
Listen, you guys want the secret to New Year's resolutions? Make the first step real easy. Like the first thing you do every day, you got to put on underwear. This year, out with the old, in with the new. Those old fucking crusty things with the yellow around your ball sack, light those motherfuckers on fire. Step into a new, fresh pair of MeUndies, the world's most comfortable underwear, and it's the easiest resolution you'll make. Head to MeUndies.com right now. Choose from a variety of styles, limited edition patterns for both men and women. That's the secret of MeUndies, and they'll be delivered right to your door. No bullshit, right to your door. I got a package from MeUndies yesterday. Some stockings. If I was a burglar, I'd be on fire. MeUndies is the next level of underwear. Every pair is made with their signature Modal fabric, proven to be twice as soft as cotton. They absorb sweat. I'm telling you, MeUndies is the motherfucking future. They don't just feel better than regular undies. They make you feel invincible. Like you got a fucking firecracker up your ass and you hang out with Sonny Chew. And it's guaranteed to be the most comfortable underwear you've ever worn, or your first pair is on the fucking house gratis. So don't start your new year in that old rusty fucking disgusting underwear you pick up a chicken and your dick smells like dick. Make a change. Head to MeUndies.com right now /Joey. Right now, get 20% off your first order. And listen, as always, free fucking shipping in the U.S. and Canada. It's on us. So for 20% off your first order and the world's most comfortable underwear, head to MeUndies, all right? 20% off, cocksuckers. And while we're talking about deals, guess who's back? Nature Box, bitches. That's who's motherfucking back. The church is brought to you by NatureBox.com. You deserve better than high fructose corn syrup of red dye number 578. I don't know red dye 578. NatureBox snacks taste delicious without any high fructose corn syrup, trans fat, MSG, artificial colors, sweeteners, flavors, none of that crap. That's like Chinese food. NatureBox makes finding a range of options. From healthy to indulgent, easy. They combine unique flavors with ingredients you can't pronounce, like the ones I fucked up.
Real chili.
Great snacks when you want to share. From sriracha roasted cashews to peanut butter nom-noms.
What up, baby?
NatureBox has over 100 seriously delicious options to choose from.
Hey, how you living? Just one moment, baby. Oh, dog. Hey, how are you? Hey, absolutely. Anytime. I'm here 24/7. Excellent. Dog, I'm live on 8 different YouTubes alone. I'm live on like 30 different angles. I live stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. This is the biggest event in global history. I have been live since the pandemic. I have more data online than any person in global history. I'm going to make you a trillionaire. It's like, all right, Rabbi, how are you going to make me a trillionaire? Like this. Data is Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data online than any person in global history. That's not according to Rabbi. Data is Earth's #1 resource. That's the Economist magazine. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and if that's true, Rabbi is going to be king someday because I have more content online than any person ever. Basically, yeah, that's what hell means. Oh no, I live in a house. Yeah, baby. Did you find out about me from Vic? Oh, no way, really? Very cool. Well, that's amazing. He's a really big streamer. I'm glad to be on his radar. Pardon me? He's amazing. I did a shout out for him recently. You can check it out. That's amazing. I did a shout out for him recently. It's on Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. I tell he's a big time streamer. I am not. I'm based on the West Coast in California. Yeah, I do. I don't know anything about that. Tell me about it. Now, I heard about the mattress. I didn't know anything about beds. Tell me about kids on beds. Okay. All right. Well, I don't have anything to do with that, though the type of tunnels that I like are deep underground military-based tunnels. Have you heard about these things? Things at like Area 51, Dulce Base, Edwards Air Force Base, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Do you know about these things? The maglev trains that travel underneath the ground? Yes, it does. According to the U.S. government, it was declassified during the 2010s. All right, so get your shit together. So get your shit together. That's okay. I'll explain to you. Welcome. My name's Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I have more data online than any person in global history. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3 years. I have more data on YouTube than anyone ever. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Kick accounts. I have 4 kickbots that are taking over the platform, and I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war. I don't want any war anymore.
Yeah, but I feel like would one account do it?
No.
Why not?
It's too easy to ban one account.
Why keep it banned?
You ask the platforms. It could be for copyright infringement. It could be because for spam. It could be for ban evasion. It's a number of things. I'm glad you're here, though. So let me explain what we've got going on. Within this Discord, I'm live 24/7. You can always watch it. Additionally, below, you can find Reddit aggregators. The newest information, wherever it is on Reddit, it will go to those aggregators. Then below that, we have the biggest set of radios of all time. You can listen to every single Joe Rogan podcast, every single Joe Diaz podcast. You can listen to Jewish history lectures. You can listen to music. You can listen to oldies music. You can listen to lo-fi music, jazz music, classical music. You name it, you can listen to it. Hey, what up, Schiller X? This is my friend, Will Schiller X. He lives in Nigeria. He's having... Oh, yeah, definitely. And I want to do my best to align it. I want to ensure that we avoid unnecessary deaths. There are other things that we talk about on this that are really important that you should know, like life extension technology, mind uploading technology, digital immortality, the idea where... No, it's not. No, that's the thing. You gotta check your facts, dog. You think Area 51 doesn't exist. The people who taught you did a bad job. No, I don't. We just met, and I'm judging you based on the few sentences that I've heard. So I'm just going to educate you on some matters. That mind uploading technology is moving from hypothetical to the first period of trial. Additionally, life extension technology is something that you likely utilize today, or people around you. If you know anyone with a pacemaker or perhaps an artificial appendage, that's just the beginning of a cybernetic future.
I believe modern medicine is an amazing thing, and I definitely disagree with everything you're saying. I just think that the time span in which you're making the mistake seems reasonable. I think it's further off. You know what I'm getting at?
I do, Mitch, and I think we can agree on that. So now we're just working on a timeline. I think it can happen in the next 50 years. Do you think it can happen in the next 50 years?
I think that, realistically, until AGI, artificial intelligence, gets maybe shift, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but we're there. AGI, we're there. We've exceeded the Turing test. AGI completes captures better than a human. It does. We're moving past AGI. You know what the next step is after AGI, don't you? ASI, artificial superintelligence. And I talk about aliens all the time. That could be very well too, and I think we may be in agreement on it. So, Mitch, I think we agree on a lot of things here, including that it ought to be predetermined. In what way do you think it's predetermined?
I made mistakes in my past. The only thing that makes sense to me is if it's predetermined. If the course that I continue on and the amount of crying that I have to do, do you know what I mean?
Hell yeah, you suffered.
Yeah, but so does everyone. I think there's a moral to be told from my suffering. If I have to martyr myself over the matter, I might.
I think that there may be a reason for your suffering and all the suffering on earth. And when you say that it may be predetermined, I have looked at it both ways. I think that's a good way to look at it. And I do not see the fact that all of this being predetermined as being out of the realm of possibility. So I think we agree on just about everything thus far.
I mean, I see your work. So really, I mean, for my sake of lore, the way that I've been explaining it, at least recently, is that I spawned a demon here, right?
Like in a video game? Like a video game?
Yeah, because I wasn't sticking my neck out for any reason, you know what I mean?
Can you elaborate, please?
I wasn't streaming yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I gotcha. So you consider your life kind of pre-streaming and post-streaming, and when you started to spawn was when you started streaming. Do I understand this correctly?
You'd have to write that down, send it to me, and then let me read it and think about it. But I mean, I'm not going to venture that you're far off based on what I've heard.
So,
but, I think conceptually, this is such a we're really talking about foundational lore here. Is we're really going to be.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you just stopped it. If we're really going to be what?
It goes deep into the backstory.
The backstory of what?
Like my biography.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, just from a brief understanding of you, the fact that you started streaming recently had a major impact on your life.
Very much so. I was actually institutionalized over the fact. It was fun. I'm stable, I'm on my medication and everything. But I had to do a full dopamine detox. I was too locked in with the network, as it were, and I just had to unplug. So I unplugged and I just went to the hospital for a bit.
Hey man, whatever gets you through the night.
Like, I want to, you talked about the next 50 years. I want to plan for the next 50 years. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah.
I want to be longer. So, have you heard the term surf the Caliuga?
Enlighten us.
It's a meme from 4chan from, I don't know what year, I'm going to check. Caliuga, right, is the Hinduist phrase. It's the fourth and worst yuga in a yuga cycle, the cyclical age of humankind. Hindu cosmology claims there are 4 repeating ages, with each full cycle equal to 4.3 million years, right? And then the phrase "surf the Kali Yuga" originated on 4chan on the politics board during Gamergate back on September 11, 2014.
Wow. Okay, so surfing the Caliuga. Is that what we're doing, baby?
I mean, you seem to be working at it real fucking hard.
I am. I think you're right. Dog, so do you know how Vitaly found out about me?
So I've seen you get banned.
Hell yeah. Perfect.
For multiple. I've seen you get banned multiple times.
On Kick.
Okay, yeah.
Excellent. Good, because I have 5,000 accounts. So I have robots that do all that stuff.
You got something set up. I can say that much.
Hell yeah, I do. So let me show you. This is wild. Not everybody gets to see my robots. So I do this off the world piece. It goes to the front page. It opens up the most popular creators in order. This one is Domilo. They've got 714 viewers currently. It can recognize where the follow button is. It's very intelligent. So if the follow button is anywhere on the page, it'll recognize it, and the pointer will select it. Then what it does is it creates a clip. Not only does it say, on the person's screen many times that I just followed them, but it will create a clip. And the clip then has my Linktree link in it. So it's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. So all of their recent date clips, or at least the majority of everyone basically.
I get you're basically talking propaganda out of fucking planes. I get it.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby. So, and then it just says, come to my Discord, ask me anything, and share to be a trillionaire.
I mean, you changed your message over the course of time, as I've seen.
Yeah, no,
so my question is, isn't there a better way to network?
This works so well. I have over 100 people in this Discord, and I started it 3 days ago. Yeah. And that's organic. I mean, that's just me putting my Discord link in Kick and randomly people clicking on it and being like, I had somebody in here a couple hours ago. We talked at length for about an hour and discussed all kinds of things. And they were like, okay, so I see you spam all the time and it seems like a cool message. It's like world peace and stuff. Then you put this link and I didn't know whether to click it or not. I click it and here we are. And it's like I'm in a circus tent with you. And I've read what you've done. It sounds like really interesting. You've really been streaming your life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Yep, all of that. And then they get people from their other Discords into here. And one person tells another, and that's how we get 100 people in here within 100 hours. We basically are averaging one real person an hour, which is, I think, great.
I mean, for organic growth, for basically...
For Discord, which is not one of the major players of a platform. It's not like I'm asking TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram. This is more secondary. It's more like Snapchat or Twitch. And so to get them into a Discord to join and be active is really something. And if you see in the below, there's a section about me, and then there's a section dedicated to Reddit. And every 10 minutes, those all update with the most recent news on art, anime, on news, on sports, on science, on technology, anything in the world, it'll update there. And then below there, I've got a ton of different radio stations. So you can listen 24/7 to different podcasts. It is. And it's only been 100 hours. Yeah, so I'm fortunate. I do have a lot of accounts, obviously. And one of the things that I've been able to do is utilize some of those accounts to get other people in here. I just met people over the years, just randomly on Discord. So I've been able to shoot out invitations to them and get them to join. And just, one person tells another person, and it becomes really big. Excellent. So I'm in here all the time. Whenever you want to come check it out, we're always here, always live. And I'm also always live on YouTube and 33 other platforms.
Listen, I'm going to go for now, but it was good talking. I'll be back.
Excellent. Please do. Whenever you're bored, I'm here. Mitz, this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Thank you.
I definitely believe that too. Talk to you soon.
Take care. Blessings. That's Mitz, everybody. Shout out to Mitz. What a nice person. What a really nice person. And shout out to Vitali. Thank you for the shout out, dog. That's huge. I wish somebody knew who the fuck that was. Who I was talking to right now. That's huge. That's really cool.
Apple, the church out, every job. Yeah,
I don't even listen to music on the way to the comedy. I love that. Do I pick you up? I didn't like to go to the comedy store anymore. Yeah.
Not really.
I drive by myself. I turn the music off.
Quiet before the storm.
Where I'm going. How lucky I am. I think of 1998 when I used to cry myself to sleep from wanting to be at the store. And here I am. When I was at the store in 95, 96, 94, the addiction had taken over my love for the comedy store. And I was just basically going to the comedy store on the way home, pick up coke, and to just tell myself that before I did the coke, I did a spot. I'm that responsible, but I wasn't getting anything out of the spot. When I left the store, it was a two-way street. I was happy to leave the store. I had to click cell phones from the store when people were losing. In the beginning, there was these bank robbers. They used to hang out with Eddie Griffin. They had a phone store as a front on Crenshaw. And whenever people would lose their phones, they would return them to Lost and Found. And I'd come in 2 days later and click the phone and sell them. I once took a bill, $100 package of money that the manager left out by mistake in my coke-addicted ways in the comedy store. But if you go to the comedy store on like any given day about 1 o'clock, the liquor department in those days used to leave all the booze outside.
Oh yeah.
All you had to do was take 2 cases and go up and down Sunset and sell them for wholesale.
To where?
You walk into anybody. How you doing?
Whiskey go.
How you doing, man? Listen, I got a truck of Baileys that just fell off the truck. I got 6 bottles. I just stopped at the liquor store. You know, they go for 24. That's 140, whatever the fuck it is. You give me 50.
And they're not scared. I was gonna bring this up. A few weeks ago, this dude at the laundromat came in with 4 huge boxes of Tide. And I was there, and I saw the woman come up and buy it from him. And he was like, we just started talking. He's like, yes, he asked me for this a few days ago. I didn't ask where he got it from.
That's not even a fucking story. Are you serious? I never took the bottles. Even in my copious fucking ways, I had some form of respect for the store. I never called Scott, Jimmy, whatever, Kelly, Frank Kelly, whatever his name is. Princess Corey, Duncan, I never called them in my heart, I swear to Mercy's eyes, I never called them and said, Tony Hinchcliffe curses too much, he can't go in front of me, or he talks in front of the audience. I took my medicine at the Comedy Store, and I took it from Mitzi Shore. And I said this 1,000 times, I took the medicine that Don Herrera had to serve back then. He was unfollowable, and Paul Mooney was unfollowable.
Yeah.
And the black kid with dreads was unfollowable. And it was my home. The only thing I did at the Comedy Store was I drank and I snorted coke. And looking back at it now, it was very disrespectful. I looked at the guys before me, I thought it was cool to do that. It's not. It's disrespectful. That was my home. But I learned, I got my life together, and I go back there and I treat it like I treat it. I go in, I do my stuff, I leave.
Yeah.
I don't, and I give support to the young guys.
And you said something interesting there that I think plays into the going up later at the Comedy Store thing about how it's, you know, when you get great and you master following the best, then you get used to that drug, you know what I mean, and you love it. You worked your way up from the late night to that clump. You're following Paul Mooney, you're following Dom Herrera on Fire. And that's another thing that happened with me. A few years ago, all of a sudden, I was in the mix. Chris D'Elia, then Tony Hinchcliffe, this unknown. Rick Ingram, Monster, who when I got there in 2007, I looked and I was just like, what the
Rick Ingram's fucking, you gotta be careful, Rick Ingram. You gotta be careful. If he gets a good win behind him, boy, you're gone. You're gone.
He's unbelievable.
A couple of weeks ago, he had my heart pump. He had my front little heart pump. I was high, and I'm like, I gotta follow this shit.
There I was following him, following everybody. Caparula, this and that, whoever was there at the time. And my point is like, I come from the school of Rogan. When he says, fuck, you know, putting on a half-ass show. That's why I bring the guns with me. He brings you, which is a joke. If you don't know comedy, nobody would take Joey Diaz to open for them. That's insane. He takes Ari Shaffir, Duncan. These monsters. These aren't just. It's not just because they're our friends. That's part of it. That's why we made friends with them, because we love killers. And a thing that happened is like when this transition happened a couple of years ago, I went way back, and now all of a sudden I'm having to rebuild the room instead of following. A lot of people are deathly afraid in stand-up comedy of following somebody good. And I'm the opposite. I go, let's put on a show. It makes it special. When you hear that crowd thumping, you're like, the way I look at it is, I can get that out of them. You hear that volume? That means that it's possible to get that out of these people. Let's do this. You know, and you know that's why I had you even open up for my 1 hour special. Comedians. One of the best comedians at the Comedy Store said to me, he goes, hey, you're shooting your special, you're trying to shoot a special in a few days, huh? He goes, I go, yeah, I go, check it out, Joey Diaz, he's going to open the show. He goes, it's a terrible idea. Don't do that. He's going to go and there's not going to be anything left. It's going to be,
no,
it was the opposite. And that person last night came up to me at the Comedy Store and goes, dude, I told you to not have Diaz open for you, and now you got that shit on Netflix. And it is.
Listen, I almost call him. I sit here sometimes and question mine and Rogan's friendship. I really question it. Because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about half the time. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about half the time. But I look at last week and I'm saying this. I don't know about my stand-up. I don't know about my acting. I don't know about my writing. I don't know about nothing. I say this with the fucking highest conviction in the world. Last week on UFC Tonight, they voted the best training camp to train at. Some people went with AKA, some people went with Greg Jackson. In my book, it's Greg Jackson. I can tell you why some other time, but in my world, my friendship is last night.
Hey, Schiller.
I'm gonna tell this story. Last night I went to the house.
I'm coming.
I went to Flappers. I was by myself. On the way home, I was pulling up, and I stopped at 7-Eleven. I bumped into the two rookies.
Real Schiller X, can you hear me? Real Schiller X, can you hear me? Hey, listen to me. Do you see where the mic is? Can you speak? There you are. Hello? Excellent, yes. Okay, so, listen. First of all, I missed you. I'm glad you're back. I know that you're depressed and sad. Don't be, okay? Why? I'm going to make it all better. I'm going to do my best, okay? So here's what you do. You should know. Don't worry about getting arrested. There are really good people in society who have been arrested for whatever reason. And you can look at all the celebrities who have been arrested, and all the politicians who have been arrested, and all the freedom fighters who have been arrested. And so you should just know that's no big deal. You'll take care of it the best way that you can, but you can't mentally say to yourself, oh, I'm a bad person, or anything like that, because you're not. You're an amazing person, and it's no big deal that you got arrested. Okay, so then what? Additionally, you should know that at least when it comes to this Discord, it's getting really big really quickly. So I've been streaming in here for about 100 hours, and we already have 100 people who are members. So what I'm telling you is that if you have time, you should stay in here. We'll make sure that you keep a positive atmosphere, a positive attitude. Things will be good in here for you. Very positive, and you shouldn't worry. It'll take your mind off things. If you just stay in here, look, I'm going to tell you this. Real Schiller X, you're in the middle of Nigeria right now, and no one's going to help you. I'm going to be honest with you. Why? Because people in Nigeria are already poor and need help in themselves. However, if you stay in this voice chat, we get people from all over the world. Lots of people who have money, who just come in here randomly and find out about you and find out about your issues and will give it away. If you're not in here, then you're basically cut off from the world. So the more time that you spend in here, even if you're just in here and somebody comes in here and they're like, oh, who are these people? I'm like, oh, that's my friend Real Schiller X. He's in Nigeria. He's come on some tough times. If you can give him anything, he'd appreciate it, I'm sure. And you never know. You may get $100 USD. And you wouldn't have gotten that any other way. So I just want you to know it's in your best interest to say to yourself, you know what, Rabbi's right. This is my lifeline to the world, Rabbi's chat, because he gets people in here all the time from all different places, and I can just talk to them immediately. And also, he's got a lot of people who are coming in here now. It's different than the Harry Potter chat, where it would be like, just Harry Potter people. All kinds of random people are coming in here and finding out about Rabbi. So, it's in your best interest to stay in here. How you doing, buddy? Oh, you're low on data. I understand. Then you can't do that. Well, I understand you're trying your best. And if I could help you, I absolutely would. But I can't. I don't have money myself. But what I can tell you, do you have any friends who have data? I understand. And you're just relaxing. Okay. Well, I understand that. You're still pushing.
Coroner's verdict, probably suicide. Yet many believe it was murder.
I recognize that. Well, sure, I can tell you, the most I can do is give you publicity. Free publicity is the most I can do. You can stand here all you want, ask people for anything that you need. Not everybody's going to let you do that, but I'll let you do that. Do you want to stand here and ask every single person who comes in here for money? I don't have a problem with that. I know.
And why her killer has never been brought to justice.
Well, I'm glad you're out of jail. And I just want you to know, a lot of really good people go to jail. So don't worry about that one too much. It happens. And I'm here for you. So if you need anything, you let me know. And I'll do my best to support you, okay? Excellent, dude. All right, well, I'm glad you're here. And stay here for as long as you want. And hang out. And if you have to go, I understand that too. But I want you to know I care about you deeply. I love you, my friend. Say hi to your mom and your brother for me, okay? Excellent. To the moon, baby.
This is just an issue of our time right now. It seems like you just can't turn on the TV, turn on the radio, go online without hearing about the latest crime.
I'm getting him over here. What'd you say? From Harry Potter? In the whole community? Like 105? It just started, though, 100 hours ago. Oh. There are, in addition to my accounts, there are 2 other people. They may not be there right now. Get some sleep. You need your sleep, Lick Dog. You sound very tired. Well, then just hang out with me here. We're going to listen to a podcast. You need $150,000 to open your account? How much money is in that account? $80,000 USD? $80. You have $80. And you need $150 to get into your account? I understand. You should know. I mean, I understand and I believe you, but at least in the United States, that's a very well-known scam where it's like, oh, please just give me $100 and I'll give you $200 when I get the money. So just know, be careful with that. No, I know it is. I know it is. I believe you, but I'm saying when you ask other people, that's what they're going to think. I believe you.
Ron Spitzer has now filed murder charges against the three men, and they could face the death penalty. Roy Ernest Joseph McCrary, 26 of LA, Darnell, 18 of LA, and Jaden Cunningham, 18 of Lancaster, are going to be facing trial down the road, assuming that the allegations are accurate. And they also face a charge of a special circumstance murder, which a person over the age of 65 was killed during the commission of a robbery. And the flip side of this, again, will come as no surprise to people following the issues regarding George Gascon and his so-called.
That's just the way it is.
I don't know what I can do tonight because I haven't gotten a spot in the store. About 6:15 they called it. Joey, 12:45. Tuesday, you wouldn't get a call for Tuesday till 6. But by that time, I would have booked the Union, which was the old across from Jesus Christ. There's nothing there anymore. Where the chick walks across the street and dances.
Oh, yeah.
The Pink Taco.
Yeah,
across
Pink
from
Taco,
there.
National Lampoons.
Yeah, next to National Lampoons, not the bar that goes down, even more up by the taco place. Up the Pinche's Tacos.
Yeah, by the newsstand.
2 doors. No, up more.
Oh, okay.
Pinche's Tacos. Walk that way.
Oh, yeah.
That next street, there was a great room there on Tuesday. So if you got, so she would call
Dublin.
Before Dublin.
Oh, wow.
It was even up more from the Dublin.
Wow.
So it's in between the Dublin on the corner, the Union, downstairs. That was the hottest room ever. That was where I saw Joe Rogan had the set of his life. Never has he had a set like that before. 45 minutes, Paulie, Nick. It used to, Tuesday, because a lot of girls would go down there. Because what's his name would go down there? The guy from Swingers. He hung out down there.
John Favreau.
Yeah,
Vince Vaughn.
He hung out down there. So his girlfriend and Ahmed opened that room together. And then the girl and him broke up. He stopped going down there, but girls kept going down there to see him. So the place became this comedy thing. So you would call there. Tuesday, she'd give you the spot about 5:36. Nobody wanted the spot on Tuesdays because that's when it was the real Fat Tuesday. 400 black motherfuckers. John Singleton, Denzel Washington, Chris fucking Rock, the other one. Tucker, and the fucking front of the stock comedy store would be packed with gang people. The side, it would just be black people everywhere. So the white comics got intimidated. So if you called for a spot on Tuesday, you go, and there was always no more than 8 white people in the original one. So you went to put up a limo parking. Sometimes comics got there, you couldn't even park in the lot because there were so many limos back there. So Tuesday you hated. She'd give you Wednesday for Wednesday, and then she'd give you Thursday for the rest of the week. She didn't give you fucking never.
So if you called out on a Tuesday, were you worried she wasn't even going to give you the weekend?
In those days, the rule was to call coast to coast. That's what it was called. Monday to Sunday.
Yeah.
Always. She would call you to your weekend spots till Thursday. Sometimes Friday. People were pissed. But that was Mitzi Shaw. She was in charge to piss you the fuck off.
Did you ever have like a bad Wednesday night spot and then not get a weekend set?
Fuck yeah. No. Fuck yeah, but if she saw you on Sunday and Monday and she gave you an instruction, and the next time she saw you, you didn't do that instruction. You were grata passata for a couple of weeks until she saw you again. And what she told you to do, you did. Seeing Mitzi in those days was a catch-22. She might come up to me and go, next time I see you, I want you to have a beard up there like Fidel and wear the green suit.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
She wouldn't do the look like Dr. William Everbye.
Yeah.
She gave Everbye that note.
Yeah. And then I came back the following week and she wouldn't say nothing about it. She'd say, I'd like for you to do my Latino night in Spanish with a tuxedo on. Get yourself a blonde. And we'll call it the Joey and Lucy show. Oh, Mitzi at the end had some fucking winners. Then she would come up to me. I would be standing there. And she'd come up to me. And she'd look at me for about a minute. And I go, what's up, Mitch? And she'd look at my stomach and she'd go, and she'd walk away. That was the last year. That's all she did to me. It's my fat baby. And she pressed my stomach and goes, and walk away. But I never, the only time I complained, I told her the truth about the main room one time. What a mistake that was. When I first got there, I saw she gave me, they give you the original room, and the first Saturday, you're in the main room. That was when Saturdays were 300 plus.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I did the main room. She knew. She knew everything, so you might as well tell her. Let your show would say shit to you. You go, how'd you know that? And there was a rumor going around that she had the whole place wired for conversations and shit. But it was weird. So when I saw that Tuesday and I ran up there and I go, Mitch, don't put me in the main room no more. I'm not ready. Why not? Because I'm not ready. Well, we'll see this Friday night. And she puts you in the main room and then come there and watch it. And I bombed again and she'd say something to me. And then she knew if she saw something, she would fuck with you. I saw people who got made and disappeared from the comedy store. Disappeared. Never heard of them again. But if she saw something, she would work you a certain way. 3 nights a week, she'd make you follow this guy. 2 nights a week, and don't tell her that you didn't like Tony Hinchcliffe. Me and Tony Hinchcliffe had a fucking motherfucking argument in the kitchen. Okay. For a month, I'd have to follow Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh, yeah.
Or Tony Hinchcliffe would follow me.
That's another thing comedy
Okay.
did. I once made the mistake of dating a comedian. He made sure every spot. Oh, yeah. You get into an argument with somebody, it's on.
It's on. That's what she did to teach you.
Yep.
It was a way of teaching you.
And it works, too.
And it worked. When you go to Vanna Chubbuck, the acting school, one of the first things that Vanna Chubbuck does with broads is make them get naked. That cracks a woman. Cracks a woman. That takes you from point A to point B. But the women that didn't crack, Holly Berry, the tall blonde that won the Academy Award, and she had 3 Academy Award wins because she cracked a woman in quick class. That's the thing with stand-up comedy. It could crack you psychologically, especially at the fucking comedy store.
Oh, yeah.
You could crack psychologically. What do you mean crack?
You can think that all of a sudden that it can get so bad sometimes that after a show that you're literally like, oh my God, I'm no different than anyone in that audience. I got nothing. I'm not, everything I've done to this point was just luck. I'm not funny. You can have a set that throws you off and makes you question everything. It doesn't last that long. You might come out of it half an hour later, 10 minutes later, 10 seconds later. But sometimes there's an audience, like even last night with this Tonight Show 5-minute showcase that I had before going down and slaughtering in the main room. In this showcase, and I never got my footing, never got one of those big pops that every other set lately, because I'm working on this new stuff, and none of it's usable for a Tonight Show showcase. So I had to go back and take an old joke and just dust it off, and I'm funnier than this old joke now. This joke I wrote 1.5, 2 years ago. It's in my special that I was doing for the Tonight Show because it's the only clean 5 minutes that I have. It's not as funny as I am. I've gotten so much better, in my opinion, in 1.5 that I can't even sell that junk anymore.
You write a joke that you're not ready for?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the worst?
Oh, yeah.
What's the joke? Tell me the joke that you were not ready for that you think is God's gift to creation, and I'll tell you mine.
The joke that I wrote that I was too good to not have, that I wasn't good enough to have at the time was I would always drive by Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood, and I kept seeing this out of the closet place over and over and over and over again. And I thought to myself, man, if I could think of something funny about a HIV place that gives away, that's a thrift store that gives away free HIV tests. I could share that with that would work on tourists, obviously, who are visiting. There's a place down the street called Out of the Closet. It would work on anybody who lives here because they drive by it every day. And it hit me. I go, it's a thrift store that gives away a free AIDS test. There's always people in it. I don't get it. Because, if you're getting your AIDS test at a thrift store, let's face the facts, shall we? You got AIDS. And it would just bust, you know what I mean? Because back then, when I wrote that, I was still an employee. So I'm up like open mic, and then there's an open mic with 15 people doing 3-minute spots, and then every employee there does 3 minutes. And you got to stand out in that 3 minutes because people know that there's just another guy coming. They've already seen 40 people, and that joke in the tag after where I go, how did they break the news to you? That must suck to work it out of the closet. You're working at a thrift store and you have to tell somebody they got AIDS. Like, what a shitty job, right? How does that even go down? Oh, your total's $25. Would you like to spend another $1 for AIDS research? I highly recommend you do. Because you got it. You know what I mean? Like all this stuff. And this was like 4 or 5 years ago. And, it would get these huge pops. And I couldn't follow it, so I had to close with
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Every other joke after that would get silence. They'd be thinking to themselves, what happened to the guy that just did that funny out of the closet joke?
There's jokes that you can't follow yourself.
Yeah.
Like you're done. That's it. That's it. And I had those early on where I couldn't follow myself.
Can you follow most of your closing bit if you're doing an hour? Could you follow it?
No, because you wanted to close.
Okay, so what's the difference? So what makes like a bit you can't, like what makes these kind of bits different from just a normal closing bit?
Which one? No, we're talking about saying a joke that you wrote that you weren't ready for at the time.
Okay.
So that's like when the president of Israel got shot in 1995. What was his name?
But then Benjamin Netanyahu.
I said today the prime minister of Israel got shot. Hey, $40 is $40, and I love that joke. In my mind it was like he got shot for $40 He's a Jew, right? They'll shoot you for $40,
right?
And then I used to have like these stupid things that I would say, and I'd crack up. And 2 people come up to me and go, "Dog, I love that joke," but they ain't did it on the page. Was what does a priest give up for Lent? Dick. He ain't giving up dick. Like that's what I would say. I asked my local priest what he was giving up for Lent, and he told me he ain't giving up dick. And there's just things that you say sometimes that I don't know.
I once wrote a joke that nobody, including myself, was ready for because I found out that Patrick Swayze got pancreatic cancer, and I know just from being what's it called when you always think you're sick? Hypochondriac. Since I was first born, like I would ask my doctor fucking everything. I think I got something anyway. So I know the pancreatic cancer kills you within 2 months. That's the one cancer where it's like you could have brain cancer and pull off some crazy shit. But there's something about the pancreas where it's like, goodbye, you know what I mean? But I knew that. So I saw Patrick Swayze had pancreatic cancer, and I swear to God, it's the first joke I ever sold. It was like 5-6 years ago, whenever Swayze died. But a month before he died, I started writing the Patrick Swayze is dead joke. Like, oh, Patrick Swayze just died, so... But I was doing it on stage. I mean, not only did I write it, I was working it out night after night to where a month in, I had a 3-4 minute chunk on Patrick Swayze. You know what I mean? So the night that he died, literally, I remember, I could swear it was a Monday, but in any matter, that the Sunday, Monday back then was when I had spots. So I go, Patrick Swayze just died. I can't even really remember the gist of it. It was so long ago, but it's like Patrick Swayze just died. Good news is they just started taping Ghost 2. This time it's for real. You know what I mean? And it was just like this dumb thing. And I talk about how pancreatic cancer starts with your career. And anyway, but I had this chunk when it came out, and it was like isolation. I mean, the night was gone after that because people are like, how did that one guy be able to cover something that happened today like that? Because it was. I chiseled, and you changed punchlines, and you rearranged words over a month with a joke. You know what I mean? Like, I get it to where I know that it will beat for beat, like, get them. So it's like nobody was ready for that. And I ended up, for a while there, making a lot of, I like to honor people when they die with the joke. A lot of people don't like the too soon things. Like, that's one of my favorite, the only things that I even use Twitter for other than plugging shows, Because like when somebody dies, I like to think of like, you know, blah blah blah, he's dead, blah blah blah, and it's like to pay tribute. You know what I mean? Like David Bowie died, and I got so excited because I got to write, you know, ashes to ashes, dust to stardust. You know what I mean? Little things. It's like R.I.P. David Bowie. You know, or like, you know, some things are taken from us too soon. Like when Vanilla Ice stole David Bowie's bass line for Under Pressure. You know what I mean? Like, and I write these things. And I think it's a way for people to like cope and deal with it. I went off on a rant there. Sorry, Joe.
These fucking people in this PC society, if you say something about somebody dying, everything's always too soon. I'm the type of guy, I'll make a fucking joke at somebody's parents' wedding. Like somebody's parents' fucking wedding. And they'll laugh. If you're anybody, you'll laugh.
Yeah.
When my friend's dad died, he had millions. And he called me on the phone, and I go, oh, what's this going with the will? And he giggled. He goes, only you would ask that cocksucker. He goes, well, at least you made me laugh. You follow me? You know, you always got to break that leg. Because I know when my mom died, I was praying for somebody to say something. I had to think of all these fucking jokes in my head. Mm-hmm. You know, I got left back in the 6th grade. Never told nobody. Mm-hmm. Never told my mom. But I always had a feeling I would never have to fucking tell her. Mm-hmm. Like I was going to pull this over her eyes. And I swear to God, till this day, when she fucking died, I came around that kitchen and found her. She was dead, man. And inside, I had no reason to lie. Inside of me, I said, I always knew this bitch was going to find me. You know? I mean, I'm one of those fucking people that always makes a joke to myself because that was the only thing that can break that at that moment. Right. I would have had a nervous fucking breakdown. Yeah. So sometimes you just got to crack a joke to yourself.
That's exactly my favorite thing. And it makes it so worthwhile when I do tweet these, you know, like this person just died joke. And people literally say, you can read the mentions, they go, I never thought, I can't believe I'm laughing at a joke about this.
Oh my God, I love all that shit. I love it. One of the best jokes I ever heard was Bobby Slayton called me for Christmas. I didn't answer. I was doing something. He goes, hey, man, if I don't get a hold of you, I'm sure you're in some broke-down tenement with your Cuban family cutting a chicken or some shit. That's a joke that somebody would have got insulted at. But it's the truth. There's some things that are fun. I have conversations with Lee, and I know I say shit to him that his little jaw drops. He's never heard that mind frame. Yeah. But that mind frame exists in America. Just nobody wants to say it.
Right. And they all know it. They all know it. They all laugh at their handicapped cousin at the Thanksgiving table when he walks away or wobbles away or whatever. You know, it's like they all have their things that they all crack up about. And they all think, but though, that they'll seem like a good person if in their public persona they show something else. They're not fooling anybody. I know they go and they read. They have something that gets them off.
I assume. This is what I've always assumed. You can be the nicest person in the world, but when you get home, you're like, who parked in front of me? That fucking nigga down the corner? Or that fucking chink down the corner? Or that stick down the corner?
Right.
Because I know when I get home, I go, like, tell me, who parked there? That fucking little Jew parked in front of my fucking house? That cocksucker. You know, I wish they would have got him in fucking Washington. You know, you say this shit, right? You don't mean it. But people, I've always assumed that. I've always assumed that. That's the way that's why when people look at me when I say certain things, I'm more of a shock from the reaction they give me. Because in my mind, I assume they think the fucking same thing. You know, I was at Times Square one day, we were in an airport, and I saw a big black dude with a little Japanese chick. Come on. Come on, dog. You're not thinking to yourself, what's it? He's fucking. What the Japs do? Did we bomb Hawaii? What island did we bomb? That's what that little Jap pussy must look like. With that big black pogo stick on an snatch.
Just smoke coming out of it. Just alarms going off down there.
That Japanese girl shows home with fucking Kunta Kinte's uncle. But that's going to set back Japanese relations 8,000 years. You can't say this. But everybody, in my mind, everybody thinks this shit. You know, you just think different fucking things. I saw Tom, like, I've never heard anything put like that before. Tom, this is the way I look at it. I see a 5'2" Japanese chick with a fucking 6'6" black guy. Her pussy's fucked. That's it. Once she gives birth to that little fucking half Japanese black kid, that pussy's done. If you can't, you know, but this is what I'm thinking in my fucking mind as I'm walking down the street. This is how I'm adding humor to my. That's why I hate hanging out with people. Because the inner voice I have in my fucking thing is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. He says shit with no consequences, and he has one audience member, me.
I think the reason why it freaks everyone out is because from the time you were young, if you said something like that, you got yelled at, you got in trouble at school, and I'm not sure that you have that. At least that part of it.
I had people who said that in my house. My mom said shit like that in the house.
Yep, that's where mine comes from.
My mom said shit like that in the house. But then again, I saw her taking cookies across the street to the same black people she just talked about. Or the same Italian people she talked about. Because it was something that you say. That's why I've always enjoyed the movie Do the Right Thing. To me, it was Spike Lee's favorite movie. Because it showed a neighborhood that was divided, but at the same time they were together. Where you going? One out to Korean to get a liquor store. He walks in. Where's the beer at? You fucking yellow motherfucker. But at the same time, they love each other. So at the end of the day, it washes out. That's the way it is in my mind. At the end of the day, it washes out. You don't think? I know that Ari comes up to you and say, "You on Joey's podcast today?" Yeah, what that fat motherfucker have to say? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That's the way people talk, and that's fine. I'm going to say the same fucking thing. You talk to Ari?
Yeah.
Yeah, what did you have to say? Does that mean I'm racist? Does that mean I hate Ari? No, that's how we fucking talk. But in some people's world, they think that's racism or that's, racially insensitive. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? You might as well tell me your sensitivity to light. You're half a fruitcake. You're weak. What are you going to do with yourself? What the fuck?
I saw this. They have a school in Calabasas now that's all vegan, and they were showing this thing on the news last night about kids growing. And I could just imagine seeing you watch it and just seeing, because that's like I didn't grow up in Calabasas, but that's where I grew up in the white America. So that's if my mom ever said, look at that black, that would have been. I would remember that one moment.
That was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Hey, what happened?
He's not lying. He wants these people impregnating white chicks. Then they go back to their fucking village and they leave these fucking mixed animals up here in Maine, which is not going to work. It's not going to work in fucking Maine. It's not going to work. It's not going to fucking work. You're not doing no white kid favors by making a half mixed kid with fucking blood. Oh, he's got nice hair. No, but deep down, they know what happened. They just
sometimes, and you know what? I think that's a lot of the reason why Trump's doing so well is because he's saying stuff that at least people are going, well, he's a human being. You know what I mean? As crazy as it sounds, like he goes, let's get rid of all the no Muslims and let's build a wall. Mexico will build it. And he's saying all this stuff, and it's like, well, at least he sounds more like a crazy uncle than nobody. These politicians that he said the other day when there was a terrorist attack in Germany the other day, I walked by the TV in a hotel. I was in Boston. I walked by the TV. It says Donald Trump says that Germany terrorist attack happened because they let in these refugees. And it's like they make it look like that's a negative. And I think to myself, they did let in all these Syrians, right? I mean, I don't know much about the thing, but they wanted to look good. So they brought in hundreds of thousands of these people that are used to totally different stuff. And and they're making Trump look bad because he said
they grabbed a bunch of women's titties. That New Year's Eve attack where they were finger banging fucking women and just grabbing their titties.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Shit
Yeah.
Because they didn't know they were Syrian rebel, whatever the fuck it was. But look what happened last week at the club. The guy's not talking shit.
Yeah.
The guy is making sense. And when he said it the same way I would say something. It's not that it's not thought out. It's that he didn't use the proper words to describe it. I don't want these Muslims in here until we figure out a way to figure out their fucking origin.
Yep.
I could live with that. I can live with that until we figure out their origin. Put them in a fucking... When the Cubans came in 80, they had them in a thing called Freedom Town. Well, nobody fucking remembers here. When you watch Scarface, nobody remembers the scene when they're under the fucking highway.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
In tents. Nobody fucking remembers that? Nobody fucking remembers that? Take these fucking Muslims and take them to Guantanamo. And put them on Guantanamo for fucking 6 months and observe it. And that's how you'll fucking see. If Trump were to say that, I could live with that. Not flabbergast them and put water bottles in their asshole or whatever they do. I'm not saying they're fucking terrorists. I'm not saying they're bad people. But let's interview all of them. Let's see and then it's the same thing. They get their story straight. But you're going to decipher the amount. If there was 12 in every 100, you might cut it down to 3 in every 100. And then you follow me, so I understand what Trump is saying. Listen, man, every morning, and I'm not saying nothing derogatory. Every morning, somebody fucking wakes up in America for a lawnmower and looks out the window and says, "Look at this fucking Mexican. I can't sleep late." Because no, he's doing his fucking job. You know why? Obviously, you ain't doing fucking yours. So we have this belief in this country right now that immigrants are taking our jobs. And I believe that to 30%, that eventually the number. But the other 50% of that, 30% of that, is people who don't really want a fucking job. Because I was raised as an American. You know what an American does? What you do when you don't get spots. You don't cry. You don't go down there and shoot the guy. You ride a jump.
Yeah.
So they'll always give you spots. Yeah. And I feel the same way. If you're an American and you want that job in construction, go down there and outwork that Mexican. But you can't. You know why you can't? Because you got your cell phone. Because you got your plans. Because God forbid you can't go to Tony's 32nd birthday. Who gives a fuck about Tony's 32nd fucking birthday? I gotta make a fucking living. But we've forgotten that in this country because we have all these fucking distractions. I have to do this, I have to do that. You ever drive on, you ever go to Target over here in 90-degree weather? Yeah. And you see a Mexican woman who's pregnant with a kid in a basket and another one pushing them across the fucking street. Meanwhile, your cunt wife is in a fucking $30,000 vehicle because she might get too hot. You understand me? I do the same shit all the time. I feel like pulling her over and hitting my fucking wife with the phone and saying, "Look at her." You know, all these moms and their nannies, all these moms that have people take their kids swimming for them. Then you figure out what Trump is fucking saying.
At least Trump, I don't agree with 90% of what he says, but at least he has an opinion. It's almost like when the Patriots come and do an interview. Oh, we're focused on this thing. Most politicians, when you hear them do interviews, it's not like an actual thought. They went over and cracked. What if they ask you about this? What if they ask you about that? And at least Trump has an opinion. I mean, I'm not going to vote for him, and I think a lot of what he says.
Who are you going to vote for? Who the fuck are you going to vote for? That dustball, Hillary Clinton?
You can't say Bernie Sanders.
The other guy, Bernie Sanders,
he's not
80.
He's not going to.
Ted fucking Cruz, that sneak.
No way.
Rubio, the guy, the anti-Cuban. Who are you going to vote for?
Honestly,
who the fuck are you going to vote for?
I'm not huge into voting because of the main reason is because the popular vote doesn't matter for the electoral college. But I'm not going to vote, even if I did like voting, just because I don't like anyone else. I'm not going to vote for Trump. That's just. I'd rather not vote for
But if
everybody.
you look at everybody.
Before, Bernie Sanders is really big right now in the early 20s, liberal. He's like the new Jesus. I like a lot of what he's saying.
And those early 20 kids, they can all suck my dick. They don't know nothing about nothing. They know a fucking computer. They know nothing about nothing. Nothing about nothing. They think Saturday Night Live is funny, and they think Ubering is fucking funny, and they just do what everybody else fucking does. That's what the fucking ultra 29-year. I wipe my ass with that fucking vote because that vote's going to take our country deeper. Those were the same jerk-offs that voted for Obama. Same jerk-offs with that bullshit about change and just to show people that they're not fucking nigger haters. Let me vote for Obama. This will show my white friends I'm not a nigger hater. And I'm not a nigger hater. I hate to say that fucking word. I'm just saying it because that's the bottom line. That was the whole thing of fucking his vote. The inner sanctum of him, his vote, was getting these weak white people to go, I'm not prejudiced. Yes, you are. I'm not saying you're prejudiced. But you say nigger from time to time. You say, look at those black suspicious men on the corner with beady eyes. That means you're fucking racially observant. Let's just say that. You're racially observant. If you see 3 Mexicans acting funny on the corner, you will dial 911. That means you're racially observant.
It got me the other day, dude. I'm from an all-black neighborhood, so I'm cool with everybody. But the other day, I'm walking back to my apartment from the grocery store. I live right across the street from the grocery store. Got a couple bags. Out of the little parking lot area of my complex, I see a black guy wearing a black hoodie. I just took note of it, right? Just took mental note.
It's a mental observation. It's a racial observation.
I took mental note, so then the next day, I wake up to a group text for the first time ever, and it's all my neighbors in the apartment. I don't even have them saved, so it's all these 7 unlisted numbers, right? And it was one of the ladies goes, hey, it's Casey or whatever. Someone broke into my car last night. If anybody knows anything, let me know. And I literally go, holy shit, I know this. I go, so I respond in the group text message, even though I don't want to. I go, there's a black man in a black hoodie that I saw walk out of that area that I've never seen before at 10:30. He got into a car with a chubby white chick, silver car with a chubby white chick. That's exactly what I said, because that's exactly what I saw. Something I thought it was suspicious because of the black guy in the black hoodie and how they're shoving it all down our throats. And next message in that big group text that all the neighbors are seeing is, oh, that's Tom. That's our newest neighbor. He's in this group message.
Oh my
God! You
God!
be fucking kidding me? Like all of it. What a terrible first impression. And it's just like, you know. But you have to be observant. If it was a white guy in a black hoodie that I'd never seen before walking out of that area, getting into a silver car with a chubby white chick, I would have said the exact same thing. The only difference, word-wise, would have been white and black. But, you know, but we live in this age where it's like, you know, ooh, you can't say that he was black. It's like, no, he was black. The guy that was suspicious to me because I hadn't seen him before was black. If it was a white guy looking all methy, he would have been white.
I would have been suspicious also. Yeah. I would have been suspicious. It's weird how, because I'm a criminal, I see body language. I judge people by body language. So I know when somebody's up to something by their body language. I could see because I know the body language. I had the body language.
What's up, baby?
If I see a black guy with a hoodie, which I'm supposed to react to, I'm not reacting to him. I'm reacting to his body fucking language. Yeah. And I'm 8 out of 10. I'm really good. I can see a drug dealer. I can see a lot of things a lot of people don't see because I was part of that. I can tell when somebody's waiting for a package. I just noticed that a couple of weeks ago by the Bank of America in Lancashire.
Oh, that they hang out there?
I had to sit there the other day because there's a lot of people online and the phone rang. And I started getting into a conversation. I'm going to stand online with the people. Let me just give it a minute. Let me talk to this guy in the car. And while I was standing there, I saw a guy pull up and wait, stand online, go to the ATM, and he didn't go right back to his car. He just stood there. He crossed the street. He finagled a little bit. He walked up to the car a little bit, but it really wasn't going for his car. And I sat there and the conversation ended, and I just wanted to test my instincts. Either his girlfriend dropped him off and went to got cigarettes, or Reefer is going to pick him back up, or he's waiting for a drug deal. And sure enough, what happens next? 2 little Mexican dudes pull up in the fucking like a small, like a Acura, okay, with the rims. You know, they could have been Filipinos or Mexicans. I'm not sure. They pulled in. The guy got out. Went in his truck. Make believe he was playing with a basketball. They made the exchange. The basketball never left the trunk. They closed the trunk. The guy walked, and then somebody picked him up. He made a call, and somebody picked him up. So my instinct was correct. So just seeing that guy walk from the ATM and stop him. Because I remember when I would just tell the guy, just let me at the ATM. Why fuck around?
Yeah. So where does it cross the line from just noticing or just being observed to racism or to being prejudiced?
You hear it right here.
It's all in what, you know, that's what's crazy is like it could be a white person. It doesn't. What makes it prejudice or racist? There is none. It's just being observant and like, for example, like the other day, I'm sitting in the back of the Comedy Store, just sitting there, and like next or something like that on the lineup. So I'm sitting in one of the bucket seats for a second, and I notice this guy come in, white guy, black hoodie, with a white girl with a black hoodie. Both of them hoods up. But I'm not even really watching that, just like what you're saying. And this comes from being born and raised in Youngstown, and it was by far the most dangerous. I'm from the most dangerous intersection in what was the most dangerous city at the time. But I'm from there's bullet holes in my house that happened when I was growing up. Could have been there. But anyway, you learn a lot from all that. And I was watching the way that they walked and where their hands were in their hoodie pockets and how much stuff was in their pockets. It's always a good giveaway of how shady somebody is. The more stuff you have in your pockets, the shadier you are. Easy breezy. Now anyway, and I noticed these two, and I noticed the way they're walking, and I guess something's not right with these two. You know, something's off. And the next thing you know, 45 minutes later, I'm walking down from the main room or something like that, from that back area, and I walk by. That girl had thrown up all over the middle of the hallway, where all the headshots are, the main hallway, where hundreds of people are supposed to be going through. She threw up everywhere, just everywhere. And it wasn't from alcohol, just alcohol, or else she wouldn't have been able to walk in 45 minutes earlier. But there was something about the walk and the vibe that made me think that this chick was on pills and mixing it with alcohol. And that's how you projectile vomit like that. You know what I mean? That's what it was. And sure enough, it was right there. Proof is in what looked like the pudding.
Okay. About 6 years ago, I moved to Studio City. I'm banned from the store. I'm not banned. I'm not going to the store at all. So I would go do all the Mexican rooms. I do the improvs. And at night on the way home, I'd stop at the Ha. And I would sit outside the Ha and Lancaster. And I noticed something. That for a fucking primarily white neighborhood, there was a lot of single black chicks and 2 teen black chicks that I'd see walking down Lancaster. But I would see them at 9, I would see them at 10. That's one thing. But to see black chicks walking down Lancaster at 11:30, that's another. And they would walk north on the left side or whatever that was, and they'd go to like Big Wayne. Then they cross the street and walk all the way back to the intersection. It doesn't take a genius to tell you that they're fucking hookers. Now, did I make a decision did I not introduce you to a white hooker at the Ha?
Yeah, you didn't so much introduce me, you just like left me. So the woman with bandages on her head, and I find out now and a half later that she's a hooker.
Okay.
Introduce you left him with them.
And I talked to someone.
Did you rip those bandages off when
No,
you down lead?
This was right when we met.
Like 50.
This is right when we met.
They wouldn't go for it.
And it freaked me out.
You're wearing bandages. Let's do 20.
Let's do 20. Somebody beat you up for it. You know what I'm saying? If I was going to beat you up, I'd go for the big 50, but somebody smacked the shit out of you.
We were just sitting there talking, and I thought she was just like a sad person who wanted to talk.
She came over, started sitting there talking. I didn't know. I go, you want to go in and watch the... We went in. Lee and her were hitting it off. I'm married. They go, Lee, go across the street and have a drink.
What kind of bandages? What is this, like half a mummy or something?
No, I think she maybe had something like one around her head. I don't even remember, to be fucking honest. This was like 5 years ago.
This is when we first met, like the second and third weekend. I went to let him know we were fucking crazy. He calls me the next day, man, you're not going to believe it. That girl wanted $60 and shit. I'm like, did you give it to him? I don't know. Lee was petrified. He was
you left Lee with a hooker that had a whole bandage around her head. I mean, a hooker is one thing. That's no problem. But
that's why I had no idea what she was talking about. She kept saying, I'm going to take you to a hotel, make you feel like the sexiest man. What are you talking about?
Make me feel like the sexiest man.
And I'm like, okay. And
with a bandage on your fucking head? How am I going to feel sexy?
She started off by saying, like, let's go watch a movie. And I was like, at your house. And I didn't want to bring this woman with a bandage to my house. So I said, I don't live there here. She said, let's get a hotel. And I was broke. I didn't have money for a hotel. So just the Skinnies. The only time I've been to Skinnies, I had half a beer. And we started dancing. And she's like, do we have a deal? I was like, what are you talking about, a deal? I'm brand new from Boston. She's like, well, this isn't free or something. And I left. I had to go back the next day. I didn't sign my slip, my tab. My credit card slip, because I booked. I've never experienced anything like that. And did you know? You probably knew.
You dined and ditched to get away from this bandage?
Yeah, the shit out of it.
By the way, the funniest line I've heard in months from any human being is, I couldn't bring this lady with a bandage back to my place.
You see that I live with? This guy got hilarious. He was in there sweating bullets. His face was red. I'm back
so
home. I'm back at home giggling my ass off because I know nothing good's gonna come from this. I left him with a hooker with a bandage on it. This is how you toughen him up. And he got out of it. Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom and think about it. He fucking booked him home.
He went back the next day to the bar.
Oh my god!
Did you explain yourself when you went there? Like, and my buddy left me with a hooker with a bandage. They're like, oh, with a bandage? Well, it's all good.
I all I remember is I called. I was like, I think I signed my slip last night. I don't think I told him what happened. It said Skinnies right on Lancaster. And I should have, as we were walking, she grabbed my hand so fucking hard. She was in pain or something. I think she just got hit by a car. I don't know what. And this isn't the only time this happens. He gets hit up by crazy ladies at the steak place. There's another chick at 7-Eleven. And you love it. And I think that might be what it is for you, Joey. Most people run away from crazy people like that. And you invite them in for Thanksgiving dinner just because you know it's going to be funny.
Listen. Ever since I was a kid, you got to play the hand back.
Yeah.
I love to see where things are going in life. There's some people who approach me so dumb that I tell them, no, it's okay, man. Thank you. I already have something going on. Thank you very much for thinking of me. I'm very polite. But there's some people that you give them a chance to tell you their story, and you sit there and go, this is not happening. Or whatever. I've told this story 1,000 times on here about the hooker from 7-Eleven. How hot is she? She's very hot. I mean, she's hot. She's a hot, black, African-American girl. Told me she was from Jersey. And, I met her at the Ha-Ha, and then I saw her at 7-Eleven, so I thought she was legit. When you see somebody in a comedy club,
right,
you're like, how bad can they be? But the night I saw like a weird girl. And she said to me, can you do me a favor and give me a number? Because I really want to try this. And I really want some help. Her approach to me was pretty simple. And I'm a guy, and I'm like, you know what? I give away my number 5 times to a young comic. Nobody's going to call me. They're going to call me one time and ask me for something stupid, and they won't call again. I didn't know if this girl really wanted help. I didn't know. I'd seen her at the Ha-Ha. All right, here's my number. You want to talk to me about something? Bro, then it started. And she would call, and I go, what do you want? Well, I want to see, if you want to come watch me dance. Whatever the fuck she was talking about. I didn't know what she was talking about. And finally I go, what are you talking about? She's like, well, I'd like to get together with you. She asked me for like $200. And I'm like, 200? Okay, no, what? I don't get it. Because that's how they come on first with the line. It's like if a girl comes up to you at the store tonight, you walk around the corner with it to, what's the sandwich place? Pink's?
Yeah.
And you smoke a joint, you go home. And all of a sudden she goes, I really want to do comedy. Can I have your number, Tony? You're like, what the fuck? You already told her you had a girlfriend, the whole thing.